Chapter 74, Adoption. Mrs. Cole caught sight of Jinghe and finally opened the door. She then cast a glance at the freak inside and resolved to adopt him. Her heart, which had previously lodged in her throat, now felt as if it might leap from her chest. Kadri bent down and inquired of his daughter, "Why do you wish to play with this brother?" Jinghe replied, "I don't understand. I simply want to play with him." Just as Kadri stood up, preparing to speak to Mrs. Cole about adopting the boy, she hurried forward to address Kadri and Kiyasi. "I apologize, sir and madam, but this child was abandoned at the orphanage 5 years ago. His name is Tom Riddle, and while you can see that this child possesses remarkable looks, he still resides here." Subsequently, Mrs. Cole lowered her voice and spoke to the two of them. "This child has not been without potential adopters, yet he possesses a peculiar ability that has caused previous adoptive families to return him within a week." Upon hearing this, Kadri asked, "What strange ability does he have?" Mrs. Cole whispered, "He can make objects around him float. The branches nearby even move on their own." Kadri seemed to grasp something upon hearing this, and he smiled at Mrs. Cole, saying, "We understand. Our primary concern is our daughter's happiness. Regardless of his nature, we can accept him. However, I would like to have a word with this little boy." Tom Riddle remained silent, observing the family before him. The first to catch his attention was the little girl standing in a blue puff dress, her black curls cascading gently over her shoulders. Adorning her head were several vividly colored butterfly hair clips, and while her facial features were not as pronounced as those of the locals, her eyes shone with an unprecedented clarity of blue. The man standing to the left of the girl was evidently her father, having passed down his blue eyes to his daughter. As for her mother, Tom squinted. It was clear that the girl's mother was not from their region, for the woman before him had less pronounced features, with black hair and brown eyes, her countenance serene, suggesting origins from elsewhere. Even though Mrs. Cole spoke in hushed tones, Tom could still hear how she described his peculiar ability. Just when he thought that the gentleman would withdraw upon learning of his oddities, the gentleman expressed a desire to speak with him. Suddenly, Tom felt a surge of great interest, sensing that a pivotal moment was approaching. Thus, Kadri entered the room with his wife and daughter, instantly filling the small space with people. Kadri closed the door, and as he turned to say something to Tom, he was abruptly struck by an unexpected sensation. Subsequently, Tom observed as the gentleman produced a stick-like object from within his coat and waved it toward the door, before turning to Tom with a smile and saying, "Greetings, Tom Riddle. I am Cadre Rodria." At first, Tom sensed that Mrs. Cole was eavesdropping at the door. Thus he remained silent, fixated on the iron door. Meanwhile, Mrs. Cole outside was bending down, pressing her head against the iron door, attempting to discern their conversation, yet she could hear not a word, not even the faintest sound. Of course, Cadre was aware of Tom's thoughts, so he smiled and spoke again. "No one outside can hear us, for I have cast a silencing charm." Upon hearing this, a flicker of crimson light flashed in Tom's eyes as he lifted his gaze, unafraid, and met the eyes of the man who had just wielded such mysterious power, inquiring, "What is a silencing charm?" Cadre continued, "I believe you should be able to sense a strange ability within yourself. You can levitate objects as a muggle magician would, without any external force, and manipulate surrounding items at will, correct?" Tom furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing that his ability might not be as extraordinary as he thought, and excitement gradually illuminated his eyes. "Indeed, Mr. Rodria, is this not peculiar?" Cadre shook his head. "Not at all, Tom. Today has been a delightful surprise. I did not anticipate discovering such a remarkable wizard in the orphanage I support." Wizard? The usually impassive Tom finally exhibited the reaction of a 5-year-old, rising excitedly to address Cadre. "Mr. Rodria, I believe everything I exhibit is not what they describe as freakish, but rather a testament to my identity as a wizard, is it not?" Cadre nodded. "Initially, we intended to visit the orphanage to adopt an ordinary muggle child, and when Jinghe turned 11, we would send him to school and find him a suitable job. However, we did not expect to find a young wizard. It seems we need not worry about revealing our identities before other muggles. If you wish to accompany us, you may attend Hogwarts with Jinghe, and financial concerns will be alleviated, as we shall support you until your graduation from Hogwarts." Tom inquired, "Hogwarts? What kind of place is that?" Jinghe interjected eagerly, I know. Mother says every young wizard who turns 11 receives a letter from an owl inviting them to Hogwarts. Hogwarts is a school specifically for young wizards, where they can learn a multitude of fascinating knowledge. Tom glanced at the lively girl before him, whose vibrant spirit starkly contrasted with the gloomy atmosphere he had known in the orphanage. She was carefree and untroubled, unlike the children he had encountered, who were often listless and mischievous, with none willing to befriend him due to his peculiarities. Nonetheless, today he learned that he was a wizard, one of the rare few in existence. He was special and noble compared to those who possessed no magic. Tom nodded, offering a slight bow to the couple. I am profoundly grateful for this opportunity. I am willing to accompany Miss Jinghe, regardless of the duration. Kadre nodded in acknowledgement, at which point Shoyasi bent down to her daughter and asked, Dear, have you decided to take him with you? Jinghe firmly nodded and replied, Yes, I like him. The little girl, not fully grasping the concept of affection, simply wished to spend each day playing with the older boy before her. Tom, a product of love potions, was also oblivious to the true meaning of liking someone. However, upon hearing the girl's unwavering response, his heart raced unexpectedly. This was a peculiar sensation, Tom thought. Kadre then waved his wand once more, lifting the silencing charm from the door, before stepping forward to open it, revealing Mrs. Cole, who had been eavesdropping. Upon seeing them emerge, Mrs. Cole straightened up awkwardly and smiled, saying, Has Mr. Kadre made a decision? We have other more exceptional children here. Kadre shook his head and replied, No need, I want him. Mrs. Cole realized she could not sway this wealthy gentleman, so she turned to Tom with a forced smile and said, Congratulations, young Tom. You finally have a family willing to adopt you. Tom responded with a cold smile, Indeed, madam, I shall never forget the care I received in the orphanage. I will always remember you. Mrs. Cole shivered at the icy expression in Tom's eyes, an unsettling chill running down her spine, prompting her to hasten Tom to gather his belongings, eager to have Mr. Rodria take this peculiar child away. Tom's possessions were few, neatly packed into a single trunk, and upon seeing Tom ready, Kadre politely bowed to Mrs. Cole in farewell. Subsequently, Jinghe joyfully skipped while entwining her arm with Tom's, preparing to embark on their journey. Tom, sensing the warmth of another's touch upon his arm, furrowed his brow, still unaccustomed to the contact of others. However, the little girl who clung to his arm was destined to remain by his side for a considerable time, and the sweet fragrance of roses wafting from her presence successfully alleviated Tom's anxious disposition. His perpetually icy body now experienced waves of warmth coursing through it. So let her hold on. The other children from the orphanage, of course, observed the freak being adopted once again by a wealthy family, leading them to engage in hushed whispers, cruelly remarking, How many days do you think until he's returned this time? The young lady certainly favors those who are pleasing to the eye. Tom, naturally, overheard their murmurs and could not allow this group of children, who were disparaging him, to escape unscathed. As soon as he stepped beyond the gates of the orphanage, the surprise he had prepared would bring joy to each child. However, the girl beside him held a different perspective. The children's voices were so loud that Jinghe could hear them too. She indignantly released her hold on Tom's arm, placed her hands on her hips, and addressed the group of children. No need to guess. He will never be sent back again. Moreover, he is far more special than any of you. Tom watched as the petite girl, slightly shorter than himself, stood defiantly before him, chastising the children who spoke ill of him. Upon hearing Jinghe's bold proclamation, the children were rendered momentarily speechless. They knew better than to provoke this girl. The consequences of inciting her wrath were too daunting to contemplate, particularly in a life devoid of benefactors. Nearby, a caregiver swiftly reprimanded the child who had spoken, subsequently donning a sycophantic smile directed at Jinghe. A smile, subtle yet unrecognized by Tom, graced his face as he gently took the girl's hand, assuring her with a warm smile, It's all right, I'm not angry. Let us proceed. Jinghe turned and declared loudly, You need not worry about such matters any longer. Mom and Dad will absolutely never return you. You will stay by my side for a very long time. As Tom listened to the words of the girl before him, he sensed something profound influencing him. He felt as though the next words escaped his lips without the mediation of conscious thought. All right, I shall remain by your side for a long time. Chapter 75. Return to the Manor. Tom gently grasped Jinghe's hand as they stepped through the gates of the orphanage where he had spent the last 5 years. Jinghe, still a bit sulky, was comforting Tom, urging him not to be upset or disheartened, assuring him that they would never abandon him. Tom merely smiled faintly, listening to the girl's words. Unbeknownst to her, as they departed, the room that Tom had once kept tightly shut erupted into flames, the fire spreading rapidly, overwhelming everyone's attempts to extinguish it. This conflagration nearly ravaged half of the orphanage. Mrs. Cole stood before the ruins, her face smeared with ash and her composure shattered. How could she explain to Mr. Cadre that a fire had consumed a significant portion of the orphanage shortly after his departure? Yet, in order to address the damage, she steeled herself and began to draft a letter to Mr. Cadre, who had only just left. Fortunately, most of the children had been outside during the incident, so they suffered no harm. However, they would have to squeeze into cramped quarters for the night. Jinghe and Tom climbed into the carriage, and Jinghe refrained from disclosing the recent events to her parents, instead excitedly discussing what items they would acquire to furnish Tom's new room. Tom listened quietly as Jinghe enthusiastically declared her intention to gift him her favorite toy. Mr. Cadre listened attentively to the girl's descriptions, already envisioning the room, while Chiyoyasi observed the boy before her, still clad in slightly ill-fitting clothing, silently planning to measure him for new garments upon their return home. Intending to take the children shopping in Diagon Alley, the carriage rolled along at a leisurely pace before coming to a halt in front of a red telephone booth. Jinghe pulled Tom down from the carriage, and they stood before the booth. With a wave of his hand, Mr. Cadre sent the carriage galloping away. Yet the muggles nearby seemed oblivious to its extraordinary speed, continuing with their mundane tasks. In the blink of an eye, Tom watched the carriage vanish around the corner. Mr. Cadre, noticing Tom's gaze, explained, "The carriage is under a muggle-repelling charm, rendering it invisible to those without magical abilities. Today, we aim to adopt a muggle child, which is why we didn't arrive via flying carriage but instead used the telephone booth to enter the muggle world, thinking it would be more convenient to cast a memory charm later. However, unforeseen circumstances do arise, don't they?" Tom nodded in understanding, and Jinghe then led him into the telephone booth. Mr. Cadre dialed a sequence of numbers, and suddenly, the exterior plunged into darkness. When the door reopened, the scene outside had transformed entirely. A horse-drawn carriage stood before them, devoid of a driver, yet Mr. Cadre ushered them inside. Once they were settled, the carriage jolted into motion. Tom, witnessing the carriage in motion, inquired, "Is this magic, Mr. Rodria?" Mr. Cadre replied, "Not magic, but rather a wondrous creature, visible only to those who have experienced the loss of a loved one. Most of us cannot see such beings, and since we are to be family, you may call me Uncle Cadre." Tom nodded, "I understand. Thank you, Uncle Cadre." Mr. Cadre then asked, "When is your birthday?" "I heard from the orphanage administrator that you are 5, the same age as our daughter." Tom responded, "According to Mrs. Cole, she discovered me on December 31st. So my birthday is likely on that day." Jinghe turned her head, beaming, "My birthday is on that day too. This is wonderful. We can celebrate 2 birthdays on the same day." The couple exchanged surprised glances, marveling at the coincidence that the boy they had adopted was not only a young wizard but also shared the same birthday as their daughter. Chiyoyasi smiled indeed. "Jinghe's birthday is also on that day. What a delightful fate." Tom nodded, "Yes, I find it quite serendipitous, madam." Not knowing how to address her, Chiyoyasi kindly introduced herself. "I am Chiyoyasi, a person of Chinese descent, and I am also a witch. You can simply call me Aunt Chiyo." "Chinese?" Tom, unfamiliar with the term, nodded obediently. "All right, I understand, Aunt Chiyo." The couple then asked Tom about the approximate time of his birth, and he calculated that it was around noon, while they noted that their daughter was born in the afternoon. Chiyoyasi chuckled, "Although Jinghe shares the same birthday, she was likely born a few hours later than you, which means Jinghe has a big brother now." Jinghe's eyes sparkled as she embraced Tom, exclaiming, "Hooray! I have another brother." Tom, however, furrowed his brow slightly at the term another. Jinghe continued to chatter, "You can also meet Brother Abu. He is 2 years older than us, and can go to Hogwarts in 2 years. I love playing with him, but he is always busy. Mom and Dad say he is the heir of a family, so he has many responsibilities. It seems being a family heir is truly challenging." Tom pondered Jinghe's words. Being an heir implied that the family held considerable power and status within the wizarding world. Moreover, a future family heir taking the time to play with this little girl suggested that the family adopting him held a prominent position in the wizarding community. Tom realized that through the Rodria family, he could encounter many things he had yet to discover. Although he currently only knew he was a wizard, utterly ignorant of magic, a burgeoning desire to grow stronger and carve out a place for himself in the wizarding realm began to stir within him. Though he masked his ambitions well, the glimmer in his young eyes betrayed his fervor. "I shall ensure that all wizards know my name," Tom thought. At that moment, Young Tom's intentions toward the girl who would accompany him for a long time were imbued with a desire to leverage her family for his own convenience, along with a nascent, unrecognized patience. Little did he know that in the days to come, the girl would gradually occupy not just a trivial space in his heart, but would come to dominate it entirely. Tom snapped back to reality as Jinghe shifted the conversation to how they would decorate for their joint birthday celebration. Discussing the guest list, and even contemplating baking the cake herself, she gazed at Tom with wide, sparkling eyes. "Brother, what would you like to have for the decorations?" Tom flinched slightly at being called brother, but quickly regained his composure, gazing gently into the girl's azure eyes. "I'm fine with anything, as long as it's what you love." After all, he had never celebrated his birthday in the orphanage. Jinghe, though only 5, sensed that her new brother was a bit nervous, maintaining just the right amount of decorum. Determined, she resolved to observe her brother's preferences closely, ensuring he would have a splendid birthday. Amid Jinghe's cheerful chatter, the seemingly driverless carriage arrived at their destination. Mr. Cadre assisted his wife down, while Jinghe eagerly pulled Tom from the carriage. Tom gazed around, taking in the manner that resembled the illustrations he had encountered in storybooks. Intricate patterns adorned the door, and vibrant roses entwined around the railings, while butterflies flitted gracefully in the air. As Tom observed, Kadri snapped his fingers, and before him appeared a diminutive, grotesque creature he had never encountered before. Kadri, noticing the house elf's emergence, remarked, "This is our new family member, Tom Riddle. Please prepare an empty room for him next to Jing." The house elf cast a glance at Tom, bowed deeply, and promptly vanished from sight. Listening to Kadri's words, new family member rather than adopted, Tom silently contemplated the dynamics of this household. At that moment, Kadri addressed Tom, explaining, "This being is a house elf. Wealthy wizards typically keep house elves to manage household chores and ensure cleanliness. They possess formidable magical abilities and excel at various tasks. However, a war centuries ago resulted in the signing of a servitude contract, binding them to serve wizards for generations. By the way, I must remind you that you can now issue commands to all the house elves of the Rodria Manor. Simply state your orders. As for the reason, I trust you will soon come to understand." Tom nodded in acknowledgement, and then the grand door slowly opened, revealing a stunning manor before him. Jing leaped excitedly to Tom's side, turning to him with outstretched arms, exclaiming, "Welcome, brother, to the Rodria family." Chapter 76, A Reunion. The manor resembled the opulent illustrations Tom had once glimpsed in stolen children's books, though the estates depicted in those illustrations often exuded an ominous aura of decay. In stark contrast, the manor before him radiated vitality under the sun's warm embrace. Jing took Tom's hand and led him inside, enthusiastically detailing every aspect of the estate. "This is the rose garden planted by Mother. I absolutely adore roses. Do you like them? To the left is a grand swing, where I often read. If it rains, a panel opens to shield me from getting wet. Reading here is simply delightful." She chattered animatedly about every nook and cranny. Jing guided Tom through the estate, explaining its layout. "The first floor is the living room where we usually dine. The second floor is where Mother and Father reside. And the third floor is where I live, which will also be your room now. Initially, Mother and Father wanted me on the second floor, but since there's a vast library on the fourth floor, it made more sense for me to stay on the third." Tom listened intently to the girl's description, grasping the general layout of the manor. As expected, the first floor boasted a grand reception area surrounded by smaller guest rooms. The second floor housed the couple's quarters, while Jing mentioned that additional rooms, including a study and flower rooms, were also located there. The third floor was rather spacious, comprising only Jing's room, his own bedroom, and a toy room, while the remaining rooms lay empty. The fourth floor piqued Tom's curiosity the most, as it featured a significant section dedicated to books, and he eagerly anticipated discovering its contents. After completing her explanations, Jing pulled Tom's hand and rushed up to the third floor, exclaiming, "The house elves must have already tidied up the room. Let us go take a look. If anything is missing, just let Mother know." Tom was astonished by the house elf's speed. The room had been prepared in less than 20 minutes since he had given the command. Upon reaching the third floor, Jing dashed to her bedroom door and pointed at it, saying, "This is my room. It has a beautiful decoration of roses and butterflies on the door." Indeed, a blue butterfly danced around a rose on the door. She then pointed to the door on the left, declaring, "And this will be your room, brother. You can decorate it with whatever you like." She raced to open that door, revealing Tom's future bedroom, as the house elf had decorated it according to Jing's preferences. The room predominantly featured soft blue hues, interspersed with fresh greens that lent the space a charming ambience. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating every corner of the room, a sensation Tom had never experienced in the confines of the orphanage, where it was said, "God's light does not shine upon the abomination." Yet now, the sun bathed Tom's face without consequence. Jing turned to Tom and asked, "Do you like it?" Tom nodded, expressing his approval. He recalled the small black snake hidden in his sleeve and discreetly summoned it, allowing it to slither into the corner of his new bedroom. It was best to keep his ability to converse with snakes a secret for now, as it might frighten her. At that moment, a voice echoed from downstairs, "Darling, look who has arrived." Jing rushed to the railing, standing on tiptoe to peer down, and spotted her older brother, Abraxas, smiling up at her after a week's absence. With a joyful shriek, Jing grabbed Tom's hand, and they hurried downstairs to greet Abraxas. "Abu, brother, you're done with your work. Look, this is my chosen brother, Tom Riddle. We share the same birthday, so now Jing has two brothers." Abraxas regarded the smiling boy behind Jing. Though he was only 7, he could discern the emotions conveyed through facial expressions. However, upon scrutinizing Tom's face, he found only a faint smile, devoid of any revealing nuances. Abraxas did not feel disdain for Tom simply because he was not of pure-blood lineage. The evident satisfaction of the Rodria couple regarding Tom was sufficient proof of the boy's potential. Moreover, Tom's hidden ambitions were well concealed, as Abraxas could perceive nothing beyond that smile. Tom, in turn, examined the boy before him, recognizing him as the heir apparent of his family. Abraxas's expression was impeccably composed, yet a trace of genuine warmth manifested only when directed at Jing. The two boys, both under 8 years of age, were internally swirling with thoughts, contemplating the appropriateness of their next words. Abraxas was the first to extend his hand, smiling as he introduced himself. "Hello, I am Jing's favorite brother, Abraxas Malfoy. It is a pleasure to meet you." Upon hearing the term favorite, Tom's brow furrowed slightly, but he suppressed his discomfort and, with a smile, replied, "Hello, I am Jing's personally chosen brother, Tom Riddle. It is a pleasure to meet you." As their hands clasped, both boys could feel the chilling temperature of each other's palms, conveying the intensity of their ambitions. They were kindred spirits, united in their pursuit of a singular goal, yet capable of diverging paths for the sake of their most treasured aspirations. After a brief moment of contact, they released each other. Abraxas then produced a beautifully crafted cage from behind his back, within which lay a small, dark yet exquisite kitten, peacefully resting. Jing gasped in astonishment. "Is this for me?" "Abu, brother, where did you find such a lovely little kitten?" Abraxas smiled and said, "This little kitten accidentally wandered into our estate. It seems a bit frightened of strangers, but I am certain that Jinghe will become its owner." What Abraxas did not disclose to Jinghe was that this cat had been acquired by Venora from an unknown source. He was also astonished to discover several scratches on Venora's arm, inflicted by the very creature she was so eager to protect. Venora, preferring to endure injury rather than harm the small feline, handed the cage to Abraxas and instructed, "Take this kitten to little Jinghe." At that moment, the cat within the cage awakened, and upon seeing its unfamiliar surroundings, it stood up, meowing loudly and bristling its fur. Jinghe hurried to the front of the cage to soothe the frightened kitten, exclaiming, "Don't be afraid. This will be your home from now on." Abraxas observed as the kitten, which had been hissing at Venora, fell silent the instant it laid eyes on Jinghe. He opened the cage, and Jinghe promptly scooped up the cat. The kitten, entirely black and as smooth as satin, had eyes of a pale, gem-like blue, mirroring Jinghe's own, nestled in her arms. The kitten purred contentedly as Jinghe gently stroked its back. With excitement, Jinghe looked up at Abraxas and declared, "Thank you, Brother Ub. I absolutely adore this little kitten." Just then, Tom approached, attempting to pet the kitten in Jinghe's embrace, only to receive a gentle swat. The cat, which had previously kept its eyes shut, suddenly opened them wide, signaling its unwillingness to be approached. Mistaking Tom for an ally, the kitten merely offered a light pat. Otherwise, it would have unsheathed its claws at any stranger. Jinghe, gazing at the adorable creature, said, "From now on, you shall be my pet. Let me ponder what name would suit you best." Observing the girl deep in thought, Abraxas recalled Venora's words, "Emo," which seemed to resonate with the language of Huaxia. Having come to understand some customs from that region, he proposed, "How about naming it Moyu?" At that moment, Chiyoyasi, standing behind, caught wind of Abraxas's suggestion and smiled at her daughter, saying, "This kitten is quite lovely." The name Ub suggested translates to a jade-like figure among the common folk in Huaxia. Although it is often used to describe handsome young men, I believe this kitten in your arms is also rather beautiful. Upon hearing this, Jinghe joyfully lifted the kitten and proclaimed, "Hooray! From now on, you'll be called Moyu. Do you like that name?" The kitten meowed twice in agreement. Thus, within a single day, the Rodelia household welcomed 2 new members. Little Jinghe felt that today was the happiest day of her life so far. Chapter 77. Life at the Manor. Tom began his new life at the Rodelia Manor, where the oppressive darkness of confinement was a thing of the past. No longer did he have to endure the meager porridge that barely revealed any human presence. Nor did he have to face the disdainful expressions of nuns or the random stones that struck his back, accompanied by mocking laughter. In the radiant Raudelia manor, the sunlight streaming onto Tom's face each morning felt surreal. As he drew back the curtains, a flood of sunlight filled his bedroom, allowing Tom, the forsaken creature of the orphanage, to bask in the warmth bestowed by Merlin. Standing at the window with closed eyes, Tom remained in position for quite some time until he heard a knock at the door. "Brother, are you still in bed?" Indeed, since arriving at Raudelia Manor, Tom had initially harbored a sense of wariness, reluctant to venture out alone. Consequently, Jinghe assumed he was merely shy and struggling to adapt. Thus, she adjusted her morning routine, waking up half an hour earlier than usual to wash up and call her brother down for breakfast. Tom certainly heard her voice outside the door. With a smile, one that he himself had not fully realized was sincere, he approached and opened the door, revealing Jinghe clad in a delicate yellow dress, her hair cascading over her shoulders, and a yellow hairband in hand. Jinghe's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Tom. Since arriving at the Raudelia Manor, some of the responsibilities of caring for Jinghe had fallen to this boy, who was only a few hours her senior. To outsiders, Tom appeared remarkably mature for his 5 years, exuding a poise beyond his age. Moreover, he picked up new skills with astonishing speed. For his very arrival had been destined for Jinghe. With a smile, Tom accepted the hairband from Jinghe's hand and led her into his room, inviting her to sit on a stool. Jinghe obediently complied, and Tom skillfully fashioned a perfect flower bun for her, adorning it with a butterfly-shaped hairpin. After completing the hairstyle, Jinghe turned to Tom, twirling around, her skirt flowing gracefully like sunflowers blooming in spring. "Brother, do you think my dress is pretty?" she asked, her cheeks illuminated by sunlight that accentuated her delicate features, while the light reflected off her azure eyes, radiating an enchanting brilliance. Tom felt his heart race a little faster whenever he was with her. He smiled and replied, "It's beautiful, truly beautiful." Jinghe dashed forward to embrace Tom, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother." She then took his hand and hurried down the stairs for breakfast. Tom adeptly caught her as she leaped. Having grown accustomed to this affectionate gesture over the past 2 months, he recalled the moment she had first enveloped him in a rose-scented hug, a fleeting panic washing over him as his pale cheeks flushed for the first time. However, as time passed, he learned to anticipate Jinghe's affectionate pounces and steadied himself to receive them with ease. That day, Kadri and Shioyasi had already finished breakfast on the first floor. Kadri was engrossed in a newspaper from the wizarding world, while Shioyasi sat nearby with a book and a cup of brewed red tea. Jinghe immediately released Tom's hand to give her parents a big hug, and they affectionately kissed their daughter's soft cheeks. They then smiled and nodded at Tom, who greeted them from behind. Typically, by the time Jinghe and Tom were ready for breakfast, Kadri and Shioyasi would prepare to leave for their respective duties. After embracing their daughter, they stood up from their seats, donned their outer garments, and each planted a kiss on her cheek. Kadri also patted Tom's shoulder, aware that he seemed to prefer minimal physical contact, save for interactions with Jinghe. The couple departed with a simplified set of materials in hand, leaving the breakfast table laden with a diverse array of dishes. Thanks to Shioyasi's Huaxia heritage, the breakfast spread included baozi and youqiao, items typically absent in this region, alongside traditional buttered bread with bacon. Having grown accustomed to the orphanage's meager offerings, Tom was no longer picky about food. He ate whatever was available. Yet, upon tasting his first bite of Huaxia cuisine, he swiftly abandoned the usual buttered bread. Huaxia food is quite delightful, he mused. Jinghe also relished the delicacies from her homeland. And so, during breakfast, Tom peeled a tea egg and placed it on Jinghe's plate, as she animatedly recounted the tale she had encountered in her book the previous day. Mr. Kadri felt reassured about Tom's closeness to his daughter, knowing they both shared a love for reading. However, Tom's approach was systematic, seeking only the books he needed, while Jinghe was open to any literature. At that moment, a domesticated house elf appeared, bowing slightly as it addressed Tom and Jinghe. "Young masters, Mr. Kadri has introduced new volumes at the library market yesterday, yet no visitors have graced us today." The elf's purpose was to report the day's general direction to the 2 children, ascertain their plans, and ensure their safety. Thus, after finishing their breakfast, Jinghe eagerly tugged Tom along to the library in search of the latest arrivals. Meanwhile, Tom had gleaned a considerable understanding of the wizarding world from the books in the library, particularly the intricate relations among pureblood families. He was astonished to observe that the Rodria family, despite not being among the 28 sacred clans, had seen frequent visits from those prominent families over the past 2 months. A significant number of these visits were ostensibly to check on Jinghe, leaving Tom puzzled by the girl's evident popularity. The current leaders of these families would occasionally come to see Jinghe, questioning him as if he were a criminal, seemingly quite concerned for the girl's safety. Yet Tom skillfully deflected their inquiries with perfect responses. However, it was Abraxas Malfoy who visited most frequently, always on high alert, and each time he came, Jinghe spent less time with Tom. Tom remained indifferent, merely exhibiting a slight discomfort, all the while knowing that the black snake concealed in the grass would leave him with an indelible impression. The two soon reached the 4th floor, pushing open the intricately carved doors to reveal rows upon rows of books, showcasing not just the Wizarding World as content, but also various masterpieces from the Muggle realm. Tom, harboring a profound disdain for Muggles due to the actions of the children at the orphanage, harbored thoughts of eradicating all Muggles once he gained power. However, the Rodria family's attitude towards Muggles was relatively amicable. Although Tom still disliked Muggles, his perspective had slightly shifted. Upon arriving at the latest books, Jinghe immediately gravitated towards the newly published on how wizards become powerful, while Tom effortlessly spotted how to expand the range of dark curses. After securing their selections, they made their way to the swing that Jinghe had mentioned 2 months prior. The swing was surrounded by blooming flowers, and since Tom's arrival, Kadri had expanded the swing's area, now comfortably accommodating 3 or 4 children. Seated quietly on the swing, which possessed a magical sensing ability, it began to sway gently as it detected their presence. As both children cherished reading, they remained silent during their literary pursuit, only sharing their insights after finishing. Tom, initially reticent, gradually engaged in conversation with Jinghe, discovering that the girl was not merely sweet and innocent in appearance. Her thoughts often ventured into realms he had not even considered. Leaning against Tom's shoulder, Jinghe's shoes had long fallen off, her delicate feet swinging playfully. Tom found himself at a loss for words, reveling in the tranquility of reading beside Jinghe, occasionally graced by a gentle breeze that carried the fragrance of flowers. Everything felt almost surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. Tom, unusually distracted from his book, was brought back to reality to find Jinghe inexplicably unable to focus, having fallen asleep against him. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Tom cradled the girl and laid her on his lap, sunlight illuminating her face and causing her to frown slightly. With a flick of his hand, a sunshade extended over the swing. Setting down his book, Tom gazed at the sleeping girl, whose cheeks were plump like a ripe peach. He reached out to pinch her cheek, only to have her swat his hand away. At that moment, Tom was dressed in an outfit that mirrored Jinghe's, as since his arrival, Aoshia had taken to coordinating their clothing. A magical measuring tape had accurately gauged their sizes, prompting her to want to take them to Diagon Alley immediately. However, their busy schedules had necessitated relying on others for shopping, resulting in a collection of garments in various colors and styles. Thankfully, the wardrobe in Tom's room had been enchanted to extend its space. Otherwise, it would not accommodate 2 months' worth of clothing. Today, Tom wore a pale yellow shirt paired with Jinghe's soft yellow dress, creating a picturesque scene that radiated vitality and charm. As the swing rocked gently, Tom too closed his eyes, savoring this moment of serenity. If life could persist in this manner, it would indeed be delightful. Chapter 78, Birthday. Time flew swiftly, and before they knew it, December 31st arrived, blanketed in swirling snow, heralding the 6th birthday of both Jinghe and Tom. After living in this home for 6 months, Tom had long ceased to be sent back. He had grown accustomed to Jinghe's morning hugs, the Rodria couple's daily greetings, and the familiarity of every inch of the Rodria estate. The couple treated Tom with the same trust as their own child, devoid of any wariness simply because he was adopted. Tom felt as though life before him was almost too surreal, resembling a dream from which he might awaken to find himself back in the cold, cramped orphanage. Consequently, he developed a habit of pulling back the curtains each morning, allowing sunlight to wash over him, as if to cleanse the chill of those years. He basked in the sunlight with his eyes closed until his sister knocked on the door. On that fateful December 31st, Tom awoke at his usual time. Since winter's arrival, the sun had rarely graced them, but today, it generously illuminated every corner of the estate. Rarely lingering in bed, he quickly remembered the significance of the day. It was both Jinghe's and his birthday. Today, the knocking at the door came earlier than usual. As Tom opened it, he was nearly knocked over by a small bundle of joy, stepping back just in time to catch Jinghe. With a radiant smile, she exclaimed, "Happy birthday, brother." Today, Jinghe wore her favorite blue princess dress, adorned with a delicate layer of fluff for winter and crowned with a golden tiara, her hair cascading down her back. Tom lifted Jinghe and placed her on a stool, deftly taking the blue and gold hairband from her wrist to skillfully fashion a perfect princess hairstyle. Today, Tom donned an outfit in a similar hue, a pale blue shirt paired with black trousers, neatly tucked in. Although merely 6 years old, a glimpse of the handsome young man he would become was already apparent. Tom's ability to predict the color of Jinghe's outfit stemmed from her nightly ritual of asking him to help select her dress for the following day, leading him to coordinate his attire accordingly. Their birthdays fell on the last day of the year, symbolizing renewal and the casting off of mortality. Once he secured her hair, Jinghe eagerly tugged at Tom's hand, racing down the stairs, where the Rodria couple awaited them at the bottom. Upon seeing the two children, they set aside their newspapers and books, smiling warmly. "Happy birthday, Jinghe and Tom." The couple then presented their carefully prepared gifts, a lovely dress and a sapphire necklace for Jinghe, while Tom received a potion book of great interest to him and a green gemstone tie clip. The couple was soon graced with a kiss on the cheek from their daughter, accompanied by Tom's polite expression of gratitude. They exchanged smiles and informed the children, "Today, we shall not celebrate the birthday at home. Our dear Venora has invited us to Malfoy Manor to commemorate our precious little one's 6th birthday." During the past 6 months, Tom had yet to visit any other estate, thus his curiosity about the Malfoy family was piqued. With a jubilant cheer of hooray from Jinghe, the Rodria couple waited for the children to finish their breakfast before guiding them to the carriage parked outside the manor. This was Tom's first experience aboard a flying carriage. Although intelligent, he was still merely a 6-year-old child, unable to resist the urge to lift the curtain and gaze at the scenery outside. Jinghe nestled beneath him, both captivated by the white clouds and the occasional flock of birds soaring by, their excitement palpable. However, Tom was aware that Jinghe was particularly sensitive to the cold, as every corner of the Rodria estate blazed with roaring fires during winter. Thus, after a brief moment of observation, he withdrew from the window, cradling Jinghe in his arms. The carriage traveled swiftly, reaching Malfoy Manor in under 20 minutes. Just as Jinghe was about to leap down, she was restrained by Kadri, who cast several warming charms before allowing Tom to assist her down. Tom marveled at Mr. Kadri's wand, which he waved over himself to conjure warmth, intensifying his desire to attend Hogwarts to learn magic. At the manor's entrance, Abraxas awaited them. Now 8 years old, he had gained considerable experience and maturity. He smiled as he watched Jinghe dash towards him, followed closely by his enigmatic brother, momentarily overwhelmed by the thought of wishing Jinghe could have him as her only brother. Jinghe leapt into Abraxas's embrace, exclaiming, "Brother Abraxas." He chuckled in return, "Happy birthday, Jinghe." Then, with a feigned smile directed at Tom, he added, "Happy birthday to you as well." Tom nodded with a gentle smile. Abraxas then produced a small box, declaring, "This is your birthday gift. I wish to present it to you separately, rather than mix it with the others. Open it and see." Jinghe accepted the box and, upon unveiling it, discovered a hairpin shaped like a rose gemstone. No one had ever gifted her anything with a rose motif before. Ecstatic, she exclaimed, "Thank you, brother. This is my very first rose hairpin." Abraxas nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "I'm glad you like it." He then suggested, "Let us hurry inside. You must be feeling the chill." Reaching out to take Jinghe's hand, he noticed that Tom had already taken the initiative to hold her hand. Smiling at Abraxas as he said, "Thank you for your concern. We indeed need to head inside, as my sister does feel the cold." Abraxas retorted, "As if I needed you to tell me that?" Yet he maintained a polite smile, nodding before greeting the approaching Rodria couple with a courteous bow and leading them into Malfoy Manor. Upon entering, Jinghe and Tom were greeted by a beautifully adorned scene. Floating letters spelling out "Happy Birthday" hovered in the air, while house elves busily hung streamers around the Christmas tree, which had not yet been taken down since the holiday season had just concluded. The atmosphere was vibrant, illuminated by bright lights that filled the living room, creating a warm and inviting ambience. Venora donned a youthful, albeit somewhat age-inappropriate, pale yellow dress, while the head of the Selwyn family, Adele Selwyn, wore a striking cherry blossom pink gown, both colors enhancing their youthful appearances. Jinghe rushed into their embrace, calling out, "Aunt Venora, Aunt Adele." The two women enveloped the little girl in their arms, joyfully wishing, "Happy 6th birthday, dear." Adele, feeling the weight of her own fatigue, had originally been meant to be slumbering through the winter. However, Venora had informed her that the little girl had returned, compelling her to gather her strength to celebrate the birthday amidst the coldest season. Soon, other families, including the Blacks and Lestranges, arrived at the gathering. Although they typically would not have attended such an occasion, this particular girl was a treasured gem among the pureblood families, even more cherished than their own heir. Thus, what should have been a mere social affair was infused with an even more fervent facade of smiles, with the customary small talk considerably diminished. Before long, a grand 3-tiered cake was wheeled in, adorned with light blue icing and topped with 6 candles. They beckoned Jinghe to come forth and make a wish before blowing out the candles. Jinghe eagerly pulled Tom, who stood beside her, towards the cake, saying, "Today is our birthday. Let us blow out the candles together, brother." She encouraged him to close his eyes. Tom obediently complied, closing his eyes for the first birthday he had ever celebrated in 6 years, sharing it with Jinghe. He felt fortunate to bask in her glow, and he was not at all resentful. While he typically did not celebrate birthdays, the moment was special, especially as he noticed green ribbons fluttering around, a detail he knew Jinghe had insisted upon since she was aware of his fondness for that color. With a wish for Jinghe's lifelong happiness and joy, He closed his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, he had placed her wish for peace and joy above his own. Jing, too, closed her eyes, wishing for the health and happiness of her family. As they simultaneously opened their eyes, Jing puffed out her cheeks while Tom merely exhaled gently. Extinguishing the 6 candles in one swift breath, they proceeded to slice the cake, with Tom taking the lead in distributing the majority to the Rodria couple and those family heads Jing adored, while the remainder was allocated by the house elves. The celebration soon passed in a delightful flurry, with birthday gifts to be delivered collectively to the Rodria estate, where Jing would eventually unwrap them one by one due to their overwhelming quantity. After bidding farewell to Vinora and the others, the group boarded the carriage under the moonlight to return home, as the nighttime chill could prove too much for Jing. It had indeed been a lively day, and both Jing and Tom bore traces of fatigue. After all, they were but children, unaccustomed to such social demands. After wishing their parents good night, Jing took Tom's hand and led him upstairs, eager for rest. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they each entered their rooms. Tom washed up, and just as he was about to lie down, a knock echoed from the door. Opening it, he found Jing, clad in her pajamas, her eyes sparkling up at him. Noticing she was barefoot, he quickly scooped her up and placed her on the bed, exclaiming, "Why are you barefoot on this cold floor?" Jing shyly produced a blue velvet box from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Tom, saying, "Happy birthday, brother." Tom gazed at the box in his hands, realizing this was a gift from Jing. Aside from the presents from the Rodria couple, this was the only gift he had received, apart from a few others from pure-blood families that were merely obligatory. Initially, Tom paid little heed to such trifles, deeming them superfluous. What truly concerned him was the potential value these families could ultimately bestow upon him. The gift before him, however, was uniquely his, no one else's, but a carefully crafted offering from Jinghe. As Jinghe opened the box, it revealed a serpent-shaped ring, adorned with rubies in its eyes, exuding an air of exquisite nobility and elegance. With a beaming smile, Jinghe remarked, "I discovered that my brother has a little pet. I'm not afraid. Since I know you adore green and have a small pet, I sought out this ring just for you." Tom was momentarily taken aback. How had the little girl uncovered the small black snake he had kept so well hidden? Moreover, she had even designed a ring inspired by it. Jinghe carefully took the ring from the box and placed it on Tom's middle finger, unaware of the significance of finger placements. She simply felt that it would look splendid there. Tom gazed down at the ring on his finger, though it was cold to the touch. The warmth of the girl's spirit imbued it with life. Jinghe embraced Tom, declaring, "Brother, you are yourself, and not anyone's accessory." Tom reciprocated the familiar embrace, though he noticed a slight tremor in his hand. After a prolonged moment, he realized that the girl nestled in his arms had fallen asleep. Gently, he cradled Jinghe and laid her down on his bed, then settled beside her. In the darkness, he could clearly see her, and his gaze lingered upon her for a long while before he mustered the courage to hold her hand, which rested by her head. Thus, they drifted into a deep slumber, facing one another. It was the most restful night he had ever experienced, the faint scent of roses lingering in the air, soothing his soul. Chapter 79, Cooperation. Time passed leisurely, and since Tom had discovered Jinghe's awareness of his little pet, he no longer felt the need to conceal it. Occasionally, he would let the snake coil around his arm. Typically, the snake was aloof, showing no affection to anyone but Tom. Yet, Jinghe became an exception. Upon seeing her, the snake would hiss excitedly, and Tom, fluent in the serpentine tongue, understood it was expressing its fondness for her. Even the cold-blooded creature adored the girl before him. Spring soon arrived, but a significant event unfolded. Adele Selwyn, the current head of the Selwyn family, ultimately closed her eyes in this blooming season. Nevertheless, she managed to muster her last breath to appoint the next heir to her family. When Adele passed, the surroundings mirrored the vibrant roses that adorned her, her expression serene and smiling as if satisfied with something. "I saw her once more. I ought not to desire anything further." Jinghe gazed upon Aunt Adele, whose eyes were eternally closed, recalling how they had played together just 3 months prior. A sudden pang of sorrow gripped her heart, and tears fell uncontrollably. Her parents assumed it was merely their daughter mourning Adele, yet unbeknownst to them, Jinghe felt not only the absence of an aunt, but also the profound ache akin to losing a dear friend. Tom stood nearby, gently wiping away the tears from the girl's cheeks with a handkerchief, while his peripheral vision caught sight of the designated heir of the Selwyn family, Avery Selwyn. A mere 6-year-old, faced with the funeral of his predecessor, he wore a mask of sorrow while skillfully managing conversations with visitors. He had inherited the striking features of the Selwyn lineage, his golden hair gleaming in the sunlight, and his perfectly measured grief garnered him admiration. Yet, Tom could discern the underlying indifference in his gaze. Perhaps he would make a suitable ally. With the passing of the deceased, life must continue. Though the vibrant figure of Aunt Adele clad in colorful garments and bearing roses to visit Jinghe, would no longer appear by the hearth. That day, the Rodria couple departed for work as usual, leaving the two children on the swing, one engrossed in a book. Suddenly, a box filled with sweets appeared before Jinghe, and upon looking up, she saw Ablakthis smiling at her, carrying the box. "Brother Ablakthis, what a delightful surprise," she exclaimed, rushing off the swing and into his arms without a second thought, forgetting to put on her shoes. Ablakthis expertly caught the little girl, lifting her as he said, "Today, I happen to be free of work, so I thought to come and keep you company. Our house elf has concocted some new sweets, which I believe you will adore." He set her back on the swing, chiding lightly, "No need to rush. If you wish to see me, I will always come. Just remember to wear shoes next time. The weather isn't quite warm yet." He then wiped away the blades of grass that had stuck to her feet due to her shoelessness and cast a sidelong glance at Tom, as if to say, "Is this how a good brother should behave?" Tom, who had been too engrossed in his reading to stop Jinghe, forced a smile, replying, "I used to take care of that. No need for Mr. Malfoy to intervene." He emphasized the name Malfoy with palpable disdain. Ablakthis appeared unfazed, handing the box of sweets to Jinghe, who eagerly opened it and took a bite. "Brother Ablakthis, your house elf's sweets are still as marvelous as ever. So delicious." Ablakthis smiled, replying, "If you like them, I will bring them for you often." While Tom maintained a faint smile, his gaze was icy enough to freeze Ablakthis in place. When Tom noticed a smear of cream at the corner of Jinghe's mouth from the sweets, he hurriedly wiped it away with a handkerchief. He purposefully displayed the handkerchief's design, a small snake entwined around a butterfly, a gift Jinghe had embroidered for him. At that moment, Jinghe remained blissfully unaware of the silent tension between the two boys, their eyes locked in a test of wills. Just as Ablakthis was about to speak, Jinghe looked up and exclaimed, "Oh, a few days ago, I used a method to make rose tea myself. How can we enjoy sweets without tea? I'll go fetch it. Wait for me." With that, she jumped down, dashing to her room to retrieve the tea she had hidden in her cupboard, leaving the two boys alone. Tom's smile faded, and he produced a hissing sound that Ablakthis could not comprehend, but it soon became clear to him. Tom sensed something coiling around his leg. From the sensation, it was undoubtedly a snake. Ablakthis, perplexed by the presence of a snake in the Rodria garden, surmised it was summoned by Tom. Coldly, Tom warned, "You would do well to keep your distance from her. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that my snake won't become too familiar with you during your slumber." Though Ablakthis briefly faltered, he quickly regained his composure. "Is that so? But I'm the one who knows her first, you know," he replied with a teasing tone, prompting Tom to frown as he signaled the snake coiled around Ablakthis' leg to prepare for an attack. In that precarious moment, Ablakthis smiled and inquired, "Do you want to know why you are a wizard and have lived in an orphanage since childhood?" Upon hearing this, Tom furrowed his brow, curiosity piqued. Despite being a wizard, he found himself residing in an orphanage populated solely by muggles. Thus, he emitted a hissing sound, causing the serpent coiled around Abraxas's leg to relax and then slither up to Tom's arm. Crossing his legs, Tom inquired, "I, too, am most curious. Might Mr. Malfoy enlighten me with the answer?" Abraxas chuckled, "I presume you can communicate with snakes, yes?" Tom nodded, initially believing this skill to be commonplace among wizards. But after observing for some time, he realized that he seemed to be the only one capable of such communication. Abraxas remarked, "This ability is not ubiquitous. It is a gift bestowed only upon those who bear the bloodline of Salazar Slytherin. Speaking Parseltongue is a hallmark of the Slytherin lineage." Tom frowned, aware that Hogwarts housed a Slytherin house, founded long ago by Salazar Slytherin himself. He understood that Slytherin could converse with serpents. Yet records indicated that the Slytherin bloodline had been extinct for a full century, with no descendants remaining. Noticing Tom's expression, Abraxas discerned his thoughts and smiled, saying, "You know, among the 28 sacred families, there exists the Gaunt family, which tragically failed to endure and has perished. You must be aware of this. However, I once inadvertently stumbled upon a page of information regarding Vinola, and you will not believe what I discovered." He paused, observing Tom's contemplation, which suggested he was beginning to grasp the implications, and continued, "The Gaunt family concealed their bloodline's legacy. They publicly claimed their lineage to be supreme. Yet no one knows from whom they descended. However, to my knowledge, the head of the Vinola family maintained a close relationship with a member of the Gaunt family. Thus, she is privy to certain secrets, such as their ability to speak Parseltongue, making them the last descendants of Slytherin." Tom stood, a glint of danger flashing in his eyes, as a fleeting crimson hue flickered within his otherwise black pupils, which Abraxas perceptively noticed. He slowly approached Tom, who, at 8 years old, was still slightly shorter than him. He said, "The Gaunt family, with their occasionally flickering red pupils, speaks Parseltongue and is cunning and treacherous. Congratulations. You should not be named Tom Riddle. Your true name ought to be Abraxas smirked, enunciating each word, Tom Gaunt. Tom's pupils gradually transformed to a deep crimson, as he unearthed the truth of his ancestry and understood why he was a wizard, while also realizing why the Gaunt family refrained from proudly proclaiming their Slytherin heritage. The Gaunts were foolish yet avaricious, having sullied the noble bloodline of Slytherin. Abraxas stepped back, saying, however, I shall not disclose this to Jinghe. You remain her brother. Tom Riddle. Yet, since you are now aware of your true identity, we might discuss the prospect of collaboration. Silence enveloped them as they gazed at each other, each weighing the potential value they could extract from one another. After a considerable pause, a smile returned to Tom's face, though his eyes remained cold. He extended his hand towards Abraxas, declaring, to a fruitful collaboration, Mr. Malfoy. Abraxas donned a mask of congeniality and grasped Tom's outstretched hand, replying, to a fruitful collaboration, Mr. Gaunt. At that moment, Jinghe rushed in, holding a cup of rose tea she had brewed, eagerly serving it to the two. They both wore gentle smiles as they conversed with her, while only the nearby roses bore witness to the chilling atmosphere that had just transpired between them. Two children, not yet 10, spoke of the future direction of the wizarding world. Chapter 80. The meeting time flew swiftly, and soon Jinghe and Tom reached the age of 9. In that year, Abraxas had already turned 11 and embarked on his journey to Hogwarts, the next heir of the Malfoy family, with many watchful eyes upon him, leaving no room for error. As expected, Abraxas was sorted into Slytherin House. Despite being merely 11, his status as the Malfoy heir attracted the attention of numerous elders from other families, eager to converse with him while keenly observing his performance at Hogwarts. True to the expectations placed upon him, Abraxas, selected by Vinola, executed his duties flawlessly, garnering praise from his teachers for his remarkable magical aptitude. In his interactions, he was gracious and amiable towards his upperclassmen while maintaining the proper decorum with students from other houses. Despite harboring disdain for half-bloods and muggle-born wizards, he never allowed his true feelings to surface. He awaited the right moment, knowing it was not yet time. Hogwarts provided a brief holiday each Christmas, and naturally, Abraxas returned to the estate to celebrate. Over the past 2 years, he and Tom had engaged in countless amicable exchanges. Though only 11, Abraxas was already involved with some core family enterprises, and he had not misjudged Tom. The boy's exceptional intellect brought greater profits. During Tom's residence at the Rodorio estate, he had, through Abraxas's auspices, established a modest business of his own. However, being merely an 8-year-old child, despite his brilliance, he could not compete with the expertise of seasoned adults, leaving his enterprises in a trial phase. The Rodoria couple recognized Jinghe's intelligence and immense potential, thus entrusting her with the management of some minor ventures, which she executed flawlessly, exceeding their expectations. Drawing upon years of knowledge gleaned from books, Jinghe relished the opportunity and, understanding the need for patience, invited Tom to learn about these enterprises alongside her. Observing the two children engaged in discussion, Kadri could not help but marvel at their keen intellect. After all, these were merely minor ventures that posed no threat to the family's main interests. Allowing Tom to observe was of no detriment. Rather, it could enhance Tom's capabilities, potentially positioning him as an excellent partner for the Rodoria family post-Hogwarts. This Christmas marked Abraxas's first return from Hogwarts, coinciding with the impending birthdays of Jinghe and Tom. In just 2 years, they too would embark on their journey to Hogwarts. This Christmas was celebrated at the Rodorio estate. On Christmas Day, the heavens blessed them with a heavy snowfall, transforming the outside world into a picturesque winter wonderland. Through the window, the snowflakes danced gracefully, creating a scene both beautiful and dreamlike. In the garden, a small snowman crafted by Jinghe and Tom stood proudly, adorned with a carrot for a nose and rose petals for eyes, a testament to their joint efforts. On Christmas morning, Tom drew back the curtains, revealing a blanket of white, yet below, a patch of vibrant roses continued to bloom. Touched by snow, they appeared both pure and enchanting. These roses were enchanted, blooming eternally, regardless of the season. A timely knock echoed from outside, and upon opening the door, Tom was greeted by Jinghe, clad in a red vest with a matching festive skirt that accentuated her fair complexion. On her head, she wore a headband with antlers, her wrists adorned with gold and red ribbons. Tom instinctively caught the girl as she dashed towards him, gently placing her on a chair before deftly tying her hair into 2 intricate braids, adorned with bright yellow bells that jingled with her every movement. Today, Tom donned a vibrant red attire, with a freshly applied deer sticker on his left cheek, a gift from the little girl. He did not resist, for it was a token from Jinghe. As soon as he finished styling her hair, Jinghe stuffed a sweet and tangy apple-flavored lollipop into Tom's mouth, which was deliciously delightful. The combination of Tom's red shirt, the sticker on his cheek, and the little hairpin Jinghe gifted him breathed life into his usual demeanor. infusing him with the exuberance characteristic of an 8-year-old child. Soon, Jinghe and Tom descended the stairs, Jinghe eagerly rushing past her parents without so much as a greeting, hurrying towards the Christmas tree to find her presents. The area beneath the tree was stacked high with Jinghe's gifts. She was the first to unwrap the present from her parents. Her father, Kardro, had struggled to decide on a suitable gift, ultimately presenting her with a pure gold butterfly, while her mother, Kiyasi, had designed several dresses for her. Among the treasures was a beautiful crystal necklace from Abraxas, featuring a blue heart with a tiny butterfly fluttering within. Tom, using the money he had recently earned, gifted Jinghe a lovely silver bracelet engraved with delicate butterflies, as he had heard Kiyasi mention that silver bracelets symbolized good wishes in Huaxia. The rest of the family's gifts were extravagant jewels and various adornments, reflecting opulence in every way imaginable. Tom received a green tie and a pair of emerald cufflinks from the Rodria couple, along with a recently acquired gold galloon from Abraxas, which they had agreed to split. Tom weighed the bag in his hands, estimating the prosperous growth of their recent ventures. As evening approached, the Rodria family had invited only a few familiar families, opting for direct fireplace transportation instead of carriages. The first to arrive were Venora and Abraxas, both wearing smiles as they greeted them. Jinghe joyfully leapt into Venora's embrace, who returned the gesture with warmth, while Abraxas and Tom exchanged a brief nod of acknowledgement. Next came the heads of the Black and Lestrange families, followed by the heir of the Selwyn family, Avery Selwyn. Although Avery was of the same age as Tom and his friends, he bore no burdens from above. Yet his youth meant that his uncles still held the reins of their family business. However, as he matured, he sensed his uncle's increasing ineffectiveness. It was Avery's first visit to the Rodria estate, and he gazed at the only little girl before him, Jinghe Rodria, the very girl whom Adele Selwyn had urged to protect before his passing. Having been groomed early on to be the family's next heir, he quickly noticed how the brothers surrounding the girl valued her immensely. He smiled, realizing that this little lady did not require his protection. She was already taking charge of minor family affairs, a fact he had heard through the grapevine. She was no mere wallflower. Tom and Abraxas were also keenly aware of the young Selwyn heir, who, despite his age, would eventually inherit the family legacy, currently managed by his uncle. The two boys recognized the potential for immense profit should they choose to collaborate with him. Jinghe, too, noticed Avery for the first time, observing him closely. He exuded the same ambition and desire for gain that Tom and Abraxas did, and she sensed the truth in her intuition. They were all cut from the same cloth. With a radiant smile, Jinghe approached Avery, welcoming the prospect of having such an admirable companion. The Rodria family's Christmas festivities included not only the traditional turkey, but also dumplings and glutinous rice balls. The 5 children gathered together, and this year, the Black family had brought along their youngest member, a mere 5-year-old named Orion Black. Despite his tender age, he should not be overlooked. If friendships blossomed, he could prove to be a significant ally, given the considerable wealth of the Black family. Thus, the Christmas celebration unfolded harmoniously on the surface, while beneath it, the adults engaged in discussions about collaborative ventures, and the children sat in a circle, listening intently as the eldest, Abraxas, regaled tales of life at Hogwarts. Jinghe peppered him with questions about sorting, teachers, and more, to which Abraxas responded, while the others listened eagerly, their eyes sparkling with longing. However, when the topic of sorting arose, Abraxas replied, "The answer is best discovered by Jinghe herself." Outside, snowflakes danced gently to the ground, blanketing the earth in pure white. Only the magically enchanted roses dared to bloom, showcasing a vibrant red against the cold wind. As for Tom and Rodria, he might have been led by Jinghe to wear the vivid colors of this life, only to be cloaked in black robes thereafter. Chapter 81. The school notification as spring turned to autumn. The time approached for the two of them to commence their studies. By now, Abraxas was in his 3rd year and had successfully ascended to the position of head of Slytherin House, becoming an even more prominent figure within the already renowned family. In early July, under a clear sky with birds chirping outside, everything appeared splendid. At that moment, Jinghe sat at Tom's desk, gazing expectantly out of the open window at the azure sky, eagerly awaiting their owl. Tom, ever the composed one, understood that this moment was inevitable, though he still harbored hopes for his own letter. Soon, a small black dot appeared in the sky, drawing closer until they recognized it as an owl, clutching 2 letters in its talons. The owl landed deftly on the windowsill, promptly delivering the letters onto the desk before indulging in the water and bread Jinghe had prepared for it. Jinghe noticed the envelope addressed to Rodria Manor, 3rd floor window. Miss Jinghe Rodria, and Tom's envelope bore the same inscription. They could hardly contain their excitement as they tore open the envelopes. Jinghe's letter read, Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Knight of Merlin, 1st class, Chief Wizard of Wizengamot, President of the International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Miss Jinghe, we are delighted to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and supplies. The term begins on September 1st, and we await your owl's response by July 31st for confirmation of your attendance, inquiries, or assistance, using the contact details above. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Required books, items to bring. 3 or more plain school robes. 2 beginner's brass cauldrons. Your own wand. Additionally, you may bring an owl to school for the purpose of sending letters or, alternatively, a cat, toad, or rat of your choice. Owls are permitted to be raised collectively in the school's shed, while other pets necessitate individual care. The contents of Tom's envelope were identical, and both individuals were overwhelmed with excitement upon receiving letters from Hogwarts. Jinghe and Tom retrieved the paper and quills they had prepared in advance, and they obediently seated themselves at the table, meticulously inscribing their replies. Dear Professor Dumbledore and Deputy Professor Minerva McGonagall, I am absolutely delighted to have received your esteemed acceptance letter. I shall arrive at Hogwarts promptly on September 1st. Yours sincerely, Jinghe and Rodria, Tom Riddle. After completing their letters, they carefully packaged the 2 missives. Jinghe adorned hers with a charming little bow, and then they entrusted the letters to the owl, which flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Once the owl had departed, Jinghe dashed downstairs with the envelopes in hand, exclaiming to Mr. and Mrs. Rodria, Mom and Dad, Tom and I have both received our acceptance letters from Hogwarts. Although the couple was aware that this was a foregone conclusion, they still expressed immense enthusiasm for their daughter's joyous news. They declared that Jinghe would undoubtedly grow into a remarkably clever young witch and offered a few words of praise to Tom, who politely nodded in acknowledgement. The couple then decided to accompany their children to Diagon Alley in mid-July or late July to procure the necessary supplies for school. Due to their work commitments, they had not previously had the opportunity to take the children to Diagon Alley, and nearly all purchases had been made by their house elf, who, according to Tom's understanding, enjoyed a high degree of freedom. Thus, the 4 of them gathered at the table, chattering excitedly about their plans for Diagon Alley. Jinghe eagerly pestered Autumn and Charity with inquiries about the lively happenings of Diagon Alley and asked her parents about the attributes of their wands. It was quite serendipitous that both parents' wands contained cores made from unicorn hair, and Autumn had once been a member of Slytherin House, while Kadri belonged to Ravenclaw. The Rodria family was grateful not to be as obstinate as other pureblood families, allowing Kadri to study in Ravenclaw. However, regarding the upcoming sorting ceremony, the couple remained as tight-lipped as Abraxas, smiling at the 2 children and saying, It's better to discover this for yourselves. Tom was greatly intrigued by the mysterious sorting ceremony, pondering what could possibly keep its details concealed for so many years, with even parents reluctant to divulge anything. Nevertheless, he soon reminded himself that regardless of the challenges he might face, his ultimate goal was to be sorted into Slytherin, which was also Jinghe's aspiration. It was almost universally accepted among pure-blood families that Slytherin was the only viable choice. As the 4 enjoyed breakfast and discussed their plans for Diagon Alley, Hogwarts was anything but tranquil. Albus Dumbledore had only recently assumed the role of headmaster, and the list of new students lay quietly on his desk. Since he had just taken office, he was in charge of welcoming even the less magically inclined Muggle-born students. However, Dumbledore found it curious that one name on the list, Tom Riddle, was associated with a boy whom he was meant to collect from an orphanage. Yet, the owl had delivered the letter to the Rodria estate. Unfamiliar with the family, Dumbledore inquired among his colleagues and learned that Tom had been adopted by this family at the tender age of 5 to accompany their daughter as she grew. Relieved to have taken on this task, Dumbledore was suddenly presented with 2 letters that the owl had brought from the Rodria estate. Upon picking up the first letter, he discovered it to be Tom Riddle's reply, which was formal and polite, devoid of any questions. However, when Dumbledore opened the second letter, he froze, staring intently at the envelope upon which was inscribed the name, Jinghe and Rodria. Hastily, he grabbed the register from his desk and confirmed that indeed, the Rodria family's daughter was named Jinghe. Rubbing his eyes, he realized that due to his recent focus on Muggle-born students, he had overlooked the name of the Rodria heiress. The unexpected appearance of a name he had long cherished brought him a profound sense of nostalgia. Dumbledore, now composed, felt a flicker of trepidation as he contemplated the unopened envelope. After a long moment, he summoned the courage to open it, only to find the handwriting inside strikingly reminiscent of the past, so much so that it evoked memories of the girl he once knew. Her customary that after her name had not escaped him. Had he not known that no magic could resurrect the dead, he might have believed that Jinghe had returned. As he perused the letter, familiar feelings of longing washed over him. Dumbledore placed the letter into a special drawer filled with precious artifacts. Carefully framing it, and securing it within a cabinet. He then sat at his desk, lost in reverie. Memories of letters from the girl flooded back to him, particularly one that had been delivered by Owl after her eternal slumber. The contents had brought him great sorrow, for while she bore no blame, her words urged him to follow his heart and not to compromise for others, assuring him that they would meet again. It had been ages since he had contacted Aberforth. He hesitated to seek him out, knowing he had opened a pub in Hogsmeade that was thriving. Ariana remained in awe, her exceptional talent allowing her to stay in the ranks despite her age. She visited Hogwarts monthly to check on Dumbledore, bringing news of Aberforth. As for the other person, Dumbledore dared not think too deeply. It wasn't he that he didn't want to, but rather that he feared the memories. He wondered how that individual was faring, having vanished without a trace after the battle, leaving no sign of their existence. Dumbledore sighed, acknowledging the bittersweet reality that all things change, and those who have departed can never return. Chapter 82, The Familiar Wand. Time swiftly advanced to mid-July, on a bright and pleasant morning, when the Rodria couple set aside their work, taking Jing and Tom with them to Diagon Alley to purchase the necessary school supplies. They followed the Rodria couple to a dilapidated pub, where Kadri informed the two children, "This is the pub that connects to Diagon Alley, known as the Leaky Cauldron. You must stay close to me inside, as it can be quite chaotic with all manner of wizards. A muggle-repelling charm is in effect here. Those without magic will be oblivious to its presence." With that, Kadri and his wife led the children inside, where the atmosphere indeed was thick with smoke and disorder. The surroundings were quite rudimentary, with only a few small tables, each occupied by various wizards engaged in raucous conversations over unfamiliar drinks. Kadri nodded at the tavern owner before leading the children to stand before a wall adjacent to the bar's refuse bin. He then produced his wand and tapped the bricks in a specific sequence reminiscent of the opening of Diagon Alley. Suddenly, a brick in the once solid red wall receded inward, gradually transforming from a small opening into a grand entrance. The scene that unfolded before them was a veritable cornucopia of activity, instantly unveiling a new world for the duo. Jing let out an exclamation of awe, and even the usually quiet Tom's eyes sparkled with unusual colors. The couple then guided the children into Gringotts to withdraw the gold galleons they required for the day, as well as their living expenses for attending Hogwarts. Tom observed that the workers in this establishment, known as Gringotts, were not like the ordinary folk of the Muggle world. Rather, they were diminutive, somewhat unseemly goblins, impeccably attired in suits and diligently engrossed in their tasks at the counters on either side. Kadri approached the nearest goblin, brandishing the Rodley family S-Bank key, and simply stated, "Withdraw." The goblin lifted its head from a sea of paperwork to accept the key, scrutinized it carefully, and after a nod, sprang from its stool. Gesturing for the four to follow, they ventured into a dimly lit cavern, illuminated solely by a lamp held by the goblin in the lead. The four of them settled into a relatively spacious cart, and once everyone was seated, the goblin activated the lever, causing the cart to start moving slowly before it suddenly surged forward at an exhilarating speed. Jing squealed in delight, while Tom, initially taken aback by the swift motion, quickly wrapped his arms around Jing to steady her, aware that the two adults had previous experience with such escapades. After a tumultuous ride, the wildly speeding cart finally came to a halt at their destination. The goblin, clutching the key, approached a grand door, and with a swift motion, it swung open. The couple received no preferential treatment. Each was handed a bag imbued with an extension charm, ensuring they were treated equally. Although the Rodley family was not among the elite, their wealth was still quite substantial. After the two children filled their bags with ample living expenses, they exited the bank's main hall. Kadri then inquired, "What would you like to purchase first?" Jing eagerly raised her hand and exclaimed, "A wand." Tom nodded in agreement, as he was equally eager to discover the attributes of his own wand. Thus, the couple led the children to a nondescript shop front, its sign bearing the familiar name, Ollivanders, purveyor of fine wands since 382 AD. Autumn pushed open the door, causing the bell overhead to chime, and as they entered, they were greeted by a room densely packed with boxes of all sizes, seemingly stretching into infinity. Just as Tom pondered the absence of staff, a relatively young man descended a ladder, approached them, and asked, "Are you the young wizards here to purchase wands today?" Kadri nodded, replying, "Yes, sir." The gentleman, Mr. Ollivander, remarked, "I believe you must have acquired your wands from my father. I remember him mentioning you. Your wand cores were unicorn hair. How fortuitous." After speaking, Ollivander bent down to address the two children, asking, "Which hand do you typically use?" "Right hand, sir," the boy responded. The girl beside him chimed in, "Left hand." Ollivander, taken aback by Jing's response, turned to her and requested, "Please raise your left hand." Jing complied, revealing the striking blue butterfly birthmark on her wrist. Ollivander's eyes widened in excitement as he turned to Kadri, asking, "Might I inquire, sir, Has this beautiful butterfly birthmark been with her since birth? Though confused, Kadri nodded affirmatively. Ollivander, now visibly thrilled, exclaimed, "My goodness, I never expected to meet you, young lady." He quickly turned, retrieving a blue velvet box from a shelf, which he opened to reveal an exquisitely crafted wand. This wand was once possessed by a remarkably gifted young lady, but for reasons unknown, it was returned by Dumbledore. I am uncertain about the discussions between my father and Dumbledore, but I know that my father preserved this wand until his passing. He instructed me to seek a girl with a blue butterfly birthmark on her left wrist, stating that this wand was destined for her. I assumed he was jesting. Yet here you are. Kadri furrowed his brow in confusion, unaware of the events that transpired in the previous generation. Only knowing that the wizarding world during his father's time was tumultuous, marked by a great war that drastically diminished the population of wizards. Tom observed the exuberance of the shopkeeper and then glanced at Jing, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. He pondered to himself that perhaps the Rodley family harbored many undiscovered secrets. Jing was unbothered by the fact that this wand had previously belonged to someone else. After all, Mr. Ollivander had mentioned that it had once been wielded by an exceptionally talented young lady. Ollivander handed the wand to Jing, proclaiming, "This wand is made of birch, contains the nerve of a Chinese fireball dragon, and has a hint of phoenix feather. It measures 13 inches and exhibits remarkable flexibility. Give it a wave, my dear." As Jing accepted the wand, a marvelous sensation coursed through her body, a comforting feeling as if the wand were an old friend long missed. She waved it, and to her astonishment, a flurry of blue glowing butterflies erupted from the tip, dancing in the air. Ollivander gazed up at this magical spectacle, beaming. "Yes, yes. This wand is indeed yours, my dear. You are its perfect match." Jing, equally delighted by this enchanting display, could distinctly feel the familiar bond forming with the wand. The blue butterflies vanished as quickly as they had appeared, leaving Kadri and his wife astonished that their daughter had intuitively found the most suitable wand without any prior measurements. Such was the nature of fate. Ollivander then produced a measuring tape for Tom, instructing, "Please raise your right hand, young man." Tom complied, and Ollivander meticulously measured before diving into the mountainous pile of wands in search of the perfect fit. He first retrieved a wand and presented it to Tom, saying, "Walnut. Mermaid scale, 14 inches. Give it a wave." Tom waved the wand, and sparks flew forth, accompanied by a crackle of lightning that startled Jing. Ollivander observed the display and shook his head, stating, "No, not this one." He reclaimed the wand and continued his search. However, he clearly underestimated Tom's discerning nature. After quite some time, Tom had tested 7 or 8 wands without finding the one that suited him best. Ollivander chuckled. "It seems you have high standards for your wand. None of these have met your expectations." "Ah, I think I have just the one in mind." He dashed to the far end and retrieved a box made of ebony, opening it to present the wand to Tom. "You would, with a core of phoenix feather measuring 14 inches, perfectly suited for wizards of immense power and ambition. Give it a wave, my child." The moment Riddle grasped the wand, he felt a remarkable connection established between himself and the wand, a certainty that it was destined to be his. He waved it, and instantly, a marvelous light erupted from its tip, only to reveal several white, luminescent butterflies fluttering about once the brilliance faded. Ollivander, witnessing this spectacle, knew he had made the right choice. With a smile, he remarked, "It appears it belongs to you. Dear child, the materials within this wand are designed for wizards of great magical prowess. I believe you shall become a person of great renown in the future." Seeing both children had found their suitable wands, Kadri turned to Ollivander and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sir, for assisting in selecting the children's wands. I never expected our daughter to find the perfect one so swiftly." Ollivander chuckled. "I began crafting wands alongside my father at a young age. Each wand ultimately finds its rightful owner. As you surely know, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Everything that transpires is imbued with a specific destiny." Kadri nodded in acknowledgement, and then inquired, "May I ask how much do I owe you?" "That will be 14 galleons, sir." Chapter 83, Draco's Birthday Special. The sun shone particularly bright today, illuminating every corner of Malfoy Manor, while birds chirped outside, indicating that time had grown late. However, the two individuals lying in bed showed no signs of waking, remaining deeply asleep with closed eyes. After a while, sunlight streamed through the curtains, warming their bodies, prompting Jinghe to frown slightly as she gradually stirred from her slumber. She moved slightly, only to be met with an indescribable ache throughout her body. Despite having been married to Draco for a month, she had yet to acclimate to this sensation. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she turned to gaze at the handsome man still holding her, eyes closed. Recalling his beastly behavior from the previous night, she couldn't help but deliver a playful slap to his face. Draco felt the light smack on his cheek and swiftly seized Jinghe's mischievous hand. opening his eyes to smile at her blushing face. "My dear, how do you feel?" The curtains had not been fully drawn the night before, allowing ample sunlight to flood their bedroom. Scattered around the bed were various articles of clothing, and the lingering fragrance of heather filled the air, hinting at the passionate encounter they had shared. At that moment, Draco lay bare from the waist up, his well-defined abs and toned physique on display, with the marks left by Jinghe's hands vividly apparent on his pale skin. Unbeknownst to her, Draco bore numerous red lines on his back, remnants of Jinghe's fervent grip from last night. Jinghe's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson as she glanced at the evidence of their shared intimacy, numerous kiss marks adorning her neck, a veritable disaster zone. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she buried her face into Draco's embrace. He wrapped his arms around her, chuckling, "Still not used to it, my dear?" Indeed, Draco and Jinghe had celebrated an unprecedentedly grand wedding a year after graduation. To win her affection, Draco, a man who once struggled to court women, diligently studied various books on the subject and successfully captured the heart of the coveted rose. To this day, Draco cherished the memory of his brave decision, though he had not considered that if a girl was disinterested, even the most blatant approaches would yield no results. Thus, their love blossomed mutually. By their 6th year, everything had settled into place. Jinghe could not quite articulate why she chose Draco at that time. She simply remembered her heart racing at the sight of the platinum-haired boy's earnest advances. When Draco knelt before her, asking for her hand in marriage in front of everyone at their graduation, she inexplicably extended her hand to accept the enormous ring. Though other suitors had expressed their feelings, none evoked the same sensation that Draco did, the rapid heartbeat, the singular focus of her gaze solely on him. Initially, she was oblivious to love, having never experienced a romance. However, under Draco's persistent tenderness, she gradually learned the meaning of affection, love, and the notion of lifelong companionship. To this day, Draco could not forget the envious glances of others during their wedding. It was a time of unparalleled pride for him, the apex of his life. As Jinghe nestled in Draco's embrace, she suddenly recalled the significance of the day and looked up at him, saying, "Today is your birthday, my dear." Draco pondered for a moment before nodding. He had been so blissful that he had forgotten his own birthday, a detail he had never overlooked before. He felt such happiness that nothing else mattered. Jinghe calculated that today was indeed Draco's birthday and lay in his arms, counting on her fingers with excitement as she planned a surprise celebration for him. Draco held her, smiling as he watched her animatedly discuss her ideas. After their discussion, Jinghe got up to prepare for the candlelit dinner later that evening. As she rose, the soreness in her legs made her tremble slightly, prompting Draco to assist her in getting dressed. He donned a pair of trousers and knelt beside the bed to help her with her shoes. Despite having taken over the Malfoy family business, Draco still sought employment at the Ministry of Magic to spend time with his wife. After all, there were certain men at the ministry who were all too eager to ingratiate themselves with her. As for Jinghe's work, after such an exhausting night, she was tasked with preparing for Draco's birthday celebration today, which was not too demanding, so she bundled up her work and handed it over to Draco. Having had a thoroughly satisfying experience the previous night, he dressed in a sharp suit and headed to the ministry, deliberately exposing the marks on his neck for everyone to see. He lifted his chin higher. As fate would have it, he encountered Blaise in the elevator. Blaise had also come to work at the ministry for Jinghe's sake, and despite Draco's gritted teeth declaration, "Jinghe is already my wife," Blaise seemed unfazed by the fact. Draco tilted his chin, making sure Blaise caught sight of the vivid marks on his neck, and proudly exclaimed, "Today, my wife is not at the ministry. She is planning a surprise for my birthday." Blaise, noticing the prominent marks, nearly ground his teeth in frustration, clenching his hands tightly while forcing a smile as he replied, "Congratulations. However, Mr. Malfoy, you must remain sweet and loving, or I wouldn't mind engaging in a deeper conversation with Jinghe." Draco immediately retorted, "My wife is destined to be by my side for all eternity. Don't even think about it." When the elevator reached its destination, Draco rolled his eyes and exited, leaving Blaise alone in the elevator, his handsome face clouded with discontent. Today, it appeared that everyone at the Ministry of Magic had become aware of Jinghe's absence from work, as she was preparing a surprise birthday celebration for Draco, consequently burdening him with additional tasks. The usual workload was already hefty, and today it felt like a cruel twist of fate. By the time the workday concluded, Draco's eyes were clouded with profound fatigue. Yet the thought of the surprise awaiting him at home lifted his spirits, and he strode proudly, like a peacock, under the watchful gazes of his colleagues. Upon arriving home, Draco found himself enveloped in darkness. The moonlight bathed his castle, yet the rooms that should have been illuminated were shrouded in shadow. He removed his coat and hung it on the rack by the door, then called into the darkness, "My dear, I'm home." Silence reigned for a moment, but then, suddenly, a light flickered to life in front of him, and before he could fully comprehend the scene, small hands covered his eyes. "Dear, happy birthday," Jing murmured, pressing against him as she guided him to a chair. After counting down from 3, she withdrew her hands from his eyes. Draco had already sensed her presence due to the enticing scent of roses that lingered in the air. When he opened his eyes, he beheld a stunning cake adorned with 2 figurines, one with dark hair representing Jing and the other with golden locks representing himself, both dancing hand in hand atop the confection. Draco deemed it the most exquisite cake he had ever encountered. He embraced Jing, who was seated beside him, and kissed her cheek, expressing, "Thank you, my love, I adore it." Promptly, Jing urged Draco to make a wish. He clasped his hands together, gazing into her eyes, and declared, "I wish to be with you forever, never to part." Jing's cheeks flushed at his heartfelt words. She hastened him to blow out the candles, 19 in total, artfully arranged around the dancing figures on the cake. Together, they blew out the candles in unison, extinguishing them all at once. After indulging in the delectable cake, Jing settled onto Draco's lap, her gaze alluring as it met his. Dressed in a modified qipao, she exuded an extraordinary beauty. Entwining her arms around his neck and whispering sweetly in his ear, "Tonight, I am at your disposal." A spark of desire ignited in Draco's eyes as he lifted her and made his way to the bed, gently laying her down before unbuttoning his shirt. He leaned in to seal her lips with his, and soon the opulent bed was rocking with fervor, even the moon outside shyly retreating behind the clouds. This night promised to be one of unbridled passion. Chapter 84. The sorting begins before long. The 1st of September arrived, heralding the commencement of the Hogwarts school year. Jing and Tom packed their belongings, preparing for departure. Jing's companion was her pet jade rabbit, while Tom brought along the black snake he had raised since childhood. Discovered by the Roderias when Tom was just 10, his adoptive parents embraced his affinity for this cold-blooded creature, respecting each child's unique preferences. They opted not to use an owl for correspondence and decided that their messages home would be sent via Abraxas's owl. On the morning of September 1st, the 2 children, accompanied by their parents, made their way to the London station. Following the instructions on the envelope, they arrived at the space between platforms 9 and 10. Aware that the elusive platform 9 3/4 lay between the two, they stood expectantly, awaiting the arrival of the Roderias. Upon seeing the children, Katerui guided them to a red wall situated between the 2 platforms and placed his hands on their shoulders, instructing, "Push your cart against this wall, and you shall see the station. It is protected by a muggle-repelling charm, so fear not being discovered." The children nodded in understanding, inhaled deeply, and with Tom leading the charge, they pushed their cart forward. As they collided with the wall, the world around them shifted into darkness, only to reveal a majestic train awaiting them on the tracks, its front emblazoned with the number 9 3/4. Surrounding them were young witches and wizards, along with their parents bidding them farewell. Seeing Tom disappear into the wall confirmed the reality of this magical passage for Jing, who followed suit. As she stepped through, she beheld the same magnificent sight that Tom had just witnessed, and she couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Soon, the Roderias joined them, knowing that this journey would keep their children away until the next Christmas. Though the owls would deliver letters, the separation felt daunting. Jing embraced her parents tightly, while Autumnia reassured her with comforting words, emphasizing that she need not worry and that they would always support her decisions. Meanwhile, Katerui imparted wisdom to Tom, who, despite being an adopted child, had been cherished as their own for many years. Though Tom maintained his politeness, it did not diminish the affection the couple felt for this remarkably gifted boy, who, as a member of the Roderia family, was no less than any pure-blooded child. The 4 of them conversed for quite some time at the platform, until the train's whistle blew, signaling its imminent departure and urging the young wizards to board swiftly. Despite her reluctance, Jing bid her parents farewell and climbed aboard the train to Hogwarts alongside Tom, embarking on a new chapter of their lives. They boarded later than most and found many compartments already filled. However, fortune smiled upon them as they discovered a secluded corner with an empty carriage. Settling onto the plush seats, they retrieved their wands and began to review the spells they had learned. Their innate talents were undeniable. After acquiring their first-year textbooks, they had diligently practiced nearly every spell to a level of proficiency. Jing held a profound interest in potions, captivated by the magical possibilities of combining strange ingredients to stave off death, restore vitality, and enhance magical power. Tom, on the other hand, was more inclined towards defense against the dark arts, particularly the dark spells themselves. He sought mastery over the dark arts rather than mere defensive techniques. Yet the Roderia family's library offered scant information on the subject. At this stage, his magical abilities were insufficient to wield such formidable dark spells, as the 3 unforgivable curses required not only immense power, but also intense emotion to unleash. Having left the orphanage 6 years prior, Tom felt free from the weight of past grievances. Although he struggled with emotional connections, he could still sense the warmth of the Roderia family's love and his own burgeoning feelings for Jing. Just as Jing was sharing her thoughts on acquiring a fine rhinoceros horn, the carriage door swung open, revealing none other than Avery Selwyn, a boy from the Selwyn family. Since the last Christmas, he has maintained a close connection with Tom and Jinghe, frequently emerging from the fireplace to discuss magic with the two. After returning from Diagon Alley, the trio often gathered to practice the spells they had learned. Avery had come from another compartment, where a girl from a moderately pureblood family had been chattering incessantly about trivial matters, captivated by his surname, Selwyn. However, out of politeness, Avery endured her conversation until she attempted to make inappropriate advances. At that point, he politely excused himself, leaving the compartment with a cold glare and disdainfully brushing off the spot she had touched. He then moved to another compartment in search of Jinghe and Tom. The three of them later bought some candies of interest from the snack vendor and began discussing the impending sorting ceremony. All three aspired to be sorted into Slytherin, thus avoiding any discord regarding their houses. Nevertheless, they always sought to elevate the challenge, believing that defeating a magical creature was necessary to earn their house placement. Upon acquiring their books, they had all unconsciously practiced some powerful offensive spells, which could be attributed to the unspoken understanding among heirs of pureblood families. The Hogwarts Express, regardless of the duration of the journey, still maintained its leisurely pace. Eventually, Jinghe could no longer concentrate on his book and dozed off against Tom's shoulder. Upon noticing Jinghe's slumber, both Tom and Avery silently retrieved their own books from their extendable bags. The fact that they could maintain such a strong bond was not merely due to their mutual interests, but also because Jinghe's cheerful and innocent demeanor softened their interactions, making their camaraderie more amiable. After 8 hours on the train, it finally arrived at its destination under the cover of darkness. About half an hour before their arrival, Tom gently roused Jinghe, who had been resting against him. The three then made their way to their respective changing rooms to don the plain robes they had purchased from the clothing store, subsequently waiting for the train to come to a halt. As the train came to a slow stop at the final station, the three alighted together, their luggage having been arranged to be delivered to their dormitory by the house elves. The surrounding area was shrouded in darkness, visibility severely limited. Yet they could see that they were surrounded by a throng of first-year wizards of similar age. Among them was a notably tall boy, who, despite being only 11, stood at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet, making him tower above the other first years, who were only around 4 to 5 feet tall. Soon, a wizard carrying a lantern approached the group, calling out loudly, "First-year wizards, please follow me to the lakeside for assembly." Meanwhile, the older students made their way through the student passage to the Hogwarts Great Hall, awaiting the sorting ceremony. Upon reaching the lakeside, the wizard shouted again, "Now, form groups of 4 and board the boats." Jinghe, Tom, and Avery climbed into the nearest boat, only to be joined by a newcomer named Doyard Hoary, who immediately began introducing himself. His parents were both wizards residing in Godric's Hollow. Tom observed the loquacious boy before him. Though his surname did not belong to any of the 28 sacred families, he was indeed pureblood. Once he joined Hogwarts and entered Slytherin, perhaps they could engage in future discussions. Jinghe, ever spirited, exchanged banter with Hoary, who left a strong impression on the trio with his intelligence and erudition. Able to reference books on any subject, the three found themselves increasingly impressed by him, as, despite their own pureblood backgrounds granting them access to various texts, their knowledge still paled in comparison to that of this remarkable young wizard, elevating Hoary to a position of significance among them. The boat soon glided toward the majestic Hogwarts castle, leaving the 4 occupants in awe of its grandeur and magnificence. This was their first glimpse of Hogwarts in its entirety. Nothing they had seen in photographs could compare to witnessing its towering structures in person, eliciting gasps of admiration from the young wizards. Once the boat reached the shore, the young wizards disembarked in succession, and the lantern-bearing wizard instructed them to line up, guiding them through the castle doors to stand before the entrance of the Great Hall. He turned to them and announced, "In a moment, other professors will lead you through the sorting ceremony." With that, he departed, leaving the first years to whisper among themselves, each speculating about the nature of the forthcoming ceremony. Some guessed they would need to recite passages from their books, others speculated they might have to defeat a creature, while a few thought they would be required to proficiently demonstrate their most familiar spells. Even the knowledgeable Hoary was unsure about the impending ceremony, conjecturing it might involve reciting an entire book, and thus hastily refrained from conversation, burying his head in his notes. As the first years whispered, the doors to the Great Hall suddenly swung open, revealing a witch adorned with a black high-top hat and a flowing green satin gown, exuding elegance. She stepped forward and addressed the young wizards at the foot of the stairs. "Welcome to Hogwarts. I am your future Transfiguration Professor. You may call me Professor McGonagall. I will now guide you through the sorting ceremony, so please form 2 orderly lines and follow me into the hall. The young wizards complied, lining up in 2 rows as they followed Professor McGonagall into the resplendent hall. Upon entering, the first years beheld 4 long tables, each representing a different house, with older students seated at them, all observing the newcomers with curiosity. Dumbledore also regarded the first years, but when one of them entered, his eyes widened in surprise. He recognized the 11-year-old Jinghe. At that moment, Dumbledore, now the headmaster, momentarily forgot his position, rising to better observe the girl who bore a striking resemblance to him. Others assumed Dumbledore stood to get a better view of all the first years, but only he knew that his focus was solely on the young girl. Jinghe remained oblivious to Dumbledore's attention, while Tom, standing beside her, noticed and turned to smile and nod at Dumbledore, who struggled to suppress his astonishment, slowly sitting back down, contemplating the marks on the girl's wrist when her turn for sorting arrived. Professor McGonagall then addressed the first years, saying, "When your name is called, please come forward and don the sorting hat, which will guide you to your appropriate house." Upon hearing sorting so simply described, the young wizards erupted in lamentations about having been deceived by their parents or older siblings, prompting laughter from the older students. This was a cherished Hogwarts tradition. At that moment, the sorting hat split open in the middle, and after singing a peculiar tune, the sorting ceremony officially commenced. Jinghe and her companions released a collective sigh of relief as they watched Professor McGonagall retrieve a lengthy list, beginning to read the first name, Trelawney. A golden-haired little girl gradually approached, donning a dark hat, which shortly thereafter audibly proclaimed the name of the academy she was destined for, Ravenclaw. Instantly, enthusiastic applause erupted from the Ravenclaw table, warmly welcoming the new arrival. The sorting ceremony proceeded with meticulous order, with each allocation to a house. Resounding applause would resonate from the corresponding long table. Harry, distinguished for his vast knowledge, was sorted into Ravenclaw, and soon it was the turn of Riddle and Rodelia. Professor McGonagall glanced at the list after the previous student had been sorted and called out loudly, "Jinghe and Rodelia." The eyes of those around immediately converged on Jinghe. Even some upper-year wizards had heard of the Rodelia family's only daughter, cherished by many other families, elevating the Rodelia family to a position of prominence among pureblood families. Upon hearing this name, Dumbledore's gaze swiftly fixed upon Jinghe. Her appearance was strikingly similar to another, differing only in surname, and he became intensely focused on the girl's left wrist in an attempt to validate his suspicions. Jinghe sensed the attention around her. Most of the Slytherin table gazed at the next heir of the Rodelia family with calculating expressions, while other houses cast curious glances at her uniquely pronounced name. Taking a deep breath, Jinghe squeezed Tom's arm beside her and walked step by step toward the sorting hat. She glanced towards the Slytherin table and spotted Abraxas sitting in the center, smiling at her, with an empty seat beside him that she knew was reserved for her. Noticing Jinghe's gaze upon him, Abraxas smiled and waved. In response, she also waved back, as her wide sleeves fluttered with emotion. Dumbledore caught sight of the blue butterfly birthmark he had not seen in decades. His hand, hidden beneath the table, trembled slightly, and tears welled in his eyes, prompting him to wipe them away. It had been many years since he had shed tears. Yet, she had returned. Dumbledore, now wearing his glasses, felt his previously clear vision gradually clouding with mist, and he discreetly retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe away the single tear that had escaped unnoticed by the crowd. At that moment, Jinghe had donned the sorting hat, which fell silent for a moment before speaking with curiosity. "Strange, I seem to recall sorting you before, child." Jinghe replied, "But this is my first sorting. Perhaps you are mistaken." The hat responded, "Though I have existed for a long time, my memory remains quite sharp, little girl. Perhaps an anomaly has occurred. Let me discern which house you belong to." After another brief silence, the hat declared, "Well, little girl, you possess a vibrant, cheerful demeanor, a willingness to assist others, and a fondness for adventure. Yet, you also possess a shrewd intellect and a yearning for ambition. I believe I know which house suits you." The hat then opened its mouth wide and shouted, "Slytherin." Immediately, the Slytherin table, led by Abraxas, erupted into enthusiastic applause. Jinghe leapt from her seat, first waving at her brother who had yet to be sorted, and then eagerly took her place beside Abraxas at the Slytherin table. Dumbledore smiled as he watched the girl dash toward the Slytherin table. She remained as clever as ever. Next, it was Tom Riddle's turn. Jinghe made a gesture of encouragement from the table, and Tom smiled at her before gracefully ascending the platform. The Slytherin table was particularly attentive to the sorting results of Mr. Riddle, although he was not one of the Sacred 28. He had recently been adopted by the highly esteemed Rodelia family and had received 6 years of elite education. They recognized that Tom, before them, was a formidable presence. As Mr. Catery had publicly praised this 11-year-old wizard for his intelligence and talent, noting his swift and efficient problem-solving alongside his daughter. Since Tom Riddle could discuss matters with the next heir of the Rodelia family, it indicated that Caterham had deemed him a worthy competitor, suggesting that upon graduating from Hogwarts, Tom Riddle would emerge as an exceptionally skilled wizard and partner. Slytherin may have its biases against half-bloods and muggle-borns, yet the prevailing ethos here is one of strength. If you possess the ability, you shall earn the respect you deserve. Tom Riddle successfully challenged the perceptions of the younger wizards, for they had believed that the Sorting Hat would take at least 40 to 50 seconds to announce its verdict. However, the moment Tom donned the hat, it took no longer than 10 seconds for the hat to declare Slytherin. Upon hearing the result, Jinghe was the first to applaud, confident that Tom would indeed be a Slytherin. Abraxas, noticing Jinghe's applause, joined in welcoming the soon-to-be Tom Riddle. The other Slytherin first-years, seeing their new, prominent head of house applauding, followed suit, expressing their welcome to Tom. Tom descended from the platform, offering a slight smile and nod to the Slytherin students before sitting beside Jinghe, a gesture of courtesy allowing the little witch to take the seat. Most of Slytherin consisted of purebloods, who were reluctant to yield their seats. Yet, just as one was about to protest, he met Tom's smiling gaze, only to be met with a cold stare. He shivered and promptly relinquished his seat. The sorting ceremony continued, with Avery achieving his desired placement in Slytherin, subsequently selecting a fortunate young wizard to vacate his seat beside Abraxas. The standout among the new students, a towering first-year boy, was sorted into Gryffindor. This exceptionally tall boy, apart from Jinghe, had garnered the intrigue of the other young wizards, as they had never seen an 11-year-old of such stature. The information network among the Slytherin students was well informed. This was the wizard, Rupert Hagrid, whom Professor McGonagall had just announced. Rumored to be a half-blood of wizard and giant descent, Hagrid inherited the giant's height, making him particularly striking. Such a phenomenon sparked intense curiosity among the young wizards, while the Gryffindor students eagerly surrounded Hagrid, chattering away with questions. Soon, the sorting ceremony approached its conclusion, with the last young wizard sorted into Hufflepuff. All first-year students had found their rightful houses. The hall erupted into a cacophony of noise, with upper-year students discussing their chosen subjects and first-years chattering excitedly as they made new friends, resulting in delightful chaos throughout the hall. McGonagall took her seat, tapping her spoon against her goblet, her voice resonating throughout the hall, quickly quieting the throng of young wizards who turned their attention to the professors at the high table. Dumbledore stood once the students had settled and delivered his welcoming address. Welcome, first-year students, to Hogwarts, and welcome back to all returning wizards to this loving community. Here, you shall learn a myriad of magical arts and forge friendships with like-minded souls. I hope that everyone can acquire useful knowledge at Hogwarts and determine their own aspirations. To put it succinctly, I wish for each individual to attain what they desire while at Hogwarts. Without further ado, let us commence our meal. With a grand gesture, an array of delectable dishes appeared instantaneously upon the once barren dining table, eliciting gasps of awe from the other young wizards. The culinary offerings at Hogwarts are notably abundant, and the young sorcerers from the four houses dined with great delight. However, Jinghe and Tom, who had previously indulged in Chinese cuisine at the Rodoria Manor, found it somewhat challenging to adjust. Since their introduction to Chinese dishes, they had made it a habit to frequently visit the Rodoria Manor for lunch, making traditional fare somewhat difficult to palate. While others were not overly concerned, Jinghe found it particularly hard to accept, her round face contorted into a grimace. Tom, on the other hand, had eaten far less appealing meals before the age of 5, allowing him to adapt quickly. Jinghe picked at the dishes before her, consuming even less than usual. Observing this, Abraxas extended a handkerchief to wipe the remnants of food from the corner of Jinghe's mouth, cheerfully declaring, I shall write to Uncle Cadley tomorrow, requesting that he send over a house elf skilled in Chinese cuisine to Hogwarts kitchen. I believe Mr. Dumbledore would not refuse an elf capable of enhancing our meals. Jinghe's previously despondent eyes sparkled with excitement, and she clung to Abraxas's arm, playfully asserting, I knew our brother would be the best. Abraxas chuckled and ruffled her hair, replying, as long as you desire it, I shall do all I can. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, holding a goblet of wine, discreetly observed the girl from Slytherin through the guise of his spectacles. Jinghe remained as lively and cheerful as ever, safeguarded by those around her. Dumbledore chuckled again, but he noted that the girl was no fragile bunny in need of protection. At that moment, the young serpents of Slytherin, witnessing the future heir of the Malfoy family taking such an interest in a little girl, elevated Jinghe's status in their hearts. Even Tom Riddle, who conversed with Jinghe in hushed tones, found himself placed on the list of important acquaintances. As for the lad from the Selwyn family, his background was well established. Having attended numerous balls among pureblood families, the young wizards soon concluded their sumptuous dinner. After which Dumbledore rose and gestured for all the students to stand and sing a song in praise of Hogwarts. The melody could be performed in any manner, and the event concluded amidst the peculiar harmonies of the wizards. Dumbledore then waved his hand. First-year students, please follow your house prefects to your dormitories. Sweet dreams to you all. Naturally, Abraxas led the Slytherin first years, who obediently lined up behind him as they proceeded to the Slytherin dormitory. The Slytherin dormitory, situated at the very bottom, required the young serpents to descend the staircase into the depths. Arriving before the portrait at the dormitory entrance, Abraxas turned and welcomed the young wizards, saying, "Welcome to Slytherin. Here, ambition is not a derogatory term. If you possess sufficient ability, you shall earn the respect you deserve. I hope that during this semester, we can strive to retain the House Cup for Slytherin. The password for our dormitory changes weekly and will be posted on the common room's notice board, so I trust you will remember it." He then turned to the portrait and spoke the password, "Power." The correct password granted access, and the door to the common room slowly opened, revealing a lush green decor. The walls of Slytherin were made of transparent glass, allowing a view of the small fish swimming in the Black Lake. Given that the Slytherin dormitory is located underground, it remains perpetually cool, with green flames flickering to provide warmth. The young wizards gazed around in curiosity, and Abraxas continued. "Your belongings have already been placed in your respective dormitories by the house elves. Each dormitory is assigned to a single occupant, with a nameplate above each door. The boys' dormitory is on the left, and the girls' dormitory on the right. However, I must caution you, boys should not indulge their curiosity by visiting the girls' dormitory, as unexpected consequences may ensue. That is all I have to say. I hope you take pride in being a Slytherin and bring honor to our house. You may now find your dormitories." Abraxas then approached Jinghe with a smile, saying, "You must be quite tired after today. It would be wise to rest early. Your dormitory is straight ahead." Jinghe nodded and waved goodbye to Abraxas, Tom, and Avery, saying, "Good night, brother, Tom brother, and Avery. Sleep well and sweet dreams." As the three watched Jinghe ascend the stairs and disappear around the corner, their smiles faded, and they each retreated to the boys' dormitory to find their own quarters. Jinghe walked towards the center and quickly located her dormitory doorplate. She glanced at the name on her left, Cecilia Lestrange. Memorizing the name, she hurried into her dormitory, embraced her long-lost kitten, and showered it with kisses. After tidying her belongings, she rushed to the washroom to freshen up and, upon completion, placed her books for the next day's lessons on the table before sinking into a deep slumber, eagerly anticipating the day's classes ahead. Chapter 86. The first potions class time swiftly passed to the following morning, as the Slytherin dormitory resided in the basement, devoid of sunlight. The only thing to awaken the young wizards was the ringing of the Hogwarts bell at 8 o'clock. Jinghe, having developed the habit of rising before 8 at home, opened her eyes instinctively, intending to dress and awaken Tom next door. However, after a moment's reflection, she realized she was now at Hogwarts, ready to embark on her first class there. Cuddling her kitten, she smoothed its fur before rushing to the washroom. When it came time to style her hair, she felt a twinge of unfamiliarity, as Tom had always done it for her at the Rodoria Manor. Accustomed to his touch, Jinghe struggled with her own hair, ultimately settling for a simple bun before grabbing her bag and heading out. By chance, as she opened the door, she encountered Cecilia Lestrange emerging from her own room. The two exchanged glances, recognizing each other. Cecilia was the first to speak, smiling as she said, "Hello, Miss Jinghe from Rodoria. Shall we go to the Great Hall for breakfast together?" Jinghe readily accepted, replying, "Of course, let us go," having learned each other's names the previous evening. This introduction was merely a formality, and only someone truly oblivious would fail to grasp it. As the two little girls made their way downstairs hand in hand, they spotted Abraxas, Tom, and Avery already waiting on the sofa. Jinghe cheerfully greeted the trio, and they looked up to see her with another girl. Abraxas and Avery recognized the girl as the next heiress of the Lestrange family, Cecilia. She rarely made public appearances, and her current head of the family had remarked that Cecilia was not yet ready to stand on her own. Consequently, she was seldom brought to outside events, only being formally introduced to other families when she turned 10 last year. Jinghe had missed that occasion due to an illness, and Tom had stayed behind to care for her, but he was well aware that the girl she was with was not someone of little significance. As soon as she descended the stairs, Sia slightly bent at the waist to introduce herself. "It is a privilege to meet you all. My name is Sia Lestrange." With that, she extended her hand, and Abraxas was the first to grasp it, offering his own introduction, followed by the others who shook hands in turn. Even though two of them had previously encountered each other at a family gathering. At this moment, Tom noticed that Jinghe's hair was simply pulled back into a loose bun. And naturally, he took her arm, guiding her to the sofa. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a comb and a green ribbon with golden edges. swiftly transforming her lackluster bun into a flawless blossom-like updo. Jinghe chuckled softly, then linked arms with Sia, and the five of them set off together to the hall for breakfast. Due to the delay in hairstyling, the hall was already bustling with students enjoying their morning meal. The little serpents of Slytherin observed that within a single night, a small group had formed, and they clandestinely assessed the timing and value of befriending this new assembly. Hogwarts breakfast was rather well prepared, consisting of simple buttered bread, fried eggs, and bacon, accompanied by orange juice and milk. In summary, it was palatable. Though Jinghe still longed for the sweetened soy milk she prepared at home with 3 spoonfuls of sugar. The first class of the day was potions, and Jinghe was immensely intrigued by what their potions professor would impart. Abraxas, being a senior, followed a different schedule and had herbology instead. After finishing their breakfast, the four headed off to their respective classrooms to commence their lessons, with Abraxas ensuring they were guided to the potions classroom door, mindful that it was their first time. Arriving relatively early, they settled into the middle seats, and as class time approached, other students gradually filled the classroom. Slytherin was still paired with Gryffindor for lessons. A long-standing tradition that had not been altered, where these two houses, often at odds, found themselves learning side by side. Within 2 minutes before the class commenced, all students were in attendance, and just as the chatter of students filled the air, the closed door swung open, revealing none other than their potions professor, Horace Slughorn. Professor Slughorn, with his curly black hair and stout figure, wore a kindly smile as he approached the podium and turned to greet the young witches and wizards below. Welcome to my potions class. I am your potions professor, Horace Slughorn. Over the course of these 7 years, I will guide you through the fascinating world of potion making. Potions can heal wounds, bestow sweet dreams upon the sleepless, and even delay death, allowing life to persist. Upon hearing Slughorn's words, Tom's eyes glimmered. Delay death, prolong life. His interest in potions surged. Slughorn then instructed everyone to open their textbooks to the potion they would be studying today, as it was the young witches and wizards' first lesson. They began with the relatively simple Scabbers potion, which required only 3 ingredients. Slughorn looked out over the students with a smile and asked, "Does anyone know what materials are needed to brew the Scabbers potion?" Since the young witches and wizards had not paid close attention, only a few hands were raised. Slughorn noticed that one of the hands belonged to the keenly interested Jinghe Rodria, whom he had remembered from the opening ceremony. He smiled and said, "Miss Rodria, could you tell me how many ingredients are needed for the Scabbers potion and what they are?" Hearing her name called, Jinghe stood and replied, "A total of 3 ingredients, a slug with antennae, a snake's fang, and porcupine quills." Her perfect answer brought a radiant smile to Slughorn's face. This heiress of a pure-blood family was not only noble in status, but also astute, making her an ideal candidate for his club. He beamed, "An excellent answer. I shall award 2 points to Slytherin for Miss Rodria's correct response." This marked the first occasion for their year group to receive points from the professor, and the Slytherin students erupted in applause. Following her response, Slughorn began detailing the steps for brewing the potion and how to procure the 3 ingredients. Once he completed his instructions, he encouraged the young witches and wizards to take out their cauldrons, purchased prior to the term, and begin crafting their first potion. Due to her ardent passion for potions, Jinghe had already perused the first-year textbook and successfully brewed several potions before the term started. So she completed the straightforward Scabbers potion in under 20 minutes. While Slughorn meandered over to assist the Gryffindors, he noticed Jinghe raising her hand from the Slytherin side. He approached her, examined her potion, and after taking a whiff, he grinned and announced to the class, "Miss Rodria has successfully produced a potion of remarkable quality on her first attempt. I hope that, although it may be unlikely, each of you can achieve a potion of similar caliber by the end of this class. Thus, I shall award 5 more points to Slytherin." Instantly, the eyes of the young witches and wizards turned enviously toward Jinghe. The Gryffindors began to view her as not only beautiful and amiable, but also exceptionally intelligent, sparking a desire to befriend her. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students were further encouraged by the prospect of befriending the heir of the Rodria family, who possessed both stunning beauty and prodigious talent. Tom, having focused primarily on dark magic before the term began, worked at a slower pace. Yet no one could dispute his talent. Soon, he too produced a flawless potion, and Slughorn checked it with the same cheerful demeanor, awarding 2 additional points to Slytherin. Subsequently, the other young witches and wizards from various houses brewed their Scabbers potions. Although some were of lesser quality, they were all, at least, passable. By the end of the class, Slughorn had decided whom he wished to invite to join his slug club. After the lesson concluded, he assigned a 3-inch essay to the young witches and wizards, who began to leave the classroom in preparation for their next class. Just as Jinghe, Tom, Avery, and Sia were about to exit, Slughorn called them back, alongside Gryffindor's Diana Lodes, a remarkably talented potion maker among the Gryffindors. The five of them turned to see Slughorn smiling at them. You all displayed great aptitude in potions today, each crafting a perfect potion. Therefore, if you are interested, I would like to invite you to join my Slug Club, where we can discuss potion making together and also interact with upperclassmen. Jinghe, who had always harbored an interest in potions, nodded eagerly at the prospect of joining the club. Seeing her enthusiasm, the three Slytherins readily agreed to the invitation, while Diana hesitated briefly before ultimately accepting as well. Slughorn's smile grew even more radiant upon witnessing the unanimous agreement of the five individuals. Splendid. I warmly welcome you all to my Slug Club. I shall convene the first-year members this Friday at 8 o'clock in my office. Please ensure your attendance. The five young wizards nodded in acknowledgement, affirming their timely arrival before bidding Professor Slughorn farewell and exiting the classroom. Shortly thereafter, the three Slytherins encountered Abraxas around the corner. Upon seeing Jinghe, Abraxas grinned and remarked, I delivered the letter to Mr. Rodria last night, and today he replied, stating that he will discuss with Dumbledore the possibility of sending the house elves who prepare Chinese cuisine to the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Jinghe's spirits soared. Not only had he earned points for Slytherin today, but he had also concocted a flawless potion, which led to Professor Slughorn's invitation. Moreover, the prospect of his father arranging for the house elves to prepare Chinese meals filled him with delight, making him feel that his years at Hogwarts would be far from arduous. Every day at Hogwarts presented Jinghe with a novel experience. Chapter 87, Love and Reunion. The day's classes swiftly concluded, given that they were merely first-year students. The curriculum was not overly extensive, comprising only a potions lesson in the morning and a herbology class in the afternoon. During the second herbology lesson, Jinghe applied his knowledge to answer the professor's inquiries, thus earning extra points. Consequently, after herbology, the professor excused him from the herbology assignment, leaving him with only the potions homework. Thus, the day at Hogwarts passed joyfully. After dinner, as night descended, the group settled on the sofa to complete their assigned work while engaging in various conversations. However, unlike other 11-year-old wizards, they did not chatter about the day's meals or the abundance of handsome boys in their house. Instead, they discussed which family's child had made a mess in class, the issues needing attention in the industries they encountered, and Abraxas even took the time, after they finished their assignments, to share insights on the knowledge they would acquire in their second year. Jinghe reclined on Tom's lap, much like he did at the Rodria estate, listening absent-mindedly, his shoes having flown off with the movement of Tom's knee. Meanwhile, Tom held a book in one hand while gently stroking Jinghe's hair with the other, sitting comfortably on the sofa without a hint of discomfort. Over the years, Jinghe had come to regard Tom as her closest confidant, aside from her parents. So to her, this interaction was merely the ordinary rapport between a brother and sister. Yet, at that moment, Abraxas observed their familiar gestures, and a piercing discomfort coursed through his eyes. From the age of 7 until he started school, he had cherished Jinghe as his favorite little sister, always thinking of her during good fortune and presenting her with beautiful trinkets. In Abraxas's life, aside from his family legacy, Jinghe was of paramount importance. He once believed he merely viewed her as a sister, the person dearest to him, but during his second-year Valentine's Day, he witnessed peers of his age exchanging love letters. Although he received his fair share of love notes, most were sent by those enamored with the Malfoy name or attracted by Abraxas's appearance. For he was indeed the most exceptional heir of the Malfoy lineage, without any flaw in looks or talent. Many young witches would approach him to confess their feelings, yet he politely declined them all. In the 3 years at Hogwarts, one would assume that pureblood families would have established betrothals before schooling began. However, inexplicably, in his generation, some pureblood families seem to have reached a consensus allowing their next heirs to accept half-bloods, excluding muggles. Upon learning this, those young witches, aware that the Malfoy heir lacked a fiancé, mustered their courage to pursue him, hoping for success. Certainly, Abraxas was not devoid of admirers. Yet he had never found someone who stirred his heart. Most of the pureblood families surrounding him had already secured girlfriends or fiancés before school commenced. Abraxas remained oblivious to what it meant to feel one's heart race. He cared only for the honor of the Malfoy family, and for Jinghe, nothing else mattered to him. He could not ascertain whether this was what one called affection, as a mere 11-year-old heir capable of managing family enterprises. His intellect and emotional intelligence far surpassed that of his age. He understood the distinctions between liking and loving. He simply knew that whenever he saw a young girl running toward him with a smile, it brought him joy, and his heart raced. Conversely, he felt displeasure whenever he observed Tom grasping Jinghe's arm, or other boys attempting to approach her, leading him to scowl and chase them away. The Malfoy library contained no guidance on matters of love, so after secluding himself in his room for 2 days of contemplation, he arrived at a realization. He had developed feelings for the younger Miss Rodria. He had attempted such sentiments the previous year, but at that time, Jinghe was merely 10 years old. Although she was intelligent, she was yet unaware of such romantic notions. Moreover, since Tom's arrival, their time together had diminished significantly. It mattered not that the young girl was oblivious. He understood, and that was sufficient. At this moment, Tom too sensed Abraxas's almost murderous gaze, but continued his gentle caress of Jinghe's little head without interruption. He was unaware of why he had ended up in the orphanage, nor did he comprehend the serendipitous circumstances that had led to his adoption. He had read that humans experience a spectrum of emotions, yet he had never paid much heed to matters of the heart, save for the waves of emotion stirred by his sister. He regarded her solely as his most important sister, his most significant person. The following day dawned with dismal weather. The Slytherin dormitory, situated beneath the castle, was particularly affected, as the rain outside was so torrential that the sound of droplets striking the lake echoed clearly even within the basement. Upon exiting the underground, the thunder was even more distinct. That day, Jinghe and her companions were to attend Transfiguration class. The young wizards held only a superficial understanding of transfiguration, merely the notion of transforming one object into another, realizing that true comprehension would only emerge through practical application. As they walked through the castle, they glimpsed the rain pouring relentlessly outside through the windows, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the ensuing rumble of thunder. Jinghe relished such weather. It felt like a portent of impending calamity. Whenever it rained like this, she would rush to Tom's room, each carrying a cup of hot cocoa, and sit on the bed with a book, quietly reading. The dim light outside combined with the rhythmic sound of raindrops created a serene atmosphere. Upon arriving at the classroom, Jinghe and her friends found it sparsely populated, as they were among the first to arrive. They settled in the middle of the Slytherin seating area, quietly perusing their books and exchanging remarks as they awaited the teacher's arrival. In the interim, a remarkably beautiful tabby cat leapt onto the table, settling gracefully. Jinghe's attention was captivated by the exquisite feline, prompting her to nudge her companion, Xia, and exclaim, "What a beautiful cat. The intricate patterns are particularly exquisite. I believe they are as beautiful as my beloved Mou at home. I suspect both are female cats. Otherwise, I shall bring Mou over next time for a delightful playdate with this tabby cat." Xia expressed her agreement and recounted a tale from her childhood about a stunning pure white kitten she had once encountered. Time swiftly passed, and soon the Gryffindor and Slytherin young wizards settled into their seats for class. Yet, despite the students being present, the teacher had yet to arrive. Just as curiosity began to envelop the room, the tabby cat perched upon the table suddenly leaped into the air, gradually transforming into Professor McGonagall. The successful transformation elicited gasps of astonishment from the young wizards below. Professor McGonagall, pleased by their surprise, nodded in satisfaction and made her way to Jinghe's side, saying, "Miss Rodria, I eagerly anticipate meeting your Mou." At that moment, Jinghe realized that the professor before her was indeed a rare animagus. She felt her head drop in embarrassment as laughter erupted from the surrounding young wizards, dispelling the gloom brought on by the day's earlier downpour. The day's lesson involved transfiguring an ordinary matchstick into a needle. After imparting the incantation and wrist movements, Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each young wizard, instructing them to wield their wands and transform the matchstick before them into a needle. Naturally, Jinghe and her companions showcased their remarkable talents, and before long, both Tom and Jinghe successfully conjured a flawless needle. Upon inspection, Professor McGonagall awarded Slytherin 5 points. This instantly sparked whispers among the other Slytherin students, some discussing Jinghe, while others spoke of Tom. Although Tom was not a member of the illustrious 28, his exceptional talents had not gone unnoticed by the other Slytherin snakes over the past few days, especially his striking appearance, jet black hair and eyes, a prominent nose, and a perfect physique. Even at the tender age of 11, Tom had garnered the admiration of many young wizards. By the conclusion of the class, both Gryffindor and Slytherin had students who successfully transfigured their matchsticks into needles. Professor McGonagall excused the first students from each house from their homework for the day, while assigning the remaining students a daunting 35 inches of extra work. Upon hearing this, the young wizards promptly tidied their desks and prepared to head to the library or return to their common rooms to complete their assignments. Jinghe intended to study with her companions in the library. Tom, having inquired with older students the previous day, had learned of the existence of a restricted section in the library containing many powerful dark spells, and he felt a genuine curiosity about it. He sought an opportunity to explore the restricted section, but for now, he needed to focus on expanding his knowledge. As the four were packing their belongings to head to the library, Professor McGonagall called out to Jinghe from behind. She approached Jinghe and said, "Miss Rodria, please wait a moment. I received a message this morning that Professor Dumbledore wishes to speak with you personally." Tom felt a pang of confusion as to why Dumbledore would summon Jinghe to his office so soon after the start of term. Reflecting on the expression Dumbledore had worn while observing Jinghe during the sorting ceremony, he furrowed his brow. He sensed a connection but lacked any clues to ponder. Jinghe, perplexed by the sudden summons to the office on only the second day of school, rapidly scanned her mind for anything she might have done, yet found nothing amiss. With a sigh of relief, she bid farewell to her friends and followed Professor McGonagall to the location of the headmaster's office. Outside, the sky had cleared, though it remained overcast, and the rain had ceased, with only the occasional rumble of thunder. Inside the headmaster's office, the warm glow of lamps illuminated the space, and the left window was ajar, as if awaiting something. Dumbledore sat at his desk, his eyes slightly squinted, but as if sensing something. He suddenly opened them wide and gazed out the left window. There, he beheld a pristine white dove alighting upon the sill. The dove entered through the window, landing gracefully, shaking off droplets of water before gradually transforming into a woman. This woman exuded an air of sharp intelligence, her hair streaked with silver, adorned with a blue crystal bracelet on her left wrist, clad in a tailored outfit and a waterproof cloak. She turned to face Dumbledore, and anyone observing would be astonished to note the striking resemblance between the two. Indeed, she was none other than the current chief Auror, Ariana Dumbledore. At that moment, Jinghe, having arrived outside the headmaster's office with Professor McGonagall, stood before a grand eagle sculpture. McGonagall approached and recited the password, lemon drops. The password was correct, and the eagle slowly turned, revealing a passageway. As Jinghe pondered the peculiar nature of the headmaster's password, McGonagall turned to her and said, "Descend this staircase, and you shall reach the headmaster's office. Mr. Dumbledore has requested that you enter alone." Jinghe nodded and descended the staircase. Meanwhile, Ariana gazed at Dumbledore and said, "Albus, you sent me a letter late last night urging me to hasten to Hogwarts. Today, I risked the rain transforming into an animagus to arrive swiftly. What is it you wish to discuss?" Dumbledore chuckled softly and shook his head. "I have nothing to tell you, but I believe you will be quite pleased shortly." Ariana furrowed her brow, about to speak when a voice from outside the office caused her pupils to dilate in shock. "Hello, Professor Dumbledore. I am Jinghe Rodria. May I come in?" Chapter 88. A reunion with the past. Upon hearing that voice, Ariana's pupils trembled violently. She slowly turned and walked towards the headmaster's office door, opening it to find the girl she had dreamt of for over a decade, smiling up at her. "Hello, Professor. Professor Dumbledore has summoned me for something." Dumbledore tilted his head slightly and leaned forward, saying, "Yes, child, come in and we shall talk." Ariana mechanically stepped aside to allow Jinghe to enter, her gaze fixed upon the girl, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. She had seen her once more. As Ariana watched Jinghe's retreating figure, she pinched her arm sharply, feeling the pain confirm that this was no dream. The girl she had longed for over decades stood vividly before her. Tears streamed down Ariana's cheeks uncontrollably. Never had she wept so fiercely, even in the face of the most malevolent dark wizards. Seeing the unfamiliar witch beside her weeping freely, Jinghe offered her handkerchief. "Do not be too sorrowful. There is nothing that cannot be resolved." Ariana looked at the handkerchief the girl had offered. Then, with trembling hands, she grasped Jinghe's left wrist and flipped it over to reveal the blue butterfly birthmark she had meticulously memorized. Jinghe found the dignified and elegant witch's behavior strange. She had handed her a handkerchief to wipe her tears, yet she was now closely examining her birthmark. Then, Ariana embraced her tightly, sobbing. "Did Dumbledore have a quarrel with you?" Jinghe was unaware of the circumstances. She merely felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from the sorceress before her. Instinctively, she reached out to pat the woman's back, offering a gentle reassurance. "Do not weep. Everything can be resolved. Each person is a treasured gem in the eyes of their parents, and love will always endure." The familiar, comforting words of Ariana, along with the distinct scent of roses, blossomed within her embrace, prompting Ariana to weep even more openly, as if attempting to release the grievances of decades past. Although Jinghe felt somewhat at a loss, she continued to awkwardly pat Ariana's back, murmuring words of consolation. Dumbledore observed his sister, who seemed to be venting her emotions as she clung to the girl in tears. Even his eyes, which had weathered countless storms without shedding a tear, glistened with moisture at that moment. Indeed, it was true that nearly everyone had persevered through the years, sustained by a handwritten letter that concluded with the promise, "We shall meet again." That single line had been their lifeline throughout the years. During the decades of the girl's absence, each individual toiled relentlessly, numb to their suffering, exhausting their health in the process. Without the support of that letter, many would have succumbed to despair long before the day they could reunite with the girl. Ariana, too, had triumphed over her own silent struggles after the girl vanished, achieving remarkable academic success in the academy and ultimately becoming an Auror in the Ministry of Magic. She had engaged in countless battles, and the prolonged pressure had severely drained her health, leaving her body marked with scars from the conflicts. Her constitution had never been robust, and the cumulative toll of the past decades had left her frail. Yet, Merlin had favored Ariana, granting her the chance to see the girl once more, identical in every aspect. From the gentle tone of comfort to the birthmark on her wrist. After decades of shedding no tears, Ariana now found herself weeping uncontrollably before the girl she had not seen in so long, holding her tightly, as if fearing she might flutter away like a butterfly. After nearly half an hour, Ariana gradually ceased her sobs, remaining motionless as she buried her head in Jinghe's shoulder, clinging to her fiercely. Jinghe, feeling somewhat bewildered after standing for over half an hour, found her legs growing weary. She looked toward Dumbledore with a puzzled expression, and sensing her silent plea for assistance. He gently pulled Ariana up from her kneeling position. All right now, you are back, are you not? There will be many more opportunities to meet in the future. Ariana realized she had lost control for far too long, and, with Dumbledore's support, slowly rose to her feet, using the handkerchief Jinghe had offered to wipe her tears. Her eyes, swollen and reddened from weeping, she pinched her nose and, with a nasal tone, smiled at Jinghe. I apologize, dear child. I had a moment of emotional upheaval due to a disagreement with Dumbledore. I hope I did not trouble you too much. Ariana understood that Jinghe had yet to recover her memories, and to spare her confusion, she fabricated a small lie, sacrificing only her brother's dignity in the process. Upon hearing that her headmaster had quarreled with this elegant witch and had even caused her to cry, Jinghe turned to Dumbledore and said, Headmaster Dumbledore, I believe all matters can be resolved. We should not argue over a single incident. Dumbledore could only smile as he played along with his sister's whimsical fabrication, replying, Very well, I understand, Miss Rodoria. Then, turning to Jinghe, Ariana said, Forgive me for startling you earlier, Miss Jinghe. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ariana Dumbledore. Upon hearing this, Jinghe looked quizzically at Dumbledore, who smiled and explained, This is my sister. She is currently the chief Auror at the Ministry of Magic. Jinghe furrowed her brow upon learning of their sibling relationship, feeling that siblings should not quarrel. She pondered her own excellent relationship with Tom, noting that they had never argued. However, upon discovering that Dumbledore's sister held the esteemed title of Chief Auror, she gazed at Ariana with newfound admiration. My goodness, Chief Auror of the Ministry of Magic. Surely, one must endure countless trials to attain such a position. Naturally, Jinghe's lively and cheerful nature surged forth, and upon learning of Ariana's remarkable prowess as a sorceress, she eagerly surrounded her with questions about the ministry and its workings, brimming with curiosity. Ariana, ever forthcoming, answered every inquiry Jinghe posed, sharing her knowledge without reservation. Meanwhile, Dumbledore prepared 2 cups of sweet peach tea, quietly sitting beside them, listening to their engaging conversation. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away, and as Jinghe finished the last sip from her cup, she glanced at the clock and suddenly sprang to her feet. I have a care of magical creatures class this afternoon. If I do not leave now, I shall be late. With a polite bow, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you very much, Headmaster Dumbledore and Aunt Ariana, for our delightful conversation. I learned so much and truly enjoyed it. Alas, I must attend my class now. But if the opportunity arises, I hope to see you again. After receiving nods of acknowledgement, Jinghe waved goodbye and exited the headmaster's office. Ariana gazed at the girl's retreating figure and, once the door closed, turned to Dumbledore, saying, I will resign my position as an Auror at the Ministry and become the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. I believe that can be arranged. I will inform Aberforth of this news. Without waiting for Dumbledore's response, she transformed into a white dove and flew out of the left window. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead in mild frustration, pondering how to arrange a suitable teaching position for his sister at Hogwarts. Considering how well the current Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor was performing, after popping a piece of candy into his mouth, he sat quietly at his desk. Deep in thought, he contemplated reaching out to Aberforth, realizing it had been many years since they last met, and he wondered how his brother was faring. Meanwhile, as Jinghe stepped outside, she noticed a figure waiting for her by the eagle statue. To her surprise, it was Tom, standing at the entrance of the headmaster's office. Awaiting her return, Tom had initially thought Jinghe would be back shortly from the office, but nearly an hour had passed, and she still had not emerged. Growing anxious, he inquired about the whereabouts of the headmaster's office and took his place by the door, waiting for her to come out. However, after what felt like an eternity, just as he was about to ask other professors for the office's password and storm in to find his sister, Jinghe finally emerged, seeing his sister safe and sound. With no visible change in her expression, Tom exhaled a sigh of relief and stepped forward, grasping Jinghe's hand. Why were you in the office for so long? Our next class is about to start. Jinghe shook Tom's hand playfully, exclaiming, I met Headmaster Dumbledore's sister in the office today. She is the Chief Auror of the Ministry of Magic. Truly impressive. We chatted for a while, so please do not be upset, brother. Tom heard Jinghe's playful tone and gently patted her head, saying, I am not angry. I merely worry that the principal might have said something to upset you. He added, well, if that is the case, then there is nothing to fret about. Let's hurry, otherwise we shall be late. Jinghe nodded, taking Tom's hand as they made their way to the classroom for the Care of Magical Creatures lesson. Having watched Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Jinghe admired the author, Newt Scamander, as a remarkable professor and found his book immensely captivating. Since childhood, she had possessed a natural affinity for animals, which fueled her curiosity for this class. Time transformed the young girl, stirring a wave of excitement in that era. Chapter 89, Miss Syed. The duo soon arrived outside the Care of Magical Creatures classroom. Due to some delays along the way, they entered just as the lesson was about to commence. Finding the classroom already filled with students from both houses, engaged in hushed conversations. Upon seeing them, Syed waved enthusiastically at Jinghe, who quickly noticed the two empty seats deliberately left in the middle. She promptly pulled Tom to sit down. Barely settled, the professor for the Care of Magical Creatures approached. With his silver hair and a round belly, he cheerfully introduced himself. Hello everyone, I am your professor for the next 7 years, Professor Kettleburn. You may call me Professor Kettleburn. He then instructed the students to turn to the page designated for that day's lesson, saying, this book, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, is authored by the esteemed Professor Newt Scamander. It catalogs the most comprehensive array of magical creatures in the wizarding world, detailing their appearance, habits, and levels of danger. This course aims to teach you how to identify these creatures and the appropriate measures to take when encountering them. We can observe on the first page the signature of Mr. Scamander and the surname of another lady. The young wizards, upon hearing this, eagerly flipped to the first page, where they beheld the author's signature alongside the surname of a Miss Syed. The book was co-authored by her and Scamander, with hopes that it would offer valuable insights to many. Miss Syed? Jinghe felt a sense of familiarity with the name, but could not quite place it. In her experience with pureblood families, she had never encountered a Miss Syed. After a moment of contemplation, she dismissed it, pondering that this Miss Syed might simply be a partner or perhaps even a romantic interest of Mr. Scamander. Professor Kettleburn then guided the class to the page featuring the magical creature of the day, the Niffler. Today, we shall explore the Niffler, he announced. You can see its appearance in the accompanying image. Its characteristics include being exceptionally clever and adept at locating hidden treasures and valuable items. However, it often finds itself in a bit of mischief, such as pilfering others' belongings or digging inappropriately. Nifflers have a strong penchant for shiny objects and will go to great lengths to acquire them. Despite their occasional mischief, their appearance and antics are endearing and entertaining. It is important to note that a Niffler's temperament may vary from individual to individual, and its behavior may differ across various contexts. Jinghe felt an inexplicable fondness for this magical creature upon her first glance. The dynamic image of the Niffler in the book depicted a skeletal hand gently grasping its neck while scratching its belly, causing shiny trinkets to spill forth from its tummy. As the class delved into the delightful yet greedy nature of the Niffler, Professor Kettleburn suddenly smiled at the students, saying, it is a special request from Mr. Scamander that all young wizards begin their studies with the Niffler. While others may not comprehend its significance, I have a slight understanding. It became evident that regardless of time or place, people of all ages enjoy gossip unrelated to the lesson. The students immediately leaned in, eager to hear Professor Kettleburn's anecdotes about Mr. Scamander. After taking a sip of water, he began, I once dined with Mr. Scamander at the Leaky Cauldron. You may not be familiar with it yet, but by your 3rd year, you will be well acquainted. He continued, it seems Mr. Scamander has a low tolerance for alcohol, as he became quite tipsy after just a few drinks. As Professor Kettleburn reminisced, a brighter smile spread across his face. I remember this relatively young professor, slumped over the table, mumbling about the very Miss Syed we have just seen in our textbook. I distinctly heard him lamenting why she left without a word, muttering that he would someday find a way to see her again. Moreover, I learned from Mr. Scamander that the Niffler we encountered was one they had captured together. Given the longevity of such magical creatures, it stands to reason that it should still be alive. Perhaps as a tribute to Miss Syed, Mr. Scamander began his book with the introduction of this Niffler, and it was Miss Syed who took this photograph. At their tender age, the young wizards began to grasp the concept of love. They realized that Miss Syed must have spent a considerable amount of time with Mr. Scamander, co-authoring this book together, only for her to vanish without a trace, leaving him to drown his sorrows and drink. The young wizards were not ones to shy away from gossip. As they exchanged theories about the whereabouts of the enigmatic Miss Syed, they speculated on what could possess such allure that Mr. Scamander remained so captivated. Jinghe eagerly engaged with Syed, pondering, perhaps something significant occurred that forced Miss Syed to leave Mr. Scamander's side. The other young wizards, too, expressed curiosity about the woman who had left such an indelible mark on the esteemed professor. Some suggested she had traveled to Egypt, others to China, while some even speculated that she may have passed away. Ultimately, these discussions were mere musings. The Slytherin students had not heard their parents mention Miss Syed, so they only occasionally entertained these thoughts out of boredom. Soon, their lives were swept away by other fresh experiences. The lesson concluded amidst the lively chatter of the young wizards, although a few astute students noted that each page of Mr. Scamander's textbook bore a small blue butterfly indicating the page number in the lower right corner. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, all was still. Dumbledore had evidently stepped out for an errand, yet he usually informed Professor McGonagall to safeguard the school and maintain the students' environment. This time, however, he departed without notifying anyone, quietly traveling via the fireplace to another location. Godric's Hollow, the home of the Avedis family. At this moment, Godric's Hollow was alive with the sounds of nature. The heavy rains had ceased, the thunder had faded, and sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting warmth over the valley. Numerous young wizards emerged, reveling in play and rolling in the grass. Among the many houses stood an ancient dwelling, steadfast for many years, now welcoming a visitor. This house remained unchanged from its appearance decades ago, a testament to time's passage. The room was devoid of any bustle, save for two elderly gentlemen, their hair as white as snow, seated quietly at the table, gazing through the window at the jubilant young wizards frolicking in the distant meadow. At that moment, from the long quiet fireplace emerged a figure, and the two old men turned their heads to discover, to their astonishment, the long-missed Albus Dumbledore, who then resumed his contemplation of the scenery. The two wizards, though their hair had turned silver with age, clung tenaciously to life, unwilling to succumb. Dumbledore, having emerged from the hearth, bowed in greeting to the two venerable wizards, saying, "Good afternoon, Mr. Arthur, Mrs. Yaman." Arthur, upon hearing Dumbledore's voice, did not turn but continued to gaze into the distance, responding, "What brings you to visit us, Albus? I recall you have become the headmaster of Hogwarts." Yaman turned her head, her face still radiating warmth, and replied, "Albus, I thought Hogwarts must be quite busy, especially during the opening weeks of the term." The two elders, nearing the twilight of their lives, seemed to expend every ounce of energy in uttering these words, their hands trembling slightly, as if they had just completed an exhausting race. Indeed, these were the last two members of the Iftis family, who had clung to the final sentence of a letter since their daughter's disappearance, reluctant to let go. They felt increasingly overwhelmed, aware that time is merciless, capable of taking away everything one holds dear. They sensed that they might not survive this summer, fearing they might never see her again. Dumbledore continued, "I am not particularly busy, but I believe the news I bring today will delight you both." What could possibly excite two old wizards, nearing the end of their days and possessing no lack of wealth? It was not a sudden fortune, nor a potion to extend their lives. Their gazes instinctively shifted to Dumbledore, hearts racing in anticipation of his words. Dumbledore, as they had hoped, uttered the words they had long awaited for decades. "She has returned." Chapter 90, A Gaze That Transcends Time. Upon Dumbledore's proclamation, the air fell into a profound silence. All surrounding sounds vanished, save for the distant laughter of children. Arthur grasped his cane and, with trembling limbs, rose to his feet, prompting Dumbledore to swiftly support him. Arthur clutched Dumbledore's arm tightly, his eyes fixed on him, voice quivering as he asked, "Is Jinghe back? Is it true?" At that moment, Yaman also steadied herself against the table and, step by step, approached Dumbledore, her eyes alight with emotion. Dumbledore nodded, saying, "She is now Miss Rodria, still Jinghe Rodria. Her wrist adorned with that blue butterfly, and she still wields the same wand. Nothing has changed." A weight seemed to lift from the hearts of the two elders. Upon hearing Dumbledore's affirmative response, they could no longer support their bodies and collapsed into their chairs. Dumbledore, witnessing this, quickly seated them. Arthur, filled with emotion, grasped his wife's hand and exclaimed, "Wonderful! Our daughter has returned, and she is now the treasure of the Rodria family." Yaman, evidently more informed about the world outside than her husband, replied, "I know of the Rodria family. They have been kind to all for generations and enjoy a comfortable standing. I recall reading in the newspaper a few years ago that they designated their only daughter as the family heir. She is living well, Arthur." The couple, having received that letter after their daughter's passing, finally found solace. "Dear Mom and Dad, I know this news may not be pleasant for you. I love you. You are the best parents in the world. I do not know if I will survive this time. If I fall into eternal slumber, this letter will be opened. So, dear Mom and Dad, please do not weep for me. I know I have been a careless child, not a good daughter. I have found a wizard among my staff who can take over my affairs. Do not worry. Dear Mom and Dad, do not blame anyone. I am aware of the fate that awaits me. But believe me, we will meet again. Time will never cease, and magic will never fade. As long as the river of time flows, my love for you will remain eternal. My wand still exists, which proves I still live in this world. Please place my wand in my favorite blue velvet box. Dear Mom and Dad, it contains the pearl necklace and bracelet you gifted me. Wear them, Mom, around your neck. And Dad, around your wrist. Then put the wand in the box and send it to the place I will surely go. Dear Mom and Dad, if we meet again, I will still love you. The letter was notably brief, with hasty handwriting suggesting it had been written in a hurry. Their daughter seemed to have foreseen what was to come, leaving behind this message. After she fell into her eternal slumber, they retrieved the blue velvet box from Jinghe's room, placing the wand that had accompanied her for over a decade inside. They pondered throughout the night, and eventually took the wand to Ollivander's wand shop. If Jinghe were to regain life, that wand would only be opened by the shopkeeper, returning after decades to its rightful owner. The Yu wand, loyal and steadfast, would choose its master. As for the bracelet and necklace, they wore them and never took them off again. The two elders did not designate a successor to continue their legacy, but instead allowed Arthur to resume managing the Iftis family until the twilight of their years. They unconditionally gifted portions of their estate to others, preserving the majority of their wealth, clinging to the promise of we will meet again as they safeguarded their possessions, awaiting the day they would see their daughter once more. The two elders produced the precious potion they had procured, capable of extending their lives and enhancing their vitality. They awaited this day. After consuming it, they felt a surge of strength coursing through them, their excitement barely contained as they grasped Dumbledore's arm and stepped into the fireplace. Meanwhile, in Hogsmeade, a tavern named the Hog's Head continued its operations, filled with inebriated wizards who swayed and sang incomprehensible songs while recounting their recent misfortunes. The proprietor, seated at the counter polishing glasses, found the tavern's atmosphere dismally bleak, especially during the rain when wizards, drenched, sought refuge inside for a warm pint of ale. The floor was muddy, marked with footprints, mingling with the dampness of the wizards, creating an air of despondency. In this uninviting establishment, where even the purest of birds hesitated to tread, a white dove flew to the entrance, transforming into the likeness of Ariana as it entered. Inside, she found her brother still wearing a glum expression, scrubbing glasses with a rag of indeterminate hue. Aberforth sensed his sister's presence, for amidst the indescribable stench of the tavern, the fresh scent of cedar emanating from her was unmistakably strong, yet he remained silent, focused on his task. Ariana approached the counter and tapped it lightly, saying, "A glass of brandy, please." Aberforth immediately retrieved a glass, crouching beneath the counter to pour a low-proof brandy for his sister. Upon receiving the wine glass, Ariana was about to speak when Aberforth interrupted his sister's words. "If you are still trying to persuade me to go to Hogwarts to see Albus, you needn't bother. I will not go." Ariana shook her head at this. "No, this time I am not urging you. You will go regardless." Taking a sip of brandy, Ariana articulated slowly, "Aberforth, she has returned." At the sound of his sister's words, Aberforth's eyes widened in astonishment. The glass he was polishing slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor, drawing the attention of the wizards in the tavern. Ignoring their curious gazes, Aberforth grasped his sister's arm and exclaimed, "Is it Jinghe? Is it really her?" Ariana nodded affirmatively. "I have seen her. This time she is the daughter of the Rodria family, yet she is still called Jinghe. I noticed the butterfly birthmark on her wrist and that familiar rose wand." Aberforth released his grip on Ariana's wrist, hastily moving the glass away from him. He stammered, yes, I have finally waited for this moment. I must go meet her." No, that won't do. Not yet. I need to shave and change into something presentable." Observing her brother's flustered state and his trembling hands. Unsure of where to place them, Ariana gently said, "It's all right, Aberforth. At least we have waited." The torrent of emotions that Aberforth had been struggling to contain collapsed in an instant. The man, whose hair was nearly graying, sat at the table, weeping uncontrollably, while his sister offered him quiet comfort. The other patrons in the bar were astounded, as regulars of the Hog's Head. They had never seen the owner in such a state of distress. Curiosity piqued, some even dared to inquire, "What's wrong, boss? Has your wife finally returned?" Aberforth, who had frequented this tavern since his youth, was often pursued by witches wishing to forge relationships, yet he had always politely declined, stating, "I'm sorry. I already have a wife. She is in China and will be away for quite some time." Aberforth, tears streaming down his face, could only nod in agreement. Yes. His wife had finally returned. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Jinghe was seated at a table with Tom, diligently completing the assignments given by their teachers. These tasks were easily managed by both, and once finished, they retrieved books they had borrowed from the library. Jinghe relished the scent that permeated the air after a heavy rain, yet in the Slytherin dungeon, no such fragrance was available. Growing weary from reading, Jinghe tilted her head against Tom's shoulder. At that moment, only the two of them, along with Avery and Sia, occupied the common room. Bored, Jinghe leaned against Tom, gazing out at the black lake beyond the walls of the Slytherin common room, quietly counting how many little fish might swim by in a minute. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she took Tom's hand. "Brother, the rain has stopped. Shall we go to the astronomy tower?" Tom furrowed his brow, a bit confused. It was clearly daytime, and there was little to observe at the astronomy tower. However, he never denied Jinghe any of her wishes, so he closed his book, helped her up from his shoulder, and said, "Let us go. Since you wish to see it, we shall." Avery and Sia had other matters to attend to, leaving only Jinghe and Tom to ascend to the astronomy tower. By now, the hour was late, and the sky was gradually darkening, though the stars had yet to appear. Jinghe and Tom swiftly arrived at the astronomy tower. Jinghe was not there to observe the celestial bodies, but rather to inhale the earthy aroma that followed the rain. She found this sensation to be the most exquisite, a blend of moisture and coolness that alleviated the summer heat. Accompanied by the sweet sounds of birds chirping atop Hogwarts Castle, like a grand concerto. With a flick of his wand, Tom dried the damp chairs before they sat down, quietly gazing up at the darkening sky, where stars began to twinkle into existence. Jinghe broke the silence first. "Brother, when people die, they become stars in the sky. I want my star to be the most beautiful. When that time comes, you must come find me. We shall never be apart." Tom smiled gently, replying, "Indeed. You would be the most beautiful star. However, I will strive to ensure you live a little longer." Tom had once calculated how long it would take to achieve his ambitions, and found that within his limited lifespan, he could never reach his goals. He yearned to live longer, to share more time with Jinghe. His obsession was with Jinghe and immortality. He would not forsake one for the other, for he possessed the capability to attain all. Jinghe, resting against Tom's shoulder, continued to discuss the house elf their parents promised to send to Hogwarts and what gifts they might receive for Christmas this year. They chatted about various matters, and the moonlight cast a serene glow upon them, rendering the night peaceful and beautiful. Meanwhile, at the top of the tower, an elderly couple was gazing down through the window. The astronomy tower jutted out, allowing them a clear view of their daughter, whom they had awaited for over a decade. With the aid of magic, they could hear her joyous conversations with friends. She was still happy, surrounded by those who loved her. Arthur and his wife were greedy. They wished for their daughter to remain by their side forever, yet they felt the passage of their own lives slipping away. They watched silently for a long while, until the two departed, trembling as they finally sat down. No potion, no matter how potent, could halt the inevitable passage of life. The couple had agreed to unconditionally bequeath the majority of their estate to the Rodrias, believing they would love Jinghe as deeply as they once had. The stars twinkled above, revealing the threads of destiny. In the headmaster's office on the top floor, they finally beheld the butterfly they had long awaited. In that moment, they felt as though they had returned to a time long past, cradling their daughter as she blossomed into an extraordinary individual, until she lay quietly in a sea of flowers, her breath fading. They lacked the strength to compose lengthy proclamations, so they dictated to Dumbledore, who pinned their wishes to bequeath their estate entirely to Miss Jinghe Rodria after their passing. Together, they supported each other as they stepped into the fireplace, returning to their unchanged home, waiting silently in the darkness for their fate to unfold. My dear, regardless of how long time stretches or how wondrously the world transforms, even if I am to meet Merlin tomorrow or find eternal rest in a sea of flowers, even if the universe collapses and all fades away, even if I may not see you again the very next day, I shall continue to love you, an enduring, unceasing love. Chapter 91. Familiar Faces, Time-Worn Souls. As night yielded to dawn, the Rodria couple, seated at their table sipping tea, received a letter. Upon opening it, they discovered it was from the current headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, which read, "I am delighted that Mr. West of the Rodria family has offered to send his house elf to Hogwarts to provide our young wizards with more delightful cuisine. I sincerely invite you both to visit my office if you have the time. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you." The Rodaria couple felt somewhat perplexed as to why both of them were summoned to Dumbledore merely for the delivery of a house elf. However, they surmised that if it were not of significant importance, an owl would not have been dispatched in haste. Hence, they decided to forego their work for the day and prepare for their journey to Hogwarts. The letter also contained a small pouch of a peculiar brand of flue powder, accompanied by a note indicating that it would lead directly to the headmaster's office, where he awaited their arrival. After hastily finishing their breakfast and tidying up, they took the flue powder from the letter and approached the fireplace, reciting the address: Hogwarts, Dumbledore's office. Unlike the usual green flames, once the flue powder was cast, a circle of blue flames enveloped them, and in the next moment, they vanished from sight. At that moment in Dumbledore's office, he stood by the window, holding a sheet of paper covered in writing, gazing into the distance. The weather had turned refreshingly cool after a heavy rain, dispelling the earlier heat. While pigeons circled gracefully in the sky, sensing something, Dumbledore turned around to see a large cluster of blue flames erupting from his fireplace. As the flames dissipated, the Rodaria couple materialized before him. With a warm smile, Dumbledore greeted them, saying, "Welcome, Mr. Kadri and Ms. Chio. What a delightful surprise to see you both here so promptly today." While expressing his astonishment, he had already produced the letter he had prepared beforehand. Mr. Kadri nodded with a smile and remarked, "The urgency of your message suggested there was something important you wished to discuss, prompting us to come today." Dumbledore chuckled lightly in response. "Oh, it is not a matter of great consequence." With a wave of his hand, he conjured 2 chairs and a table, upon which he placed teacups brimming with tea. After inviting them to sit, Dumbledore conjured a chair for himself across from them and placed the letter on the table, stating, "I am truly grateful for your suggestions regarding the Hogwarts dining hall. Your willingness to provide a house elf from your estate to enhance the meals for our young witches and wizards is greatly appreciated. However, my invitation today extends beyond this matter. Yesterday, 2 elders visited me and entrusted me with a letter intended for you." The Rodaria couple exchanged curious glances, as they seldom associated with the elder wizards Dumbledore mentioned. Noticing their puzzled expressions, Dumbledore smiled and slid the letter across the table. They picked it up and began to read attentively. "Please allow me to address you in this manner. Mr. Kadri and Ms. Chio, I am writing this rather abruptly. We are quite elderly, and thus, we asked Albus to pen this letter on our behalf. I, Arthur Eftis, and my wife, Fong Yamming, have reached an advanced age. Our daughter fell into eternal slumber many years ago due to an unfortunate accident, and we have been guardians of her belongings, awaiting patiently for decades. Yesterday, we chanced upon your daughter, and we were taken by her resemblance to our own. Being elderly, and with no one to inherit our legacy, my wife and I made the decision to bequeath all the Eftis family inheritance unconditionally to Miss Jinghe Rodaria upon our passing. Please, do not rush to refuse. We hold deep affection for Jinghe. Our family has dwindled to just the 2 of us, and rather than let our legacy remain locked away and unused, we would prefer to bestow it upon a girl we cherish." The letter concluded with a heartfelt wish for their happiness, signed by Arthur Eftis and his wife, Fong Yamming. Beside the letter lay the key to their family vault at Gringotts, fashioned as a brooch entwined with a butterfly and a rose. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that this brooch bore a striking resemblance to their own family key, which had been crafted in honor of their daughter's fondness for roses and butterflies. After reading the letter, Mr. Kadri lifted his gaze and inquired, "Headmaster Dumbledore, this matter is of great significance. I believe I must meet these elders." Dumbledore chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Their residence is known only to me and a select few. They do not wish to disclose their tranquil abode to others." Acknowledging this, Mr. Kadri nodded and resumed discussing the matter's implications with his wife. Ms. Chio, reflecting on the name of the elder's wife, felt an inexplicable familiarity, suddenly recalling, "Yes. My father once spoke of the Eftis family. Their patriarch married a woman from Huaxia, much like yourself. Furthermore, my father mentioned their daughter was exceptionally talented and vivacious, yet tragically fell victim to dark wizardry. Following the Wizarding War, many stories were buried within the hearts of the elderly, leaving Mr. Kadri with little knowledge of these events." His wife's words illuminated the reason behind the elders' desire to bequeath their legacy. With only the 2 of them remaining in the family, and with their own daughter having met with misfortune, Mr. Kadri understood why the Eftis would wish to leave their inheritance to a child resembling their own. This sentiment resonated universally. It exemplifies a parent's love for their daughter. They nodded in agreement and addressed Dumbledore. "In that case, when I meet Jinghe, I shall convey this matter to her. Please extend our sincere regards to them on our behalf." Dumbledore smiled and said, "Of course. Would you like to see Jinghe now?" The couple calculated the time and found they still had ample opportunity, thus they nodded in agreement to Dumbledore's offer. He opened the door, leading them to see their daughter, whom they had not encountered in less than a week. At that moment, Jinghe had just exited the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, preparing for her upcoming meeting with Professor Horace the following afternoon. She had many questions to pose. Just then, she heard someone call her name with an urgency that was anything but serene. Turning around, she found a stranger, a tall wizard with graying hair that hinted at a fiery past, gazing at her intently. Unfamiliar with this wizard, Jinghe politely nodded and inquired, "Hello, I am Jinghe. Is there something you need?" Bufus, gazing at the vibrant youth before him, felt a wave of inadequacy wash over him. The girl radiated vitality and endless potential, while he himself had long since passed the midpoint of life. After she had vanished from his sight, he had transformed the diamond she gifted him into a ring, which he wore on his left middle finger, never to be removed. Whenever witches inquired about it, he would smile and say, "I apologize, but I am already married. My wife is currently traveling in Huaxia and will return soon. She had returned, unchanged and alive in his memory, while he was no longer young. Abufus wiped away the tears that had gathered in his eyes and hurried forward, intending to ruffle Jinghe's hair. However, just as he reached out, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the girl, blocking his hand. Upon closer inspection, Abufus realized it was a strikingly handsome boy. Tom, unfamiliar with this newcomer, nonetheless recognized Jinghe's name and exhibited an unsettling familiarity and excitement. Thus, as he approached, Tom positioned himself protectively in front of Jinghe, forcing a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. Good sir, may I inquire who you are? Do you have something to convey to my sister? My sister? Abufus pondered for a moment, recognizing the boy as the child of Rodria Manor, whom Jinghe had mentioned had been mistakenly adopted from the orphanage due to her lineage tied to wizards. He understood that any hasty advance on his part would only raise the children's suspicions. Taking a step back, he replied, I apologize, young one, but your sister is merely a dear friend of mine. It has been many years since we last met, and I am rather overwhelmed with emotion. Tom maintained his icy demeanor, responding, My sister is only 11. She may not have a vivid recollection of you, sir. Just as Abufus was about to utter another word, Jinghe peered around him and spotted the Rodria couple approaching, exclaiming in surprise, Mom, Dad, what brings you here? She then dashed toward them, and Kadri scooped his daughter up in his arms, smiling as he said, Headmaster Dumbledore has summoned us for a matter, dear. Starting tomorrow, you shall feast on the delightful meals prepared by the house elves of our manor. At this, Jinghe erupted in joyous cheers. Abufus turned to see his brother, whom he had not encountered in over a decade. He realized he ought not to intrude upon their family reunion, yet he felt ill-equipped to confront his brother. The chasm created years prior remained difficult to bridge. The two brothers stood at a distance, silently gazing at each other's familiar faces. After a moment of stillness, Abufus turned and departed. At least she has returned. He vowed to never again allow her to fall into such peril. Chapter 92, Secrets Revealed. Time flew by, and before long, Jinghe and her companions had successfully completed their first year, advancing into the second grade as young wizards. They achieved commendable results in their final examinations and proudly secured the House Cup for Slytherin. During this period, their original defense against the dark arts teacher was unexpectedly replaced mid-year by the renowned Auror, Ariana Dumbledore, whom Jinghe recognized. True to her reputation as an exceptional Auror, her teachings proved invaluable, and she established a dueling club, inviting all second-year students and above to hone their skills with relatively simple spells. Naturally, Jinghe was among the first to join the dueling club in her second year, and Tom, eager to enhance his abilities, followed suit. Thus, Jinghe and her friends became members of both the Slug Club and the Dueling Club, acquiring immensely useful knowledge and refining their skills in each. When Jinghe returned home for Christmas, the Rodria couple informed her that upon reaching adulthood, she would inherit a substantial fortune from the mysterious Iftis family. Confused, she pondered how she could possibly be linked to them, having never known anyone from that family. However, upon hearing the names of those two wizards, her heart inexplicably ached, and she found herself leaning against Tom's shoulder, slowly sinking to the ground. Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she only realized the coldness on her face when she saw Tom silently offering her a handkerchief. Why did she feel such sorrow for people she had never met? Meanwhile, Tom Riddle, now in his second year, had grown considerably, transforming into an exceptionally handsome 12-year-old who drew the admiration of countless young witches. His eloquence and striking appearance, coupled with his outstanding performance in all subjects, attracted many young wizards to gather around him, eager to listen to his words. By his second year, Tom had already carved out his own territory, yet apart from Jinghe, no one else could penetrate his inner circle. Tom's endeavors during his second year began to stabilize, as his shop, jointly operated with Abraxas, commenced regular operations and yielded promising profits, indicating that everything was progressing toward perfection. He felt ready to explore the restricted section of the library. As the holidays flew by, they were soon back at school, having procured the necessary books for their studies in Diagon Alley. After bidding farewell to the Rodria couple, they embarked once more on their academic journey. The difficulty of the second-year curriculum escalated, yet it proved no challenge for the naturally gifted young wizards. Jinghe and her friends had already completed the second-year material during the holidays. In fact, they had delved into even more advanced spells under Abraxas's guidance during their first year, granting them ample time to explore deeper subjects. At this time, Abraxas had advanced to fourth year, emerging as the undisputed leader of Slytherin. Together with Jinghe, Tom, and children from the Selwyn and Lestrange families, he became a guiding force within Slytherin, with nearly all Slytherin students rallying around their words. In the words of Chiyoyasi, Slytherin in Huaxia is akin to a large missionary organization. If you possess power and ability, your words will become truth. Abuphis once boldly sought his brother's assistance in securing a position for himself at the school, only to be flatly rejected by Albus, who insisted that the current professor was performing admirably and could not be replaced without cause. Ariana's ascension to the position of defense against the dark arts professor was achieved only after she personally appealed to the previous instructor with both persuasion and substantial incentives. Abuphis could only visit Jinghe whenever he had the opportunity. By the end of the term, Jinghe had grown accustomed to this uncle, who frequently brought her delightful sweets, and their bond deepened upon learning he was Albus Dumbledore's brother. Occasionally, she would confide in Abuphis about her confusions, and he would sit quietly beside her, smiling gently as he listened without interruption, allowing her to vent her frustrations. Tom was more diligent than anyone could have imagined. By the end of their second year, he and Jinghe had nearly reached the threshold of fourth-year magic. He swiftly rose to become one of the most accomplished young wizards in Slytherin, often challenging older students in duels and remaining undefeated. In a remarkably short time, he had become intimately familiar with the layout of the school at night, understanding the routes set by patrolling professors, and he was prepared to explore the restricted section. By the end of their second year, Tom had come to hold Jinghe in ever-increasing importance in his heart. He no longer merely desired immortality for himself. He wished for Jinghe to accompany him always. Uncertain of the nature of this feeling, he simply knew he wanted her by his side, never to part. Thus, on a moonless night, while all were at rest, Tom donned his black cloak and stealthily emerged. His inherited keen eyesight allowed him to navigate the darkness with ease, avoiding the light that might awaken the sleeping portraits and deftly evading the illuminated pathways of patrolling professors. He slowly made his way to the library, navigating with ease to the forbidden section he had never set foot in before. The information provided by Abraxas was woefully insufficient. He sought to uncover more about his lineage in this taboo place. He pondered why, despite being of noble blood within the esteemed 28 families, he had been relegated to an orphanage. Why was he named Riddle? What had caused the annihilation of his family? As he stepped into the forbidden section, he tilted his head to survey the rows upon rows of tomes that were never seen elsewhere. He had already gathered a general understanding prior to entering. Most of the books here were alive and would trigger mechanisms upon being opened, alerting others to his presence. He shook his hand and summoned forth the black serpent that had accompanied him, named Jinghe, a name he had never disclosed to anyone, not even to Jinghe herself. Upon receiving his command, Jinghe slithered out, flicking its tongue and weaving around the books. Tom's gaze swept across the shelves, locking onto a particular volume, The History of Slytherin's Legacy. He instructed Jinghe to ascend the tall shelf, coiling the book in its tail and descending with it. Once he had the book in hand, he raised his wand, prepared for any forthcoming surprises. However, as he attempted to flip through the pages, he found them resistant. Seemingly bound by a powerful spell, Tom was baffled by the situation, contemplating how he might unlock the book. In a moment of inspiration, he uttered the words of the serpent's tongue, "Open." Suddenly, the book expanded with a resounding pop, allowing Tom to easily turn its pages. He began to peruse the contents at an astonishing pace, uncovering the characteristics of his lineage, understanding the source of his prodigious talents, the power of his ancestral blood. He also grasped why the Gaunt family had ultimately chosen to conceal their lineage. Those foolish individuals believed they had preserved their noble bloodline, unaware that the offspring born thereafter, carrying the pure Gaunt blood, were increasingly inept, failing to embody the excellence of Slytherin. Moreover, he learned of the last illustrious heir of the Gaunt family, Slytherin's most distinguished descendant, and discovered the existence of a letter left behind by this heir, Sidri Gaunt. Within the lines, Tom discerned the ardent affection Sidri harbored for a girl, prompting a derisive laugh to escape him. How could anyone choose love in the face of glory and power? Tom swiftly absorbed the knowledge contained within the book, realizing it transformed over time, accurately chronicling the history of Slytherin, even while remaining confined within the Hogwarts forbidden section. Only those who spoke the serpent's tongue could unlock its secrets. Thus, no one else could comprehend any significant changes within its pages. Soon, he reached the final page, his eyes widening in shock as he uncovered the truth behind his existence in the orphanage and the reason for his Muggle surname. Tom Riddle was born of the wizard Marvolo Gaunt and a Muggle named Tom Riddle, the last heir of the Gaunt family and the only half-blood wizard of Slytherin. Tom's eyes gradually turned crimson, veins bulging on his hands as he struggled to accept this bitter truth. He was loath to believe that he, the last scion of the Gaunt family, was merely a half-blood. Blood dripped from his hands, staining the table, and as he instinctively sought to destroy the book, the ring he wore brought him back to his senses. Gazing at the ring, the first birthday gift he had ever received and one he had never removed, given to him by Jinghe, he recalled the girl's words. "Everyone has their flaws, but as long as I conceal them well, who will ever discover them?" Who would know of my despicable past? As long as it comes from my lips. It becomes my signature. It is mine to claim, known only to me. He faintly remembered the girl's smile when she spoke those words, not one of innocence and naivety, but one laced with calculation and ambition. Indeed, no one would suspect the renowned Tom Riddle to be a contemptible half-blood. Even Abraxas believed him to be merely the heir of the Gaunt family, assuming his surname was a mere happenstance of the orphanage. Furthermore, since only those who spoke the serpent's tongue could unlock the book, he alone possessed this secret in the entire wizarding world. Thus, Tom remained the sole pureblood heir of the Gaunt family, not a mere half-blood born of a wizard and a muggle. He closed the book and, using serpent's tongue, commanded it to shrink before directing Jinghe to stow it away in the cabinet. With his hat donned, he quietly exited the forbidden section. The surroundings were silent, as if no one had ever been there, yet the still-warm book bore witness to a presence that had indeed graced the space. This night had proven immensely enlightening. He not only grasped the power of his lineage, but also learned of a hidden chamber left by Slytherin's ancestors within Hogwarts, containing a basilisk bound to obey the blood of Slytherin. He would find that chamber and summon the serpent to eradicate those who obstructed his path. Chapter 93, Valentine's Day. Time passed slowly yet swiftly, and soon the second year had arrived. During this period, Jinghe, passionate about Quidditch, successfully campaigned to become Slytherin's seeker. Her eyesight was exceptional. Whenever the golden snitch appeared, she would unerringly locate and capture it. In his second year, Tom had already amassed a fervent following of young wizards captivated by his eloquence. While it was perplexing how a second-year student could be so articulate, nearly half of Slytherin's pure-blood families now looked to Tom as their leader. Tom not only possessed the identity of a Rodria family scion, but also boasted remarkable talent and striking looks, enough to draw the attention of many young witches. Despite his endeavors in the second year, Tom remained undeterred in his quest for the hidden chamber left by Slytherin's ancestors. However, the information available was scant. All he knew was that the chamber lay hidden beneath Hogwarts, to be summoned at a critical moment by Slytherin's blood to annihilate those of tainted lineage. As he matured and his experiences broadened, Tom's desire for immortality intensified. Yet, despite scouring the entire forbidden section, he found no guidance on achieving eternal life. Such a pursuit seemed too audacious, as even the known nearly headless Nick was merely a long-lived old wizard, not one who could attain true immortality. However, fortune favored the diligent. In a secluded corner, he discovered a dusty tome that contained scant details about the path to immortality. Tom was exhilarated and eager to transcribe its contents, yet the text offered little insight. He learned that the soul could be split, but the mechanics of this division, its destination, whether it pertained to living or inanimate objects, and the maximum number of divisions remained unrecorded. He only understood that if a wizard were to encase fragments of their soul within different vessels, their life would be indefinitely prolonged. Unsure of whom to consult regarding these matters, Tom resolved to continue his research in pursuit of the means to achieve immortality. The third-grade young wizards seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation, blossoming into graceful figures. As they matured, even the first and second graders, who were oblivious to the concept of love, felt a stirring within their hearts. Consequently, during their third year, several young wizards began to seek out their cherished companions. With Valentine's Day approaching, these young wizards planned to express their affections, and the preparations were unprecedentedly grand, with professors turning a blind eye to the excitement. How delightful it is to be young and to experience the joy of love. At this juncture, Abraxas was already in his fifth year, maintaining exceptional standards across all his chosen subjects, achieving outstanding grades in his OWLs. As the heir to the Malfoy estate, he was not only remarkable, but also possessed an androgynous beauty that captivated countless young witches. And even young wizards had secretly penned letters in hopes of establishing a deeper connection with him. However, Abraxas had resolutely declined all such advances. He was acutely aware that this year's Valentine's Day would be filled with preparations and had been waiting for Jinghe for 2 years. His patience was wearing thin. He could perceive the longing glances Tom cast toward the young girl, and those eyes were far from innocent sibling affection. Yet Tom remained oblivious. As a product of a love potion, he merely felt that Jinghe was of great significance to him. Whenever they embraced, his heart would experience an unparalleled tranquility. Tom required a catalyst to comprehend his true feelings. Meanwhile, Jinghe continued her routine existence, attending classes, engaging in regular training before Quidditch matches, and balancing her studies between 2 clubs, her days flowing with exceptional ease. She had little notion of Valentine's Day. Her attributes were primarily allocated to her physical allure and intellect, leaving but a scant portion for the concept of romantic feelings. The most significant emotions she harbored were likely for her parents and elder brother. Unbeknownst to her, the following day heralded the much-anticipated Valentine's Day. a day that had lingered in the hearts of young wizards for quite some time. Thus, when Jinghe awoke the next day, she noticed that her companion, Sia, was dressed more splendidly than usual, her black wizarding robe concealing a delicate pink gown. Observing Jinghe's ordinary attire, Sia eagerly grasped her hand and exclaimed, "Do you not know what day it is, dear?" Jinghe shook her head, prompting Sia to realize that this little girl might still be innocent regarding matters of the heart. With a smile, Sia announced, "Today is Valentine's Day, dear. You may receive an abundance of letters." She then whisked Jinghe into her bedroom, declaring, "Good friends should wear matching outfits. Let me prepare you so that you will be the most beautiful witch in all of Hogwarts." Thus, Jinghe, bewildered, was led into Sia's room. After all, there was ample time before their potions class at 10 o'clock. Jinghe was already stunning and required little embellishment. Sia simply dressed her in a light blue gown adorned with butterfly patterns that complemented her own attire, and Jinghe's long curls were particularly smooth today, accentuated by a butterfly-shaped hairpin that shimmered as if it were alive. The third-grade young witch needed no excessive adornment. Sia merely applied a hint of red, reminiscent of rose petals, to Jinghe's lips, rendering them vibrant and alluring, evoking an irresistible desire for a kiss. A brooch intertwined with roses and butterflies adorned her chest, enhancing her radiant beauty. As Sia led Jinghe downstairs, the three gentlemen seated on the sofa experienced a profound jolt. Abraxas recognized the girl's beauty, yet he had never imagined that her carefully curated appearance could amplify her allure. His heart began to thrum within his chest, his gaze fixated solely on Jinghe, yearning to embrace her and kiss her silken hair, suddenly feeling a parching thirst. Tom, of course, noticed his sister, who had been by his side since the age of 5, had taken the time to prepare herself with utmost care today. The vivid hue of her lips compelled him to unconsciously bite his own. He found himself curious about what it might feel like to kiss those lips, an entirely new notion that had never crossed his mind before. He swallowed hard, striving to suppress the unusual feelings stirring within him. Jinghe, blissfully unaware, cheerfully remarked to the three gentlemen, "Come on, it's Valentine's Day. Perhaps you three will receive many love letters." As they ascended from the lounge to the corridor, they were greeted by a breathtaking spectacle. Mistletoe adorned the ceiling, blooming exuberantly, while some wizards had even magically suspended pink bubbles, infused with a trace of love potion. Upon bursting these bubbles, the potion would waft into the wizards' systems through their breaths, heightening their emotions and courage. As predicted, Jinghe's assertion proved accurate. The finest wizards of Slytherin found themselves inundated with bashful admirers who shyly approached to deliver letters to Abraxas, Tom, or Avery. The young wizards delivering letters to Sia were notably bolder. They would thrust notes into her hands, reciting brief verses extolling her beauty. In times past, they would have scowled and torn up such missives, yet having spent time with Jinghe, they had grown accustomed to civility, only to accept the letters with forced smiles, waiting for an opportune moment to incinerate them. Of course, there were those who attempted to deliver letters to Jinghe, but as soon as the young wizards, blushing crimson, prepared to approach, they would catch sight of Tom and Abraxas's icy glares. Their flushed faces would pale in an instant, and before they could deliver their letters, they would turn and flee in terror. Due to the time spent on dressing, they found themselves rushing to their potions class just in time, where the day's lesson focused on the love potion. Slughorn held aloft a small vial of pink potion, smiling as he addressed the young wizards. "What I have here is the love potion. The scent of the potion varies from person to person. It will emit the distinctive fragrance of someone you admire. This potion is prohibited for underage wizards to concoct, as it does not represent true love. It merely induces a fleeting infatuation." With that, he uncapped the love potion and waved it through the air, allowing all the wizards to catch a whiff of its aroma. The young wizards were momentarily entranced, inhaling the unique scent associated with those they admired. Tom distinctly detected the rich aroma of roses emanating from Jinghe within the potion, and he began to speak. "The scent of the love potion is that of the person you cherish." Yet he was taken aback. He understood that the fragrance of the love potion should belong to someone he admired, yet he had believed he had no such person. The potion had held no significance for him until he caught the unmistakable scent of roses that belonged to Jinghe. Had he developed feelings for her? Tom touched his lips, his heart racing, and a rare flush crept onto his pale face. Meanwhile, Jinghe remained oblivious, curiously observing the entranced expressions of her fellow young wizards around her. The potency of the love potion is indeed formidable. In just a fleeting moment, it rendered the young wizard's eyes glazed and dazed. Slughorn merely circled the room before swiftly sealing the potion, and with a wave of his hand, the little wizards gradually regained their senses. After class, Slughorn once again emphasized to the young wizards, "I understand today is Valentine's Day, my dear students, but only mutual affection can endure the test of time. A love potion cannot foster true love. The young wizards nodded in agreement, collected their belongings, and exited the classroom, as many already had dates arranged for the evening. Meanwhile, students gathered their things and left the classroom, but outside, Abraxas had been waiting at the corner and called out to Jinghe. Summoning his courage, Abraxas addressed Jinghe. I remember you have no classes this afternoon. I have something I wish to discuss with you, Jing. Please, come over. Jinghe nodded and prepared to follow Abraxas. With Tom trailing closely behind, however, Abraxas blocked Tom's path. Furrowing his brow, Tom looked up at Abraxas, who, maintaining a composed demeanor, remarked, It's merely a trivial matter. You needn't accompany us, Tom. I'll return shortly. Jinghe reassured Tom. Don't worry, brother, I'll be back soon. Although Tom was uncertain of Abraxas's intentions, his instincts warned him that they were not benign. Thus, he feigned agreement, and, 5 minutes after they departed, stealthily followed them. Abraxas took Jinghe's hand and led her to a secluded spot. Along the way, many young wizards noticed Abraxas holding a girl's hand, casting them curious, ambiguous glances. But Jinghe, oblivious to their peculiar stares, remained unaware of their meaning. Abraxas pulled Jinghe aside and faced her. At that moment, the usually unflappable leader of Slytherin bore a faint blush. While Jinghe pondered what Abraxas intended to say, neither of them noticed a small mistletoe blooming above their heads. Soon, pink bubbles appeared, reaching a crescendo before bursting on either side of them, releasing minute traces of the love potion that wafted into their nostrils. They felt the atmosphere shift subtly. Encouraged by the potion, Abraxas inhaled deeply, cupping Jinghe's delicate face. Just as Jinghe was filled with curiosity, Abraxas leaned in and kissed the girl he had longed for. Jinghe's eyes widened. Even in her naivety, she comprehended Abraxas's feelings for her. As neither had kissed before, their lips merely brushed in a tentative meeting. After a moment of hesitation, Abraxas wrapped his arms around Jinghe, and their initially gentle kiss deepened. Jinghe, despite her inclination to resist, felt her body soften inexplicably. The mistletoe above them continued to bloom, bearing witness to their kiss. This scene was fortuitously interrupted by Tom, who had just arrived on the scene. Tom felt his breath quicken, his eyes gradually turning crimson as he fought to suppress his trembling body. Rushing towards the pair and seizing Jinghe from Abraxas's embrace. As the influence of the mistletoe faded, the two quickly regained their senses. Jinghe, now aware, looked at her childhood companion, brother up. Meanwhile, Abraxas knelt, presenting a box revealing a ring, and earnestly asked, Can you give me a chance, Jing? Before Jinghe could respond, Tom swiftly knocked the box away and pulled the girl close, glaring at Abraxas with his now blood-red pupils. She is still young. You would do well to keep such thoughts to yourself. With that, he wrapped his arms around Jinghe and, without allowing her a moment to protest, led her away, leaving Abraxas standing alone, darkly contemplating his future rival. Initially, Tom believed the love potion's effect was merely an accident, but upon witnessing his sister, whom he had nurtured for so many years, in Abraxas's arms, he realized that his emotions ran deeper than mere familial concern. He had fallen for Jinghe, the girl who had been by his side for so long. Tom pulled Jinghe into an empty room, and before she could explain, he tenderly wiped her vividly colored lips with a handkerchief, her already alluring lips rendered even more enticing by the kiss. Though anger coursed through him, his touch remained gentle. Yet eventually, he cast aside the handkerchief. As Jinghe opened her mouth to speak, he silenced her with a kiss. The cold fragrance enveloping them sent a shiver through Jinghe. Tom's lips were unlike Abraxas's, icy, akin to a block of ice on a sweltering summer day, while Abraxas's had carried a hint of tequila. This was Tom's first kiss, and though uncertain, his keen intellect allowed him to quickly grasp the nuances, leading to a deepening kiss that ignited the atmosphere around them. He held Jinghe tightly, as if wanting to merge their beings. They kissed for an extended period until Jinghe, gasping for breath, finally felt Tom release her. As she inhaled deeply, her cheeks flushed with color, and her lips, swollen from their prolonged kiss, drew Tom's attention. Jinghe, weakened, instinctively leaned into Tom's embrace. When she attempted to rise, she found herself firmly held in place. Tom cradled his beloved girl, lowering his head to kiss her dark hair. The crimson glow in his eyes now faded. Holding her close, he murmured, You must know my feelings for you, sister. From now on, you shall remain by my side. Promise me, never leave me. We shall always be together. As he spoke, thoughts of his eternal life plan resurfaced, causing his eyes to take on a crimson hue once more. He needed to hasten his search for immortality, ensuring that he and Jinghe could remain together indefinitely. Having accompanied Tom for so many years, Jinghe was acutely attuned to his emotions. She had long regarded him as one of the most important people in her life, so remaining by his side was not an unreasonable expectation. Seeking to soothe her brother's feelings, she softly replied, All right, Tom's keen hearing caught Jinghe's response, and a sincere smile graced his face, one he had not shown in many years. He lifted her chin and kissed her soft lips once more. Unbeknownst to Jinghe, who believed this was merely a brother's companionship during his finite existence, Tom's notion of forever encompassed an eternity without boundaries. Chapter 94, Awareness. After Abraxas and Tom both expressed their affections for Jinghe, their rivalry successfully transitioned from the shadows to the forefront. Tom kept a closer watch on Jinghe, ensuring she was never out of sight, entwining himself around her like a serpent. In the past, Jinghe had spent the most time with Tom, but following their confessions, he was nearly inseparable from her side, remaining steadfastly close except during the night when they slept. At first, Jing and Tom experienced a sense of discomfort, leading her to reject him. However, each time this occurred, Tom would gently grasp Jing's hand, his eyes gradually reddening, compelling her with a soft insistence. You promised to be with me forever, sister. This was Tom's first experience with emotions, endowed with remarkable talent and a handsome visage. He only understood the desire to keep those he cherished close by, yet he was oblivious to the correct means of doing so. Ever since Jing had sensed the shift in her two brothers' affections, she endeavored to avoid them as much as possible. Apart from attending necessary classes, she would remain sequestered in the dormitory with Xia. Jing was uncertain about her feelings towards her two brothers. She did not comprehend how to refuse them. All she knew was that she had previously held both brothers in significant regard, yet she could not fathom why they had both developed feelings for her. In contrast to Tom's immaturity, Abraxas appeared to be naturally adept in this realm. Whenever Tom forcefully tugged at Jing, seeking to pull her closer while she tried to evade him, Abraxas would intervene with a gentle touch on her shoulder, drawing her into his embrace. He would smile at the glowering Tom and say, "We must treat girls with tenderness. This is uncalled for, Gunter." Upon hearing Abraxas refer to Tom as Gunter, Jing looked up in bewilderment, questioning why her brother, who was a riddle, would be called Gunter. Tom, upon hearing Abraxas's address, felt a chill sweep through him, the air around them growing more frigid. His original surname was a secret shared only between himself and Abraxas, and he wished to keep Jing unaware of the hidden truth. Abraxas, the shrewdest of merchants, knew precisely how to strike a decisive blow. After granting Jing 3 days to ponder, he invited her to a secluded room, casting a spell to ensure their conversation remained unheard. Initially reluctant to attend, Jing's heart softened at the sight of her brother Abraxas's tear-filled eyes, prompting her to follow him, curious to hear what he had to say. Upon entering the empty room, Abraxas turned to Jing and stated, "I remain steadfast in my feelings, Jing. Would you grant me a chance?" Jing found herself ensnared in turmoil. Abraxas, being perceptive, immediately recognized her inner conflict. He embraced her, gently stroking her hair, reassuring her. "It's all right. I understand you're still uncertain. I can wait. There's no need to rush." He then released her, allowing her to clearly see the tears cascading from his reddened eyes. Jing had never witnessed her brother Abraxas cry before, and her heart ached, prompting her to reach out and wipe his tears. Abraxas, fully aware of his advantage, adeptly capitalized on the moment. A beautiful person weeping evokes pity in anyone. As Jing wiped the tears from Abraxas's face, she spoke, "Brother Abraxas, I am currently unsure of my feelings for both you and Tom. But if I can gain clarity in my heart, I shall make a choice. Please grant me some time." Hearing this, Abraxas gently pressed her hand against his face and nodded at her with a smile. In this delicate dance between the madman and the gentle beauty, it became evident to all who observed whom they would choose. Thus began the elaborate courtship between the two extraordinary Slytherin wizards, with Tom presenting a piece of jewelry one day and Abraxas crafting a handmade bracelet the next, each gift more extravagant than the last. Their grand gestures garnered the attention of not only the Slytherin snakes, but also the other 3 houses. Though Tom was merely a third-year wizard, he frequently challenged the 5th-year Abraxas, resulting in fierce duels that left them both breathless. Even the defense against the dark arts professor, Ariana, often had to intervene when their battles escalated to dangerous levels, as their frequent injuries had made them regular visitors to the infirmary. Tom's yearning for immortality intensified. He was eager to uncover the secrets of such magic, longing to be with Jing eternally, unbound by the constraints of time. Just as Tom found himself in a state of desperation, a turning point emerged. Now successfully in his 4th year, Tom, along with Jing and a few others, became the backbone of Professor Slughorn's Slug Club, and he developed a keen interest in Slughorn's philosophies, never missing a gathering. In the middle of the 4th year, Slughorn organized a banquet, gathering the 4th-year wizards around a round table. He gazed at his 2 most prized students, now the most distinguished wizards of Slytherin, feeling a swell of pride. While the other young wizards enjoyed beverages or fruit teas, Slughorn indulged in high-proof brandy. Although he usually moderated his drinking in front of the students, his elation caused him to overindulge that evening. In his intoxication, he began to boast about his illustrious career, stating, "I have mentored countless exceptional students, each of whom has become a leader in their respective fields. Potions are a marvelous thing. Magic itself is wondrous, even to the point of achieving immortality." Tom, who had been passively listening, suddenly straightened, his eyes sharpening with interest, as he asked, "Professor, if the concept of immortality seems too far-fetched, how do you know of it?" Though Slughorn had indulged in too much drink, the topic of immortality remained paramount in his thoughts. He waved his hand dismissively at Tom, choosing not to elaborate, as the other students quietly departed. Preparing to retire to their dormitories, Tom, who typically adhered closely to Jinghe, unexpectedly urged her to return ahead of him, stating he wished to speak with the professor privately. Jinghe, though perplexed, reminded Tom to return early and not stay out too late, believing everyone had left. Slughorn stood unsteadily to place his glass back on the shelf before retiring, but as he swayed dangerously, a steady arm caught him. Upon turning, he was surprised to find Tom still present. "Why haven't you left yet?" Slughorn inquired. Tom smiled and replied, "I found myself greatly intrigued by your earlier comments, and I wish to discuss the topic of immortality with you." Slughorn, suddenly feeling a cold sweat break out, sobered considerably and chuckled. "That's impossible. No wizard can achieve immortality. Such a topic is untenable, Tom." Tom pressed on, "I have discovered methods of splitting the soul in some obscure texts that no one could find." "Professor, how might one realize such methods?" Slughorn turned away, nervously fiddling with the bottles on the shelf, and replied, "Do not pursue this line of inquiry. The notion of immortality is not feasible. The knowledge in those books is erroneous. Do not believe it." Yet Tom persisted, "Professor, you have guided so many gifted students, helping them become the finest in their fields. I believe you can illuminate this mystery for me." After a moment of silence, Slughorn turned back, his gaze unfocused as he met Tom's eyes. "Horcruxes. A person's soul can be split into a finite number of pieces, and when contained within different objects, one can achieve a form of everlasting life." Tom had received the answer he sought, and he continued, "Then, Professor, is the vessel for containing the soul a living being or an inanimate object?" Slughorn remained silent, yet Tom discerned the answer hidden within that silence. The creation of Horcruxes could be achieved through vessels, whether living or inanimate. Suddenly, Slughorn's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he waved his hand dismissively, urging Tom to leave, proclaiming, "I have said nothing. This is all a fabrication, Tom. You are an exceptional wizard. Do not heed my words." Tom smiled and nodded. "Very well, Professor. I understand. Please take care of yourself." He then turned and closed the office door, leaving Slughorn muttering to himself. At that moment, the teaching building lay deserted. Tom's pupils gradually transformed into a crimson hue in the darkness. Having grasped the method of crafting Horcruxes and the potential objects that could serve, he resolved to create a flawless Horcrux when he became more powerful. Furthermore, he would assist Jinghe in this endeavor, ensuring that they could achieve immortality and remain together eternally. Tom's eyes, now dark and enigmatic, hinted at the tumult that would soon envelop the wizarding world. Chapter 95, The Rift. Thus, Tom immersed himself fervently in the study of magic while seeking the instruments for his soul's containment, contemplating how many times a soul could be divided. In the orphanage, he often seized toys and books from other children, yet he never allowed them to realize it. Among these treasures were colorful stones and various storybooks. From a young age, Tom found the number 7 to be particularly captivating. Coincidentally, the day he spent with his little girl was also the 7th. Henceforth, he dedicated much of his time to the library, persistently visiting the restricted section each night in search of knowledge, even at the expense of his time with Jinghe. He frantically sought traces of that brilliant existence he longed to preserve. Of course, Abraxas would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. As Tom diligently pursued magic in his quest for immortality, Abraxas seized the chance to spend time with Jinghe whenever possible. Yet, unlike Tom, he never pressured her to stay. Instead, he remained gentle and kind in her presence. This gradually allowed Jinghe to relax, for since that day, Abraxas had not broached the subject again. Jinghe believed the matter had passed, conveniently rationalizing the kiss they shared. The effects of the love potion had caused Abraxas to develop feelings for her, or so Jinghe thought. However, Abraxas viewed the situation differently. He was a man who understood the virtue of patience. Unlike Tom, who sought to possess the girl impulsively, Abraxas harbored a deep desire for her, but afforded her the respect and time to comprehend her own feelings. A skilled hunter knows the significance of waiting. When the prey relaxes, a single, lethal strike becomes effortless. By his 4th year, Tom had already grown exceedingly handsome, his stature quickly rising. His striking features coupled with his remarkable talents enabled him to form an esteemed circle within Slytherin, where all the young wizards looked up to him. Even Avery and the second-year Or-I in Black joined Tom's circle. Young wizards are easily swayed, and Tom possessed an astonishing gift for oration. He addressed all the incoming young witches and wizards, proclaiming, "Purebloods are the most precious beings in the wizarding world. Our lineage grants us boundless power and talent. We gather here for the greater glory of our families, and in the future, we shall usher in a magnificent era for pureblood families." This impassioned speech ignited a fervor among the pureblood young wizards of Slytherin, who unconditionally accepted Tom's words. However, Tom spoke these sentiments behind Jinghe's back. Aware that while she harbored great ambition, she did not share his extremism. She approached everything with a warm heart, and Tom recognized his own darkness and extremity. Yearning to achieve something worthy of the ambition he declared on his first day at the Roderia estate, he sought to make his name known across the world. He wished to possess enough fame, talent, and a perfect identity to match Jinghe, aspiring to be worthy of the rose of the Roderia family. Even Abraxas, who appeared to be his outright rival, entirely agreed with Tom's assertions. Thus, although they publicly vied for the girl's affection, they remained tightly bound by other interests behind the scenes. With the support of Malfoy, Black, and other affluent pureblood families, Tom's endeavors progressed smoothly. Yet, how could someone as perceptive as Jinghe fail to notice her brother's aberrations? Initially, she believed that her brother's popularity simply attracted a group of admirers, uniting them for the honor of the house. However, she soon realized that matters were not as they seemed. Initially, she sought to improve the three other houses' perceptions of Slytherin for future collaborations with outstanding wizards from other houses, leveraging her influence to achieve this goal. Her efforts proved successful, as the other three houses quickly transformed their views of Slytherin, fostering a friendlier atmosphere where Slytherin students and those from other houses engaged in academic discussions. Yet, she recently noticed that such scenes had vanished. The Slytherin young wizards had reverted to their former ways, no longer interacting with their peers from other houses, instead grouping together and sometimes bullying Muggle-born wizards and half-bloods. Each time Jinghe witnessed such behavior, she frowned and intervened, perplexed by the reasons behind this regression, as restoring inter-house relations would be crucial for her future collaborations. Later, Jinghe overheard a conversation between two young Slytherin wizards. Senior Riddle speaks the truth. "We purebloods are the noblest beings in the wizarding world. I intend to lead my family to greatness." The fervor in the young wizard's words revealed their admiration for Tom and his ideals. Jinghe furrowed her brow, quickly piecing together Tom's current mindset from their remarks. He aimed to strengthen pureblood families. Once a balance is disrupted, one side's expansion inevitably encroaches upon the other's interests. Their objective was to suppress the existence of Muggle-borns and half-bloods, even seeking to eradicate Muggles altogether. Jinghe swiftly connected the dots. Her ambition was to elevate her family to greater heights, yet she had absorbed her parents' philosophy. Harmony is paramount for longevity. Jinghe was ruthless in her methods, yet she would graciously accept sincere intentions. However, should circumstances prove unfavorable, she would not hesitate to quell any burgeoning threats. It seemed she needed to find an opportunity to speak with him, especially since she had noticed her brother's nightly excursions. Thus, when Tom donned his cloak once more, preparing to venture into the restricted section at night, he discovered someone seated on the sofa in the Slytherin common room. His keen gaze quickly recognized that it was Jinghe. Sensing his arrival, Jinghe stood, illuminating the surroundings with a wave of her hand. She approached him, taking hold of his hand, and sighing, "We need to talk, brother." If anyone could have halted Tom midway, it would have been Jinghe. Thus, Tom sat silently as Jinghe led him to the sofa, and they lingered in silence for a spell until Jinghe broke it, saying, "Brother, I am aware of your methods, but they are far too extreme. We cannot thrust everyone into such perilous circumstances, brother. There exist gentler ways to elevate our status, rather than resorting to such drastic measures." Noticing that Jinghe had not slept that night, Tom realized she had come specifically to dissuade him. However, at that moment, Tom's mind was clouded by the temptations of immortality and the clandestine practice of dark magic. Consumed with fervor, he seized Jinghe's shoulders and, gazing intently into her eyes, exclaimed, "Do not worry, Jinghe. We shall always be together. I have discovered the secret to immortality. We will become the most renowned figures in the wizarding world. Our names will be immortalized in every tome for eternity." The volume of his declaration risked attracting unwanted attention, prompting Jinghe to cast a silencing charm around them before continuing. Looking at the fervent Tom, she insisted, "Brother, immortality is fundamentally unattainable. There are countless methods to enhance our family's standing, but we cannot choose the most extreme of them all." Tom had been obsessed with the notion of immortality since childhood. and hearing the closest girl to him declare it impossible inflamed his emotions. He shook Jinghe vehemently, proclaiming, "No, sister, trust me. I will achieve it. And I will ensure you attain immortality too." Jinghe furrowed her brow, realizing she should have recognized Tom's extreme fixation sooner. At that moment, she could clearly perceive that her brother had been ensnared by the allure of immortality and dark magic. No matter what was said, he would remain oblivious. Despite Tom being one of the most significant people in her life, Jinghe felt compelled to dissuade him. However, through their conversation, she comprehended that Tom's yearning for immortality and power had escalated to an unattainable height. She knew she held a crucial place in Tom's heart. Yet the pursuit of eternal life and strength eclipsed all else. An exemplary Slytherin, Jinghe typically presented a gentle and cheerful facade to outsiders. But the madness that resided in her core had been deeply rooted since birth. Even though Tom had become one of her most vital individuals, should any misstep occur, she would not hesitate to sever ties. Jinghe would never engage in a losing venture. So with a smile, she released Tom's grip on her shoulders and stated, "I understand that I cannot dissuade you, brother, but when that day comes, I will stand opposed to you, for without life, my endeavors cannot continue." Tom grasped that Jinghe was delineating a boundary between them, and in that instant, a frenzied desire overtook his already muddled mind. He pulled her close and kissed her fiercely. Unlike previous tender kisses, this one was wild and primal, as if he sought to mark her as his own. Jinghe struggled desperately, but ultimately, her strength paled in comparison to Tom's. Only when she finally regained her composure and drew her wand, casting a spell that made him recoil in pain, did he relent. However, both their lips were stained with blood, and Tom, breathless, gazed at Jinghe, declaring, "You will never leave me, sister." Feeling the sting at the corner of her mouth, Jinghe, in a fit of anger, unleashed several curses upon Tom. Yet, he showed no inclination to retaliate. He stood there, enduring her wrath, his gaze still imbued with possessiveness. Witnessing Tom's unwavering obsession, Jinghe shook her head and, with a swift motion, retreated to the girls' dormitory. Tom, unable to halt her, could only watch as she departed. The protective enchantment over the dormitory was indeed formidable. Even with Tom's considerable power, he could not breach the staircase. After enduring several curses, the blood from Tom's lips mixed with the trickle from the corner of his mouth, staining his clothing. Yet, he remained rooted in place, his crimson gaze fixated on Jinghe's retreating figure. Soon, he would discover a solution. She would never escape his sight. Chapter 96, The Death of Myrtles. The conversation that transpired that night was known to none but the two of them. The following morning, Abraxas awaited Jinghe's descent with his characteristic smile, but she approached, expressionless, gripping Sia's arm. Abraxas, puzzled, wondered why Jinghe had suddenly ignored him, especially since Tom, who usually awaited her arrival every morning without fail, was conspicuously absent today. With growing concern, Abraxas grasped Jinghe's wrist and inquired, "What is the matter? Are you unwell?" Jinghe paused but did not respond, continuing to pull her friend along. Abraxas, bewildered by her silence, grew anxious and stepped forward to firmly grasp her shoulders, asking, "What is happening? Did I do something to upset you? If so, please tell me, and I will make amends." With the corners of his eyes drooping, Abraxas, whose face was strikingly handsome, looked at Jinghe with an expression of distress, as though on the verge of tears. Most would have softened at such a sight, but Jinghe maintained her cold demeanor, stating, "I am aware, Abraxas." Abraxas, being an astute individual, quickly grasped that Jinghe had learned of his clandestine communications with Tom. While their entanglements might have seemed trivial at first, the depth of their current alliance, bolstered by Malfoy's backing, had escalated to a point where any division would result in irreparable conflict. Abraxas relinquished his hold on Jinghe. But before he could explain, she interjected, "I understand, Abraxas. Everyone has differing views. I cannot expect to change the minds of others simply due to my own beliefs. However, when that time comes, we may find ourselves on opposing sides." With that, Jinghe did not wait for Abraxas to finish and departed with Sia. As of now, Sia, a member of the Lestrange family, had not joined their ranks, as the current head of the family had decreed that all matters should be led by the daughters of the Rodoria family. Thus, she hesitated to join the newly formed group, a decision that now seemed prudent. What followed was a prolonged Cold War, as a small group that had remained intact for 5 years suddenly fractured overnight, shocking the other Slytherin students. Yet, even as they disbanded, none dared to consider opposing the young lady of the Rodoria family, for she was sufficiently formidable on her own. However, one male party involved did not share this sentiment. Yet he found himself unable to intervene, as they had already arrived at a critical juncture. Tom had discovered the Slytherin dungeon. On the night of June 13th, 1943, while all students were resting in their common room, a figure clad in black robes appeared in the boys' dormitory, none other than Tom himself. He had uncovered the existence of the Slytherin dungeon and intended to unleash the basilisk that night, having stumbled upon this hidden chamber, which was fortuitously surrounded by a series of sinks above. At that moment, Tom washed his face to calm himself and engaged in a brief conversation with Jinghe. However, during their exchange, a certain word triggered the sudden opening of the washbasin before him, revealing a dark, cavernous void within. Tom immediately grasped that this must be the underground chamber left behind by the ancestors of Slytherin. He quickly turned around to survey the area, noticing that the washbasin was rather secluded and devoid of people, allowing him to exhale in relief. He then used Parseltongue to seal the washbasin, deciding to return later when no one was around. Following the recollections of that morning, Tom adeptly approached the washbasin once more and uttered in Parseltongue, "Open." The sides of the washbasin responded, parting to unveil the unfathomable depths of the underground chamber. Without hesitation, Tom leaped inside and employed his wand to cast a spell that ensured his safe descent. He instructed Jinghe to scout ahead, and upon sensing safety, he silently advanced until he arrived at a grand door at the end of the passage. This door was intricately adorned with countless green serpents forming a sinister circle, exuding an aura of danger. Upon commanding the door to open in Parseltongue, Tom beheld the scene within. The chamber was dominated by a solitary path flanked by water, culminating in a stone statue of a serpent, its mouth agape, as if awaiting the arrival of a Slytherin heir. The chamber was permeated by an unpleasant odor, a reminder of the various sewers connected to Hogwarts. Yet, Tom's gaze was fervently fixated on the statue, for he sensed a life within it, dormant and awaiting his awakening. Meanwhile, in a distant corner, a forlorn girl with twin ponytails sat weeping quietly. This girl was Moaning Myrtle, a fifth-year student from Ravenclaw. Although Ravenclaw esteemed wisdom, Myrtle's appearance was far from conventionally beautiful, and her reclusive nature often led to her isolation by her peers. Thus, when her books were hidden once again, she could no longer contain her despair. However, Myrtle, being timid, dared not express her frustration openly, and instead chose to conceal herself in the shadows, weeping silently until she gathered her composure. Just as she prepared to rise and return, she turned her head and locked eyes with a pair of enormous serpent pupils. In an instant, Myrtle collapsed to the ground, breathless. Indeed, Tom had successfully summoned the serpent lying dormant in the Slytherin underground chamber, and just as he lamented the lack of a test subject for the basilisk's abilities, he stumbled upon the solitary weeping Myrtle in that hidden corner. Thus, the unfortunate Myrtle became the first subject of his experiment with the basilisk. After Myrtle's demise, Tom emerged from behind the basilisk, his cold gaze fixated upon the lifeless girl who still stared wide-eyed into the void. With her clumsy glasses, outdated dress, and a face marred by countless blemishes, she was a mud-blood witch. Tom felt a sense of satisfaction, concluding the evening's experiment. He commanded the basilisk to return to the underground chamber, awaiting his next visit. Subsequently, he donned his hat and stealthily returned to the dormitory, as if nothing had transpired. The following morning, Hogwarts was engulfed in unprecedented turmoil, as the discovery of Myrtle's lifeless body in an obscure corner sent shockwaves through the school. Her eyes, wide open in death, seemed to gaze hauntingly into the distance, as if something terrifying lingered there. Dumbledore promptly reacted, collaborating with professors from other houses to soothe the students' fears. Myrtle's body was laid upon a bed, her parents were notified, and assurances were given that the perpetrator would be swiftly apprehended. Jinghe furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding gnawing at her. She then looked up at Tom, who had not spoken to her in quite some time. Tom returned her gaze with a smile, albeit one that felt oddly unsettling. Jinghe quickly lowered her head, pondering the identity of Myrtle's murderer, but found herself at a loss. The first suspects were the young wizards from Slytherin, as the other three houses were well aware of Slytherin's disdain for Muggleborns and their exclusivity. Consequently, the initial investigation focused on the students from Slytherin. Myrtle was not merely a Ravenclaw student. She was also an ordinary Muggleborn witch, which meant that during that period, Slytherin students found themselves under the scrutinizing gazes of their peers from the other houses. The Slytherin students were incensed, for even in their disdain for Muggleborns and their exclusivity, they would never brazenly slay another student within the confines of their house. Just as the young wizards were brainstorming to uncover Myrtle's killer, Dumbledore announced the suspect at dinner. It was Rubeus Hagrid from Gryffindor. Tom, having committed the act of killing Myrtle, was keen on finding the perfect scapegoat. By this time, a significant portion of Slytherin's students had already aligned with his group, and he was in a phase of ascendance. He could afford to lose no one. He swiftly redirected suspicion towards other houses, honing in on Hagrid from Gryffindor. Tom had kept an eye on Hagrid due to his imposing stature and his penchant for peculiar creatures. One night, while wandering, he had encountered a gigantic spider roaming within Hogwarts, which later found its way to Gryffindor's dormitory. Based on Tom's understanding of Gryffindor students, he deduced that none would harbor such a creature. Concluding that Hagrid was secretly caring for the forbidden spider within Hogwarts, one that could grow to a size capable of filling an entire classroom. Thus, he approached Dumbledore in his office, stating, "Headmaster, I believe I know who killed the unfortunate Myrtle." Dumbledore, who had been deep in thought, opened his eyes wide, a gentle smile gracing his face, yet his gaze remained piercing as he inquired, "Who do you think it is, Tom?" Unfazed by the intensity of Dumbledore's presence, Tom maintained his composure and replied, "First, I must apologize, Headmaster, for having breached school rules that day to search for some materials in the library. However, halfway through, I heard faint cries from a corner. When I approached to investigate, I was confronted by an enormous spider that swiftly killed the poor Myrtle." Dumbledore, unaware of Hagrid's pet, had once suspected that someone had poisoned Myrtle. However, due to her parents' vehement objections, he had refrained from examining her for any residual traces. Thus, Dumbledore responded, "Thank you very much for the information, my boy. I will look into this matter." After Tom nodded, he turned and sought out Hagrid from Gryffindor. With his eloquence, he convinced the half-giant that it was indeed his spider that had slain the unfortunate girl. Tom then said to Hagrid, "I am truly sorry to hear such news, Hagrid. But Headmaster Dumbledore has informed me that he intends to have that spider exterminated." Hagrid, wiping away tears with his large sleeves, stood beside a box containing the spider, lamenting, "My poor Aragog, he has always been so gentle. I never imagined he could do such a thing." As Tom endeavored to console Hagrid, who was steeped in sorrow, he discreetly waved his wand to unlock the trunk that had been closed behind Hagrid, allowing the spider to stealthily escape Hogwarts. By the time Dumbledore arrived to investigate, he could only ascertain that Hagrid had once harbored a massive, venomous spider, which had vanished without a trace. With no evidence to the contrary, all signs suggested that Hagrid's spider had indeed slain moaning Myrtle and fled in terror of its guilt. Consequently, during an evening gathering, Dumbledore announced that the perpetrator of Myrtle's demise was none other than Hagrid himself. Faced with the fallout from his pet's actions, and amidst the anguish of Myrtle's parents and the protests of other wizarding families, Dumbledore was left with no choice but to expel Hagrid. Nevertheless, he offered Hagrid a position as the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Though it seemed that the matter had reached a conclusion, the young wizards remained on edge after learning of the spider's escape, fearing that it might one day reappear to claim them. During this period, the students banded together more than ever, and even the frequency of their nocturnal escapades diminished significantly. The sight of Myrtle's tragic end was transformed into a restroom, where a weeping ghost would wander for eternity. As for the spider that bore the blame, it had successfully found refuge in the Forbidden Forest and continued to thrive. Chapter 97, Framing. Jinghe felt an abundance of doubts surrounding this incident, as they were unaware of the exact circumstances of Myrtle's death. All they had seen was her form concealed beneath a white shroud, failing to discern any marks upon her. The only detail that lingered in their minds was the lifeless hand of the deceased Myrtle, protruding from beneath the cloth, draped helplessly beside the stretcher. Following Myrtle's death, Tom, who had previously been silent for several days, resumed his unsettling habit of lingering around Jinghe, circling her incessantly. Though Jinghe continued to ignore him, she could always sense his gaze fixed upon her back, much like a venomous serpent. At this juncture, Tom believed his small circle had matured sufficiently and was ready for a distinctive mark. He thus personally established a symbol, awaiting the day when these young wizards would graduate, to indelibly imprint it upon their arms. This mark resembled a skull, beneath which lay an intricately patterned butterfly, entwined by a dark, sinister serpent. Presently, only Tom was privy to this emblem, yet should others catch sight of it, they would be astounded to discover that the butterfly bore an uncanny resemblance to the one on Jinghe's left wrist. Time hastened by, and a year passed swiftly. During each school holiday, Tom continued to return home with Jinghe, maintaining a facade of camaraderie before the Rodria couple to avoid raising suspicion. However, once alone, Jinghe would promptly distance herself from Tom, retreating to the library to read in solitude, consistently pushing him away from her embrace. Yet, the formidable Tom, who wielded considerable influence within the school, displayed no frustration, resolutely returning to wrap his arms around her again. Eventually, Jinghe found herself devoid of the strength to repel his persistent advances, and thus, she chose to remain quietly seated, allowing Tom to hold her. Throughout the summer, aside from the nights, Tom neglected his studies, instead clinging to Jinghe whenever she settled down with a book, enveloping her in his embrace. He would occasionally explain the content of her reading material, gently pinch her cheeks, bury his head in the crook of her neck for a deep breath, and occasionally kiss her hair. It was as if he had become addicted to her presence, yearning to be with her at all times, persistently embracing and kissing her. Finally, when Jinghe could no longer endure his affections, she would push him away, only for Tom to stealthily return to her side moments later. As they commenced their 6th year at Hogwarts, Abraxas graduated and seamlessly took the reins of the Malfoy family business, excelling in his role. The head of the Malfoy family felt as though a weight had been lifted, and after a final glance at the girl quietly reading on the swing at the Rodrigo estate, she reluctantly turned to leave. The following day, the most esteemed head of the Malfoy family lay peacefully in bed, her breath having ceased. It was as if the doors to the fates of pureblood families had swung wide open, within 2 to 3 weeks of Malfoy's passing. The heads of the Lestrange and Black families also departed from this world. Jinghe attended the funerals of these former heads during her 6th year, surrounded each time by an abundance of roses, with butterflies flitting through the air. She felt an emptiness within her, as if a significant portion of her had been taken away, and though she longed to cry, her tears had long since dried up. In her 6th year, Jinghe came to terms with the harsh realities of life and death. Maturing rapidly, she managed to balance her studies while also overseeing some family affairs. The young witches and wizards in their 6th year underwent a remarkable transformation, each revealing a more mature demeanor. They began to contemplate their aspirations post-graduation, pondering their dreams and the individuals they wished to become. Meanwhile, Tom's influence continued to expand. Following Abraxas's graduation, he had completely become the embodiment of Slytherin, with nearly the entire house rallying behind him. His words bore more weight than even the headmasters. Countless young Slytherins fervently sought to follow in Tom's footsteps, and even ambitious purebloods and half-bloods from the other 3 houses sought to join this burgeoning faction. Yet, Jinghe, a Slytherin herself, refrained from joining, distancing herself from Tom as well. Witnessing the unraveling of their relationship, some young wizards sought to punish Jinghe in hopes of currying favor with Tom. However, when it came to magical prowess, Jinghe proved to be the most gifted, effortlessly repaying their feeble attacks tenfold while sending a howler letter to Tom. Thus, Tom found himself covertly observing Jinghe in the dining hall when he unexpectedly received her howler. Upon opening it, he heard her voice, though soft, laden with sternness. "You ought to manage your followers. I wish to encounter no more bizarre incidents on my way to class." Tom had deliberately distanced himself from Jinghe at school due to the gravity of the situation, yet his followers were oblivious to how he clung to her during breaks. Upon hearing her words, Tom's expression darkened instantly. He quickly deduced which wizards were causing trouble for Jinghe. Consequently, those young wizards faced isolation from their peers, alongside severe repercussions from spells cast upon them. By the 6th year, Tom had mastered the art of the Cruciatus Curse, and those who sought to undermine Jinghe not only endured her wrath, but also suffered the consequences of Tom's own retribution. The relentless blows they received inflicted irreversible damage upon their bodies, yet rather than harboring resentment towards Tom, they admired his growing mastery of magic. They believed that Jinghe's actions had precipitated Tom's punishment upon them, and thus, they successfully transferred their feudal hatred onto her. Lacking the capability to retaliate against Jinghe, they resolved to enlist the aid of their parents instead. The Slytherin young wizards, perhaps endowed with a certain rhetorical prowess, promptly penned a letter home, extolling Tom's virtues and the ideals of pureblood families. Naturally, these obstinate traditionalists embraced Tom's rhetoric, while the young wizards refrained from mentioning Tom's previous disdain for Jinghe, opting instead for vague insinuations regarding his severe aversion to the daughter of the Rodria family. Eager to align themselves with Tom, the pureblood families conspired to mete out a measure of punishment to this young lady of the Rodria lineage. Despite the mental deficiencies resulting from generations of inbreeding, these pureblood families possessed a modicum of cunning. The young wizards feigned guilt and approached crowded areas, loudly apologizing to Jinghe, naively believing she would acquiesce for the sake of her pride. However, Jinghe was not one to concern herself with appearances. She merely shot them a cold glance before departing in silence, clutching her book. With their initial plan thwarted, they devised another scheme. After observing for several days, they identified a half-blood who shared a close bond with Jinghe, but was notably timid. One day, they ensnared her within a classroom, taking turns to intimidate her into luring Jinghe into the transportation magic circle provided by their parents. Having never encountered such a scenario, the timid witch, feeling the weight of the pureblood family's unyielding authority, reluctantly nodded in agreement. Thus, when Jinghe exited her class, the young witch called out to her, gently inquiring, "What is it, Yala?" Upon hearing such kindness from Jinghe, the girl nearly faltered, but the dark magic cast upon her by the other young wizards sent jolts of pain coursing through her, compelling her to summon her courage and say, "Could you come with me for a moment, Jinghe? I have something to discuss." In Jinghe's memory, this young witch, though a Slytherin, was half-blood and often subjected to bullying by others. On a previous occasion, Jinghe had stepped in to protect her, leading to a budding friendship. Yala, typically so meek, now appeared distressed, prompting Jinghe to assume something was amiss and follow her without further suspicion. Yala led Jinghe silently to a secluded spot, and as they neared a shadowy corner, Jinghe halted and declared, "If there's something to discuss, let us do so here, for there is no one around." Yala remained silent. Her back turned to Jinghe. Just as Jinghe was about to speak, she was unexpectedly shoved from behind and fell to the ground, her wand slipping from her grasp due to the sudden impact. A sharp pain shot through her ankle, signaling a possible sprain. But as she attempted to rise and reclaim her wand, she noticed a purple light enveloping her surroundings. To her horror, she beheld the smirking faces of the young wizards standing outside the magical circle, while Yala stood beside them, unable to meet her gaze, filled with guilt. One of the young wizards sneered, "Enjoy yourself, dear Miss Rodria." True to the collaborative efforts of several families, the magic circle was activated in a mere 3 seconds. And in the next instant, Jinghe found herself transported to a hidden chamber far removed from Hogwarts. She was thrust onto a chair, where shackles clamped around her wrists, rendering her powerless, for her wand had just been dislodged. Struggling proved futile, and so she resigned herself to await the arrival of others. Indeed, it was not long before the door to the basement creaked open, revealing several hooded wizards descending the stairs, who still dared not remove their hoods. Gathering her composure, Jinghe spoke, "Pray tell, what grievance do you hold against me that necessitates my being bound here? This hardly reflects the hospitality of pureblood families." A raspy voice emerged from beneath a hood. "No grievance, my dear. However, you have infringed upon some of our modest interests, Miss Rodria." Jinghe furrowed her brow. Unable to discern their identities beneath the obscuring hoods, their voices altered beyond recognition. "Regardless of who you are, I assert that abducting a young lady from a prominent pureblood family is decidedly improper." At this, one of the wizards on her left chuckled sinisterly. "No matter, my dear. You have provoked those you ought not to have. We merely wish to impart a small lesson to ensure you remember." He raised his wand and unleashed a curse aimed at Jinghe, who had never before endured such excruciating pain. She curled inward, yet resolutely remained silent, enduring the malevolent incantations unleashed upon her. Time stretched on as the wizards continued their torment, until one finally approached to unlock the shackles binding Jinghe. However, he was abruptly halted by another wizard. "I believe mere torment is insufficient. To join our ranks, one must demonstrate sincere commitment and present an impeccable token of allegiance. Let Miss Rodria provide our token." Weakly, Jinghe lifted her head and replied, "If your aim is to join Tom's ranks, then you have indeed chosen the wrong target for your torment." The hooded wizards faltered upon hearing Jinghe's awareness of their intentions, contemplating whether the relationship between her and Tom was indeed as antagonistic as their letters suggested. But the idiocy born of inbreeding prevailed, leading them to trust in their own misguided conclusions. After a brief hesitation, one wizard raised his wand and uttered the fatal curse, Avada Kedavra. Chapter 98, Death at the End. The green light flashed, and the 17-year-old heiress of the Rodria family, with a promising future ahead, forever closed her eyes in that dark, damp basement. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Tom, unable to locate Jinghe, frantically searched every corner. At last, he stumbled upon her wand in a secluded area. Grasping it, he noticed traces of a magic circle on the ground. The astute Tom quickly deduced that this was a highly efficient transportation circle and, with remarkable speed, identified the culprits behind the scheme. Without hesitation, he unleashed a curse upon them, casting them before the magic circle, compelling them to recite the incantation to activate it. With a flash of purple light, Tom found himself in that grim underground chamber. At that moment, Jinghe had already succumbed to eternal slumber, her eyes forever closed. The remaining hooded wizards were startled by Tom's sudden appearance, and upon recognizing him, they removed their hoods, revealing their grotesque visages, familiar faces of the heads of pureblood families. They knelt before him, reverently proclaiming, "We have resolved your pressing concern, master." Tom remained silent, his gaze fixed on the lifeless girl in the chair, his hands clenched tightly, blood trickling from his palms. He could scarcely comprehend that his treasure, his rose, had perished within such a dismal chamber. The girl who had smiled at him just the day prior now lay breathless before him. He slowly turned his head, his pupils transformed into a blood-red hue. He gazed at the individuals kneeling before him, gradually raising his wand. Avada Kedavra! They could not fathom that, despite having assisted Tom in resolving a significant threat, they were about to be met with that perilous green light. After Tom had slain those wizards, his legs buckled beneath him, and he sank to his knees. He could no longer move, and he crawled on his knees to the girl before him, her once warm body now grown cold. Those beautiful blue eyes were permanently closed, and even the butterfly on her wrist seemed to sense the ebbing of life, losing its luster. Tom trembled as he caressed Jinghe, a torrent of grief swelling within him. He longed to weep, yet only felt a heart-wrenching agony, his tears refusing to fall. When Tom finally regained his composure, he realized his cheeks were icy. He had been weeping for an indeterminate duration without awareness. He tremulously unshackled the girl's wrists, then, with trembling hands, lifted her into his arms and made his way to the teleportation circle, only to reappear within Hogwarts the next moment. As the young wizards of the families approached Tom, eager to claim credit, he coldly regarded them while cradling Jinghe in one arm. In the next heartbeat, he raised his wand once more, uttering the incantation, Avada Kedavra. The young wizards collapsed to the ground, breathless, and Tom utilized magic to disperse their bodies into the air. He then tremulously clutched the lifeless form of the girl, moving step by step, while the other young wizards remained oblivious to Jinghe's fate, only able to see her lying quietly in Tom's embrace, her eyes closed. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's right eyelid twitched violently. He sensed that something dire was about to unfold that day. He reached for a piece of candy from his desk to steady his nerves. Just as his emotions began to settle, they were shattered anew when he beheld Tom entering, cradling the unconscious Jinghe. Dumbledore, accustomed to the specter of death, could readily distinguish between slumber and demise. Thus, upon seeing the girl, he understood at once that the butterfly he had awaited so long would never dance beneath the sun. Tom's legs buckled, and he sank to his knees before Dumbledore, who felt darkness encroaching upon his vision. He trembled as he approached, gently touching Jinghe's closed eyes, tears cascading down his cheeks and landing upon her face. Yet the girl in Tom's arms could no longer feel them. Upon learning that their beloved daughter had been slain by the Dark Wizard, the Rodria couple felt as though the world had tilted beneath them. They could not accept that their daughter, whom they had cherished for 17 years, had been taken from them in an instant. As Dumbledore emerged from the fireplace, Tom held Jinghe's now rigid form, and Chiyoyasi fainted before her daughter. Kadri, suppressing his anguish, dealt with the grim matters at hand. The vibrant girl they had only just seen could now never again open her eyes to rush into their embrace, calling out for her parents. When news spread that the Rodria daughter had succumbed to the Dark Wizard's attack, disbelief washed over everyone. They could not fathom that such a brilliant girl could be vanquished by a few Dark Wizards. Yet upon witnessing Jinghe lying in the icy coffin, they painfully accepted the truth. Ariana, who had just regained her spirits after the girl's farewell, felt her resolve crumble, as if she had aged decades in an instant. Her body could no longer withstand the weight of sorrow, and on the second day following Jinghe's death, she cast a final glance at the young girl before forever closing her eyes. Abufus, who had finally awaited the girl, could not believe that she had become a butterfly and flown away. When he saw the once vibrant girl now peacefully resting with closed eyes, his tears flowed uncontrollably. Having endured death twice, he had yet again been unable to save his butterfly. When Ablaxius, occupied with familial affairs, heard the dreadful news, his hand trembled, causing him to scrawl a massive black blot across the paper. It was as though he could no longer stand. He wobbled, clutching the chair for support. But time and again he failed. He wished desperately for this to be a jest from Jinghe. Yet, when he approached to see, the girl lying among the flowers still did not awaken to greet him with a smile, calling out, "Brother Abuff." But this was no jest. Ablaxius knelt before the girl, overcome with grief. Since the girl's demise, Tom had abstained from food and drink, remaining by Jinghe's side, his eyes a dreadful shade of red, clenching her wand in his grasp. That girl who had glared at him just yesterday, the innocent and clever young lady of the Rodria family, had met her end in the unseemly depths of a pure-blood family's basement, so inconspicuous, so grotesque, where the most promising heir was laid to rest. The fragrance of roses no longer lingered around Tom. He frantically cultivated numerous roses, attempting to envelop himself in their myriad scents. Yet they could not replicate the essence that belonged to Jinghe. He would never again hold that girl. Now, he cradled her lifeless form, her eyes closed in eternal slumber. There would be no more vivid expressions upon awakening, no more sharing of recent happenings, nor would she ever again smile warmly, clutching Tom's arm and calling him brother. When the Rodria couple sought to place the wand within Jinghe's coffin, a mysterious wizard appeared outside the Rodria manor. This wizard materialized at the funeral, leaving the attendees bewildered as to how he had managed to infiltrate such a tightly guarded space undetected. Yet, as the wizard stood before Jinghe and caressed the crystal ball cradled in his arms, he erupted into laughter, proclaiming, "Life continues, life endures. The original thread of fate shall weave anew the bridge of life," allowing the goddess of destiny to once again open her compassionate eyes. With those words spoken, he vanished in an instant before the eyes of the gathered crowd, prompting Dumbledore to hastily usher the Rodria couple into a nearby room for discussion. Others were left unaware of their discourse, only to see the Rodria couple emerge with Jinghe's wand, placing it into a blue velvet box. Tom yearned to intervene. He wished for the wand to remain by Jinghe's side. However, Kadri refused. as Tom had already borne the weight of the girl's death and could not deny her father's wishes. He remained fixated on the sight of the girl's wand being enclosed within the blue velvet box, while Dumbledore prepared it for an unknown destination. After a week of Jinghe's repose, Tom and Ablaxias entered the family estate in perfect synchrony, wielding their wands, leaving no one alive, sparing not even the house elves. Ultimately, they set ablaze the ancient castle, flames roaring fiercely. Suddenly, rain began to fall from the sky, drenching the two, leaving them uncertain whether the moisture on their cheeks was rain or tears. Yet, the flames raged on, undeterred by the rain, consuming everything in their path. The tender roses of the Rodria family wilted, and Tom Riddle, no longer restrained by his nature, joined forces with the Blackshes of the Malfoy family, unleashing a tempest of bloodshed upon the wizarding world. Chapter 99, Return. Jinghe felt a haze enveloping her, as if she were ensnared in a peculiar dream. Yet the genuine emotions and sensations led her to believe it was no mere dream. After that flash of green light, Jinghe found herself plunged into an abyss of darkness, followed by a sudden onset of breathlessness, and then, with a jolt, she opened her eyes wide and sat up abruptly. In a state of panic, she glanced around and realized she had returned to her bed in Hogwarts. Wiping her forehead with her hand, she discovered it was drenched in sweat. Lowering her gaze to her hands, she was taken aback to see them resembling those of a 12-year-old once more. Jinghe's breaths quickened. She was bewildered, unsure whether she was ensnared in reality or a dream. If this were indeed reality, what then was that vivid experience she had just undergone? Instinctively, she believed it was not mere fantasy. The pain she felt had been palpably real, as if she had lived through it herself. Pinching her arm firmly, she felt the sharp pang of sensation. This was no dream. This was reality. Jinghe closed her eyes and leaned back against the bed frame, quietly contemplating how she had come to experience such a bizarre and vivid dream. The little creature in heaven had promised her a reincarnation imbued with memories. Yet from her past life as a working individual, it seemed that it must have made yet another error before her departure. Perhaps she had undergone multiple reincarnations, each time losing her memories. Suddenly, Jinghe opened her eyes wide and turned her gaze to the table beside her bed. Upon the table lay an array of snacks brought by her classmates during their visits, alongside a blue porcelain vase containing a single rose, vibrant and fresh, evidently replaced daily. Jinghe recalled the book she had taken out before fainting and hurriedly climbed onto the table to retrieve her bag. As she rummaged through it, she discovered that the missing book was indeed Tom Riddle's diary. Frantically, she searched among the various items on the table, but the diary was nowhere to be found. Then, her attention was drawn to a simple calendar hanging nearby, which had been marked in red ink for nearly a month. Picking it up for a closer look, she noted that the first day circled was Valentine's Day, with a notation in black ink stating the first day of Jinghe's coma. The red markings continued from Valentine's Day, indicating she had been unconscious for a full month, and she pondered who might have taken her diary during that time, a period in which she had seemingly recovered fragments of memories from her past. Next, Jinghe's gaze fell upon a green notebook on the table, which she opened to find filled with her classmates' meticulous writings documenting daily events and their hopes. February 14th, clear weather. That cursed Lockhart. If it weren't for his tedious antics, I wouldn't have been injured. I must tell my father to have Lockhart expelled. Jinghe, you've fallen unconscious. And everyone is so worried. Harry is pacing anxiously, and even Ron comes by the infirmary each day for a glance. I never see him so concerned about his studies. But Jinghe, please wake up. We had planned to go to the library together tomorrow. February 15th, clear weather. That damned Lockhart. I don't understand why Professor Dumbledore hasn't expelled him. I wrote to my father about it. Even Theodore and Blaise agree he should be expelled, but nothing has happened. Now, everyone dislikes him, viewing him as nothing more than a decorative pillow. Jinghe, it's your second day in a coma, and Ron and I are extremely worried. Even in class, we hardly want to speak. February 20th, light rain. Madame Pomfrey said you'd wake up soon. It's already the 5th day. Please wake up. By the way, I've decided to join the Quidditch team. You must cheer for me. I will definitely defeat Potter. February 25th, clear weather. I successfully became the seeker for Slytherin. My father even donated the latest model of broomsticks to the Quidditch team, with the newest broom and my skills. I'm sure we will win the matches. The competition is approaching. Will you wake up to cheer for me? During training today, I saw a Slytherin player approach with a note from Professor Snape. As the Gryffindor captain, I certainly didn't back down. That Malfoy kid came over looking aggressive, and when Hermione stepped in to block him, he opened his mouth as if to speak, but for some reason, he held back. My instincts told me he wouldn't say anything good. When will you wake up? Although you are a Slytherin, I'll allow you to watch our Gryffindor team practice. Jinghe couldn't help but chuckle at this. She was well aware that Draco, in his second year, had become the seeker for Slytherin, and that his father had generously gifted the broomsticks. She also knew that during this year, Draco would come into conflict with Hermione. Thus, after befriending Draco upon entering Slytherin, she maintained a friendly attitude towards everyone, striving to shift Draco's perspective. She was acutely aware that the Draco from the book harbored a disdain for Muggleborns. So she approached the task with a sense of trepidation. Yet, inexplicably, the moment she spoke the words dislike, Draco never mentioned them again. Nor did he verbally attack other half-bloods or Muggleborns, nor bully wizards from other houses. She was astonished that the stubborn boy from the film had seemingly turned over a new leaf after just a few words of encouragement. She even nervously asked, "Really? You won't say anything anymore?" She recalled Draco's haughty response. "My father taught me from a young age to be kind to others. I don't know where he learned that term, which resembles something from the East, but I always follow what my father says. It's not because I'm listening to you." Thus, even though Jinghe lay unconscious, while the diary might not have been erased, at the very least, she had altered the dynamics of animosity among 4 individuals. Jinghe continued to read. February 27th. Overcast. Damn it, we lost to Potter again. Without you here, I've lost all motivation to play. Please wake up, Jinghe. March 1st. Clear weather. That cursed Lockhart has organized some dueling club and even invited Professor Snape as an assistant. The outcome was predictable. As soon as he stepped on stage, Snape casually waved his wand, and that decorative pillow was sent flying. During my match with Harry, I summoned a black snake, and to my surprise, Potter could command it. He nearly harmed other wizards. Why does the trait of the Slytherin ancestors manifest in him? When I faced Malfoy today, I discovered I could command snakes. I realized not everyone possesses that ability. Now, everyone dares not approach me. March 7th. Clear weather. Jinghe. Last night Filch found his cat hanging on the wall, with blood-red letters painted beside it. Harry was the first on the scene. We all wonder if he has done something. When will you wake up? The stars this month are exceptionally bright. If you awaken, let us go to the astronomy tower to gaze at them together. I don't know how to explain the incident with Mrs. Norris being petrified. Now, no one believes me. If it were you, would you believe me? March 11th. Clear weather. Once again, another individual has succumbed to petrification. This time, it is a Muggle-born wizard from Gryffindor who idolizes Harry. Just before turning to stone, he was holding a camera, seemingly eager to capture something extraordinary. And there was also a ghost. On March 14th, the weather was fine. Jing. You cannot imagine the wonders I stumbled upon in the diary I found. I shall recount every detail to you once you awaken. We utilized the Polyjuice potion, intending to probe Draco Malfoy, yet he revealed no useful information, merely inquiring about your anticipated recovery. So, Jing, when will you awaken? Your presence would significantly ease our endeavors. On March 16th, the weather remained clear. A revelation dawned upon me as I encountered the ghost of Moaning Myrtle. On March 20th, the skies turned overcast. Hermione has also been petrified, yet we seem to have unearthed a valuable clue. The diary concludes here, encapsulating the events of our second year. Jing, upon donning her attire and pulling back the curtains, discovered Hermione's petrified form lying in the adjacent bed. Her previously clutched note now vanished. It appears that Harry and the others are already aware of the cause. Perhaps tonight is the moment they venture to find the Chamber of Secrets. Jing recalled her past life with Tom and hastily donned her clothes, seizing her wand from the table before rushing out. Every life saved counts. Cursed fate. Following her memories, she swiftly arrived at the restroom where Myrtle's spirit resided. Upon arrival, she spotted Myrtle perched on the window, glaring at her and exclaiming, "Are you here for something fresh as well? Just moments ago, 2 little wizards foolishly brought a man who looks like a stuffed pillow down there." After this, Myrtle emitted a sharp scream and vanished into the toilet. Seeing it was open, Jing promptly followed suit. Upon descending, she found Gilderoy Lockhart, unconscious and oblivious to his surroundings. Just as the plot dictated, while Ron sat nearby, anxiously awaiting news of his dear friend. Ron was consumed by despair. His brother lay unconscious within, and Jing had been asleep for over a month, showing no signs of awakening. Just then, his peripheral vision caught a figure leaping down, and he quickly turned to discover none other than Jing, who had been in a coma for over a month. Ron was instantly filled with elation, impulsively rushing forward to embrace her. "You're awake. It's truly wonderful. Do you have any idea how terrified we were during your slumber?" Jing, still disoriented from her descent, instinctively embraced Ron, offering reassurance. "I merely slumbered longer than expected. See, I'm awake now." Ron hurriedly recounted the recent events, explaining that the unconscious Lockhart had attempted to use Ron's wand to cast a memory charm, but was interrupted by Harry, resulting in the spell rebounding upon himself. Jing nodded, contemplating the blocked path ahead. Recalling the knowledge she had acquired in Tom's world, she skillfully wielded her wand and unleashed a spell of destruction taught only in advanced years. With a resounding explosion, This was a more potent version of the spell Jinghe had studied in her past life. Ron gaped in astonishment as Jinghe waved her wand, effectively clearing a massive opening in the previously sealed passage. Turning to Ron, she instructed, "Little Ronnie, stay here with Lockhart. I shall assist Harry. Do not worry. I have a plan." With that, she hurriedly ventured further inside. It was only then that Ron realized Jinghe had affectionately referred to him as Little Ronnie, a smile blossoming on his face without his conscious awareness. Unbeknownst to Jinghe, who had unwittingly assumed the role of an elder, she pressed onward, soon arriving at the now open Chamber of Secrets. At that moment, Harry stood in confrontation with a younger Tom. Harry recognized the handsome figure before him as a youthful Voldemort. Tom, unaware of the monstrous future that awaited him, proudly introduced his new name to Harry while occasionally caressing the ring on his left middle finger and speaking peculiar words. "Once I find the perfect body, Jinghe will return to my side." Harry, bewildered, was taken aback. How could Jinghe possibly be connected to a younger Voldemort? As Tom prepared to summon the basilisk to eliminate Harry, a familiar voice echoed behind him, one he hadn't heard in quite some time. "Brother." Chapter 100, Reunion. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Tom turned in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld Jinghe. She, too, recognized the ring on Tom's left hand, the very one she had gifted him in a dream. It was identical, and the words he spoke mirrored those from her diary, which had elucidated so much. This was not a dream. She had genuinely lived through that era. Instinctively, Jinghe dashed toward Tom, who, now 17, embraced her with ease and familiarity, just as he had done countless times before. Jinghe, having just awakened, hurried to intervene. The pain from the curses and the killing curse that had claimed her life still lingered. Upon entering Tom's embrace, the floodgates opened, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Tom was the closest to her among all those she had encountered. Despite his future transformation into a noseless Voldemort, in this moment, he remained the 17-year-old boy from Hogwarts who loved his sister. He was oblivious to the horrors he would commit. All he knew was that he sought her until his dream of immortality was fulfilled, waiting to see Jinghe once more. The scenes from the Mirror of Erist were clarified. Jinghe understood why she had seen Tom holding her. He was her closest brother from her third life. Meanwhile, Harry stood nearby, bewildered, witnessing the embrace between them. His mind clouded with 3 question marks. When did Jinghe meet him? At that moment, Jinghe, nestled in Tom's embrace, wept, seemingly expelling all the grievances she had endured before her demise. Regardless of having lived for so long, upon seeing her brother, she could not help but rush toward him like a child. Tom, observing Jinghe's restored memories and her unwavering reliance on him, gazed at her with an unprecedented tenderness. Tightly holding the girl he had thought lost, gently stroking her back and whispering words of comfort. Yet Jinghe was not one to let her emotions run wild for long. After a moment of tears, she composed herself and stepped back from Tom's embrace, only to discover a girl lying unconscious on the ground. To her astonishment, it was not Ginny, but rather Pansy from Slytherin. It turned out that while Jinghe lay in her coma, Tom had also ventured out to witness the girl lying in the hospital bed and could clearly sense the emotions of the little wizards who came to visit her. Most approached with concern, yet one day, he felt a surge of hatred emanating from Pansy of Slytherin. Ever since Jinghe had lapsed into a prolonged coma, a wave of concern washed over many, prompting frequent visits to the infirmary, particularly from Draco, who felt compelled to check on her 3 times a day. Pansy was exasperated, yet powerless to express her frustration towards Draco. Instead, she redirected her ire and disdain towards the unconscious Jinghe. Tom, sensing this undercurrent of animosity, manipulated Pansy, compelling her, under a spell of mental control, to stealthily remove the diary from the table when no one was watching. Thus, over the course of Jinghe's month-long slumber, Tom drew upon Pansy's life force. It suddenly dawned on Jinghe as she recalled Draco's complaints written in the diary. Pansy had become increasingly neurotic, neglecting her breakfast each morning, staring vacantly at her plate, and incessantly poking at the food with her fork. There were even moments when she flashed an unsettling smile in Jinghe's direction. It became apparent to Jinghe that Pansy had supplanted Ginny as the vessel supplying Tom with vitality. Fortunately, all was not lost. Jinghe resolved to confront Tom before Dumbledore the following day, for the brother inscribed in the diary remained blissfully unaware of his future deeds, thus rendering him innocent. Moreover, Dumbledore had already encountered her twice and would likely be lenient upon witnessing the miraculous revival of one of his students. Jinghe's sorting into Slytherin today indicated that she was not a fundamentally kind-hearted individual. She exhibited a severe bias towards those close to her. Observing Harry's bewilderment, she chuckled softly before approaching him and assuring, "You may rest easy now. Worry not. I shall handle matters here with utmost finesse." At that moment, Dumbledore's phoenix soared in, delivering the sorting hat, and Fawkes, noticing none injured, joyfully bounded into Jing's embrace, seeking affection. As she stroked Fox's feathers, she whispered, "Dear Fox, I am in need of but a single tear." How could Fox refuse? He promptly performed a dramatic display of tears, which Jing collected, pouring the precious droplets into Pansy's mouth before casting a healing spell. Since Jing had regained fragments of her memory, her proficiency in magic had markedly improved. Truth be told, she harbored a desire to cast Pansy to the basilisk as sustenance. However, such an act would inevitably cast suspicion upon Tom or Harry. Ultimately, her primary concern was to secure a legitimate identity for her brother to remain at Hogwarts. Thus, she opted to utilize those 2 precious tears from Fox to awaken Pansy. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that Pansy would have ample suffering to endure in the future. Turning to Harry, she remarked, "This situation is rather intricate. If I were to elaborate, you might find it hard to believe, yet I assure you, I have truly lived once before." Harry, witnessing the extraordinary scene, was now wholly inclined to believe every word Jing uttered, even if she proclaimed herself as the savior. He nodded obediently, understanding that few could ever bask in the Dark Lord's tender embrace. Thus, Jing addressed Tom, to avert unnecessary panic, "Dear brother, it would be wise for you to hide within the diary for now." Having experienced the anguish of losing Jing twice, Tom was now wholly obedient, willing to comply with her every command. Should she request his immediate disappearance, he would not hesitate to plunge a basilisk fang into the diary. Unbeknownst to him, during his slumber in the diary, his soul endured an unprecedented tumult, a sensation only felt upon Jing's demise, leading him to realize that his future self may once again have harmed that girl. He could not afford to lose Jing for a 3rd time. Meanwhile, Pansy gradually stirred from her stupor, only to find a wand pointed at her cheek. Turning her head, she beheld Jing, who had been in a month-long slumber, now wearing a sardonic smile as she commanded, "Do not compel me to use my wand. Rise and climb back up yourself." Startled, Pansy's hair stood on end, and disregarding her discomfort, she scrambled to her feet and fled the chamber. Jing followed leisurely behind, diary in hand, accompanied by Harry. At that moment, Snape had just finished grading the young wizard's assignments and, still troubled by Jing's condition, ventured to the infirmary with a freshly concocted potion. To his astonishment, he discovered the bed, once occupied by the girl, now empty. His heart raced. He had no inkling of Jing's whereabouts. Hastily setting down the potion, he hurried to Dumbledore's office, rousing the headmaster at this late hour. Dumbledore had anticipated Harry and Ron's arrival, but was unprepared for Jing's awakening after such a prolonged slumber. Realizing she must have recovered some memories, he deduced she would surely seek the chamber. Although he was confident that Tom would not harm her, the intricate circumstances warranted his presence. Upon arriving at the restroom, they found the sink ajar, revealing a disheveled Lockhart babbling incoherently alongside a frustrated Ron. Ron, spotting the professors, exclaimed, "Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Snape, Jing has awakened. She just want to find Harry." Before he could finish, a flustered Pansy rushed in, her awkward posture indicating she had likely twisted her ankle mid-flight. Moments later, Jing emerged holding the diary in her left hand, cradling Fox in her right, looking none the worse for wear. Fox, meanwhile, was incessantly chirping at the diary, seemingly berating it. Seeing Jing in good health, Snape's anxieties, which had plagued him for over a month, finally eased. Awakening was a relief. Everything else could be addressed later. Dumbledore waved his wand, lifting the 5 individuals from the pit, while Snape, assessing the situation, realized Pansy had caused quite a commotion. With a furrowed brow, he addressed her, "Miss Parkinson, due to your recklessness, I am compelled to deduct 5 points from Slytherin." Despite the deduction, he dared not impose a harsh penalty, aware of Jing's sentiments. Pansy nodded obediently, not daring to protest. After enduring the reprimand, she limped back to the dormitory without even stopping by the infirmary. Meanwhile, Lockhart had descended into a frenzy. Tugging at Ron's sleeve, "Do you need an autograph? Shall I sign something for you?" Ron, repulsed, yanked his sleeve away, prompting Dumbledore to observe the deranged Lockhart and remark, "I must be growing old. My judgment of character appears to have been slightly flawed. Perhaps all those accolades he boasted of in his resume were mere fabrications." Ron quickly chimed in, "Indeed, Headmaster. Just moments ago, he claimed to have erased others' memories with a forgetfulness charm and then took credit for their adventures." Snape let out a disdainful snort, rarely in agreement with Ron, but now conceding, a useless charlatan. He should have been dismissed long ago. Thus, Gilderoy Lockhart, the second-year defense against the dark arts professor, was honorably retired and sent to St. Mungo's Hospital for treatment, whereupon he would eventually awaken to an avalanche of scandalous revelations. Continuing, Dumbledore, seemingly aware that Jinghe had something to express, smiled warmly at her and said, "Miss Jinghe, if you find yourself free tomorrow, do come to my office for a chat. I recently acquired some delightful mango sweets from the Muggle world, which are quite exquisite. Understanding that Dumbledore wished to converse with her, Jinghe nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Certainly, I understand, Professor." Severus Snape then interjected, "Let today's events be an exception. All of you are to return to your dormitories and retire for the night." With a smile, Dumbledore accepted Fawkes from Jinghe's reluctant grasp, then escorted Harry and Ron to the Gryffindor dormitory. Meanwhile, Snape accompanied Jinghe to Slytherin, and they remained silent until they reached the entrance, where Snape, with a flourish, produced a vial of potion from his sleeve and handed it to her. "You have just awakened and may still be a bit unsteady. Please consume this potion before you rest." Jinghe obediently nodded, accepting the potion, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Professor Snape." Observing her polite response, Snape realized that the girl's memories of that particular period had yet to be restored. Only her previous ones had returned. However, it mattered not. He had waited for so long, and a couple more years were of little consequence. Upon entering her dormitory, Tom, who had been residing in her diary, eagerly emerged and embraced Jinghe, murmuring, "I have finally seen you again." Jinghe comforted Tom as she always had, saying, "It's all right, brother, I am back now. So there's no need to worry." Tom, still reminiscent of his younger self, buried his face in Jinghe's shoulder, inhaling the unchanged scent of roses, until she noticed the dampness on her shoulder, realizing her brother was weeping. This was the first time she had seen Tom cry. Gently, she turned Tom's face towards her and tenderly wiped away his tears, saying, "Brother, please don't cry. I am back now, and we can be as we were before. You will always be my dearest brother." Tom had never cried in front of anyone but Jinghe. At this moment, gazing at his reclaimed treasure, tears flowed freely. After a brief embrace, Tom released Jinghe to freshen up, but when she emerged from the bathroom, she found him transformed into a small black snake, which slithered over to her and coiled around her arm. To spare Jinghe any concern, Tom had chosen to become a black snake, remaining by her side. Moxu, who had not seen its master for a long time, excitedly leaped toward Jinghe, meowing joyfully. And she too was thrilled to see her cat, which had not changed at all. Her remedy, her solace, had not left her after all, though it was late. And Jinghe felt an unusual fatigue despite having just awakened. She cuddled Moxu and nestled into bed, while Tom coiled around her arm like a comforting presence. Moxu, sensing the situation, meowed in protest, but Jinghe, contemplating Tom's prolonged stay, soothed her original resident with treats, though the two pets remained indifferent to one another, each exuding an air of rivalry. The night was exceptionally tranquil, with no sounds permeating the Slytherin dungeons. Jinghe embraced Moxu as she drifted into slumber, and Tom, entwined around her arm, closed his eyes. Love is a wondrous force. It can evoke the first rays of spring sunshine in the cold-hearted and compel the proud to humble themselves, while also healing fragmented hearts to their original state. Youth is a splendid thing, allowing one to savor the essence of love. Chapter 101, Familiar Words. The following morning, when Ballast opened the door, she discovered that the neighboring dormitory, which had been silent for a month, was also ajar. Turning her head, she was met with the sight of her friend, who had been comatose for a prolonged period, now standing before her with a radiant smile, saying, "Good morning." Ballast erupted into a joyful scream, her face alight with happiness as she rushed forward to embrace Jinghe, bouncing with excitement. "You finally awakened. We were so worried about you. Do you have any idea how anxious we were during your month of unconsciousness? But now, everything is all right. Awakening means all is well." As Ballast exuberantly poured out her feelings, Jinghe gently returned the embrace. "It's all right, I'm awake now." Perhaps while Ballast saw the friend who had been in a coma for over a month, Jinghe beheld the friend she had not seen for 17 years. When the two girls descended hand in hand, they encountered Draco, Theodore, and Blaise, who were on their way to visit the infirmary. Typically, Ballast would accompany them each morning. So as they settled onto the couch, they heard commotion from the girls' dormitory. They looked up to see Jinghe, previously in a state of unconsciousness, now approaching them vivaciously. Draco sprang from the couch, rushing to Jinghe and enveloping her in a tight embrace, exclaiming, "You woke up last night? You should still be resting in the infirmary. How are you feeling? Do you need me to fetch Professor Snape for more potions?" Jinghe was enveloped in a warm embrace scented with green apples, and recognizing it was Draco, she softly reassured him, "I'm fine, really. I've awakened." After Theodore pulled Draco away from Jinghe, they finally noticed the usually mischievous young master with red-rimmed eyes, glistening with tears. The Malfoy heir, known for his charmed existence, was crying? No one dared to speak of it, for such a revelation might provoke unfathomable retribution. Theodore and Blaise were equally excited to see Jinghe awake, but they approached with a steadiness that contrasted Draco's impulsiveness. Theodore scrutinized her for any signs of distress, and upon seeing she was well, he breathed a sigh of relief. mentally recalling their plans to stargaze at the astronomy tower. Blaze, maintaining his carefree demeanor, approached with a smile, saying, "Welcome back, Miss Rose of Slytherin," bowing with an exaggerated flourish that made Jinghe chuckle. Jinghe then took Balast's hand and led the four of them to the Great Hall. Recounting her experiences from the previous night and expressing her gratitude for the trio's daily journal entries, which had spared her the confusion of awakening like a headless chicken. Along the way, many young witches and wizards who recognized Jinghe expressed their astonishment, and she returned their greetings warmly, explaining her situation. Yes, she had awakened yesterday, and she was immensely grateful for the gifts they had brought, appreciating their concern during her slumber. Upon reaching the Great Hall, they found the typically languid Harry and Ron up early, while Hermione remained in the infirmary, though the mandrakes would soon be maturing. When the young wizards gathered around the Slytherin table saw Jinghe, who had been in a coma for over a month, finally awake. A wave of excitement surged through the hall, and the students from other houses joined in, surrounding the Slytherin table with various colors, all eager to express their care for Jinghe. As for the ultimate authority regarding last night's events in the chamber, it shall be entrusted to Professor Dumbledore. Cedric, of course, spotted the girl he had been worried about for over a month, finally awakening. At that moment, the tension that had been lodged in his throat for weeks dissipated into the depths of his heart. He let out a long sigh, and then gazed intently at the little witch surrounded by the crowd. She had not changed at all. Yet Cedric felt that her awakening had imbued her with a newfound maturity, radiating an indescribable charm. Wood, with the keen eyesight befitting the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, immediately caught sight of the girl. He was overwhelmed with excitement, yearning to rush forward and lift her into the air, spinning her around. However, he suddenly recalled the recent altercation with Flint, the Slytherin captain. Consequently, he could only watch with envy as Harry and Ron surged ahead, missing his opportunity as the surrounding crowd of young witches and wizards closed in. If any Gryffindor had glimpsed Wood's expression at that moment, they would undoubtedly have recognized the longing and glistening tears in his eyes. Percy, too, was eager to rush over, but as the head boy of Gryffindor, he felt compelled to set an example for the younger students. Thus, he remained seated, straightening his posture in hopes that she might notice him, occasionally stealing glances at the effervescent young girl. Regrettably, the Weasley twins were the most unfortunate, having overslept due to a late lesson, and upon arriving in the Great Hall, they were met with the news of her awakening. However, by that time, she had already departed for class, leaving them to lament their misfortune. Snape had already been informed of the girl's awakening the previous day, so he exhibited no surprise when they arrived for potions class. Nonetheless, to accommodate her physical condition, he appointed her as his assistant, guiding the young witches and wizards in potion making, offering no objections. After all, her talent surpassed that of her peers, and she had already mastered the complexities of fourth-year potion making. Jinghe thought to herself, upon awakening from this month-long slumber, I have not only mastered fourth-year potions, but so much more. Sirius, having been utterly exhausted from vigilantly guarding Jinghe's bedside, was ordered to rest that day and slept through the morning, consequently missing the scene in the Great Hall. Upon waking and learning of her awakening, he realized she had already gone to potions class, and that the lesson was nearing its end. Without delay, Sirius splashed cold water on his face, donned his clothes, and sprinted to the potions classroom to wait for Jinghe. Just as she and her companions emerged, a dark figure dashed towards them, startling everyone before Jinghe was suddenly swept up into the air like a turnip. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Sirius Black, the teaching assistant for defense against the dark arts, appearing as if he had just awakened, dressed haphazardly and sporting a beard that had yet to be trimmed, droplets of water still clinging to it. In his excitement, Sirius rushed forward and lifted Jinghe high. Even with her extensive life experience, Jinghe's heart skipped a beat at the unexpected embrace. She had never been lifted and spun around by anyone before. Just then, Snape, who had just stepped out, witnessed this scene that nearly caused him a heart attack. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast a spell at Sirius. Mid-joy, Sirius felt a sudden pain in his hand, instinctively releasing Jinghe, who began to fall. Just as everyone braced for her to hit the ground, Snape flicked his wand again, ensuring she landed safely. Only Sirius was left nursing his injury. Realizing Snape was behind this, Sirius drew his wand, prepared to duel, while Snape, unperturbed, glowered at Sirius's movements, wand at the ready. Yet, memories of how Jinghe had once reprimanded them for fighting during their school days, an ordeal lasting over 2 hours, during which she had wielded her wand with remarkable authority, flashed through Sirius's mind. Although Jinghe's abilities had not yet reached that level, the fear of her eventual return to memory and the subsequent lecture loomed large. Thus, he could only glare fiercely at Snape while lowering his wand. Noticing the lowered wand, Snape recalled his own trepidation from their school days under Jinghe's rule, and he too retracted his wand, darkly stating, My student has not fully recovered, Mr. Black. Please mind your demeanor. Sirius huffed. She is also my student. Let us not forget that I am the one instructing the defense against the dark arts class, Professor Snape. Jinghe, aware of the severity of their conflict, was taken aback to witness their apparent readiness to duel in front of so many young witches and wizards. Thankfully, they ultimately sheathed their wands, resorting instead to verbal sparring. Observing their escalating tension, Jinghe involuntarily exclaimed, "If you two continue to bicker, I shall simply toss you into the forbidden forest for the night." At her unexpected declaration, both men halted as if a switch had been flipped, staring at her in disbelief. Jinghe herself was startled by her own words. Why had she uttered such oddities? They were professors. Sirius was the first to recover, dashing to Jinghe's side and grasping her shoulders. Have you remembered something? If Sirius had regained his animagus form at that moment, his tail would undoubtedly have been wagging furiously. Snape, too, regarded her with eager anticipation. Yet Jinghe had not recalled anything, though an instinct told her there was a connection. She struggled to piece together fragmented memories. But with each attempt, a sharp pain pierced her mind. Frowning, she shook her head and replied to Sirius, "I'm sorry, Professor, I haven't remembered anything." That last remark was merely a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me. As those words left her lips, the glimmer of hope faded from their eyes. Snape managed to conceal his disappointment, but Sirius looked as crestfallen as a wilted flower, his bright eyes dimming considerably, as if his ears had drooped in sorrow. Sirius sighed. It's all right, I was just a bit overexcited. However, I still believe that one day, Jinghe will remember. At that moment, Jinghe felt a wave of dizziness. Addressing Sirius, she said, "I'm truly sorry, Sirius, but I still haven't recalled anything. Professor Dumbledore has requested my presence in his office today. If I don't go now, it might be too late." Nodding and understanding, Sirius watched as Jinghe bid farewell to her other friends and professors before making her way to Professor Dumbledore's office. Meanwhile, Draco and his companions sensed the palpable tension between the two professors and, after a timid greeting, hastily retreated. The atmosphere surrounding them deterred the younger witches and wizards from approaching. Sirius coldly remarked to Snape, "I am now a permanent instructor at Hogwarts. It would be wise not to provoke me." Snape rolled his eyes, saying nothing, and with a flick of his cloak, strode away, leaving Sirius alone to seethe in frustration. Did he truly believe he was still as reckless as in his youth? At this moment, Jinghe had arrived at the door of the principal's office. Uttering the incantation directed at the water droplet beast, gazing at the closed door before him, he extracted a black diary from his pocket, inhaled deeply, and as he was about to open the door, he heard a voice from within. "Come in, my child." Chapter 102, The End of the Term. Upon hearing Professor Dumbledore's voice from inside the office, Jinghe lowered his hand that was poised to knock and entered, only to find Dumbledore smiling warmly from behind his desk. Seemingly aware of something, Jinghe took a deep breath, pulled out the notebook, and addressed it. "Brother, please come forth." In response, a swirl of black mist emerged from the diary, gradually coalescing into the form of a handsome young man, Tom Riddle from his Hogwarts days. Dumbledore looked at Tom, who stood before him, and with a cheerful demeanor remarked, "Ah, I did not expect to see you again, Tom. It brings back fond memories. I recall you as the most distinguished of Slytherin." Tom coldly replied, "I know you remember as well, Headmaster. Spare me the pleasantries." Sensing the ominous atmosphere from Tom's grim expression, Jinghe quickly grasped Tom's hand and turned to Dumbledore, saying, "Professor Dumbledore, what I wish to convey today may sound utterly implausible. But please, I implore you to believe me." Dumbledore, as if already privy to the matter, nodded with a knowing smile. Jinghe inhaled deeply and continued, "During the month I lay in a coma, I felt as though Tom lived a life anew. I have been reborn." After uttering these words, he closed his eyes, bracing for Dumbledore's inquiry. Yet, after a long silence, he slowly opened his eyes to see Dumbledore smiling and saying, "I understand, and I believe you." Jinghe was incredulous. Was it truly that easy to gain his trust? Could it be that Tom had imparted such a profound impact on Dumbledore that the notion of her rebirth seemed entirely plausible? A torrent of questions surged within her mind. She suspected that the situation was far from simple. Perhaps she had left something behind. Then Jinghe spoke again, "Professor Dumbledore, I wish for my brother to remain by my side. Rest assured, he will not disturb anyone. And he has mentioned that many of his soul fragments are scattered far and wide. I can assist him in absorbing these, alleviating his burdens." In a bid to provide a legitimate reason for Tom to stay, she began to divulge the secrets of his other Horcruxes, almost revealing the plot itself. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Having him remain is certainly feasible, but his presence at the school may pose certain inconveniences, as you know. He gazed meaningfully at Jinghe, who understood that Severus Snape had once been associated with Tom, and perhaps had encountered a visage akin to the present Tom. Furthermore, Harry and Ron were also aware of Tom's secrets, which could incite panic within the school. As Jinghe prepared to speak again, Tom embraced her, then turned to Dumbledore with a cold demeanor, stating, "I can forego taking human form. This matter need not trouble the headmaster." With that, he transformed into a small black snake, coiling around Jinghe's arm. Seeing Tom so docile in his serpentine form, she reassured, "I understand the potential for panic, Professor. My brother will remain a snake by my side, and I assure you, I will not take him out." Dumbledore reflected on the girl's impassioned defense, recalling a long-ago incident from his own youth when he had been wrongfully accused of cheating. In his moment of despair, it had been Jinghe who stood before him, helping to clear his name. Despite the whispers surrounding their unlikely alliance, a Slytherin aiding a Gryffindor, Jinghe had smiled at him from her books, declaring, "I will always trust and support my friends, Albus." The sunlight bathed Jinghe's face, and Dumbledore felt as if she were an angel sent by Merlin, her unwavering faith causing his heart to race. Perhaps Tom's feelings mirrored his own from the past. Such a radiant girl was someone everyone wished to know. And despite the trials they had faced, she continued to unconditionally support those she loved. Thus, the matter was settled. Tom remained as a small snake, a pet who could only accompany Jinghe within the confines of her dormitory. He endured the mornings staring at the black cat confined in its cage, and during the evenings, the cat monopolized Jinghe's attention, leaving him longing for companionship. But it mattered not, for Tom could still assume human form. Once the situation was resolved, Dumbledore explained to everyone that Harry, Jinghe, and Ron had defeated the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, simultaneously exonerating the wrongfully accused Rubeus Hagrid. As Tom's presence was no longer feasible, the basilisk had not even received the summons. Although a series of exhilarating events had unfolded, the end-of-term examinations still loomed. However, with a wave of his hand, Dumbledore cancelled the defense against the dark arts exam, as the inept instructor had imparted nothing of worth. Rubbing his temples in frustration, he resolved to hire a competent teacher for the next term. Jinghe and the other petrified students were spared from the exam, given their prolonged incapacitation. The young witches and wizards, awakened after the mandrakes had matured and brewed into potions, sighed in relief upon hearing of their exam cancellation. Despite being petrified, they were free from the burden of testing. For Jinghe, it was of little consequence. Even after more than a month in a coma, the exams would have been effortless. Meanwhile, Hermione, upon waking and learning of the cancellation, said nothing but became even more diligent in her trips to the library with the now-awakened Jinghe. If asked, Hermione would insist, "During my time of petrification, I am certain someone caught up to me. If I do not strive to excel, my grades will surely suffer." Thus, during exam time, Jinghe lounged lazily in her dormitory, reveling in the delight of not having to take any tests. Tom transformed back into his human form, embracing Jinghe as they lay on her bed, perusing an array of peculiar books devoid of any substantial knowledge. Today, Jinghe had unearthed a tome from the library's obscure corners titled The Chronicles of Gryffindor. Tom initially believed Jinghe was seeking to understand Gryffindor's internal structure and characteristics. But after a few pages, he realized the book chronicled the romantic escapades of Godric Gryffindor with an entirely fictional girl. Tom found this enlightening. Jinghe, engrossed in the book, found it thrilling, a delightful diversion from the rigors of their world, particularly while others toiled over exams. It was a splendidly blissful experience. The weather had gradually begun to warm up, and this summer in particular was exceptionally sweltering. Even within the confines of the Slytherin basement, there was no longer a need to stoke the fireplace. Tom, due to his own peculiarities, possessed a pleasantly cool body temperature, which led Jinghe to often curl up in his embrace during their leisure moments, relishing the refreshing chill he offered. As exams swiftly approached their conclusion, the academic year was also drawing to a close. Although Jinghe had spent over a month in slumber, missing out on many splendid events, the experiences she encountered in her dreams somewhat compensated for this lost time. Soon, the young witches and wizards were to partake in their most sumptuous meal before departing for the summer holidays. The atmosphere was lively and raucous, with many discussing their vacation plans, while others deliberated on whether they had answered the final question in their History of Magic exam correctly. Ultimately, they all shared a sense of anticipation for the upcoming break and the relief that accompanied the end of the term. Slytherin once again claimed the title of the House Cup champion, yet during such occasions, Dumbledore would typically grant some bonus points. The Slytherin students, witnessing the same bonuses as last semester, felt a wave of nervousness as they swallowed hard, hoping to maintain their winning streak. Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, awarded Harry and Ron an additional 30 points each, while bestowing a consolation of 10 points to the other petrified classmates. Due to Hermione's unfortunate petrification, the instances of bonus points for Gryffindor significantly dwindled, leaving them still far behind the Slytherin students even after the two received their combined 60 points. Just as they began to breathe a sigh of relief, Dumbledore's voice rang out once more, causing their hearts to race in anticipation of the next announcement. Miss Jinghe of Slytherin, in a moment of crisis, saved the young witches and wizards from other houses, exemplifying the great love that transcends house boundaries. For this, I shall award Slytherin an additional 30 points. The Slytherin students erupted into applause and cheers, with Jinghe once again becoming the focal point of attention. This time, even the young wizards from other houses clapped in earnest, celebrating Slytherin's victory in the House Cup. Since Jinghe's arrival, the disparaging remarks among the Slytherin students had markedly diminished. As the summer holiday swiftly approached, Harry planned to first visit his aunt's house to gather his belongings, after which Sirius would come to escort him to the Black family estate. Sirius, with his characteristic persistence, surrounded Jinghe, inviting her to be his guest during the holiday. The entanglement between Sirius and Draco was quite notable. Jinghe outlined her holiday plans and, after some consideration, agreed to visit Sirius's home mid-holiday, while Hermione and Ron also intended to spend some time there. Thus, the second school year concluded on a cheerful note, leaving one to wonder what delightful memories the third year would bring. Chapter 103. The departure to Black Manor. The holiday passed swiftly, and before long, it was already halfway through. During this break, Jinghe refrained from wandering about. Instead, she chose to stay at home, spending quality time with her parents. This behavior left them somewhat perplexed, as they themselves had demonstrated a penchant for adventure in their youth, initially in England and later returning to China. It was evident that they were both spirited individuals, for they would not have been sorted into Gryffindor otherwise. However, they could not fathom why their daughter exhibited such a tranquil disposition. If there were no pressing matters, she would quietly remain at home, eschewing outings with friends and avoiding trivial social engagements. Even though acquaintances often remarked on her vivacity at school, noting her friendliness and eagerness to make friends, her parents recognized that she seldom took the initiative to socialize during the holidays. This was a truth they had known since her childhood. Aside from her commendable performance and active participation in school activities, Jinghe typically preferred the solace of home during breaks. Despite having experienced numerous opportunities to relive her life, the memories of her modern existence left a profound imprint on her heart, indelibly etched in her psyche. Thus, even if she outwardly projected a cheerful and sunny disposition, engaging her peers in conversation and showing no fear of professors' inquiries, she remained reluctant to immerse herself in raucous environments. At school, she conformed to the prevailing currents. But during the holidays, she found solace in her study, content to spend the day snacking and reading novels, shunning the outside world. After all, one could easily find good friends via Outpost. During this time, Draco and other children who knew her address visited. Although Jinghe was already aware of their intended arrival, while she welcomed any guest to her home, it was imperative that they inform her of their precise time and place via owl. Draco had first-hand experience of this necessity. When he attempted to directly use the fireplace to reach Jinghe's home, he received an unexpected reprimand from his father, Lucius. In a fit of rebellion, he disregarded Lucius's advice and proceeded anyway. Jinghe's expression had been one of surprise, tinged with annoyance, for she had always disliked unexpected visits. It was akin to having found a cozy little nook for herself, only for her parents to somehow track her down. She had no desire to open the door, yet the outcome was that her lock was forcibly breached with an axe, aided by a neighbor who had previously expressed his affections for her. Although Jinghe had declined his advances, the disgruntled neighbor, upon seeing her parents, incited them to break down the door. Despite having reported the incident to the authorities, she was unable to prevent the neighbor from visiting, as he would frequently knock unannounced, instilling in her a fear of unexpected arrivals. Thus, upon catching sight of Draco, she coldly shoved him back into the fireplace to send him home. Draco, incensed, returned to Malfoy Manor only to be met with a barrage of reprimands from Narcissa. He was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why his parents were so attuned to Jinghe's preference for prior notification before visits. Soon enough, Draco faced the consequences of his actions. Not a single letter he sent to Jinghe received a response. When he attempted to once again use the fireplace to apologize, he discovered that the connection between their fireplaces had been severed. Draco could only lament as his owl carried letters, pleading for Jinghe's forgiveness, yet unfortunately, he never received a reply throughout the summer. This insistence on prior notification for visits also ensnared the Weasley twins. They had initially intended to use the fireplace to prank Jinghe, only to meet the same fate as Draco and be unceremoniously shoved back into the fireplace by her. After complying and writing letters, when they sought to visit her once more, they realized that their fireplace connection to Jinghe's had also been cut off. Ultimately, it was Ron and Ginny's letters that prompted Jinghe to restore the connection, allowing the twins to avoid a summer without seeing her. The twins vowed to be on their best behavior, adhering strictly to her instructions. Jinghe's academic performance remained exemplary, yet as she approached her third year, she would face the decision of subject selection. While she was not exceptionally brilliant, the confidence gained from her previous life led her to resolve to choose all 12 subjects. Just like Hermione, this decision was not born from a desire to indulge in course selection while skipping classes. Rather, it was inspired by the discovery of a time turner in her family vault during a visit to Diagon Alley before the term commenced. Jinghe was puzzled as to why such a precious item was carelessly discarded in the family's warehouse by her parents. Nevertheless, she swiftly scooped it up with her small hands and placed it into her bag. Before long, the mid-holiday period arrived, and upon reviewing her plans that morning, Jinghe realized it was the perfect time for her to visit the Black family mansion. She had allocated an entire week to revel in the delights of the estate. When Lin Yu and his wife were, of course, aware of the heroic figure who had endured a harrowing imprisonment, and through their daughter, they learned that this very serious Black was presently teaching at Hogwarts. Thus, when Jinghe expressed her desire to stay at the Black residence for a few days, they deliberated briefly before granting their consent. On this particular day in mid-holiday, after Jinghe packed her belongings, she awaited the arrival of Sirius. Unfortunately, the fireplace at the Black residence had fallen into disrepair from lack of use, so they could only wait for Sirius to arrive and use apparition. Fortunately, Jinghe had acclimated to apparition during her 5th year with her brother. Otherwise, she would have been reluctant to go. Tom, too, was somewhat despondent about Jinghe's impending visit to the Black house. At home, he could only transform into a small black snake to avoid detection by her parents. And every night he would revert to human form to hold Jinghe tightly in his embrace, though he often found himself swatted away by the cat, Mou. Speaking of Mou gave Tom a headache. This cat had been Jinghe's companion for a long time and held immense significance for the young girl. He dared not lay a hand on the foolish feline. Rolling his eyes, he was met with the sight of the cat meowing and seeking comfort in Jinghe's arms, prompting her to reprimand Tom. Tom muttered, "Damn green tea." This time, as Jinghe prepared for her stay, she naturally did not bring Tom along, as his protests were too vociferous, constantly nagging her at night. Yet, how could she go back on her word? Therefore, she resorted to tossing him into the garden of the estate, knowing that while Tom, as a spectral entity, would not feel hunger, he was bound to be infuriated. Nevertheless, being Jinghe, he could only smile and agree. On that bright morning, as the sun shone warmly, a guest arrived at the estate, none other than Sirius Black, who was dressed impeccably and had even shaved his beard. Truly, he remained the most handsome wizard from his days at Hogwarts, and even in middle age. His charm was undeniable. According to reports, some witches had expressed a desire to engage in deeper conversations with this hero at the Black Mansion. As Sirius entered the estate, he took a deep breath and spotted a well-groomed house elf who bowed his head to guide him inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Jinghe, who appeared neatly dressed, along with Wen Linyu and Fong Yaming, who were enjoying breakfast. Upon hearing the door open, they lifted their heads from the newspaper to gaze at the younger student before them. Both parents had been students at Hogwarts, but were not particularly acquainted with Sirius during their time, as he had likely entered the school after their graduation. Sirius looked at the couple with a smile, but felt an inexplicable nervousness wash over him, as though he were meeting his future in-laws. Shaking off the feeling, he cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Wen and Ms. Fong, good day to you. I have come today to take Jinghe to my home for a visit. Her friends Harry and Hermione will also be joining us, and I assure you, she will be completely safe with me. There is no need for concern." The couple chuckled at Sirius's earnest declaration, and Fong Yaming replied with a smile, "All right, we understand. We trust you. Jinghe, go on, and remember to be safe." Such is the nature of every Chinese parent's advice to their children. Even when the destination is deemed utterly secure, they still append a reminder to be cautious. Jinghe then linked her arm with Sirius's, waved goodbye to her parents, and as Sirius expressed concern about her adapting to the change, Jinghe shook her head to indicate all was well. In an instant, Sirius and the girl vanished from sight, only to reappear at the Black estate. There on the staircase stood Harry, who, knowing Jinghe would be arriving today, had risen early to wait for her. Upon seeing her, he excitedly rushed down to envelop her in a warm embrace. "You're here. Ron and Hermione will be along shortly." Jinghe reciprocated the hug, exclaiming, "Of course I am." Sirius, noticing their closeness, cleared his throat and quickly separated them, stating, "Since you will be staying here for a week, I have prepared a room for you. Let me show you." As they ascended the stairs, they passed a sullen-faced house elf muttering to himself, "Creature, you have betrayed the mistress's expectations by allowing this traitor into the house. My poor young master, my poor mistress." Unaware of how many half-blood wizards may enter here, recognizing the house elf as Creature, who had been tasked with guarding Regulus's locket, Jinghe noticed the locket swaying from around his neck. Sirius promptly scolded the rambling creature, instructing him to attend to other chores. As Creature turned to speak, he caught sight of Jinghe, and tears welled up in his eyes as he rushed toward her, exclaiming, "At last, I have awaited your return, mistress." Jinghe was taken aback. She had never encountered this house elf before, yet he addressed her as his mistress. Sensing the situation was becoming precarious, Sirius quickly admonished Creature to be quiet and to leave. Bound by the commands of the Black family, Creature could only depart reluctantly, glancing back at Jinghe with tears in his eyes. After a moment of confusion, Jinghe looked toward Sirius, who hastily explained, "Due to the dwindling lineage of the Black family, Creature addresses any witch who enters as mistress. There is no need to be alarmed." Having never encountered a Black family witch, Jinghe replied with a wry smile. She then recalled the locket and, noting Creature's familiarity with her, contemplated that retrieving the locket should be a simple task, after which she could let Tom absorb the soul within. As she pondered, Sirius had already led her to the third floor. Passing a secluded room, Jinghe caught sight of a sign on the door, although the lettering appeared intentionally obscured. Yet, something compelled her to stop and examine it closely, revealing a peculiar inscription. "This is Regulus Black's room. Entry forbidden to all except Jinghe." Chapter 104, Secrets. Jinghe's brow furrowed instantly. She was well aware of Regulus, the first young man to perish in the great battle depicted in the book, the most promising heir of the Black family. Upon learning the truth from the text, she had wept profusely. Now, in this world, she knew she had never met Regulus. So why did his bedroom bear her name? Or perhaps during his time, there had been another girl with a name identical to hers. Sirius, noticing that Jinghe had caught sight of the obscured word he had intentionally blurred, felt a jolt of alarm and rushed over, exclaiming, "You must have misread it. This was merely a casual composition by my younger brother, devoid of any special significance. The name was simply a whimsical scribble of Chinese characters that he happened to know." Sirius was never particularly adept at deceit. He possessed a forthright disposition that resulted in his words becoming a jumbled mess when he was under duress. Jinghe remarked, "Are you aware that your statements can be easily debunked, Sirius?" The familiar sensation grew stronger within her, prompting her to push past Sirius, who stood anxiously at the door. He was acutely aware that she had discovered the truth, and, with no means to conceal it, he stepped aside without protest. Upon entering the room, a wave of rose fragrance enveloped her, leaving Jinghe somewhat astonished that a space uninhabited for so long still bore such a scent. However, as Sirius attempted to follow her inside, an invisible barrier suddenly manifested at the door to impede his entrance. Thus, Jinghe gestured for him to refrain from intruding and boldly stepped into the room, closing the door behind her. From the rear of the door, she caught sight of an inscription. "Those other than Jinghe entering my chamber shall be thwarted by the barrier. Any attempt to force entry will result in a curse." Jinghe fell silent, pondering the fact that the content of the inscription was invisible to others. Thankfully, Regulus had been absent for quite some time, and with no one else in the house, Sirius harbored little hope for his Death-Eater brother. Consequently, the room remained undisturbed. Regulus had not even allowed Creature to enter. Yet it appeared that some enchantment had been cast within, preserving the items from damage over the years, merely cloaking them in a layer of dust. Jinghe waved a cleaning charm, and the room was rejuvenated, allowing her to explore leisurely. The layout of the room was quite simple, reflecting Regulus's taste: a green bed, a blue bookcase, a wooden desk positioned in front of it, and a wardrobe, nothing more. The walls were adorned with posters of Quidditch stars and various photographs. As Jinghe approached to examine the pictures, she noticed family portraits wherein the subjects wore diverse smiles. It was evident that Bella had once been a beauty, her eyes betraying a hint of madness, yet she did not appear as gaunt as she would later become. Sirius stood defiantly in the background, hands on hips, unperturbed even when his mother chastised him, while Regulus and Narcissa presented themselves as the most obedient children, quietly adhering to their mother's wishes with smiles. Other photographs depicted Regulus's life at school, including images from his first day and the day he joined the Quidditch team, each one radiating joy, though their gazes seemed directed not at the camera but at the individual capturing the moment. As she perused through them, Jinghe suddenly spotted a photograph prominently displayed in the center of the wall. It featured Regulus alongside a girl, and this time he was not looking at the camera but rather down at her. If the girl in the photograph had not borne an uncanny resemblance to Jinghe herself, she might have felt a twinge of nostalgia over Regulus having a crush. Instead, an involuntary shiver ran down her spine. The girl, in both demeanor and appearance, mirrored Jinghe to an astonishing degree, no difference whatsoever. In the picture, the girl smiled at the camera while Regulus gazed tenderly down at her, and anyone who glanced at that photograph would instantly recognize the boy's affections. As Jinghe beheld this image, a flurry of fragmented memories surged through her mind. With her eyes closed, she envisioned herself soaring alongside Regulus on the Quidditch pitch, as well as sharing laughter with others who were certainly not her current classmates. She strained to recall this missing memory, but the effort only intensified the pain in her head. Thus, she hastily abandoned the endeavor. Realizing that the time for recollection was not yet ripe, the moment would eventually come. Next, Jinghe approached the desk and noticed a diary prominently placed in the center. Although she deemed it impolite to peruse someone else's diary, the blue butterfly adorning its cover compelled her to reach out and open the first page. The butterfly depicted was a stunning blue, identical to the one on Jinghe's left wrist. Shocked, she continued to flip through the pages and discovered the musings of the diary's owner. I've made it to Slytherin, and I'm thrilled. Though my brother was sorted into Gryffindor, I believe my relationship with him will improve now that I'm in Slytherin. I confess, my brother only shows kindness to her. He hardly smiles at anyone else, not even me. How naive I am. However, being with her means I will see my brother more often. She is truly wonderful. Remembering my preferences, she is exceptional, and I wish to be with her always. Creature is aware of my little secret. Perhaps anyone with half a mind could discern it. But you remain oblivious. Alas, it matters not. Creature now refers to you as mistress, haha. I hope one day this title can be openly acknowledged. That person has arrived. Bella is now fervently devoted to him, and I find that his ideals resonate with mine, though I strongly disapprove of his methods. I do not wish to join. Yet I am powerless. The mark on my left arm is indelibly etched. What am I to do? That person has assigned me a task, to bury a locket box. But I am unwilling. Thus, I plan to have Creature bring the genuine locket box to me, so that on the day of battle, that person may lose an advantage. I miss you. We may never meet again. I love you. Please remember me. Throughout the entirety of the diary, the girl's name remained unspoken. Yet Regulus's profound affection for her was unmistakable, evident even in the most intense emotions expressed through a mere conjunction. Jinghe's sense of uncertainty deepened. She began to suspect that something had long been concealed from her. The final sentence, "Please remember me," abruptly concluded the diary, suggesting an intricate connection between Regulus and the girl he cherished, which seemed to intertwine with her own existence. Could it be that the object of his affection was indeed herself? As someone who had undergone reincarnation, Jinghe was convinced that she had lost fragments of her memory. She recalled the moment she held Neville's memory orb, when it emitted a dazzling red light. At that time, she had thought the orb was malfunctioning. But now she considered the possibility that it had clearly indicated her lost memories, which had been forgotten countless times. The period of forgetfulness eluded her, and a profound sense of dread enveloped her. What on earth was happening? Everything felt so surreal. Jinghe's hands began to tremble. Meanwhile, in a remote cave beneath a lake, an eerily tranquil cavern housed a young man lying on a small island, untouched by the sinister specters lurking in the waters. He had remained in this state of quiet slumber for many years, his appearance unchanged and unexplained. Suddenly, the young man lying in the serene cave stirred slightly, his fingers moving, and then he slowly opened his eyes. It was Regulus, whom everyone believed had perished in his loyalty to Voldemort. At this moment, Regulus was beset by an excruciating headache. He glanced around and realized that the scene mirrored the moment he had consumed the poison and collapsed in agony. He was oblivious to how much time had elapsed since then. Slowly, he sat up, pressing his fingers against his temples to alleviate the pain. Regulus had genuinely believed that upon drinking the poison, he was on the brink of death. He felt as though he had embarked on an interminable dream, one in which he was with Jinghe, marrying her and having children. But just as happiness enveloped him, Jinghe was suddenly slain by a shadowy figure whose face he could not discern. In that dream, he was engulfed by despair. Yet his formidable willpower allowed him to discern that it was merely an illusion. Clinging to the conviction that he must awaken and seek her out, he finally opened his eyes. Regulus felt around him and found his wand lying safely nearby. To his astonishment, the food contained within the bag gifted to him by Jinghe had not spoiled. He vividly recalled her beaming as she presented the bag, saying, "I've placed a preservation charm on this. It lasts far longer than ordinary spells. I knew you'd find it useful." Unbeknownst to Regulus, the bag was also protected by an exceptionally strong defensive charm, an advanced version crafted by Jinghe herself. Thus, during Regulus's unconsciousness, while the protective barrier was intended to safeguard the bag from being taken, its advanced design activated automatically when the lake's infernal creatures attempted to drag him underwater. This barrier shielded Regulus for an entire week. The mindless creatures, after a couple of days of futile dragging, assumed he was merely a stone and sank back to the depths in silence. Regulus retrieved some food from the bag to replenish his strength, then stood up. The creatures lurking beneath the lake soon sensed movement after decades of stillness, causing the surface to roil. However, with his strength restored and an unexpected surge of magical energy coursing through him, Regulus easily repelled the approaching specters, casting spells as he navigated his boat back to safety. He yearned to return home, to search for that girl, wondering how she fared now. Meanwhile, Jinghe, having snapped back to reality from the contents of the diary, took a deep breath after contemplating for an extended period. The restoration of memories could not be expedited. The immediate priority was to inform Sirius of his brother's preparations, to let him know of Regulus's bravery. Outside, Sirius remained steadfast, anxiously awaiting Jinghe's return. Just as his impatience peaked, he saw the door swing open and Jinghe emerge. He quickly pulled her in for an inspection, exhaling in relief upon finding her unharmed. Jinghe looked at Sirius and said, "Sirius, there is something I must tell you." Chapter 105, The Truth. Upon hearing her grave words, Sirius's heart raced. Could it be that his brother had pinned something that led to Jinghe's serious demeanor? Once assured that they were alone, Jinghe stood before Sirius and inquired, "What kind of person do you think your brother is?" Sirius, lost in his own thoughts, instinctively replied, "I'm not well acquainted with him. Nor do I wish to know what kind of person he is." Yet, beneath his words lay a wellspring of longing and pain. Indeed, even though his brother had joined the Death Eaters, how could there be no trace of the bond forged through their childhood together? After Regulus's tragic demise within the ranks of the Death Eaters, Sirius found himself regretting that he had not dissuaded his brother from that path. Jinghe took a deep breath and stated, "Regulus did not serve the Dark Lord." This revelation struck Sirius like thunder, leaving him astounded as he scrutinized Jinghe's face for signs of jest. Yet, her solemn expression conveyed the truth of her words. Jinghe continued, "I am unsure why Regulus cast such a protective enchantment at his doorstep, but upon perusing his diary, I gleaned that he ultimately uncovered the true intentions of the mysterious figure. His conscience would not allow him to become an accomplice, and when he received orders, he defied the mysterious figure. He did not assist in placing the true locket in the lake. Perhaps Creature knows the answers." Upon hearing this, Sirius snapped his fingers to summon Creature. When Creature appeared, he bore the same sorrowful expression he always did when he saw Jinghe. "Did the mistress discover the young master's diary?" he asked. Sirius, impatient, interjected, "What truly transpired back then?" Creature hesitated, torn between his instinct to resist and the commands of the Black family. Ultimately divulging, young Master Regulus ordered Creature to take the locket away. He instructed Creature to destroy it after leaving. Creature failed. He could not destroy it. "The young master will never return." As Creature spoke, he seemed unable to contain his grief, tears streaming down his cheeks. In his anguish, he began to bash his head against the wall, lamenting, "Creature is sorry. Young Master Regulus. Creature is sorry." As the house elf continued to strike the wall, the enormous locket hanging from his frail neck swayed visibly in the air. Jinghe, recalling the title of the mistress from the diary, summoned her courage and called out to the distraught Creature, "Stop. Tell me what's wrong. I may be able to help." Hearing her words, Creature ceased his frantic actions and looked at her with tear-filled eyes. "Mistress, can you truly help Creature destroy the locket?" Sirius was taken aback by the scene before him, witnessing Creature, the typically obstinate house elf, submit so obediently to Jinghe, while he himself had never received such compliance from Creature, who had only obeyed out of obligation. At that moment, Jinghe brushed aside Creature's address of her as mistress and quickly assured him, "Yes, I have a way. Regulus left me a letter, stating that if Creature could not manage it, I should take the locket." Jinghe spun a seemingly flimsy lie. Yet the house elf's trust in her was evident, as he promptly unfastened the locket he had worn for over a decade and handed it to her. Young Master Regulus instructed Creature to obey the mistress's commands, so whatever the mistress says, Creature will do. Jinghe nodded vigorously, recognizing how much she resembled her former self from over a decade ago. As she accepted the locket, she retrieved a box embedded with blue gemstones from her enchanted bag and placed the locket inside before stowing it away. She had initially been drawn to the box's beauty and had purchased it, with the shopkeeper mentioning that it could somewhat suppress the encroachment of dark magic. Though she had not taken his words seriously at the time, it now proved fortuitously useful. The pendant box possesses the remarkable ability to influence a person's psyche within a brief span, coaxing forth the darker aspects of one's soul. Creature had carried it for over a decade, and its profound impact had long since taken hold of him. Despite his myriad legendary experiences, Jinghe could not guarantee that donning the necklace would not precipitate an episode, leading him to scream and harm himself and those around him. Thus, he chose to place the pendant box within a secure container. Nevertheless, the necklace of the mysterious figure remained formidable. What use was a mere barrier against magic? Jinghe was acutely aware that the box might not endure indefinitely, but for now, he resolved to protect it for at least a day, ensuring it did not fall into the hands of others. Sirius remained motionless, observing the conversation between the girl and her house elf, only returning to his senses when he saw her stow the pendant box away. Although he was unaware of its contents, instinct warned him of its inherent danger. Sirius felt an overwhelming desire to seize the box and eliminate the threat himself. Yet he recognized the girl's meticulous nature. She was always so astute. His thoughts then drifted to his brother, and a complex expression crossed his face. He had believed his wayward sibling to be an undiscovered hero, and that his cowardly brother was a braver warrior than himself. But he could no longer see Regulus. His brother now lay eternally asleep beneath the lake. As this realization struck him, tears shimmered in Sirius's eyes, and he abruptly crouched down, covering his face as he wept. He had thought the Black family utterly irredeemable. But now he understood that his brother was a hero, a warrior unrecognized yet unafraid of death. Jinghe knelt beside Sirius, offering words of comfort. When the war is over, I shall pen a letter to the Ministry of Magic, exonerating Regulus. He should not fade into obscurity. Sirius instantly enveloped Jinghe in an embrace. His voice thick with emotion. I never knew my brother could be so brave. He was the true hero, yet I can never see him again. Silent tears streamed down Sirius's face, soaking Jinghe's clothing as she held him, gently patting his back in solace, saying, at least you now know he is a hero. None can escape the designs of fate. Our only course is to confront it. Even if the future is fraught with peril, we must strive to defy our destinies. Sirius remained there, quietly holding Jinghe, allowing years of suppressed emotions to flow forth. Meanwhile, on the ground floor, Harry heard nothing, save for the occasional sound of something colliding with a wall. Just as he contemplated ascending the stairs to investigate, Arthur Weasley, along with Ron and Hermione, appeared before him. Arthur had transported Ron and Hermione to the Black residence via apparition. Upon seeing his long-lost friends, Harry rushed forward, embracing both Ron and Hermione. Ron, looking around, asked Harry, didn't you say Jinghe would arrive before us? Where is she? Harry replied, she arrived much earlier than you, and my godfather took her upstairs to see the rooms. She should be on the 3rd floor. Let me lead you there. The three of them ascended the staircase, eager to find Sirius and Jinghe. At this moment, Sirius had ceased his weeping, still silently holding Jinghe without a word. Thus, when the trio reached the 3rd floor, they beheld Sirius crouched on the floor, embracing Jinghe, who was soothingly stroking his back. Hermione was the first to exclaim, oh my, Jinghe, Mr. Black, are you both all right? Ron and Harry, observing the scene, felt an odd tension in the air, unsure of how to articulate their feelings, so Hermione spoke up to voice their concern. Upon hearing Hermione's voice, Sirius reluctantly released his embrace, wiping his tears away discreetly before standing tall and declaring, I'm fine. Just a minor incident. No need to worry. Jinghe recognized that Sirius was attempting to maintain a facade of maturity before his young charges and chose not to expose the truth, planning instead to confide in her friends later that evening. Noticing Ron and Hermione's arrival, Sirius surmised that Arthur must be downstairs. He addressed them, saying, you all can chat here for a bit. I'll go down to see Mr. Weasley, whom I haven't seen in ages. With that, he strode purposefully downstairs, his demeanor slightly flustered. Creature, having spotted Ron and Hermione, was about to deride them as traitors and mudbloods when he recalled that their mistress disdained such terms. He promptly fell silent, casting them a resentful glance before turning away and departing. Once Sirius had left, Harry and Ron eagerly inquired of Jinghe what had transpired. She recounted the events she witnessed in Regulus's room, omitting any mention of her name or appearance, knowing that the trio could not enter the room. After hearing her account, they marveled at Regulus's heroism. Hermione exclaimed, he is just like a character from a Muggle novel, enduring humiliation and venturing into enemy territory, yet still yearning for the light. Such a superlative hero. Harry and Ron felt a profound respect for this brother of Sirius, whom they had never met. Subsequently, Harry guided Ron and Hermione to their respective bedrooms, as the four young wizards planned to stay at the Black residence for a week. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they descended to the ground floor, where they found Sirius engaged in a lively conversation with Arthur. Initially, Arthur had assumed Sirius was the one who betrayed James. But upon realizing he was a hero of sacrifice, he felt an immediate fondness for him. Their conversation revealed that, despite his years in prison, Sirius retained a remarkable eloquence, further endearing him to Arthur. Upon seeing his son and friends descend, Arthur smiled at Sirius, saying, I trust you with their care. I have work to attend to, so I want to linger. Farewell. Sirius nodded in acknowledgement, bidding Arthur goodbye. Arthur smiled and waved at the four young wizards before vanishing from sight. By now, it was midday, and after the morning's tumult, both Sirius and Jinghe found themselves quite famished. In his haste to fetch Jinghe, Sirius had skipped breakfast, and Jinghe, having just weathered a mental storm, felt her stomach grumble in protest. As Sirius prepared to ask Creature to arrange lunch, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the house elf had prepared a lavish feast, one he had not enjoyed since his arrival. Good, Sirius mused. reflecting on how Jinghe's departure had led to a significant decline in his culinary experiences. However, with such an opulent spread laid out before them, he quickly beckoned the three young wizards to join him. Although the meal did not quite mirror the flavors of Chinese cuisine that would entice Jinghe, it was nonetheless commendable. Jinghe even spotted hints of Chinese dishes on the table. Perhaps Creature had learned a few techniques from the young Chinese girl of that era. At this moment, Regulus had already boarded a boat and escaped from the sea where he had been sleeping for more than 10 years. He looked blankly at his tattered clothes and planned to clean himself up first. So he tore a piece of cloth from his shirt to cover his face. Then planned to go to Diagon Alley to buy a bottle of polyjuice potion. And only after everything was ready would he return to the ancestral house he had not been back to for decades. Even though Regulus had slept for so many years, was extremely thin, and dressed in rags, his outstanding looks were still impossible to conceal. He looked at the pouch hanging at his waist, and could not help revealing a gentle expression. He wondered how Jinghe was doing now. Perhaps she had already become an excellent orer and achieved her dream. He wondered whether Creature had destroyed that locket, and how Creature was doing. After resting for a while, Regulus stood up and apparat to Diagon Alley. At this moment, he had no idea what kind of shocking news awaited him when he returned to the old house. Everything would eventually be revealed. Chapter 106. Regulus' time passed in an apparently peaceful way. Creature in the Black family house had become much less muttering. He no longer complained about Sirius bringing so many irrelevant people into the house. Instead, he now kept muttering. Creature has finally completed the young Master's instructions during this 1+ day. Jinghe and the other two toured the entire Black house and also saw the place that Creature had strongly insisted Sirius not throw away, the place where the heads of generations of Black house elves were kept. Although it looked very unpleasant, to Creature it was an honor as a house elf. However, the noisy portraits described in the films seemed to be gone. They must have all been packed away by Sirius when he first arrived, though no one knew where they had been stuffed. Far away in Diagon Alley, a mysterious man with his head wrapped appeared. Regulus first went to an inn to wash himself. His body had not touched water for more than 10 years. Then he cleaned his ragged clothes and went out with his face covered to buy new clothes from a clothing shop. Even now, Regulus still regretted why he had not stuffed a spare set of clothes into that pouch back then. After that, he asked people about the current situation and was shocked to learn that after all those years, the Dark Lord had disappeared, defeated by a 2-year-old child. That child was named Harry Potter, a name he had heard of even while he was still alive. It seemed that the Dark Lord had chosen Harry Potter from among the 2 children born in July. But he also learned that the parents of the other July-born child had somehow fallen into a coma and had been living in the hospital ever since. Both children had entered Gryffindor. Regulus could not help but smile. No matter how much time passed, the relationship between the two houses was still as incompatible as fire and water. Then he learned that his brother Sirius had been framed and imprisoned for 10 years, while the real culprit had turned into a rat and hidden in the Weasley household for all that time, only being caught a couple of months ago. Regulus thought about it. That meant his brother was most likely at the Black family house now, but there was very little information about Jinghe. So he bought a bottle of polyjuice potion from the apothecary and planned to go to the Black family house. Otherwise, if his brother saw him alive, the reaction would probably not be shock, but anger. Would Sirius think that he, like Peter, had survived all these years in hiding? So on a dark, moonless night, Regulus put on a cloak, drank the polyjuice potion, transformed into a completely unfamiliar wizard, covered the lower half of his face, and apparat directly to the Black family house. At this moment, the Black family house was terrifyingly quiet. Regulus noticed that the portraits that were usually noisy had been stuffed away somewhere. There were also signs that people had been in the living room. Then Regulus went straight to the 3rd floor and into his own bedroom. When he pushed open the door, he found that someone had entered his room. The magic wards inside indicated that someone had been here. Regulus' heart tightened. Then he saw that the diary on his desk had been touched. He was certain it must have been Jinghe who had entered his room, because the remaining wards showed no sign of being forcibly broken. So Jinghe had entered and seen the diary. Regulus made the tip of his wand glow and looked at the photos hanging on the wall. Focusing on the one in the center, the only photo he had with the girl, he wondered how she was doing now. If she had seen his diary, what would her reaction be? Because Sirius had been playing with his godson on broomsticks too enthusiastically during the day, he even dreamed about flying on a broom. In the middle of the dream, he suddenly woke up with a pain in his lower abdomen and decided to go take care of it. When he went out, he saw light coming from his brother's room. Sirius immediately became alert. Jinghe would not come to that room so late. Who had entered it? And even broken his brother's defensive magic? He quickly went back to get his wand and quietly crept closer to the room, slowly opening the door. He immediately cast a blasting curse. Regulus, immersed in his own thoughts, did not notice the wand extending from the doorway. When he entered, he had already dispelled the defensive spells because he planned to take the diary and the photo frame with him. So when Sirius cast the spell, Regulus did not react in time. He only saw a flash of light and instinctively dodged, and a stool in the room was blown apart. Seeing the unfamiliar man dodge his spell, Sirius began swearing as he attacked. "You dare enter my brother's room? Who are you? You can get in when even I can't." Regulus recognized the voice immediately. It was his brother, but he could not reveal his identity now, so he could only defend in silence. Seeing the man only defend and not fight back, Sirius became even angrier. "Who are you? Why can you sneak into my house like this?" Jinghe, sleeping nearby, was awakened by the fighting outside. Already a light sleeper, she got up at once, grabbed her wand, got dressed, and rushed out. She saw Sirius waving his wand in Regulus's room, angrily attacking someone. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were also awakened and came out sleepily to see what was happening. Jinghe hurried over and saw Sirius attacking a strange man in Regulus's bedroom. But that man was only defending and not attacking back. Feeling something was strange, Jinghe took advantage of the fierce fight and cast a binding spell. It wrapped around Regulus's legs, forcing him to his knees. Upon witnessing the unfamiliar man kneeling on the ground, Sirius turned and quickly recognized that it was Jinghe who had aided him. He erupted in a cacophony of expletives directed at Jinghe. "This scoundrel has the audacity to invade my brother's room. My brother has been missing for so long, and yet someone dares to disrupt this place." Jinghe waved her wand, illuminating the bedroom, revealing a strange male wizard who was presently seated on the floor. His visage was that of an ordinary wizard, lacking any distinctive features, yet his translucent, gray amber eyes were strikingly unique. The male wizard appeared to be emaciated, a consequence of prolonged malnutrition. But the tearing of his garments during their recent skirmish revealed that his physical constitution was likely quite robust. Just as Jinghe was about to utter a word, she instinctively inhaled deeply. Her extensive training under Snape had rendered her sensitive to the sense of potions, and she detected the unmistakable aroma of polyjuice potion emanating from the male wizard. Who could he possibly be? Jinghe swiftly crouched down to scrutinize the wizard closely. When Regulus caught sight of Jinghe, a wave of surprise washed over him. He had not anticipated her presence in this abode. However, upon observing her youthful figure, appearing to be merely 13 or 14 years of age, his heart sank. He was utterly bewildered by the situation. Jinghe leaned in closer, quickly confirming that he was indeed a wizard whose appearance had been altered by the polyjuice potion. She produced a small vial of restorative potion from her satchel, a gift from Snape, and, with one hand pinching the wizard's chin to pry open his mouth, she poured the potion down his throat. Regulus, still in a state of shock, was caught off guard as Jinghe forced the restorative potion into him. Before the astonished gaze of the other four, the previously unfamiliar wizard began to transform, gradually revealing a new countenance. His dark hair, perhaps due to neglect, appeared somewhat unkempt and lengthy. Below a prominent nose lay thin lips, yet those captivating gray-amber eyes remained unchanged, while others were perhaps oblivious. Jinghe herself was unsure of what Regulus was supposed to look like. Only Sirius, wide-eyed, rushed forward to examine the wizard's features closely, confirming his identity with astonishment. Regulus. The other four young wizards gaped in disbelief. Who is this? Is this truly Regulus Black, the child of the Black family who has been dead for over a decade? Jinghe's eyes widened in astonishment as she regarded the man collapsed on the floor. Could this be the renowned Regulus, the one who had moved many to tears? Upon closer inspection, it was undeniable that Sirius and he were indeed like twin stars of the Black family, each possessing remarkable beauty. If Sirius embodied the sunny, cheerful essence of a sunflower, then Regulus was akin to an elegant, white lotus. Jinghe mused. Ah, how delightful to behold. If only both brothers held affections for me. She was aware of when to indulge in fanciful thoughts and when to maintain decorum, so she promptly regained her composure, releasing Regulus from his bindings. She then reassembled the shattered chair and helped Regulus into it. At that moment, the two brothers were left in a state of bewilderment, exchanging bewildered glances for what felt like an eternity. It was Jinghe who finally broke the silence with a cough, prompting them to react. Sirius was the first to inquire. Regulus, how did you arrive here? Regulus succinctly recounted his harrowing experiences to all present, detailing his servitude to the Dark Lord, his defiance of orders, and how he had narrowly escaped death in a dark, desolate cave, thanks to a protective charm he had worn. As he spoke, he caressed the pouch hanging from his waist, glancing at the attentive Jinghe. Upon hearing this, Sirius plunged into deep contemplation, recognizing the pouch as one Jinghe had crafted and gifted to Regulus. He had previously seen Regulus showcase it, but never realized its enchantments were so formidable. When would he have the chance to persuade Jinghe to create another one for him? Regulus then turned to Sirius, asking, "What is the current situation, Sirius?" In response, Sirius promptly ushered the four young wizards out of the bedroom, deeming the matter too extraordinary to discuss in their presence. The young wizards, now wide awake, gathered outside the room, speculating about which powerful wizard could withstand such a multitude of inquiry, while also expressing their astonishment at Regulus's return. Meanwhile, inside the room, Regulus experienced a mental whirlwind akin to Sirius's, striving to piece together the words spoken by his brother. Murdered, then resurrected, the butterfly birthmark, rebirth. Regulus understood each term, yet struggled to connect them. Was there truly a probability of rebirth in this world? However, he soon found solace in the thought that Jinghe was still with them. Her age mattered not. As long as she was present, all was well. After the brothers promised to keep their secret until Jinghe recovered, they opened the door, intending to send the 4 young wizards to sleep, only to discover them seated on the floor. Having endured the lengthy conversation, the young wizards had succumbed to fatigue and drifted off to sleep unexpectedly. After a long separation, Regulus rushed forward to embrace Jinghe, gently carrying her into the bedroom and placing her on the bed. Bathed in moonlight, he tenderly gazed upon her familiar features. How wonderful it is that you are still here, that I can see you again. Sirius, witnessing his brother cradling Jinghe, contemplated interjecting, but refrained, recognizing that Regulus had only just returned. Instead, he tended to his son and his 2 friends, tucking them into bed. He then urgently summoned Creature to prepare a room. And upon learning that his master was still alive, Creature leapt with excitement. Just as he began to speak, Sirius silenced him, prompting Creature to stifle his elation. Tears of joy in his eyes, as he swiftly tidied up Regulus's bedroom. The night settled back into tranquility. When the young wizards awoke the following morning, they might find themselves puzzled, recalling how they had fallen asleep on the floor only to awaken in bed. The stars and moon hung in the sky, bearing witness to the events transpiring within the Black family home, as the trajectory of fate had already begun to unfold. Chapter 107, The Patronus. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Soon, it would be Jinghe's day to return home. Despite Regulus's fervent desire to converse with her, he restrained himself, mindful that she had yet to regain her memories. The longing that had simmered for over a decade surged forth within him, burning at his heart. The suppressed emotions could not contain the yearning, akin to the white butterfly emerging from the Patronus charm. As the week drew to a close, even though Sirius had grown quite familiar with Jinghe, wishing to persuade her to extend her stay, she remained resolute in her plans, rejecting the handsome gentleman's pleas. At that moment, Sirius was gazing at Jinghe, who sat on the sofa engrossed in her book. His eyes fixed on her with an expression of feigned sorrow as he inquired, "Are you truly not considering extending your stay for a few more days?" Sirius, of course, was acutely aware of his own striking looks. Even in his 30s, his handsome visage was imbued with a mature allure that made hearts race. Even Regulus found himself seated beside the girl, gently suggesting, "You still have half of your holiday left, so there's no need to rush." Jinghe, hearing this, lifted her gaze from the pages and glanced at the 2 members of the Black family beside her, only to lower her head once more with a blank expression. Damn it, how could they be so handsome? However, Jinghe had her own plans. Each time the holiday commenced, she would pull out the meticulously crafted itinerary she had prepared at the end of the term, executing it step by step. In her previous life, unforeseen circumstances had often disrupted her well-laid plans, but now, having arrived in the magical world, she was determined to savor every experience. Seeing their attempts thwarted, the brothers recognized that the girl remained as she always had, methodical, unwilling to allow sudden changes to disrupt her plans. Sirius sighed, standing up and shaking his head at Regulus, who could only let out a resigned sigh in response. The following morning, as Jinghe descended the stairs, she found Sirius, his brother, and Harry neatly waiting for her below. Sirius had risen early that day, meticulously preparing himself with the intent of using apparition to escort the girl home. As they finished breakfast, despite their reluctance, none could alter Jinghe's plans. Harry, his eyes wide with curiosity, looked at Jinghe and asked, "Are you really not planning to stay a little longer?" Jinghe surveyed her companions and was taken aback by their striking appearances. Indeed, the 3rd years were truly at the pinnacle of their beauty, each one more charming than the last. She felt an urgency to depart, fearing that if she lingered any longer, she might truly decide to stay. While Jinghe marveled at their youthful beauty, the others were equally attentive to her transformation. She had grown taller and more radiant, her baby fat gradually receding to reveal a more defined visage. She looked even more lovely. Sirius, unable to resist, extended his left hand to take hers, reflecting on how this was perhaps the only occasion he could openly hold her hand, thanks to apparition. Despite the lingering reluctance, they could only bid farewell. The moment Jinghe grasped his hand, Sirius nodded, and once she was ready, he activated apparition. In an instant, the house felt emptier, having lost 2 of its inhabitants. When Jinghe was present, the home was always filled with laughter and joy, but in her absence, it lacked its usual warmth. Ron turned to his best friend and said, "Today, Hermione and I should head back too, but it depends on my dad's situation. If he doesn't arrive, we might stay a bit longer. Though I suspect he may have forgotten." Harry, who had initially thought all his friends were leaving that day, brightened at Ron's words. Although Jinghe was gone, he still had his good friends by his side. He had mentioned to Sirius the night before that he planned to visit the Weasley household the week before the end of the holiday, and then they would venture to Diagon Alley together. The manor remained unchanged from before. The couple sat at the table sipping tea, awaiting their daughter's return without worry. Fully aware of Jinghe's strict holiday plans, unless a significant event occurred, they knew she would not postpone her schedule. Just then, Sirius and Regulus appeared in the center of the living room. Sirius politely bowed to the couple, saying, "Mr. 1, Mrs. Fong, good morning. A week has swiftly passed, so I have brought Jinghe back. I sincerely appreciate your allowing her to stay with me. Should the opportunity arise, I would be delighted to host you at the Black residence." The couple nodded in acknowledgement, with Mr. 1 replying, "We are grateful, Mr. Black, for your kind invitation. We will certainly visit if time permits." After receiving this affirmation, Sirius turned to Jinghe, saying, "I shall take my leave now. Until next time." Jinghe nodded, and though Sirius felt a pang of reluctance, he nonetheless used apparition to return home. Jinghe dashed toward her parents, having missed them dearly even in the short span of a week. Fong Yamming embraced her as she leapt into her arms, laughing, "Look how grown up you are, yet still so attached to us." Jinghe, nestled in their embrace, replied playfully, "What is wrong with being an adult? I still love you both." Just as she was basking in her parents' affection, her peripheral vision caught sight of a newspaper lying on the table. Prominently displayed was a large article featuring Peter Pettigrew, who had recently been incarcerated in Azkaban. After pulling away from her parents, Jinghe picked up the paper to examine it closely. The report stated that just yesterday, the notorious Wormtail had escaped from Azkaban. Owing to his animagus form as a rat, it was nearly impossible for anyone to notice a rat slipping away unnoticed. This raised serious concerns about the diligence of the Ministry of Magic officials, who had been aware of his potential to transform into a rat, yet failed to secure him in an anti-animagus cell. The ministry spokesperson had yet to issue a definitive statement, opting for vague rhetoric, leaving many to worry about the future of the wizarding world. Parents of young witches and wizards expressed heightened anxiety over the prospect of Pettigrew returning to Hogwarts, as he had once spent a year there disguised as a pet, making him intimately familiar with the layout. Upon reading the news of Pettigrew's escape, a chill ran down Jinghe's spine. In the original narrative, Dementors had been summoned to Hogwarts to prevent Sirius from entering. Now, she couldn't help but wonder if people feared that Pettigrew might return to Hogwarts to harm young witches and wizards, in which case the Dementors would indeed reappear. It seemed that no matter how she attempted to alter events, the original plot would still unfold, and her next course of action would be to navigate the storyline while strategically altering its course. As she gazed at the newspaper, her mind clouded by the cunning and sycophantic visage of Pettigrew, she felt a headache coming on. To prevent the Dementors from wreaking havoc on the train, she needed to prioritize developing her Patronus. In her previous life, she had successfully manifested a Patronus in the form of a stunning blue butterfly, significantly larger than an ordinary butterfly. In her memory, patron uses typically radiated a white luminescence, yet for some unknown reason, her Patronus had glowed in a brilliant blue. Could this be a benefit of being a time traveler? Fong Yamming, noticing her daughter's furrowed brow as she studied the newspaper, comforted her, saying, "It's all right, dear. Hogwarts is the safest place. Everything will be just fine." Jinghe nodded obediently in her mother's embrace. Indeed, Hogwarts was the safest of havens, though for a select few. Countless adventures awaited within its walls. After bidding farewell to her parents, Jinghe ascended the stairs to her bedroom, retrieved her itinerary, and surveyed the day's plans. Today, the intention was to master the unforgivable curses, especially after the previous disastrous experience. Upon awakening, Jinghe resolved to prioritize the practice of the unforgivable curses, aiming to achieve proficiency in the ability to cast them silently. Just then, she felt someone embrace her, and after a moment of surprise, the familiar scent and warmth of the person revealed that it was Tom, whom she had not seen for a week. Tom had been yearning to visit the Black Manor during their separation, but he recalled Jinghe's admonition to stay in her room and not venture out. Consequently, he remained coiled like a snake in a corner of the table, motionless, until Jinghe returned by pushing open the bedroom door, reviving him completely. At that moment, Tom held Jinghe close, his 17-year-old self untainted by the ravages of time, still exuding youthful exuberance. He murmured, "I have not seen you for a week. I missed you so much." His voice took on a playful, almost petulant tone, prompting Jinghe to smile and embrace him in return, softly reassuring him, "It's all right. I am back now." Even now, Jinghe found it hard to fathom that the cold, ruthless Dark Lord from the original narrative could exhibit such childlike affection towards her, something she never dared to imagine. Indeed, even as a product of the love potion, the surge of emotion was palpable, and it elicited a fervent response. Jinghe shared with Tom some occurrences from her time at the Black Manor, deliberately omitting the resurrection of Regulus, uncertain of how Tom would react to the revelation of Regulus upon regaining his memories. Subsequently, she postponed her plans to study the 3 unforgivable curses, replacing them with a new objective, practicing the Patronus charm, drawing on her memories from her past life. The practice unfolded smoothly. Her previous success in casting the Patronus had occurred during the 4th grade holidays when she was able to practice due to ample magical reserves and extensive knowledge. Although she was only in her 2nd year now, and her magical power was not as abundant as it had been in the 4th year, she possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge and the guidance of Tom. Within less than an hour, she successfully conjured her Patronus. Initially, her wand emitted only a flicker of blue light, which astonished Jinghe, as her Patronus had always manifested in this hue. With increasing proficiency, she attempted once more and achieved a flawless success. Her wand erupted in a brilliant blue radiance, and a butterfly, identical to the one resting on her left wrist, began to dance gracefully in the air before landing softly in her palm, gently flapping its wings. Jinghe gazed at her Patronus, marveling at the enchantment of it all. It was at this moment that she truly felt the reality of her presence in the magical world. The blue butterfly settled securely in her hand, guarding her for an extended period. Tom observed the emergence of the familiar blue butterfly, reminiscent of the one she had conjured previously, and watched as Jinghe cradled it delicately in her hands, her eyes sparkling with wonder. He couldn't help but recall his own Patronus. He had devoted considerable time to mastering this particular spell. Uncertain of what constituted a genuine memory of happiness, he endeavored to recollect his experiences at the Riddle Manor. Yet he could not summon his Patronus. However, the moment he recalled the scene of his first kiss with Jinghe, an epiphany struck him. With a flick of his wand, he successfully conjured his Patronus, a butterfly that bore an uncanny resemblance to Jinghe's. Though unlike the others, it radiated a thick, invisible darkness instead of pure white light. Tom refrained from disclosing this to Jinghe, not wishing her to know that even his Patronus lacked the purity of white light. His butterfly resembled a venomous trap, poised to eliminate any who dared approach its treasure. The heart's desire manifested in the Patronus, a testament to the joyful memories etched by the most significant individuals in one's life. Chapter 108. Remus Lupin. Soon enough, the day of the new term arrived. A week before school began, Jinghe visited the Weasley household to procure her 3rd-year textbooks alongside Harry and Ron. She recalled that their defense against the dark arts instructor for the 3rd year would be Lupin. At this time, Sirius Black had finally been exonerated. If the 2 former friends from school were to meet, they would surely be delighted. However, their professor might not share the same enthusiasm. And this thought made Jinghe chuckle as she covered her mouth with her hand. On the eve of the new term, Jinghe returned to the manor to gather her belongings. As she was packing, her gaze fell upon a pendant box that lay quietly on the table. Naturally, she presented the box to Tom at the first opportunity. However, whether due to soul repulsion or Tom's insufficient magical strength, he had managed to absorb only a portion of the soul contained within. The remainder lingered in the box. As a result of absorbing most of it, Tom had transformed into a snake and remained in slumber until now, determined to keep the pendant box close. Jinghe was aware that it had the potential to amplify desires and evoke emotions. Yet, having been significantly diminished, she only needed to wait for Tom to awaken and complete the absorption. Nevertheless, she placed the box in a newly purchased bag, fortified with advanced protective charms. Just in case. After all, powerful artifacts, even in small quantities, can inspire trepidation. The day of the new term arrived swiftly. As Jinghe wheeled her luggage to the station, she encountered Cedric, who had just arrived, while the Weasleys had yet to make an appearance. Having just bid farewell to his father, Cedric caught sight of the girl who occupied his thoughts, and his smile grew even brighter. He approached her, saying, "Hello, Jinghe, it's a pleasure to see you." Excited upon recognizing Cedric, Jinghe eagerly introduced him to her parents. "Mom, Dad, this is Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff. He is one of my best friends at Hogwarts. He is incredibly talented." Cedric, flustered by Jinghe's praise, blushed and waved his hands dismissively, saying, "Thank you for the compliment. I've just worked hard. You're quite remarkable too." Jinghe's parents exchanged knowing glances, a smile spreading across their faces. Then, Fong Yamming turned to Cedric and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Jinghe mentioned during the holidays that there was an outstanding upperclassman from Hufflepuff who serves as her role model. And I see she was right. Cedric, upon hearing this, quickly replied, "Thank you both for the kind words. I'm merely doing my duty." Jinghe is also exceptional. She's the most popular little witch in Slytherin. After a brief conversation among the 4, they noticed the steam billowing from the engine, signaling the young witches and wizards to board. Just then, Harry, Ron, and the others hurried to the platform. With time running short, the young wizards bid farewell to their parents and boarded the train, ready to embrace their third-year adventure. As a prefect, Cedric had the responsibility of inspecting the carriages and could not join Jinghe and the others. After explaining this, he departed with Percy to fulfill his duties. The four young wizards chattered animatedly as they traversed the corridor in search of an unoccupied compartment. However, having boarded the train rather late, they discovered that all the compartments were already filled to capacity. After a brief search, they spotted a compartment occupied by a solitary individual. Peering through the window, they observed a man resting against the window, his suit draped over his head. His attire appeared relatively tidy, though a tattered leather suitcase lay at his feet. This could only be the newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin. Jinghe then signaled to the others for silence, and they cautiously opened the compartment door before stealthily taking their seats. Naturally, the young wizards could hardly contain their excitement. While Jinghe, with nearly 30 years of experience, managed to remain quiet, the other three were less successful. As soon as they settled in, Ron lowered his voice and exclaimed, "Did you hear? Peter has escaped. What if he comes to Hogwarts? Oh my, if he does, he'll surely come looking for me." The mere thought sent shivers down Ron's spine, prompting Harry to reassure his friend, "Don't worry, Hogwarts is the safest place." Jinghe took out a book, listening to the trio's animated conversation, occasionally reminding them to keep their voices down. Meanwhile, his left hand remained in his pocket, gripping his wand, prepared for the train's impending halt and the potential entrance of Dementors. As anticipated, the train abruptly came to a stop midway through its journey, a thick layer of frost forming on the window. Suddenly, the surroundings plunged into darkness, the lights extinguished, and visibility was reduced to nothing. Jinghe swiftly drew his wand and cast a Patronus charm, and upon witnessing this, Hermione hastily brandished her own wand, illuminating the compartment. The group peered outside, startled to see shadowy figures draped in black robes, drifting ominously through the air. They soon heard the terrified cries of other young wizards, and at that moment, a skeletal black hand pressed against the compartment window. It was the unknown creature, now at the threshold of Harry's compartment. Before it pushed the door open and floated before them, Jinghe instructed Hermione to maintain the light, then recited a spell he had adeptly practiced at home, Expecto Patronum. Instantly, the compartment was bathed in a radiant blue light, causing the Dementor to shriek and vanish beneath its glow, and the lights flickered back to life. Jinghe turned to the others and said, "I'll check the situation outside. You all stay put, and I'll return shortly." He noticed that the previously resting Professor Lupin was now awake, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Jinghe. Jinghe nodded at Lupin before dashing out of the compartment to join other upperclassmen in driving away the encroaching Dementors. The blue glow mingled with the silvery light of the older wizards, successfully banishing the Dementors from the compartment, restoring a sense of calm. Having just endured the full moon, Professor Lupin was resting in the compartment when he sensed the arrival of young wizards wishing to enter, expecting them to be boisterous. He was taken aback by their subdued tones, and he could even discern a familiar voice reminding them to keep it down. As he felt the train come to a stop, a sense of unease washed over him, yet overwhelming fatigue kept his eyes shut. Then, he noticed the window beside him growing cold, realizing that Dementors might have entered the compartment. As he prepared to draw his wand, a blue light surged forth, driving the Dementors away. He was astonished, as the Patronus charm was unique to Jinghe, and he wondered why it had manifested in another's presence. However, when he caught sight of the girl who had cast it, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was indeed Jinghe. Her voice and demeanor were unmistakable, and even the butterfly on her left wrist remained unchanged. After the explosion that had sent him into seclusion, Lupin had become a recluse, struggling to find stable employment due to his werewolf condition, surviving only by crafting small trinkets or perusing newspapers. He had been largely cut off from the world, unaware that his dear friend had been wrongfully accused. Longing to reconnect, he submitted his application when Dumbledore sought a new defense against the dark arts professor, hoping to see his friend again and improve his circumstances. Fortuitously, his condition did not hinder his acceptance, and he thought he would never see her again, only to find her in this very compartment, where she witnessed his exhaustion from the recent full moon. Regaining his composure, Lupin stood, retrieving chocolate from his pocket to comfort the frightened young wizards, before stepping out of the compartment to assess the others' well-being. The young wizards had all been shaken to varying degrees, but the timely intervention had ensured that the situation was manageable. The lights flickered back on, and the compartment erupted into chatter as everyone speculated about the nature of the creature they had just encountered. As Jinghe prepared to banish the last few remaining Dementors, a white light emanated from behind her. revealing a wolf-shaped Patronus that passed through her butterfly and scattered the final Dementors. This was undoubtedly Professor Lupin's Patronus. However, Jinghe noticed something peculiar. Accompanying the wolf were several small white butterflies, an oddity since a Patronus typically assumes only one animal form. Turning around, she saw Lupin waving his wand. And he, noticing her gaze, lowered his wand with a slight smile. "Hello, I am the new defense against the dark arts teacher, Remus Lupin. You may call me Remus." Jinghe nodded in acknowledgement. "Hello, Professor. I am Jinghe, one from Slytherin, in my 3rd year." Upon hearing her response, Lupin realized she was indeed a Slytherin. Following him back to the original compartment, Hermione rushed over to Jinghe, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, I was so worried when you left. Thank goodness everything is back to normal. What kind of magic was that? You dispelled them so effortlessly, it was incredible." Jinghe smiled and replied, "Those were Dementors. They feed on happiness to grow stronger. The spell I cast is called the Patronus Charm, and everyone has a unique Patronus that can repel Dementors. The blue butterfly you saw was mine." Lupin nodded in agreement, adding, "Yes, this charm is typically taught in the 5th year, but Miss Jinghe executed it with remarkable proficiency, demonstrating her exceptional talent." Hermione gasped in awe, expressing her determination to master the Patronus Charm when she reached 4th year. Ron, regaining his composure, turned to Lupin and asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" He was promptly nudged by Hermione, who chimed in, "Anyone over the age of a student on the Hogwarts Express is, of course, our professor, the new defense against the dark arts teacher." Remus Lupin smiled gently and introduced himself to the other 3 young witches and wizards, saying, "Greetings. I am the newly appointed professor of defense against the dark arts, Remus Lupin. I also serve as the assistant to the course alongside Sirius, and I am, in fact, a close friend of your father, James, from his time at Hogwarts." Upon hearing this, Harry's eyes lit up with excitement. Realizing that the new professor was a dear friend of both his father and godfather during their time at school. Turning to suppress his own exhilaration, Remus addressed Jinghe, saying, "You truly are the most exceptional young witch, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 109, A Warning. Just as the 4 of them were engaged in animated discussion, the compartment door was suddenly flung open, revealing a breathless Draco and his companions. In a moment of panic, Draco had attempted to rush out to find Jinghe as darkness fell. But the multitude of Dementors outside and the fact that they had not yet learned the Patronus Charm forced them to rely on their wands to illuminate the surroundings. They waited until the upper year wizards had dispatched the Dementors before hastily searching for Jinghe, encountering the hurriedly approaching Weasley twins and Cedric along the way. Typically, a confrontation between the Slytherins and Gryffindors would be inevitable, yet in their shared concern for Jinghe's safety, they exchanged not a single word and began searching each compartment. Relief washed over Draco when he finally found the girl unharmed in one of the compartments, and he quickly yanked the door open. The Weasley twins, along with Cedric and Percy, noticed Draco's discovery and rushed over, causing the once spacious compartment to become quite crowded. Jinghe, of course, noticed Draco and Theodore at the forefront. Their usually elegant appearances disheveled, beads of perspiration dotting their foreheads, betraying their anxiety. With a smile, she reassured them, "It's quite all right. I am perfectly fine. I have successfully practiced the Patronus Charm." At that moment, Cedric, as if struck by a sudden realization, exclaimed, "Was it that blue butterfly?" In a fleeting moment of panic, Cedric had suddenly recognized the true nature of the creatures, prompting him to summon his recently mastered Patronus, a graceful and gentle goose. Though still somewhat inexperienced, when a Dementa lunged toward him, the blue butterfly swooped in to fend it off. Just as Cedric turned to catch a glimpse of the butterfly's identity, he was obstructed by other Dementors. Upon nodding in acknowledgement, Jinghe's presence dawned upon Cedric, who smiled and said, "Thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I might well be lying on the compartment sofa right now." Jinghe replied that it was the least she could do, and then glanced at the cramped compartment, akin to a tin of sardines, urging everyone to return to their respective compartments to change into their wizarding robes. As the train was soon to arrive at its final destination, though reluctant, the group complied with Jinghe's request and began to gather their belongings, preparing to disembark. After a while, the train came to a gentle halt at the terminus, and the young witches and wizards began to exit in succession, making their way towards the great hall for the sorting ceremony and dinner. Jinghe walked alongside Harry and the others to the carriage designated for upper year students, which could accommodate 6 individuals. As they approached, they spotted a young witch sitting alone in one of the carriages, engrossed in a newspaper. To the other students, it may have seemed that the carriage was driven by magic, but to Jinghe and Harry, 2 skeletal black horses were snorting and pawing the ground, awaiting the passengers. Harry turned to his companions and asked, "Did anyone see anything?" "There are 2 black horses in front of this carriage." Ron and Hermione shook their heads, indicating they saw nothing. Just as Jinghe was about to speak, The young witch in the carriage, with an ethereal voice, said, "They are thestrals. What you see is not an illusion, but a reality." All eyes turned to her as she lowered the newspaper shielding her face, revealing silvery hair and bright, inquisitive eyes. Upon seeing her, Ron leaned in and whispered to the others, "That's Luna Lovegood, a second year from Ravenclaw. Everyone calls her the Loony Girl." Jinghe smiled at Ron, remarking, "Perhaps some of the Ravenclaw witches and wizards are not entirely familiar with Luna's character?" She pondered why she, too, could perceive such creatures, which were visible only to those who had witnessed death. However, she had yet to witness another's demise in this life. Then it struck her, perhaps her memories from a past life, where she had witnessed many deaths, allowed her to see these beings. Once the four of them boarded the carriage, it began to move smoothly. As Jinghe admired the clever and beautiful young girl, she greeted her, "What newspaper are you reading?" Luna, noticing someone was speaking to her and recognizing Jinghe, whom she admired despite having only met a few times, happily handed her the newspaper, saying, "This is a publication my father produces, The Quibbler. It contains many marvelous creatures, such as the Swamp, which can leave you dizzy, as well as descriptions of other fantastical beings. It's quite an intriguing read. Would you like a copy, dear sister?" Jinghe glanced at the articles, most of which detailed extraordinary creatures unseen by ordinary witches and wizards, tiny beings often concealed within the mundane lives of wizards, leading to their low circulation. She readily agreed, "Absolutely. I find it delightful. Your father writes splendidly, Luna. I shall subscribe to this publication." Luna beamed with joy, feeling for the first time that her father's work was appreciated. Harry quickly expressed his wish to subscribe as well, while Hermione, recognizing the value of such content, also voiced her desire. Ron, noticing his friend's enthusiasm, albeit confused, chimed in that he would also like to subscribe. Seeing the potential increase in her father's publication sales brought a radiant smile to Luna's face as she said, "I believe if my father knew so many young witches and wizards enjoyed his work, he would be overjoyed." Just as they engaged in conversation, Hogwarts Castle came into view. The group disembarked and made their way to their respective house tables, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the sorting ceremony. Meanwhile, Snape, having just learned of the Dementor attack on the train, was furious and swiftly made his way to Professor Dumbledore's office, demanding, "Why summon the Dementors for the mere presence of a wretched rat?" Dumbledore, having anticipated Snape's arrival, leisurely sipped his sweet tea and replied, "Patience, Severus. This is not solely my decision, but one influenced by the Ministry of Magic. What we are striving to ensure at this moment is the safety of the students. From the information I have gathered, I am aware that Jinghe's Patronus remains a blue butterfly." Upon hearing this, Snape's expression softened as if a thought had crossed his mind. Indeed, no matter how daunting the challenges may be, she seems to unfailingly discover a solution. There is no difficulty in this world that she cannot overcome. Dumbledore then inquired, "Are you certain you will protect her and Harry?" Snape replied, "It is not a matter of certainty, it is an assurance. I shall employ all that I possess, even my very life, to safeguard her." As if to affirm his words, he flicked his wand, and his Patronus burst forth, a butterfly dancing freely in the air. Dumbledore rose in astonishment, gazing at the butterfly that bore a striking resemblance to the one Jinghe possessed, looking back at Snape in surprise. Snape, maintaining his stoic demeanor, remarked, "Do not worry, everything will proceed as planned." With that, he swept out of the headmaster's office, leaving Dumbledore alone to ponder. Sirius was, of course, aware of the Dementor incident on the train, and when he saw Jinghe sitting unharmed at the Slytherin table, the tension he had held within him dissipated. He yearned to rush over and inquire about the situation immediately, but with Snape seated beside her and his dear friend Lupin on his right, he restrained his impulse to sprint over, eager to maintain the decorum expected of a professor while also having much to convey to his long-absent friend. It seemed Lupin could sense Sirius's thoughts. Before he could pose a question, he spoke up. "Jinghe's Patronus, the blue butterfly, remains as beautiful as ever. She truly is the most formidable little witch." Recognizing that his good friend was aware of the girl's identity, they shared a silent understanding and began to discuss it. "I have known that I liked you for many years now." At this moment, Jinghe sat at the Slytherin table, feeling inexplicably delighted as Draco offered a 10-minute-long, unvarnished apology. It was a rare occasion to hear such words from the proud peacock himself. Though his face remained reluctant and slightly flushed, the sincerity of his apology was evident. Jinghe was not one to hold grudges. Thus, when Draco had spoken for a while, she chuckled softly and ruffled his hair, saying, All right. I know you recognize your mistake. Just refrain from repeating it next time. I'll write to my parents to reconnect the fireplaces at both estates." At her words, Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jinghe had finally forgiven him. His summer had been spent in deep contemplation on how to apologize, even rehearsing the tone and emotions he would convey. After the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore waved his hand, signaling for silence before standing to address the young witches and wizards. It brings me great joy to see all of you once again in the beloved family that is Hogwarts. He continued. Allow me to formally introduce our new defense against the dark arts professor for this term, Remus Lupin. Upon hearing his name, Remus stood, smiling as he bowed to the audience, who responded with enthusiastic applause. After 3 or 4 minutes, Dumbledore observed that the applause had begun to wane and raised his hand to quiet them once more. In light of the recent escape of the criminal Peter from Azkaban, I, in collaboration with the Ministry of Magic, have decided to place Dementors around Hogwarts to ensure your safety. At this announcement, a wave of intense discussion erupted among the crowd. The more knowledgeable students began to educate those less informed about the nature and appearance of Dementors. Having seen them during the train incident, the peculiar creatures, known for their ability to consume happiness, filled many with dread. In response, Dumbledore raised his voice again, reassuring the crowd. Dementors will not enter Hogwarts itself. They will only patrol the external grounds for defense. Therefore, you need not worry about encountering them. Simply avoid getting too close. The young witches and wizards collectively exhaled in relief. As long as they did not have to cross paths with a cloaked creature every day, they felt reassured. Following this, Dumbledore waved his hand as he had done in the past, and a sumptuous feast appeared upon the tables. After dinner, everyone returned to their dormitories to rest. After bidding farewell to Bellatrix, Jinghe entered her bedroom and felt the small snake on her shoulder, which had remained still, suddenly stir. This signaled to her that Tom had awakened. In truth, Tom had regained consciousness earlier. Even during the carriage ride, there had been signs of his awakening. He looked up to see the black, skeletal horse and remembered Mr. Cadre's words about this rare magical creature, seldom seen by others. Tom had researched this extraordinary being and discovered that it could only be seen by those who had witnessed death. Thus, after experiencing Jinghe's near demise, he beheld the shadowy steed, visible only to those who had encountered death. Tom slowly climbed down, transforming back into his human form, and embraced Jinghe tightly. He had not seen her in what felt like an eternity. Although he had been unconscious for a fortnight, he had dreamt of her throughout that time. At this moment, Tom still felt somewhat weak. The locket would require a few more days to absorb fully, so Jinghe placed it on the table, hoping it would soon resonate with his essence. After completing her evening rituals, she lay down and drifted into slumber. Yet, the locket, with its fragment of a soul, exerted an immense influence. If the soul state were stable, wearing it for a week would pose no issue. However, what if it were near a person whose soul and mental state were both unstable? The situation would undoubtedly become even more precarious. Chapter 110, Nightmares. Wednesday arrived swiftly, and Jinghe found herself perplexed by an inexplicable reason. Each morning, she felt as though she could not awaken fully and would become inexplicably irritable due to minor errors. Even the most trivial matters could leave her feeling short of breath, prompting her to question what was amiss. She had not experienced such episodes since arriving here. Everything had been splendid. Jinghe felt genuinely happy in this magical realm, as if the oppression and bullying she had endured in her past life were being healed within this wondrous world. However, it became apparent that some scars, once etched, would never fade, regardless of how far one might flee. Recently, Jinghe had been plagued by nightmares. She dreamt of her previous life, where a mere accidental bump against a tall girl led to verbal humiliation and social ostracism. Initially, they worried whether she would confide in her parents. Yet on the very first day of her torment, her parents had punished the girl severely for a culinary mishap. Upon seeing Jinghe's wounds, they realized they had found a new outlet for their spite. From that moment, she deeply felt the malice inherent in humanity. She could see stones by the roadside at lunch, and on a frigid winter day, she might sit on a chair only to discover it was soaked with icy water. The stench of garbage would waft from her desk. Yet, the teachers always turned a blind eye, taking no action, for she did not bring commendable grades to her class. Nor did her parents ever extend invitations for tea. At that time, her nickname was simply Some People. They were even too disdainful to utter her name. Upon her graduation, Jinghe summoned the courage to inquire of the girl who had once bullied her as to why she persistently gazed at her. The girl, still haughty and conceited, covered her mouth with a laugh and replied, "Who told you that my brother complimented you back then?" Indeed, Jinghe possessed an undeniable beauty, even when clad in unflattering attire. Her allure remained evident. Malice, however, is often as pure as it is cruel, and it was this damned appearance that rendered her entire academic journey lamentably tragic. No matter how drab her clothing, her beauty could not be concealed. Thus, when she was once again subjected to unwanted advances from a client, no one came to her aid. Instead, she was left to endure alone. In despair, she took a knife to her own face, etching an imperceptible scar. Each time the scar faded, she would add another, the marks upon her visage mingling grotesquely with those on her wrists, thighs, and neck, each a testament to her agony. The memories were indelible. Humanity is a peculiar creature. Joyful experiences seem to evaporate like water spilled upon oneself, forgotten once dried, while sorrow and pain are inscribed deeply upon the heart, resurfacing each night with a haunting ache. In her dreams, Jinghe would see the faces of those girls she had not thought of in ages, wielding a chisel to carve a butterfly upon her left wrist, their laughter ringing out. "Aren't you named Lichio? There are no butterflies in autumn, so let me draw one for you." Her hands were firmly restrained, rendering her immobile as she watched the chisel carve deeper into her skin. The pain elicited a scream, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Jinghe awoke from this nightmare, sitting up with a start, cold sweat beading upon her forehead, her body still quaking. She instinctively covered her left wrist, gazing at the vibrant butterfly etched there. She adored butterflies. Their beauty was exquisite yet ephemeral, easily swept away by the slightest breeze or rain, much like herself. Upon hearing her piercing scream, Tom immediately opened his eyes, swiftly transforming into human form and enveloping her in a tight embrace, feeling her trembling frame resonate against him. He had never witnessed Jinghe in such a state. Even after her 2 lives, was it his failure to protect her that caused these nightmares? A profound regret washed over him. For days, she had been tormented by nightly terrors, waking with cries of distress, and Tom felt utterly powerless. This was not a matter that could be resolved by ordinary healing spells. Even the elixir of life from the infirmary offered no solace. Each night, she continued to awaken in terror. Moreover, Mou, her faithful companion, had sensed her awakening. Now, it remained vigilant, wide-eyed and watchful throughout the night, ready to leap into her arms as soon as she stirred. Jinghe curled up in Tom's embrace, clutching Mou, the small cat that had been her companion for so long, as it tenderly licked her wrist. The dim light of the room cast flickering shadows. Ever since Jinghe began her nightly torment, a candle had been lit, burning throughout the night. She dared not reveal the nature of her dreams to Tom. Through the candlelight, she gazed at the blue butterfly on her arm, yet her mind was haunted by the grotesque, blood-formed butterfly etched by those girls. To others, Jinghe appeared sincere, optimistic, and gifted, a well-loved little witch. Yet she could not shake the haunting memories of her past. Who was she truly? The beloved Jinghe, cherished by her parents and filled with their expectations? Or the Lichio, whom everyone could trample upon, yet she greeted with a smile? Would they still be her friends if they knew the truth? Clutching Mou, Jinghe gradually ceased her violent shivering, though her mind remained a tumultuous whirlpool, her body still trembling slightly. In this moment, she and her cat shared a silent understanding, foregoing their usual bickering to comfort the girl shaken by her nightmares. Time passed slowly before Jinghe finally spoke. "Do you truly exist, Tom?" The question felt absurd, yet Tom patiently affirmed, "Yes, I exist. And I will always be by your side." This was not the first time he had answered such a query. Since her nightmares began, it had become a recurring question, to which Tom answered tirelessly, assuring her of his unwavering presence. Mou mewed softly, finding common ground with the human it had once disdained. As long as Jinghe remained, Mou would not vanish. After receiving Tom's reassuring response, Jinghe fell silent. She longed to inflict physical pain upon herself, to feel the reality of life in this magical world. Yet, at that moment, she recognized the presence of 2 cherished friends. She would never allow them to worry or bear the burden of her troubles. Jinghe discreetly pinched her arm, the sting reminding her that all was real, that she was genuinely alive in this world of magic. Even in the barren lands of autumn, a brilliant butterfly could emerge. Before she could ponder further, her body, overwhelmed by the weight of her burdens, threatened to collapse. With her thoughts unspoken, she gradually closed her eyes and drifted into slumber in Tom's embrace. He held her gently until dawn broke. In her dreams, she envisioned the butterfly carved upon her wrist, returning home to lie in bed, staring at the coagulated, crimson, hideous butterfly, lamenting how poor the craftsmanship is. Such a lack of skill. She adored the color blue, reminiscent of the sky, yearning to become a free butterfly soaring beneath the azure expanse, even knowing the risk of annihilation. Yet, the beauty of that moment was enough to be cherished. Under the flickering light, the blue butterfly on her left wrist appeared almost lifelike, as if yearning to break free from her flesh. The prolonged torment of nightmares left Jinghe weary each morning. Today, she found herself in Professor Snape's potions class. Groggy and listless as she accompanied her classmates to the dining hall, her appetite waning, having eaten only a morsel for breakfast. Ballast looked on with concern at her lack of vitality, suggesting, "Shall I help you take a leave? You're already so accomplished. Missing a class won't draw the professor's ire." Jinghe shook her head, offering Ballast a radiant smile. "I'm fine. There's no need to worry about me." Even Draco, usually oblivious, noticed her recent unusual demeanor. Just days prior, while boasting beside her, he had realized that she was not responding as she typically would. Turning to observe her, he found her frowning, eyes shut, exuding impatience. However, this condition did not last. Jinghe soon opened her eyes, wearing the familiar smile that Draco recognized, attentively listening once more. Yet Draco could still sense her unstable spirit. What could be troubling her? Due to Theodore's heightened sensitivity to emotions, he perceived the girl's distress almost instantaneously. He could distinctly observe the agitation in Jing's eyes and the dark circles that even magic could not conceal. He yearned to inquire about her well-being, yet he was uncertain of how to approach her. Consequently, he devoted himself to researching more sophisticated calming potions that could stabilize her mental state. Thus, Jing followed Ballast and the others to potions class, her face devoid of expression for the first time. Upon entering, however, she seemed to transform, suddenly radiating a familiar vitality. Snape observed her usual cheerful demeanor, yet he sensed an underlying disquiet. Unsure of the source of this anomaly, he suppressed his unease and proceeded with the lesson. The previous night's relentless nightmares left Jing struggling to maintain focus during class. Despite her efforts to concentrate, her mind occasionally wandered. When the time came to neatly slice the slug, her grip faltered, and she inadvertently crushed it entirely. Instantly, her clothes bore traces of the messy incident. Although Snape promptly cleaned the area without uttering a word, Jing felt her mental state teetering on the brink of collapse. Suppressing her emotions, she managed a smile and said to Snape, "I'm terribly sorry, Professor. I think I need to step out for a moment." Without waiting for his response, she dashed out the door. Snape, filled with concern for the girl, contemplated pursuing her but feared it might exacerbate the situation. With a grim expression, he turned to the anxious students of the two houses and coldly instructed, "Continue." Meanwhile, Jing felt an unmistakable sense of foreboding, reminiscent of her last episode. Even the slightest misfortune could shatter her fragile defenses. As she rummaged through her bag, she realized she had consumed the last vial of her calming potion the day before. She unleashed her first expletive since arriving in this world. Frantically, she resolved to find the infirmary to acquire more vials, but her vision blurred, and she stumbled forward, guided solely by instinct, unaware of her surroundings. She ascended a staircase haphazardly, having forgotten that these stairs could shift unpredictably. Eventually, she found herself on an unfamiliar floor, where a tapestry adorned the wall, depicting a troll clobbering a hapless Barrow White. Her rusty mind whirred, and she suddenly recalled that behind this tapestry lay the room of requirement. Not wishing for anyone to witness her current state, she hurriedly stepped behind the tapestry and pushed open the door. The root of her anguish was inescapable. The only means of alleviation lay in extinguishing its source directly. Chapter 111. Greetings, Miss Eudephus. Just as Jing had envisioned, the room of requirement manifested a sofa. This chamber, if not revealed by another, would remain hidden from the average person, even the professors, who would have no inkling of its location. Only Jing, who understood the narrative, recognized this sanctuary behind the tapestry. She collapsed onto the sofa, bewildered as to why she had sought the infirmary yet ended up here. It dawned on her that she had perhaps neglected to consider that the stairs could change. Damn it! The toll of her condition today forced her to unleash a second impolite expletive. Clenching her arms tightly, she tried to steady herself. But the sudden onslaught of her ailment proved insurmountable. Without her customary calming potions, without Tom and MOU by her side, and devoid of the medications she had routinely kept in her drawer before her rebirth, she had nothing to ease her current turmoil. All she could do was endure. Though gritting her teeth against the pain, her mind raced through recent events. She had lived for years without major incident, and her occasional episodes never approached this severity. What had disrupted her mental equilibrium, plunging her nightly into nightmares she hadn't experienced in 12 years. Jing's right hand tightly grasped her arm. But remembering the bloodshed from her last episode due to untrimmed nails, she kept her nails meticulously short. Thus, all that remained were the vivid imprints of her fingertips on her arm, her breathing growing increasingly labored, and a buzzing filling her ears. She felt as if she were drowning, gasping for air while her limbs lay frozen, her body cold and rigid. After lying in silence, staring at the ceiling for what felt like an eternity, she began to regain a semblance of movement. Desperate to recover, she resorted to a method she had once deemed foolish. Gritting her teeth, she raised her arm and bit down hard, feeling little pain until blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The intense agony triggered a primal response, reviving her previously numb body. Sensing a return of sensation, she shakily explored her waist pouch for usable items and soon grasped a sturdy dagger, adorned with rose-patterned jewels, an exquisite gift from her father. She recalled vividly how when Lin Yu had excitedly presented it to her, proclaiming, "The shopkeeper said this dagger is exceptionally sharp. The engravings are ancient Egyptian blessings." meant for the bravest of warriors. I believe my daughter will undoubtedly become a remarkable witch, a hero lauded by all, so I purchased it for you. Now, wielding this emblem of valor, Jing pressed the blade against her skin, slicing through the flesh of her arm, blood gushing forth. In a frenzied state, she inflicted further torment upon herself, continuing until her mental state stabilized, eventually ceasing her actions. The blade, indeed sharp, painted her fair arm scarlet, obscuring the delicate blue butterfly tattoo. Gasping for breath, she surveyed her mangled arm, realizing it was the first time she had reduced herself to such a state of disarray. As she regained her composure, the blood loss dimmed her vision and made breathing difficult. How could such a beautiful butterfly be marred in such a manner? I'm sorry, Father, I'm not that brave. Once settled, an overwhelming emptiness engulfed her. She sprawled her arms wide, her gaze vacant, fixed upon the ceiling. After releasing her pent-up emotions, the stinging in her arm served as a stark reminder that she was indeed alive in this world. In her past life, she had resorted to similar measures. Whenever she felt like an imposter in this realm, she would invoke pain to assure herself of her existence. Unbeknownst to her, the crimson blood gradually soaked into her black wizard's robe. Fortunately, the dark fabric concealed the stains, yet the blood slowly seeped into the blue hem beneath. Such wounds had once been deemed severe enough to necessitate a day's leave for healing, allowing the injuries to scab before she could don long sleeves. If she were to venture out now, the wounds would surely risk infection and cause her excruciating pain. However, fortune favors her with a wand in hand. There exists nothing that a healing spell cannot remedy. If there were such a thing, she would resort to her trusty white ash, which she has carried in her bag since her school days, ever prepared for the unforeseen maladies that might unexpectedly befall her. Jinghe first poured the white ash onto her wound, and even though she is not particularly sensitive to pain, the moment the ash made contact with her arm, she couldn't help but grimace in discomfort. This remedy is indeed effective, but it stings fiercely. As expected, the result was immediate. The wound began to heal, leaving only a series of red marks in its wake. Subsequently, Jinghe grasped her wand and cast several healing spells, a skill she has now mastered to the point of silent incantation. Practice makes perfect. Nevertheless, despite multiple spells, the prominent red marks stubbornly remained on her arm. Suddenly, she recalled the dagger she had carelessly drawn, adorned with ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, undoubtedly bestowing unique enhancements. The thought of this realization caused her a headache. It seemed she must wait for the wound to fully heal. Fortunately, the weather is gradually turning cooler, and the ample sleeves of her wizarding robe would conceal any visible signs. Jinghe surveyed her surroundings, which remained shrouded in darkness, save for a window that emitted a faint glimmer of light. Reflecting on the descriptions from her book, she recalled that this wish-fulfilling room was located on the 8th floor, a place most would not venture. As she approached the top, she gathered her composure and strolled leisurely outside, where she gazed down from the towering height. The young wizards below were congregating in small groups, appearing like tiny ants from such an elevation. Jinghe, now taller in her 3rd year, found the protruding wall insufficient to hinder her, and she perched herself atop the castle wall, swinging her legs in silence, her expression inscrutable as she fixated on the scene below. A tumult of thoughts began to swirl in her mind. Had she not merely performed good deeds in her previous life? How could she have been granted such an extraordinary opportunity? Did she truly deserve this precious reincarnation? Her breath quickened. At that moment, it seemed as though a voice was enticing her. Jump, jump, leap into the void. Everything will be all right. Do you truly deserve such a splendid life? This is merely your dream. Jump. Jinghe clutched her head in anguish, desperate to dispel the voice, yet found herself powerless against it. It dawned on her that something had been subtly influencing her emotions, leading to her current affliction. Though she believed her actions were simply altruistic, the raw pain reminded her of her tangible existence in this world. She has friends, loving parents, and beloved pets. If she were to perish, how would that differ from cowardice? Was not her desire to live fully in this place? Her parents love her dearly, and her classmates cherish her. Her current life is something she had once only dared to dream of. What reason could she possibly have to not seize this life? After all, she must save everyone and achieve a happy ending. She is a Slytherin, one who never engages in futile ventures. Just when she teetered on the brink of peril, her chaotic thoughts suddenly cleared, her mind becoming illuminated, and the throbbing pain subsided. The insidious voice vanished, allowing Jinghe to regain her composure and feel her body relax. As she reveled in this newfound comfort, she suddenly sensed that someone had cast a spell to assist her. She swiftly turned to discover the source of her aid. There, she beheld an elderly man with flowing white hair, his back turned to her, leaning against the castle wall, his wand emanating a pure white glow that gradually enveloped Jinghe's form. Upon noticing her gaze, the old man retracted his wand and silently accompanied her in the gentle breeze atop the wall. The chill of the wind snapped Jinghe back to reality, prompting her to inquire, "Excuse me, may I ask who you are?" In a place where the adult wizards could almost be counted on one hand, comprising professors, the headmaster, the matron, and Madame Pants from the library, she was familiar with all of them, yet this old man was a complete stranger. The aged wizard seemed to hear her question, turning to face her, revealing his full visage. His entirely white hair was meticulously styled, and his cloak exuded a sense of sophistication. The wrinkles and scars on his face accentuated his seasoned experience, yet he retained an undeniable charm. What astonished Jinghe most was the distinct coloration of his irises. Having never encountered a person with heterochromia in this world, she understood that Hogwarts security measures would not permit just anyone to enter, indicating this man's formidable magical prowess. Heterochromia. Immense magical strength, and the ability to traverse Hogwarts freely. Jinghe's heart raced as a name sprang to mind, her pulse quickening. Just then, the elderly figure extended his hand, confirming her suspicions. "Miss Yvette, it is a pleasure to see you again. I am Gellert Grindelwald." Chapter 112. The Lost Memory. Upon hearing the name of the man who introduced himself, Jinghe was taken aback. Could it truly be the legendary First Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, who once commanded storms across Europe? Yet, according to her knowledge, Grindelwald should be imprisoned in Nurmengard at this time. How has he appeared in Hogwarts, and without being detected? Had Dumbledore truly not noticed? Observing the girl's wary gaze, Grindelwald chuckled softly, "Fear not. As someone who has lived for so long, I possess a modicum of skill in concealing my presence within Hogwarts." Jinghe quickly descended from the wall and bowed to Grindelwald, saying, "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Grindelwald. However, I am not Yvette. I am of Chinese descent, and my name is Jinghe 1. I believe you may have mistaken me." Grindelwald, seemingly anticipating her response, raised a hand nonchalantly after hearing her introduction. "I have not erred. You are not merely Jinghe 1, but also Jinghe Yvette." At his words, Jinghe's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the centenarian. A flicker of doubt ignited within her, alongside the dawning realization that perhaps she was not only living a second life, but might possess other identities as well. Grindelwald, ever succinct, continued, "Once, I received a letter accompanied by a vial of memories. The sender indicated that it should only be opened at the right moment. As a wizard past the half-century mark, I have patiently awaited this opportunity to fulfill her request." With that, he produced a small vial, its cap shaped like a butterfly, containing a luminous white substance entwined with roses. Handing the vial to Jinghe, he instructed, "Drink this, and memories will resurface." Jinghe eyed the vial, swallowing hard. She longed to refuse, yet the knowledge that this was the legendary Dark Lord, who once held dominion over the wizarding world, left her uncertain whether her current skills would suffice to escape his grasp. As she slowly accepted the bottle, she uncapped it and was just about to take a sip when the luminescence, as if it had finally found its home, eagerly surged from the bottle and dove into Jinghe's consciousness. She braced herself for an overwhelming wave of pain, yet contrary to her expectations. The white light gently entered her mind, soothing her spirit. For the first time since enduring countless nightmares, Jinghe experienced a true sense of solace. Initially, she thought this was merely Grindelwald's sudden act of kindness, a gesture to aid a small wizard on the verge of collapse. However, the white light gradually transformed into unfamiliar memories that drifted through her mind. With a loud thud, Jinghe, overwhelmed by the influx of memories, found her legs weakened, causing her to collapse against the cold stone wall, seeking its support to steady her tumultuous emotions. She remembered everything from long ago. She understood why the heads of families in Rodoria had engaged so warmly with a girl from a modest lineage, why she felt sorrow upon encountering the surname Evdithis, and why her heart ached when she witnessed those family heads succumbing to slumber one after another, as if losing friends. It turned out she had once fought alongside them, that she had once been the most radiant star of Slytherin, and it was only in her final moments that her own memories had awakened just in time to shield Ariana from a deadly curse in that small cabin. The thought of how they would feel upon seeing her youthful self again as they aged was too much to bear. She recalled the day of her birthday when they donned the outfits they had worn during their first celebration together, remembered how they intuitively knew her preferences without ever asking, and felt the profound love her parents had for her in that lifetime. She thought of her current mother, yet acknowledged that they were fundamentally different individuals. Nevertheless, after enduring such a long time, she had finally acquired the familial affection she had once yearned for. Venora, Adele, Abufus, Ariana, Carlin, Yaxis, Lyd, Gellert, Nyafid, and Sidley. She had witnessed the aging of these friends and bore witness to their eternal slumber, watching them drift away from her, with Sidley absent from her sight. Now, only 3 individuals remained by her side. Yet, her jade-like companion, regardless of her whereabouts, continued to be her steadfast ally. No wonder Albus had urged her in her first year to visit the Hog's Head to reconnect with old friends. No wonder she felt an overwhelming familiarity upon seeing the portrait of Malfoy's ancestor. No wonder the Sorting Hat had remarked on their long-awaited reunion. It seemed that everything was indeed traceable. The letter she had hastily penned, while recalling everything was initially intended for Albus, 2 letters. In fact, but the careless owl had delivered one to the beleaguered Grindelwald instead. She pondered how the owl had found him then and what emotions he harbored while concealing those memories among the masses for decades. She could only speculate. Yet the Dark Lord, ever true to his promises, accomplished what seemed an impossible task. How foolish she had been. She had felt their familiarity so clearly during Tom's time. How could anyone weep for a girl they had never met? How could someone express such fervent emotion towards an unfamiliar little witch? How could a group of individuals know the likes and dislikes of a stranger so intimately? Time had quietly slipped away, and she still resided in this world. While those unforgettable people and moments had scattered like grains of sand across the vast expanse of time. Jinghe paused, gradually rising to her feet while leaning against the castle wall. If one were to say that a girl who had experienced 2 reincarnations still retained her youthfulness and innocence due to not having faced any great tribulations, then at this moment, the girl's eyes reflected a newfound maturity and steadiness. Grindelwald observed the transformation in her gaze and demeanor, as if he were transported back to that fateful summer. Ah, the young lady of the Evdithis family, so exceptional that she evoked envy. He had once thought that if only they could collaborate, she would be a valuable ally. Yet, fate had not favored that notion. That sweltering summer, which had ignited his heart, was irretrievable. All that remained were countless bitter winters. Jinghe gazed at Grindelwald, whose hair had turned gray yet still retained the vigor of his youth, and smiled as she remarked, "Time is a most wondrous thing, is it not? Gellert, the last time I saw you, you were a strikingly handsome, golden-haired wizard. Albus too. I could see the bond between you two back then, though I chose not to voice it." With a wistful sigh, she continued, "Had I remembered sooner, perhaps the past would not have unfolded as it did." Grindelwald chuckled softly, pondering what good such reflections could bring. Their philosophies had always diverged, and that would remain true regardless of the passage of time. His separation from her was not solely due to her death, but rather their fundamentally different beliefs. They were in love, resonating on a spiritual level, yet unable to exist on the same frequency. At that moment, Jinghe crossed her arms before her, as if donning a lavish gown from that era, and turned her gaze skyward, lamenting, "So much time has passed, and yet I still have not fulfilled the role of a good daughter." The two stood in silence, gazing at the heavens. After a long while, Jinghe spoke, "I think I shall visit my old friend. I used to regard him with such reverence as the headmaster, yet I never imagined I would once scold Albus." As the memories flooded back, she stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Grindelwald joined in her mirth, reminiscing about that summer when they, fueled by passion, unleashed a flurry of magical creations, much to the chagrin of those around them. In those days, they possessed immense magical prowess and an unwavering belief that they were destined to save the world, sparring with anyone who dared engage them. At that time, Jinghe had just diversified her family's enterprise and was overwhelmed with tasks when she heard the news. She rushed to their side without pausing for respite. Thus, as they were engrossed in experimenting with various aggressive spells, the door to their sanctuary was abruptly kicked open, and both were struck on the head. Grindelwald, unfamiliar with Jinghe's temperament, merely retaliated lightly, while Albus, having spent considerable time with her, found himself at the receiving end of a more vigorous response. In truth, the two could have easily subdued Jinghe, but they had not anticipated that the usually amiable girl would launch herself into battle without warning. As Albus opened his mouth to speak, he recalled the recent, fleeting glances of discontent directed at him and comprehended the situation. Thus, he merely raised his wand in defense, remaining silent. Only Jinghe had the power to pull them back from the brink of reason. When she lost her composure, she fought with abandon. Yet, Jinghe had no genuine intention of engaging in conflict. Instead, she cast the upgraded spells they had been developing onto herself. Then, she fetched a stool and began conversing with them. Having always been the most gifted young witch at Hogwarts, her presence instantly illuminated their previously troubled research. However, they eventually endured a reprimand for their antics, and afterward, Godric's Hollow returned to its former tranquility, with both of them readily seeking Jinghe's counsel whenever they encountered challenges. After reminiscing, Jing turned to Grindelwald and inquired, "Would you like to join me, Gellert? It has been decades since I've seen that person. However, it astonished me that you have yet to be imprisoned. I suppose that could be considered a form of progress." Grindelwald, of course, was fervently longing for Albus. His purpose for this visit was simply to catch a distant glimpse of his phoenix. Just one sighting would suffice to satisfy him. Yet, Grindelwald remained silent, prompting Jing to sigh, for even upon arriving at Hogwarts, he still stubbornly refrained from expressing his feelings of longing. Fiery love, if unvoiced, gradually becomes like a rose encased in ice, forever deprived of sunlight. Jing retrieved a vial of polyjuice potion from her pocket and tossed it to Grindelwald, saying, "If you don't mind, drink this and accompany me." Fortunately, I had the foresight to inquire about the password to the headmaster's office today. After a moment of hesitation, Grindelwald extended his hand, accepting the vial and drinking it down. He then noticed himself shrinking, transforming into an unremarkable young wizard from Slytherin. The two then departed the castle walls, making their way to the headmaster's office, encountering no one along the way, as the office was situated on a higher floor, making their journey quite straightforward. However, unbeknownst to Jing, who was eager to catch up, the entire school was in a frenzy over her inexplicable disappearance, even prompting an inquiry into Dumbledore's office, yet she remained unfound. Since that year when the girl vanished, Dumbledore had set up restrictions throughout Hogwarts, with some other families participating as well. These restrictions prohibited anyone from entering or exiting Hogwarts via any form of apparition. Additionally, a spell was established to alert them if anyone within Hogwarts met their demise. As Dumbledore received no reports from either spell, he remained calm while others grew frantic. As the young wizards searched frantically in kitchens, common rooms, and dormitories alike, when Dumbledore popped a Honeydukes Swede into his mouth, intending to go outside and share these two secrets with the other young wizards, he discovered that his door had swung open, revealing none other than Jing, the very person everyone had been desperately searching for. Yet, as he attempted to speak with her, he noticed a new emotion reflected in her gaze. Jing had always regarded him with utmost respect, but today, Dumbledore could discern a familiar sentiment in her eyes, a gaze reserved for friends, a pure look that had not been seen in decades. In that instant, Dumbledore comprehended that she had regained her memories. However, just as he was about to utter a word, he noticed a young wizard standing beside Jing. As he prepared to send the young wizard away, he observed that this seemingly ordinary wizard's pupils began to change color. Dumbledore's heart, which had been steady for so long, suddenly raced. Under his silent watch, the ordinary young wizard grew taller, matured, and transformed into someone he recognized, uttering a long-awaited greeting. "Long time no see, Al." Chapter 113, Old Friends. Dumbledore gazed at the young wizard before him as he gradually morphed into the familiar figure he knew, his lips trembling slightly as he sought to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Grindelwald, too, stood transfixed, attentively observing every change in his companion. Wishing to preserve this moment forever, he was uncertain if he would ever have the chance to see his Al again, but in this moment, he had so much to convey, his mouth slightly parted, yet unsure how to articulate the overwhelming yearning that surged within him. Jing watched as the two most exceptional and powerful wizards in the magical realm gazed at each other, even a mere glance revealing their endless longing over the vast expanse of time. Reflecting on her own life in the modern world, she sighed softly, having long recognized that their philosophies diverged. Despite their profound love for one another, they were compelled to part ways due to their differing ideologies. One believed until death that he was unloved, while the other only realized his love at the end. She did not consider herself capable of rekindling the flames of love between these two, even with her memories from that lifetime. She was merely a being with longevity and experience. Jing recalled her earlier days at Hogwarts, before her memories awakened, when she had entertained the naive notion of prematurely ending the war and taking Dumbledore to visit Grindelwald. In hindsight, she recognized how childish that thought had been. Her purpose in this world was to salvage all regrets, yet some regrets could not be perfectly mended through effort alone. A shattered porcelain vase, no matter how meticulously reformed, could never return to its original state. In that moment of silence, even the birds outside seemed to cease their chirping, enveloping the world in an extraordinary stillness. Time passed unmeasured until Jing, standing to the side, broke the silence, saying, "Albus, how swiftly time has flown. You have become headmaster. Yet I still remember you as that young wizard who caused an unknown explosion alongside Gellert one summer." With that, she covered her mouth, laughing, and Dumbledore, realizing her intent to lighten the mood between them, responded, "Indeed, I am over 100 years old, yet you remain so youthful, unchanged in the slightest." Jing shook her head with a smile, saying, "No, Albus, people inevitably change. The only constants are the favoritism and trust we hold for our friends." Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Yet the air fell into an odd silence once more. Grindelwald remained mute, standing there like a statue, while Jing couldn't help but feel exasperated, wishing he would break free from his stupor. "Bring back that rebellious spirit of that summer, young man." Dumbledore seemed to sense Jing's thoughts and chuckled, saying, "Go see your friends, Jing. They have been frantic searching for you while you were hidden. At this, Jing suddenly remembered something, hastily rummaging through her bag until she produced a cloth pouch containing the locket box. Gazing at it, she began to understand why she had been plagued by nightmares of late. This locket box seemed to invoke the most intense and fearful emotions buried deep within her soul, rendering her feelings uncontrollable. Initially, she had assumed that Tom's absorption of a significant portion of the soul had lessened its severity. But it now appeared that what he had absorbed was indeed the entirety of the soul, leaving behind the most pure and primal evil that required eradication. Upon this realization, Jing breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that she hadn't allowed Tom to absorb it. She shuddered at the thought of what his emotions might have become. She then handed the locket box to Dumbledore, saying, "This box contains things Tom should not have absorbed. It can be destroyed with fiend fire or the venom of a basilisk. Oh, and of course, Gryffindor's sword. This locket box has been affecting my emotions far too much, but I trust that with two such talented wizards standing here, eliminating a lingering locket box should be well within your capabilities." Jinghe intended to leave this opportunity for the two of them, hoping to strengthen their bond through the destruction of the pendant box. Otherwise, at the moment of clarity, she would have already called Tom to join her in the secret chamber to extract a poison tooth. She truly cared for the young couple. Dumbledore nodded in response. Understanding Jinghe's intention, he too wished to converse with his long-lost friend, Gellert. After seeing Dumbledore's acknowledgement, Jinghe added, "Albus, I may need to visit some old friends tomorrow, so please remember to lift my disillusionment charm." Dumbledore, comprehending that Jinghe was about to see some long-unseen acquaintances, pondered whether the portraits still remained, and nodded. Jinghe then smiled and said, "I shall not disturb you two any longer. I am off to see my friends. You may continue your conversation. I will take my leave." Before departing, she playfully nudged Grindelwald, who stood still like a statue, reminding him that she was granting them this chance, urging him to seize it. Once Jinghe left, a silence enveloped the headmaster's office. Grindelwald seized the moment to speak first. "It has been a long time, Al. I have missed you." Dumbledore smiled but remained silent, instead waving his wand to summon a chair for Grindelwald, seating himself across from him. In an instant, their favorite tea from their youth appeared on the table, the steam rising gently. Grindelwald observed Dumbledore as he examined the pendant box, the chain entwined around Al's hand, reminiscent of the blood pact that once bound them together. Grindelwald chuckled, "There is no need to ponder over this any further. You must understand why Jinghe placed such a simple item here, knowing it could be easily destroyed, Al." Dumbledore set the pendant box down and finally spoke, echoing Grindelwald's first words. "Indeed, Gellert, she understands everything, as do we." Meanwhile, Jinghe, having exited the headmaster's office, hurriedly made her way to the room of requirement, whispering to herself. As fate would have it, after a streak of misfortune, a stroke of luck awaited her. Upon reopening the room of requirement, she beheld a magnificent diadem resting atop a wardrobe, its brilliance undimmed even in the dim light. This was Ravenclaw's diadem, a fragment of Voldemort's soul. With a flick of her wand, the diadem gracefully descended into her hands. After acquiring it, Jinghe stepped out, contemplating how to locate the other items. The golden cup could be entrusted to Sirius. The ring would require her personal search tomorrow. And as for Harry, this thought caused her a headache. How could she convince him of the other soul residing within her? As for the snake, she decided that the limelight should be reserved for our Gryffindor swordmaster. Reflecting on her discoveries, Jinghe realized that in this narrative, Neville's parents had not fallen victim to the Cruciatus curse, but had inexplicably remained in a state of unconsciousness. However, according to the hospital's reports, they would awaken in the coming days. She couldn't help but sigh, knowing that Neville would soon receive the love of his parents. As she descended the stairs, the first person she encountered was Theodore. She noticed the usually composed Theodore had beads of sweat on his forehead, as if he had just undergone a strenuous ordeal, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Yet, upon seeing Jinghe, his concern immediately subsided. Theodore assumed that the girl must have sought solitude to process her emotions, and therefore sought out a less populated area, where he eventually found her. He rushed forward and enveloped Jinghe in a tight embrace, the rationality he had cultivated over the years crumbling in that moment. Calmness meant nothing before her. Jinghe recalled her prolonged absence and realized they must have been worried, so she returned the embrace, soothingly assuring him, "I was just feeling a bit off. I just spoke with Professor Dumbledore, and I'm all right now, so there's no need to worry about me." Snape, having caught wind of the situation from a distance, reminisced about his youth when Jinghe would comfort him in a similar manner. Quickly regaining his composure, he approached the two and stated, "It seems Miss Jinghe is not in any serious distress, but you will need to come to my office tonight for a thorough examination." Theodore's moment of happiness was abruptly interrupted, and he quickly straightened, regaining his usual demeanor. Jinghe smiled and replied, "I'm fine, Professor. I have already resolved matters with Headmaster Dumbledore. However, Snape, still somewhat concerned, used his wand to examine her body. The visible scars Jinghe had concealed with magic prevented him from noticing them immediately. After completing his assessment, Snape nodded in satisfaction, saying, I hope that if you encounter any issues in the future, you will come to the infirmary, making it easier for me to find you. Jinghe nodded in agreement. Observing the two young individuals, Snape felt his presence was somewhat intrusive, so after issuing a few more reminders, he shot a glare at Theodore before turning to leave. Theodore, perplexed by the sudden glare, felt it, but soon realized that the girl must not have eaten lunch after her hours of absence. He promptly suggested, Shall we head to the Great Hall together? Jinghe nodded, and the two made their way to the dining hall. Inside the hall, some students, faced with an abundance of food, still found it difficult to eat, their minds preoccupied with the whereabouts of the girl. Just as they were scanning the room, they spotted her returning alongside Theodore, who had evidently found her. Draco rushed over, grabbing her arm with urgency. Are you all right? Where have you been? If anything happened, you must tell me. Jinghe winced slightly as his grip tightened around her already healing scars, but quickly regained her composure, attempting to remove his hand while enduring the discomfort. She smiled through the pain, saying, I'm fine. I just spoke with Headmaster Dumbledore about it, and everything is all right now. Relieved, Draco tightened his hold on her arm and led her toward the dining table, muttering, I must write to my father and demand that another healer be added to the infirmary, not to mention addressing those damned moving staircases. At that moment, Jinghe felt waves of pain shoot through her arm, regretting her earlier recklessness. She wished she had used a simple dagger instead of one inscribed with words. As it continued to throb painfully, fortunately, the distance from the entrance to the table was short, and Draco quickly guided her to a seat, releasing her arm. Jinghe felt her hand tremble slightly, while Blaise, who had been observing her since the beginning, seemed to have discovered something. As she sat down, he had already arranged an array of food before her, propping his chin on his hand with a smile. If it's inconvenient for you, I shall feed you. Miss Rose. Jinghe quickly waved her hand at Blaise, asserting that while she bore scars, she was certainly not incapacitated. The nearby Theodore evidently noticed the trembling of the girl's arm. However, he understood that unless she chose to voice her concerns, he would refrain from prying. Despite his worry, he recognized that she was reluctant to reveal her troubles to them. He respected every little secret she harbored. Moreover, as their gazes fell to the ground, he pondered what right they had to inquire about her predicament. Meanwhile, the other students in the academy sighed in relief upon her return, contemplating the moment they could question Jinghe about what transpired. Yet, it was clear that Jinghe had pressing matters to attend to. As she hastily finished her meal and pulled Ballast into the dormitory, they surmised that she was preoccupied and thus swallowed their concerns, planning to inquire the following day. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Jinghe waved at her friend before dashing inside, where she quickly rolled up her sleeve. At that moment, an avalanche of curses erupted in her mind. Why had she not scrutinized the dagger more closely? The wounds on her arm had transformed from mere marks to angry, swollen welts, the pain akin to a swarm of bees stinging her, and each step she took was a torment as the fabric rubbed against her skin. Consequently, once inside the dorm, she hastily bared her arm and cast several healing spells with her wand, alleviating the pain somewhat. Tom, of course, noticed the scars on the girl's hand and swiftly transformed into his human form, grasping her arm with a look of genuine concern in his eyes. Anger simmered within him. He was baffled by her actions, yet he felt powerless at that moment. Thus, he could only channel his magical energy and warmth to cool her arm and reduce the swelling. Jinghe languidly leaned against Tom, relishing the soothing temperature, while her pet, Moyu, licked the scars on her arm, shedding tears as it did so. It did not wish for its master to harm herself in such a manner. Seeing her little companion in distress, Jinghe swiftly lifted it and comforted. It's all right, my dear Moyu. I swear I won't do this again next time. Moyu nestled in her arms as if it had suffered an enormous grievance, and Jinghe gently soothed it. Due to recent sleepless nights, Moyu had been catching up on sleep in the mornings, and after a short while of being comforted, it gradually succumbed to slumber in her embrace. After a moment of tranquil companionship, Jinghe spoke. Tom, tomorrow, accompany me to a certain place. We shall retrieve something that belongs to you. Something that belongs to him? Tom pondered, realizing it must pertain to a Horcrux of sorts, and nodded in agreement to the girl's request, his hands ceaselessly working to diminish the swelling in her arm. It was high time to reunite with an old friend long unseen. Chapter 114, Slytherin. Meanwhile, no one knew what the two elderly gentlemen discussed in the headmaster's office, but it seemed their conversation ended on a positive note. As Dumbledore bid farewell, the smile gracing his face mirrored the warmth of a long-ago summer. It appeared that Grindelwald could visit his little phoenix at any time. The following day marked a rare weekend, with the sun shining brilliantly, perfect for an outing. After notifying a few close friends of her intention to venture out via the Patronus charm, Jinghe stood in her bedroom, quietly savoring the lifting of the restrictions that had bound her. At a certain moment, she felt the constraints on her dissipate, granting her the ability to apparate. She transformed Tom into a small serpent, and in the next instant, they vanished from the bedroom. By the time the others received her message, Jinghe had already departed. They had hoped to engage her in conversation during the weekend, only to be surprised by the news of her outing with the headmaster. Upon receiving the notification, Snape and Sirius instinctively made their way to Dumbledore's office. The headmaster, seemingly aware of their impending arrival, had kept today's secret from everyone. Thus, the two stood awkwardly at the door, exchanging glances, until they rolled their eyes at one another and left. They would wait for the girl to return to discuss matters. Jinghe's destination was none other than the long-abandoned Gaunt mansion, where she intended to meet him and retrieve the Gaunt family ring. In the next moment, the two appeared before the dilapidated old house, which had clearly been in disrepair for many years. Surrounding it were crumbling walls and a scant number of windows. And above the mansion loomed a thick layer of clouds, blocking the sunlight and causing the temperature to plummet, as if autumn had arrived prematurely. Jinghe, already unprepared for the chill and having donned thick clothing, shivered involuntarily. She quickly cast several warming spells while rubbing her arms, muttering, "Why is it so cold?" At that point, the little snake slithered down from her arm, transforming back into Tom. Upon glancing around, he recognized the Gaunt mansion. Recalling a previous visit during a holiday when he had discovered a ring inside, he understood that a part of his soul might be contained within that very ring. And today, his task was to retrieve it. However, he harbored no illusions about facing potential defenses. Trouble was surely on the horizon. Together, Jinghe and Tom ventured into the crumbling mansion, where the wind whistled through the windows, producing a haunting sound as if the spirits of the departed lingered in melancholic song around the estate. Despite the brilliant sunshine outside, shadows cloaked the mansion. Jinghe contemplated this phenomenon, realizing it was perhaps a mechanism to protect the ring from unwanted discovery. The ominous clouds enveloping the mansion concealed its location. Had she not known precisely where to look, she might have struggled to find it, and others would be even less likely to succeed. As she walked slowly through the mansion, the wallpaper had deteriorated, and the deeper she ventured, the darker and colder the atmosphere became. The chilling breeze felt as though it sought to penetrate her very bones, leaving an everlasting impression of cold. Jinghe cast additional warming charms, while Tom, unable to feel the cold, did his best to shield her from the biting wind. However, due to his absorption of souls, he was beginning to exhibit the normal reactions of a living being, and the current temperature merely felt like a light drizzle to him. Jinghe tightened her clothing and pressed deeper into the mansion until she arrived at the place where the portraits of the Gaunt family's ancestors were traditionally hung. She wondered if she might encounter Slytherin there. She was uncertain whether he had left behind a portrait. This room appeared to be one of the better preserved spaces in the dilapidated house, untouched by strong winds, and everything lay in an eerie silence, particularly the portraits of ancestors, which were mostly covered with black cloth, as if someone had taken care to conceal them before departing. Jinghe refrained from hastily unveiling the black cloth on the portraits and instead examined the plaques below each portrait, listing the deceased members of the Gaunt family. However, after surveying the entire room, she found no trace of Slytherin. A sigh escaped her lips. Perhaps she should have realized long ago that he would not wish to leave his image behind in this world. Just as she turned to seek the ring, a sudden thought struck her. Perhaps she knew of a place that held the answer. Jinghe hastily ascended to the uppermost level of the ancestral home, where stood an imposing door, larger than all the other rooms combined. Adorned with intricate carvings of roses entwined with serpents, the door bore witness to a sanguineous connection, as the serpents coiled around the roses, indifferent to the bloodshed. Standing before this grand portal, Jinghe recalled the words once spoken to her by Sidri. Whether or not to preserve a portrait is of little consequence. However, if I were to immortalize my likeness, it would reside in an unseen chamber within this estate, visible only to you. Thus, this vast room, undiscovered for many years, had remained concealed, with those who came after believing that the upper floor held nothing but two small rooms flanking a distant wall. Today, Jinghe effortlessly uncovered this hidden chamber, a testament to Sidri's enduring power, for even after all this time, the enchantment remained potent. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the long-sealed door, and Tom witnessed a breach in what had once seemed to be a blank wall, leaving him astounded. Even with his formidable strength, he had failed to discern that the wall was but an illusion. Observing Tom's expression, Jinghe realized he had not recognized the wall as true nature, and thus she instructed him, "Please wait for me here. I shall return shortly." With that, she stepped inside the room, and as Tom approached, the wall seamlessly restored itself, erasing any trace of the door. Inside, Jinghe was astonished to find that not a speck of dust marred the pristine condition of the hidden room, as if it had been meticulously preserved. Contrary to the Gunther family's signature verdant decor, the furnishings here were predominantly in soft shades of blue, with sofas, tables, and curtains adorned with patterns of blooming blue roses and fluttering butterflies, reminiscent of her own bedroom, a striking familiarity. At the center of the room hung a magnificent portrait, shrouded in blue fabric, the reason for which remained a mystery, perhaps a whimsical act of a house elf? Approaching, Jinghe grasped the fabric and pulled it away, sending a cloud of dust into the air that provoked a fit of coughing. The portrait revealed a chair upon which sat a 25-year-old Sidri Gunther. After a long slumber, Sidri sensed the disturbance caused by the removal of the covering and slowly opened his eyes, meeting the sight of his beloved holding the very fabric that had concealed his likeness. The butterfly on his wrist remained vibrantly alive, and he still appeared as youthful and beautiful as ever. Sidri had waited for countless years, his memories filled with joyful moments shared with the girl he adored. After recovering from her coughing fit, Jinghe set the blue fabric aside, and to her astonishment, Sidri stood from his chair, gazing intently at her, his eyes brimming with infinite longing and an outpouring of love. She placed her left hand upon the portrait and softly uttered, "Sidri, it has been far too long." With a tremor in his voice, Sidri replied, "Indeed, Jing, it has been ages. I have missed you dearly. I long to embrace you. But I am confined to this painting, while you remain forever young, just as I remember you." Jinghe, fighting back her sorrow, responded, "Yes. But why did you not wait for me to see you one last time? I have witnessed the aged forms of Vinola and the others. I often wondered why you vanished, only to learn of your tragic demise. I am so sorry, Sidri. I could not meet you again." Understanding that Jinghe had perhaps reincarnated after his departure from this world, Sidri felt a twinge of regret, yet reassured her, "It matters not. You have sought me out once more. Now, my youthful visage will remain forever etched in your memory. I would rather you not see me as an old, faded shadow of my former self. Just as in days of yore." Jinghe leaned against the portrait, finding solace in the warmth of his presence, reminiscent of the winters spent close to Sidri, absorbing his comforting heat. However, their embrace was now rendered impossible. They conversed, with Jinghe recounting the events of her life, while Sidri listened quietly. No longer a living being, he existed merely as an image, his thoughts consumed solely by his affection for Jinghe. Time slipped away unnoticed as they conversed, and when Jinghe finally glanced at the clock, she realized that nearly 5 hours had passed. Surely, Tom was anxiously awaiting her return. She straightened up and turned to Sidri, saying, "It is getting late. I am still a student and cannot remain away from school for too long. I must also seek out the ring for your descendants." Jinghe's determination to retrieve the ring stemmed from the time Sidri had casually tossed it to her, as if it were a mere toy. Without a hint of remorse for such an act, she had diligently studied the ring, dissecting its structure and the dark magic it contained, thereby gaining a rudimentary understanding of half the secrets of the Gunther lineage. Had the ancestors known of Sidri's actions, they would likely have risen from their graves in indignation. With a smile, Sidri remarked, "The time has come. Once awakened, my portrait can only exist for 5 hours. After that, I shall fade away. I simply wish to see you again, and now that I have, my heart is filled with joy. It is evident that your life continues to flourish. And as long as you are safe and sound, I am content, Jing." As if in a fleeting moment, those 5 hours slipped away like grains of sand. Sidri's final gaze was filled with affection as he beheld the girl he had cherished for over a century. He had seen her once more, and his heart swelled with happiness. Jinghe, powerless to stop the inevitable, watched tears cascade down her cheeks, hastily wiping them away, yet they continued to flow. After standing in silence for what felt like an eternity, she finally turned and opened the grand door, knowing that this room would vanish, never to be entered again. "I love you. As long as you find happiness and peace, I shall be indifferent to what becomes of me." Chapter 115, Boggett. Meanwhile, outside, Tom had nearly reached his limit. After waiting for nearly 5 hours, he contemplated using all his strength to break through the wall. Just as anxiety consumed him, the wall gradually revealed a door, and Jinghe emerged. Tom rushed forward to check if she was unharmed, and she smiled, assuring him, "I am perfectly fine. I merely visited an old friend." Together, they began searching for the ring, which was easily located in the storage room at the center of the Gunther family's second floor, displayed boldly without fear of being stolen. Though time had distanced her from that moment, Jinghe still remembered the curse and magic associated with the ring. She recalled her research into counteracting its curse, allowing her to retrieve the ring effortlessly and place it upon Tom's hand, specifically, the fourth finger of his left hand, as his middle finger bore the birthday gift she had given him. However, once the ring had absorbed its purpose, it became utterly useless. Jinghe returned to Hogwarts in the afternoon, feeling immensely fatigued from the prolonged interactions. So exhausted was she that she skipped dinner entirely and collapsed onto her bed, succumbing to sleep almost immediately. The following morning, rather than being awakened by her biological clock, it was her own hunger that roused her. It dawned on Jinghe that, aside from a solitary sandwich she had hastily consumed before departing, she had eaten nothing else the previous day. Upon stepping outside, she realized she had risen earlier than usual, even before Ballast had stirred. Without delay, she tossed the ring and the Ravenclaw diadem to Tom for absorption, then hurried to the Great Hall, feeling as though she might succumb to hypoglycemia if she did not eat soon. Upon entering the hall, she noted that there were even fewer individuals present than usual. The Slytherin table housed only 3 or 4 upperclassmen, as many had risen early to prepare for examinations. With breakfast not yet fully served, Jinghe took a seat and began to devour her meal with fervor. After indulging in a sweet treat, she gradually regained her composure and contemplated the lessons of the day. Among them was a defense against the dark arts class, which she eagerly anticipated, particularly curious about what Remus would impart. From her recollections, it seemed the first lesson would revolve around boggarts. She found herself pondering what her own greatest fear might be. After finishing her meal, she retrieved her book and began to read while awaiting her friend's arrival. As expected, Ballast was the first to arrive. Upon seeing her dear friend back, the little girl rushed forward, brimming with curiosity. "Where did you go yesterday?" Jinghe, maintaining an unflappable demeanor, concocted a flawless lie. "I accompanied Professor Dumbledore to Diagon Alley to procure some items. As for what was purchased, it would remain in the dormitory." Others who inquired received the same response. Although they remained skeptical, they had no choice but to accept it for the moment. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was time for class. Upon observing the customary setup in the center of the classroom, Jinghe realized they would indeed be studying boggarts, the embodiment of their deepest fears. She herself was curious about what her greatest fear might be, while there were many things she disliked. The most terrifying remained unclear to her. When Remus saw that everyone had gathered, he turned to them with a warm smile. "Welcome to my defense against the dark arts class. Today, we will be learning about boggarts. Can anyone tell me what a boggart is?" Hermione promptly raised her hand, exclaiming, "I know. A boggart transforms into the most feared thing of the person facing it." Remus nodded in agreement. "Correct, 5 points to Gryffindor. However, we can easily deal with this creature with a single spell," he demonstrated, encouraging everyone to chant along. Ridiculous. The young wizards followed suit, one by one waving their wands and reciting the incantation, intrigued by its peculiar nature. Remus explained, "This is the spell used to confront boggarts. When facing your greatest fears, simply envision something joyous while uttering ridiculous to transform the creature into something humorous." Then, smiling down at the eager little wizards, he asked, "Who would like to volunteer first?" Though everyone was curious, the prospect of confronting their most dreaded fears left them hesitant. Jinghe, engrossed in her reading, felt an overwhelming curiosity about what scene the boggart would conjure, and thus raised her hand, volunteering. "I'll go first." Remus, upon noticing her raised hand, smiled and said, "Very well. Let us allow our brave Slytherin witch to take the first attempt." Jinghe stepped forward and stood before the cabinet. Once Remus confirmed she was ready, he slowly opened the door, revealing a swirling mass of shadow. This indistinct figure resembled a Dementor, yet also brought to mind the spectral phantoms from her memories of the East. There was not just one, but many, swirling forth like a dark mist. Howling, "You have accomplished nothing. You cannot change anything. Your very presence here is a mistake." The shadows screamed, unearthing the deepest secrets of Jinghe's heart. As the others looked on with concern, she remained composed, raising her wand and uttering the incantation. Ridiculous. In an instant, the dark mass transformed into a flurry of blue butterflies, fluttering about. With a decisive flick of her wand, Jinghe shoved the boggart back into the cabinet with such force that it shook several times before settling. Remus, noticing Jinghe's unusual composure, felt a pang of regret for having allowed her to be the first to try. He smiled reassuringly at her, saying, "None of this is real. It merely represents your inner fears. You did splendidly. 5 points to Slytherin." After politely thanking him, Jinghe returned to Ballast's side. The latter, with a worried gaze, looked at her friend. Jinghe patted Ballast's hand, assuring her that she was fine, though she could distinctly feel the tremor in her arm when casting the spell. What a jest! Coming here to defy fate, and a boggart was nothing more than her own shallow insecurities. She was, after all, a destined child. With Jinghe having set the precedent, the others eagerly approached the cabinet to try their luck. Some boggarts manifested as loud toads, while others appeared as ghostly figures. Ron and Neville's boggarts morphed into spiders, and when Jinghe beheld Snape in a dress, she could not suppress a laugh. Soon, it was Draco's turn, whose boggart manifested as the financial ruin of his family. However, it appeared he struggled to accept this reality, shouting the incantation in desperation. Harry's boggart, of course, drew everyone's attention, and anticipation swelled as they wondered what this savior's greatest fear might be. Jinghe, too, was intrigued, having previously shielded Harry from Dementors on the train. As Harry stood before the cabinet, he gulped nervously, and as the door creaked open, a girl emerged slowly, a figure with black curls and sapphire blue eyes, smiling brightly at Harry. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Harry's boggart was Jinghe. Suddenly, a scar appeared on the neck of the vision before them, and she collapsed lifelessly to the ground, still smiling. The sight drained color from the faces of those present, especially Harry's. Trembling, he raised his wand, but his mind faltered, unable to recall the incantation. Meanwhile, the girl stood before him, blood streaming from her body, her expression vacant. Remus, sensing Harry's distress, swiftly intervened, pushing him aside to confront the boggart himself. Upon casting the spell, the scene transformed, revealing a healthy Jinghe with her familiar smile, standing before everyone. A collective sigh of relief echoed through the room, and no one questioned why Professor Remus had faced a wounded Jinghe. Harry turned to look at Jinghe, who shook her head. To alleviate the awkwardness, she exclaimed, "Goodness! That death was rather unflattering. I certainly do not wish to appear so hideous." Her humorous remark elicited laughter from the group. Only Remus, upon hearing her words, wore a faint expression of sadness. The turn of events continued with others, but what surprised everyone was that Theodore and Blaze's boggarts mirrored Harry's perfectly. Upon witnessing this, Jinghe couldn't help but laugh. It appeared she truly was a good friend of theirs. Her greatest concern, surprisingly, was herself. To find such wonderful friends in this place truly brings immense happiness. This lesson swiftly concluded in a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere, and the teaching prowess of Professor Rames was widely acknowledged by the young wizards. Everything gradually returned to normalcy. Tom, having absorbed 2 Horcruxes at once again succumbed to slumber, rendering everything astonishingly ordinary. A boggart transforms into one's most feared object. The loss of a beloved individual is perhaps the most dreaded scenario for everyone. Chapter 116, Buckbeak. And thus, time passed day by day. Today, there was a lesson on magical creatures, and with Hagrid cleared of his past misdeeds, he was set to teach the third-year care of magical creatures class. The mere mention of this class made Jinghe feel a bit of a headache. She recalled the lifeless expression of the bookstore clerk at Lehan when she had purchased a book, and the moment she had almost lost her sleeve to the book's ravenous bite was truly exasperating. Fortunately, having read the original text, she knew that gently stroking the spine of the monster book of monsters would calm the unruly tome. So she had pressed it down to the bottom of her trunk after quieting it. Before long, class time arrived. Unlike previous sessions spent seated in the classroom poring over books, today's care of magical creatures lesson would take place at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid would facilitate direct interaction with these wondrous beings. The creature they would study today was, just as described in the book, a hippogriff, an extraordinary beast with the head of an eagle and the body of a horse, adorned with magnificent wings. The young wizards were witnessing this marvelous creature for the first time, its eagle head perched atop a horse's form, complete with peculiar wings, igniting a fervent curiosity among them as they whispered excitedly amongst themselves. As it was Hagrid's inaugural class as a professor, he poured his heart into it. Eager for the young wizards to acquire genuine knowledge, he presented this majestic creature, gently stroking the hippogriff, and addressed the murmuring students below. You must have seen a general description of this beast in your books, so let us begin. Before Hagrid could finish, Harry raised his hand, inquiring, "Professor, how do we open this book?" His right hand itched to pry open the obstinate tome. The other young wizards found themselves in a similar predicament. Jinghe suddenly realized that she had become so enraptured by the creature that she hadn't even taken her book out. While Draco and his companions were nearing their wits' end with the stubborn volume, Hagrid seemed to grasp the situation at last, and said, "Just gently stroke the spine of the book, from top to bottom. I thought you all would already know this." Upon hearing this, the young wizards hurriedly caressed the spine of the restless book, which soon settled down, allowing them to open it without further ado. After Draco managed to open his book using this method, he incessantly complained to Jinghe. How could they let him teach? This is utterly absurd. I shall write to my father and ask him to request a different instructor from Dumbledore. Jinghe listened to Draco's grievances with a maternal smile, for to her, having lived 4 lives, the young wizards at Hogwarts felt like younger siblings, something she cherished immensely. Once Hagrid noticed that the young wizards had successfully opened their books, he continued, "Today, we will learn about this creature, which we shall call Buckbeak. All its habits can be found in your books. The first thing you must know about the hippogriff is that they are proud beings. Never offend a hippogriff, for it could be the gravest error you might make. Now, who would like to be the first to greet it?" Hagrid looked expectantly at the young wizards, hoping someone would bravely step forward in his first class. However, Due to Buckbeak's formidable size and the lack of prior experience among the students, they all hesitantly shook their heads, glancing around for someone courageous enough to take the plunge. Jinghe, in reality, yearned to ride Buckbeak and soar through the skies. Flying on a broomstick felt somewhat uncouth, yet Buckbeak elegantly remedied that flaw. So, under the eager gazes of her peers, she raised her hand and declared, "I shall give it a try." Upon seeing Jinghe volunteer, Hagrid's excitement surged. For he knew that the girl possessed a natural affinity for animals, making the task of taming Buckbeak exceedingly simple for her. If a girl demonstrated, others would surely follow, ensuring that his first class would not be deemed a failure. Thus, Hagrid beckoned Jinghe to step forward and face Buckbeak. Bow slightly to it as a gesture of respect. If Buckbeak consents, it will lower its head, he instructed. Jinghe, upon hearing this, bent her knees, treating her wizarding robe like a gown, performing an unfamiliar courtesy. After her bow, she realized that she had inadvertently adopted an aristocratic gesture from over a century ago, wondering if Buckbeak could comprehend it. Regardless of Jinghe's approach, even a slight bow was met with Buckbeak's recognition. Before she could fully rise, Buckbeak excitedly snorted and trotted closer, lowering its head in acknowledgement. Feeling relieved at Buckbeak's acceptance, Jinghe clambered onto its back with Hagrid's aid. Elated by the success of the demonstration, Hagrid exclaimed to the other young wizards, "Behold, Jinghe has gained Buckbeak's approval. I believe I ought to award Slytherin 5 points. Buckbeak can carry one more person. Who amongst you wishes to join?" Upon hearing the opportunity to soar through the skies alongside Jinghe, many students became animated, shedding their earlier hesitance as they eagerly raised their hands. Hagrid, faced with so many volunteers, found himself in a quandary, unsure of whom to select, and turned to Jinghe, asking, "Would you like to choose?" Jinghe, glancing at the row of eager faces below, also found herself grappling with indecision. So, reminiscent of how one selects a partner for a graduation ball, she closed her eyes, pointed randomly, and upon opening them, discovered she had pointed to none other than Draco Malfoy. In truth, the spot she had indicated was not Draco's original position. Yet the ever-impulsive Draco had anticipated her gesture, swiftly darting over to stand in the designated place, slightly breathless from the exertion. Upon recognizing Draco, Jinghe nodded at Hagrid, who, though not particularly fond of the Malfoy lad, reluctantly assisted him onto Buckbeak's back since it was Jinghe who had chosen him. Of course, this occurred under the condition that Draco, in his eagerness to fly alongside Jinghe, had momentarily set aside his airs of superiority, bending slightly to gain Buckbeak's consent. While the onlookers had not anticipated this sudden brilliance from Draco, they could do little but scowl as they watched him settle behind Jinghe. Once preparations were complete, Hagrid patted Buckbeak's back, prompting the creature to flap its wings and take to the skies, stirring up a flurry of leaves from the ground below. Buckbeak truly exemplifies the wonders of magical creatures, soaring to great heights. Even Jinghe, having lived for so long, could not suppress a scream the moment they took flight. Clutching tightly to Buckbeak's neck, as autumn gradually descended into chilliness, especially at such high speeds, the cold was palpable. However, the soft feathers around Buckbeak's neck provided ample warmth. And in that instant of ascent, Jinghe had cast a warming charm for both herself and Draco, sparing them from the biting cold. Draco, frightened upon their ascent, instinctively wrapped his arms around Jinghe's waist, his face flushing with warmth. Observing Jinghe's lack of resistance reassured him, and he maintained his hold until their flight concluded. Unlike the broomsticks Draco was accustomed to, which could be controlled with precision, Buckbeak flew according to its whims, elucidating why Jinghe had been prudent enough to cast a warming charm at the outset. Soon, they ascended to a breathtaking altitude above Hogwarts, where Jinghe could feel Draco's arms encircling her. Recognizing the perilous height, she surmised his embrace was an instinctive response to maintain balance and refrained from commenting. Buckbeak then glided over the Black Lake, where they gazed down to see fish leaping from the water. The splendid weather, with sunlight bathing them, rendered everything enchanting, reminiscent of a youthful adventure. As Jinghe beheld the picturesque scene and cast a glance at Draco, she was momentarily transported back to a scene from Titanic, albeit with their roles humorously reversed. After a graceful orbit around Hogwarts, Buckbeak descended steadily, drawing the attention of onlookers who could not help but resentfully note Draco's hands entwined around Jinghe's waist. The other young witches and wizards, witnessing Buckbeak's success, felt an insatiable urge to experience the thrill of riding him themselves. Jinghe had deftly averted the original plot, where Draco was unceremoniously kicked by Buckbeak, leading to Lucius's order to dispose of him, which would have set off a cascade of misfortunes involving Hermione and the Time Turner. Thus, Hagrid's lesson in care of magical creatures was a resounding success, garnering widespread acclaim from the young witches and wizards and alleviating doubts about whether a gamekeeper could effectively teach. Hagrid's classes would now proceed with greater ease, as the students would be more inclined to heed his instructions. It was yet another day of destiny's alteration. After the lesson, Jinghe perused her timetable and discovered a scheduling conflict between Muggle studies and divination the following day. She touched the time-turner nestled in her arms, akin to Hermione's, capable of perfect temporal manipulation, yet ultimately cumbersome, as overuse would inevitably lead to exhaustion. She pondered Professor Trelawney's assessment of Hermione and wondered if utilizing the time-turner might lead her to be similarly deemed as lacking in spirit. What was her fate? She mused. Though the literature depicted this class as somewhat impractical, she felt compelled to attend, for Trelawney's prophecies had never strayed from accuracy. Perhaps her soul had always been adrift, and it was high time she sought the chapters of her destiny. Chapter 117, The Prophecy. Time swiftly progressed to the next day, and Jinghe initially intended to attend Muggle studies. She had not disclosed to anyone that she had selected all her third-year courses, having never fully enrolled in her previous lives. This time, her goal was 12 OWLS. With her belongings in order, she glanced at the small snake still peacefully slumbering beside her. The rapid absorption of knowledge had rendered Tom still unconscious, but this tranquility afforded her a much-needed respite from the usual cacophony. Accompanied by Bellost, she made her way to Muggle studies. After the class, Bellost intended to invite her to the library for homework, but Jinghe declined, opting instead for a quieter place. There, she twirled the time-turner around her neck, which seemed almost custom-made for her, with a rose-shaped hourglass at its center. As the sands began to flow backward, Jinghe watched the hands of time revert to 9 o'clock a.m., prompting her to hastily retrieve her divination materials and sprint to class. Upon her arrival, the classroom was already in session. Professor Trelawney, a peculiar figure, donned an ensemble seemingly cobbled together from random fabrics, adorned with an array of odd necklaces, and her fingers were laden with rings. With a pair of round spectacles perched upon her nose, she appeared gaunt and hunched, her speech tremulous and somewhat stuttered, perpetually cloaked in the scent of brandy. It was no wonder Professor McGonagall held a certain disdain for Trelawney. In her hurried arrival, Jinghe found that Hermione had yet to return, so she took a seat beside Draco, who was preoccupied with an object before him and jumped in surprise at her sudden appearance. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. "This is the class I chose. Of course I must attend," Jinghe replied. Draco's brow furrowed in skepticism. He recalled her departure with Bellost for Muggle studies that morning. Yet now she sat beside him, devoid of any time-altering device, and he questioned what hesitation could arise from attending class together. As pairs were formed, Trelawney distributed crystal balls to the young witches and wizards, waving her hands dramatically as she urged, "Everyone, focus your minds and calm your hearts to discern the mysteries within the crystal ball." Truth be told, the class required a significant degree of skill. Without the gift of divination, it was uncertain whether one could glean anything from the chaotic swirling of the crystal. Jinghe and Draco diligently followed the textbook's guidance, scrutinizing the orb closely. Despite Draco's thorough examination, he initially saw nothing. Yet, driven by his determination not to falter in divination, he fixated intently on the crystal, ultimately perceiving an image, a withered rose. The sight of the desiccated bloom inexplicably conjured thoughts of Jinghe, sending a shiver down his spine. How could a rose wither? Meanwhile, Trelawney, her eyes closed in contemplation, suddenly trembled, opening her eyes to declare ominously to the class, "In the summer term, we will learn to read the crystal ball, provided we have completed the study of the signs of flames. Unfortunately, in February, a severe influenza will force the class to cease. I shall lose my voice. Around Easter, one among us will depart forever." The students, previously engaged in fervent discussions regarding the visions within the crystal, fell into a heavy silence, for the notion of death was too distant for them to fathom. They exchanged glances, grappling with the uncertainty of who might be lost by Easter. Jinghe sighed. Her assertion that Trelawney's prophecy was inaccurate would likely be met with disbelief, and only Professor McGonagall could dispel such foreboding claims. Although the young wizards were not particularly fond of the ominous prophecy filled with danger, they understood that the subsequent lessons must continue. Thus, they regained their composure and resumed their observation of the crystal ball resting on the table, yet the foreboding prediction of impending death lingered in their minds, instilling a sense of trepidation. After the session with the crystal ball concluded, Professor Trelawney distributed teacups along with tea leaves, instructing them to place the leaves into the cups, steep them in water, and then pour out the liquid to discern the patterns within the leaves and cups, thereby unveiling further prophecies. The others felt a sense of frustration, while the crystal ball offered a clearer glimpse into its contents. Interpreting the tea leaves seemed a perplexing endeavor. They hastily rummaged through their hefty tomes for guidance. At that moment, Hermione suddenly appeared by Ron's side, declaring, "This is all just a charade. Her unexpected interjection startled both Ron and Harry. Ron, astonished, inquired, "When did you arrive here?" Hermione rolled her eyes and replied, "I have always been here. You simply failed to notice." She then picked up the tea leaves for a closer examination, but even the ever-brilliant Hermione found herself at a loss for meaning. Just then, Professor Trelawney, after taking a swig of brandy, staggered toward the trio, seizing the crystal ball from the table. After a moment of contemplation, she tremulously pointed at Hermione, proclaiming, "Your soul is incomplete. You shall inevitably fall victim to a grievous curse. The best course of action now is to refrain from further fragmentation of your soul." Anyone receiving such a dire prophecy would naturally be displeased. Hermione, who already harbored disdain for Trelawney's disheveled appearance and the overwhelming scent of alcohol, became even more incensed upon hearing the curse directed at her. She promptly rose, gesturing dismissively to shatter the crystal ball on the ground before storming out of the classroom. Jinghe turned to watch Hermione exit, lost in thought, remaining in that pose until Draco tugged at her sleeve, prompting her to snap back to reality and resume her scrutiny of the perplexing tea leaves and crystal ball. Professor Trelawney, seemingly unperturbed by Hermione's outburst, continued to sway as she moved about, imparting ominous prophecies to the other young wizards, such as, "Be cautious of your footing, lest you suffer a severe fall," and "You shall encounter the most abysmal failure in potions class." The foreboding nature of these predictions darkened the expressions of the young wizards, leading them to silently ponder why they had chosen divination as a subject. Subsequently, Trelawney wobbled to Draco and Jinghe's side, squatting down to closely inspect the tea leaves and crystal ball before abruptly gazing intently at Jinghe and asking, "Do you see anything, my child?" At that moment, Jinghe perceived a vision, though she was uncertain of its significance, as the book provided no descriptions of such imagery. The tea leaves resembled the shape of a butterfly, albeit with one wing appearing to be broken, while within the crystal ball, a butterfly's wing was visible, seemingly ensnared by the thorns of a nearby rose, struggling fiercely to break free. Determined, Jinghe endeavored to articulate her vision. A butterfly and a rose. The butterfly closely resembles the mark on my left wrist, and it doesn't appear to bode well." Upon hearing this, Professor Trelawney fixed her gaze upon the crystal ball before suddenly seizing Jinghe's wrist, startling her. Trelawney's eyes gradually took on a vacant expression as her left hand incessantly pointed toward the butterfly birthmark, her lips uttering a stream of words, "A brand. The deepest imprint left upon the body. Lost memories shall eventually be reclaimed, and the destined fate cries out for assistance, heralding a profound transformation. All blossoms bloom solely to attract the butterfly's presence." After uttering these words, Trelawney seemed to lose her strength and collapsed. Jinghe hurriedly rushed to support her, shaking her gently. Professor, what did you mean by that? I'm a bit confused. Could you clarify?" However, Trelawney, as if awakening from a dream, turned to Jinghe and said, I said nothing at all. You must be mistaken." She then unsteadily rose and proceeded to the next young wizard's crystal ball to deliver another prophecy. Jinghe recalled the earlier scene where Trelawney appeared to have been possessed and was reminded of Harry's solitary encounter with her prophecies in the original text, which mirrored the current situation. Given the circumstances, Trelawney's prophecies were likely to hold considerable accuracy. What, however, did these statements truly signify? The mark was familiar. The butterfly birthmark had been with Jinghe for quite some time. But were there memories yet to be uncovered? The final phrase, speaking of flowers vying for the butterfly's arrival, seemed disjointed in its expression. Jinghe felt perplexed, uncertain of the deeper meaning embedded within this prophecy. She looked up to meet Draco's concerned gaze and smiled. "It's all right. At least Professor Trelawney did not curse my misfortunes, did she?" In an effort to alleviate Jinghe's worries, Draco remarked, "Professor Trelawney rarely speaks the truth. You need not fret. If it becomes unbearable, I shall write to my father to request a different divination instructor." Jinghe affectionately patted Draco's head, advising, "You must learn to grow up. Not everything requires your father's intervention. Sometimes, resolving matters on your own is far more rewarding." While Jinghe offered Draco words of independence and strength, she remained resolute in her commitment to vanquish the Horcruxes, ensuring that everyone would ultimately survive. Draco, puzzled by Jinghe's sudden counsel, nonetheless nodded obediently, pledging to strive for self-reliance in the future. As the divination class concluded, the countenances of the young wizards were decidedly grim, for a significant portion of them had received unfavorable predictions during the lesson. Who wouldn't desire a life free of adversity? Yet the primary concern among the young wizards revolved around the prophecy of impending death around Easter, although Easter was still some time away. Professor Trelawney had assigned them homework to predict 5 events that would occur in the following month. According to Trelawney's perspective, it was highly likely they would pen misfortunes, while those who succeeded would fare relatively well. After class, Jinghe ventured to the library in search of Ballast, only to discover Hermione seated nearby. It was evident that Hermione's expression was less than favorable, as the recent divination class had left her distracted even while reading. Observing Hermione's demeanor, Jinghe recognized that although she had exited with apparent nonchalance, she was still affected internally. Thus, Jinghe took a seat beside Hermione, lowering her voice to whisper, "Don't worry. After you left, Professor Trelawney predicted that Harry would fall flat on his face. Trelawney had a tendency to douse each young wizard with cold water." Upon hearing Jinghe's final remark, Hermione couldn't help but chuckle, and Jinghe smiled in return, bringing a touch of levity to the moment. The two young witches were soon met with the disapproving gaze of Madame Pants, prompting them to swiftly gather their books and exit the library together with Ballast. However, Hermione's complexion was significantly improved compared to when she had entered the library. After all, the comfort of friends rendered even the most mundane words incapable of causing her any substantial distress. The trajectory of fate had already altered, and among the myriad of blooming flowers, which one would ultimately captivate a butterfly's attention? Chapter 118, Hogsmeade. Third-year students were now permitted to journey to Hogsmeade together. Although Dumbledore had informed Jinghe that she could visit Hogsmeade a bit earlier without issue, she pondered and ultimately declined the suggestion. Wishing to prepare herself a little more before seeing him, she needed a touch of psychological readiness. From Jinghe's observations, it appeared that the relationship between Albus and Gellert had improved considerably, with a noticeable increase in Albus's smiles. She often found items in Albus's office that seemed out of place, objects reminiscent of Gellert's style. This semester, Harry was also able to go to Hogsmeade without any pretense. As Sirius, his godfather, had boldly signed his name on the permission slip, sparing Harry from the need to don an invisibility cloak as he had in the original story. Soon, the day arrived, and snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, marking the earliest snowfall of the year. After Professor McGonagall had briefed the third-year witches and wizards, she instructed Filch to open the doors, allowing the young sorcerers to embark on their excursion to Hogsmeade. Jinghe, along with Ballast and Malfoy, made their way to Hogsmeade, chattering animatedly about the latest sweets from Honeydukes and the drinks available at the Three Broomsticks. Theodore kept a watchful eye on Jinghe, casting warming charms whenever he noticed her shivering. Meanwhile, Ballast and Blaise served as the lively spirits of the group, and together they arrived at Hogsmeade, which was bustling with unusually large crowds of young witches and wizards. They soon spotted Harry and his friends. Although Jinghe initially contemplated joining them, she reconsidered. The conflict between Slytherin and Gryffindor remained irreconcilable, and it seemed more prudent to separate to avoid any potential quarrels, allowing everyone to enjoy themselves more fully. Thus, after exchanging brief greetings, they parted ways, though Draco remained indifferent. Harry and Ron longed to explore Hogsmeade with Jinghe, hoping to enjoy a drink together at the beverage shop. Yet they felt a deep sense of resignation regarding the Sorting Hat's decision that had placed her in Slytherin. Upon arriving at Honeydukes, they found it teeming with patrons. The owner, aware that it was the first visit for many third-year students, had unveiled a plethora of new treats. The students, filled with curiosity, admired the myriad of colorful confections, including bizarrely shaped chocolate beetles, tooth-achingly sour lemon drops, and delightfully sweet, yet oddly shaped lollipops. It was Jinghe's first encounter with such an abundance of unique sweets, prompting her to open her purse and indulge in a shopping spree. Afterward, she visited the stationery shop to select some animated quills, color-changing markers, and correction pens. After their shopping, the group settled into the Three Broomsticks to relish the rare leisure time. Observing that everyone seemed content to linger in their seats, Jinghe stood and announced, "Ah, Headmaster Dumbledore has entrusted me with the task to visit an old friend at the Hogshead Inn. Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." At this, Draco sprang up from his lounging position, exclaiming, "The Hogshead is a den of iniquity. It's filled with many wizards. And I've heard the environment is rather unsavory. Why would the headmaster send you there?" Jinghe chuckled, gently ruffling Draco's hair in reassurance. "No need to worry. Since Headmaster Dumbledore has asked me to go to the Hogshead, I will be safe. He will surely ensure my protection." With a wave of her hand, Jinghe departed for the Hogshead, leaving her friends somewhat apprehensive yet comforted by her formidable strength, which quelled any desire to follow and secretly protect her. Draco, still wanting to accompany her, was met with Blaise's remark, "You shouldn't burden her. If trouble arises, she'll have to safeguard you." Draco shot Blaise an irritated glance and sulkily plopped back down, taking a hefty swig from his drink and muttering, "You're no different." Blaise replied leisurely, "At least I possess some self-awareness." Just as the previously harmonious atmosphere began to escalate into a quarrel, Ballast interjected, "Let us not fight. Otherwise, Jinghe will surely be upset when she returns." The tension dissipated, and the group fell into a contemplative silence, awaiting the girl's return. Meanwhile, Jinghe trudged through the snow, stepping gingerly toward the dilapidated inn. The path in front was a muddy mess from the trampling of wizards, giving the place a forlorn appearance. The raucous sounds of inebriated wizards could be heard from within. After brushing the snow and mud off her boots at the entrance, she pushed the door open. Instantly, a wave of warmth enveloped her, mingling with the scents of wizardless sweat and strong liquor. Middle-aged wizards filled the tables, animatedly discussing various topics, while a number of older Hogwarts students sought thrills in this lively establishment. Hogwarts students constituted a significant portion of the clientele, drawn by the allure of the renowned butterbeer. Standing behind the bar was a man strikingly similar to Dumbledore, polishing a glass. However, he lacked the long white hair and sported a neatly trimmed black beard, evidently dyed to preserve some semblance of youth. As Jinghe approached and lightly tapped the table, Aberforth looked up, curious about the young witch daring enough to venture here alone. Upon recognizing her, his pupils dilated in surprise. The girl he had yearned for had returned. Why hadn't Dumbledore informed him beforehand? Had he known, he would have dyed his hair black. Unbeknownst to Aberforth, Jinghe had regained her memories. Suppressing his excitement, he inquired, "Hello, what would you like to drink?" Jinghe, covering her mouth with a smile, replied, "I'd like a bottle of your special rose wine, Little Aberforth." The nickname Little Aberforth was one Jinghe had affectionately given him during their previous encounters, and Aberforth had always insisted on this name, growing irritable if anyone else used it. Hearing a name he hadn't been called in over a century caused Aberforth's eyes to widen in astonishment. He eagerly climbed out from behind the bar, wanting to embrace the girl before him, but hesitated upon noticing his disheveled attire. Just then, a fragrant embrace reminiscent of roses enveloped him, akin to their reunion at the train station years ago. This rose-scented embrace transported Aberforth back to that autumn when Jinghe sat beside him, sharing tales of the Muggle world. Tears streamed down Aberforth's cheeks, splashing onto Jinghe's face. The other wizards, of course, witnessed this scene. Some inebriated wizards erupted into raucous shouts, prompting Aberforth to awaken from his stupor. Reluctantly withdrawing from his embrace, he turned to Jinghe and said, "Please wait a moment. I will be ready shortly." He then pivoted to the rowdy group of wizards and bellowed, "The establishment is now closed. Everyone must leave. Young wizards, you too." Having operated this tavern for many years, Aberforth still possessed a modicum of authority, and though the wizards grumbled, they complied and rose from their seats, vacating the premises. In an instant, the bar was devoid of patrons. Jinghe looked at Aberforth and remarked with a smile, "Little Aberforth, you have indeed become quite formidable. I never imagined you would truly open a tavern in Hogsmeade. I thought you were jesting all along." Aberforth found himself at a loss in the presence of the young woman before him. No longer youthful, he felt like an empty shell. Thus, he managed to smile and replied, "Indeed, you were the one who encouraged me back then, claiming you would be the first to support my venture in Hogsmeade." Jinghe chuckled and said, "I apologize for not being the first to patronize, but I am here now." Aberforth waved his hand dismissively and then stepped behind the counter to concoct a glass of the rose wine that the girl had just mentioned. Considering her status as a student, he transformed the high-proof alcohol into a beverage that bore only the fragrance of roses. As they conversed, their dialogue flowed effortlessly, with Jinghe often animatedly expressing herself, while Aberforth stood quietly, listening. Time slipped away, and eventually, Jinghe emerged from her joyful reunion. Glancing at the clock and realizing that Hogsmeade would soon be closing, she suddenly recalled her friends waiting for her. Hurriedly leaping from her seat, she exclaimed to Aberforth, "I must leave. My friends are still at the Three Broomsticks waiting for me. Until next time, little Aberforth." With that, she hastily donned her cloak and departed, leaving Aberforth to watch her exit in silence. After a brief moment of reflection, he turned back to polish his glass, though a tear slipped down his cheek in solitude. "You finally remember me again. How wonderful, but I am no longer young. I apologize." As Jinghe rushed toward the Three Broomsticks, she initially presumed that her prolonged stay would mean Draco and the others had already returned. However, upon entering their designated booth, she was surprised to find them all still there, waiting for her. As they anxiously awaited her return, the door swung open, and upon seeing Jinghe walk in, they collectively exhaled in relief, rising to surround her with a flurry of questions while checking for any signs of injury. Jinghe smiled as she navigated Draco's complaints and Balast's inquiries, finally addressing her friends, "It's getting late. We need to hurry back." Only then did the young wizards realize that they were close to the time mandated by Hogwarts, prompting them to hastily retrieve their robes from their chairs before dashing back to the school. Their laughter echoed through the snowy landscape, leaving countless footprints behind. Chapter 119, An Unexpected Turn. Due to the month-long coma she experienced in her second year, Jinghe had aspired to compete for the position of Seeker on the Quidditch team, hoping for a fair rivalry with Draco. However, Her extended unconsciousness prevented her from becoming the Slytherin Seeker. Reflecting on her past life, where she had already experienced this, she resolved not to pursue the sport in this lifetime. Flying on a broomstick was decidedly unfriendly to girls, as it often resulted in discomfort. Though exhilarating, she decided it was best to forego joining the Slytherin Quidditch team, opting instead to enjoy watching from the stands. The annual Quidditch tournament for third years was approaching, and during this time, Jinghe saw little of Draco, as the Slytherin team was required to train daily and often competed with the other 3 houses for access to the pitch, an endeavor that was not particularly pleasant. Meanwhile, Jinghe occupied herself with various activities, sometimes visiting the library with Ballast, and other times sneaking into the kitchen adjacent to Hufflepuff for snacks, all while experimenting with her latest culinary creations. Cedric had also become a rare sight, as each house geared up for the upcoming Quidditch Cup. Tom remained in his slumber, and Jinghe looked at the comatose snake with some perplexity, pondering why absorbing souls was not a daunting task in the storyline. Oh, but he hadn't absorbed a single one. Jinghe was not inclined to allow Tom to absorb all the souls. She had painstakingly transformed the delinquent youth into a model student, and it would be unfortunate if excessive soul absorption led to the resurgence of dark magic's influence on one's emotions. Thus, amidst her busy schedule, Jinghe successfully forgot the impending events of the Quidditch match. Regardless, she was undoubtedly supportive of her house team's victory. Prior to the match, Draco had procured a small Slytherin flag, insisting that Jinghe wave it, claiming it would unsettle their opponents. On the day of the match, a magical emblem adorned her cheek, featuring numerous little green flags. The weather on the day of the Quidditch match was rather unkind. Light rain fell from the overcast sky, obscuring the sun and significantly reducing visibility, which posed a challenge for those wearing glasses. In such rainy conditions, Quidditch players donned special protective goggles, enchanted to repel water droplets. Yet, frequent collisions and the need to evade the occasional rogue bludger often caused these goggles to become compromised, allowing water to seep in. Slytherin had been shielded by a waterproof barrier, alleviating concerns of getting drenched. Lightning flickered across the sky, followed by booming thunder, heralding an impending downpour. Thus, this Quidditch match would need to be concluded swiftly. The match featured Gryffindor against Hufflepuff, while Slytherin had just secured victory against Ravenclaw, with Draco successfully capturing the Golden Snitch. The outcome of the Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff match would determine who would face Slytherin in the final. The inclement weather had made the competition particularly strenuous. Even during Slytherin's match against Ravenclaw, both teams had to exert extra effort to wave their flags, which were now weighed down by rainwater. Jinghe reveled in the thrill of witnessing the tempestuous weather from the safety of her vantage point, particularly as the two teams engaged in competition under such perilous conditions. Her spirits soared as she waved the Slytherin flag, rallying her classmates to cheer loudly. Soon, the highly anticipated match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff commenced. Upon witnessing that the seekers for both teams were none other than Harry and Cedric, Jinghe could not help but reminisce about the significant events that transpired during the Quidditch match in their third year. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she exclaimed, "Oh no." She had completely forgotten that every time a Quidditch match was elaborately depicted, a momentous occurrence would inevitably unfold, much like that infamous encounter with the Dementors, who had inexplicably invaded the pitch from outside the school grounds to disrupt the game. Quickly retrieving her wand from her bag, Jinghe fixed her gaze intently on the Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff match. The previous match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw had concluded, leading many from Slytherin and Ravenclaw to depart. Yet some remained, eager to support their friends competing in the ongoing match. Naturally, the Quidditch teams from the other 2 houses were still present, keenly observing the strategies employed by the competing teams. As the players took to the field, ominous thunder rumbled overhead, and streaks of lightning illuminated the sky, heralding the impending events. The whistle blew, and the match commenced with fervor. Halfway through the contest, the atmosphere grew increasingly foreboding, as if something sinister was poised to break free from the oppressive clouds above, casting its shadow over all. At that moment, the Golden Snitch was released, soaring high above the pitch. Harry and Cedric immediately spotted the glimmering orb and swiftly altered the course of their brooms to pursue the radiant light, which appeared even more brilliant against the darkened sky, allowing their vision to sharpen. Despite the hindrance of his glasses, Harry's keen instincts enabled him to quickly pinpoint the snitch's location. In an instant, he surged upward, skillfully avoiding the bludgers that threatened to collide with him. Just as he was about to seize the Golden Snitch, a multitude of hooded figures, cloaked in black, suddenly materialized outside the Quidditch pitch. The Dementors had indeed made their ominous appearance. These soulless wraiths, guided by an unseen force, began to swirl chaotically around the stands, randomly selecting young witches and wizards to drain their joy. Those unfortunate enough to be caught felt an overwhelming chill enveloping them, as if they were trapped in an icy tomb amidst the torrential downpour. As they braced themselves for their grim fate, a moment later, a multitude of patron uses erupted from the wands of the upper-year students, driving the dark creatures away and illuminating the field with hope. Jinghe, upon catching sight of the Dementors, had already drawn her wand and summoned her own Patronus, a dazzling blue butterfly that circled the Slytherin pitch, warding off the encroaching Dementors. The butterfly then darted toward the fray, scattering the dark entities. Meanwhile, some of the swifter Dementors approached Harry, having faced the chilling presence of the Dementors before. He was not as paralyzed by fear this time. He deftly maneuvered his broom to evade the shadowy figures while still keeping an eye on the golden snitch. The snitch, true to its reputation, darted upward into the clouds, obscured from Cedric's view by the torrential rain. His focus was solely on the elusive golden shape, and he plunged into the stormy clouds, lightning crackling around him as Harry followed closely behind, with the Dementors in hot pursuit. Just as the Dementors seemed poised to catch up, a brilliant blue butterfly emitted a radiant light, repelling them. However, Harry, engrossed in the chase for the snitch, remained oblivious to the danger that had just been vanquished behind him. Bathed in the electric atmosphere, he and Cedric flew side by side. The golden snitch suddenly dove down, prompting both boys to dive after it. Almost simultaneously, their hands clasped around the shimmering orb. Cedric, unscathed by the Dementor's influence, remained steady, but Harry, having been encircled by their dark presence, felt its lingering effects. As he grasped the snitch, he could no longer maintain his balance, and he staggered, tumbling from his broom. Then came the iconic moment with the headmaster. Dumbledore rose, raising his hand towards the spot where Harry was about to crash, casting a spell without his wand. Harry descended gently, expecting a harsh impact with the ground, but instead found himself floating down softly. As the heavy rain poured down, it splashed against his face, leaving him dazed. He sensed a crowd gathering around him before everything faded to black as he slipped into unconsciousness. Just before losing consciousness, he pondered, who had truly emerged victorious? Jinghe, who had been intently focused on Harry, realized that the events unfolded as they had in the original narrative, with both boys capturing the golden snitch simultaneously, followed by Dumbledore casting that familiar charm. Albus truly was remarkable. As she breathed a sigh of relief, she remained unaware that danger was gradually looming. Thus, Jinghe quietly observed as her classmates carried Harry away on a stretcher before departing with Ballast. She resolved to visit him in the hospital wing the following day. Perhaps influenced by the dreadful weather, her mood began to sour. She found herself pondering why she had entrusted the locket to Albus, which should have been destroyed. Perhaps it had now become a token between them. With this in mind, Jinghe decided to take a leisurely stroll around the castle. She instructed Ballast to return to the dormitory alone, while she donned a warming charm and ventured out into the rain, holding an umbrella as she walked slowly. She relished the muggle way of strolling with an umbrella in the rain, rather than casting a waterproof charm. In truth, when she stepped outside, the torrential downpour had subsided to a gentle rain. Such storms arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly, leaving behind a soothing sound as raindrops pattered on her umbrella, filling the air with the scent of fresh grass. Everything felt surreal, as if she were in a dream, with countless fragments of past dreams coalescing into a singular moment of tranquility. The rain kissed the ground, creating ripples that sparkled like translucent butterflies blooming on the earth, only to vanish in an instant. Jinghe meandered aimlessly around the outskirts of Hogwarts, eventually finding herself at the very perimeter of the castle grounds. Closing her eyes, she inhaled deeply, hoping to savor the exquisite blend of rain and grass, when suddenly, a chilling cold seized her. She opened her eyes to find a Dementor clad in black robes standing directly before her. There was no time to draw her wand. The creature lunged forward and delivered a soul-sucking kiss. In that moment, a wave of despair washed over her, but Jinghe, having lived through 3 lifetimes, quickly regained her composure. She drew her wand and conjured a Patronus to dispel the dark entity. In a state of fury, Jinghe's emotions unleashed a protective charm whose influence was so extensive that even those lingering nearby were affected. The sensation of being drained was profoundly uncomfortable. Jinghe felt as though she had been drenched in rain. Indeed, her umbrella had just fallen to the ground, leaving her robe soaked. Hastily, she cast a drying spell and picked up the fallen umbrella, hurrying toward the Slytherin common room. She felt an overwhelming fatigue, a deep desire for slumber, and the chill that persisted even after the drying spell was not merely skin-deep, but rather a penetrating cold that seeped into her very bones. It seemed as though all joyful memories had vanished from her mind as she wrapped her arms around herself, shivering as she quickly entered the common room, where Ballast and other classmates were gathered around the fireplace, engaged in conversation. A premonition stirred within Jinghe. She hastily approached Ballast and said, "Dearest, should I fail to awaken tomorrow morning, please come in and rouse me. If I do not stir, kindly escort me to the infirmary. Having been in a coma for an extended period previously, she sensed that she might once again succumb to unconsciousness for several days, perhaps undergoing some physical transformation. Balas nodded in immediate concern, gazing at Jing with worry. What troubles you? Is everything all right? Jing, not wishing to burden her friend with anxiety, merely shook her head and swiftly entered the common room, closing the door behind her. She cocooned herself in a thick blanket, and as soon as her head met the pillow, she closed her eyes, her mind slipping into a void. Following Jing's instructions, Balas, upon finding her unresponsive the next morning, promptly transported her to the infirmary. It was only the following day that their peers learned of her latest bout of unconsciousness, leading them to gather at the infirmary to visit her. They were left in uncertainty as to how long Jing would remain in this state, until Dumbledore intervened, restoring a semblance of calm throughout the school. However, the teachers remained distracted, while Liams, Snape, and Sirius set aside their biases and began searching for means to awaken the girl. Meanwhile, the younger witches and wizards diligently scoured the library for methods to rouse someone from sudden unconsciousness. Thus, Jing drifted into a deep slumber, encountering a series of new and varied scenes. Chapter 120, Birth. On December 31st, 1960, anguished cries echoed from a quaint little cottage invisible to ordinary muggles. This warm abode, though lacking the opulence of a manor, bore the unmistakable marks of its inhabitants' love and care. Within, the lady of the house lay in bed, suffering, while her husband, Yadi Syed, paced anxiously outside. His beloved wife, Luo Mingxiu, had become his lifelong partner the previous year. Her name, a melodious one, evoked images of the moon descending into the sea and autumn leaves swirling into a pristine jade plate. He cherished her deeply, and upon learning of her pregnancy, his immediate concern was whether Luo Mingxiu would feel sorrow or distress regarding the impending arrival. When the news was revealed to her, she, too, was taken aback. Listening to the doctor's words, she gently caressed her belly, feeling the life within, sensing the pulsing heartbeat as if it were calling out to her. Spring had borne fruit in the winter, and on this final day of the year, Luo Mingxiu suddenly went into labor, much earlier than the doctor had predicted. Yadis, in a flurry, rushed to the hospital, hastily summoning 2 physicians as his wife could no longer use apparition due to the pain. Upon their arrival, the doctors swiftly set up a delivery room and ushered Yadis outside, where he anxiously listened to his wife's cries of agony, desperate to enter, yet mindful of the doctor's instructions to remain outside and pray for Merlin's blessing. Merlin indeed watched over his wife, and as time passed, the anguished cries gradually subsided, replaced by the resounding wail of a newborn. Eager to burst through the door, Yadis found it magically sealed, preventing his entry. He could only await impatiently outside, listening to the cries of his child and the hushed conversations between the physicians. He pressed his ear to the door, catching words like birthmark and unprecedented, which only deepened his curiosity about his child, though his primary concern remained for his wife's well-being. Approximately 10 minutes later, the spell on the door was finally lifted. Yadis rushed inside, immediately spotting his wife lying on the bed, her eyes closed, sweat glistening on her face and body, her hair clinging to her skin due to the exertion. Heart aching, he took a handkerchief and knelt beside her, gently wiping the sweat from her brow while holding her hand, whispering, "You've done remarkably, my angel." Once he ensured his wife's comfort, Yadis turned his attention to the newly born child. One of the doctors happily informed him, "Congratulations, Mr. Syed. Your wife has given birth to a daughter." Upon hearing this, a radiant smile spread across Yadis's face as he carefully accepted his daughter from the physician, observing her closely. The tiny infant had ceased crying, peacefully resting in her swaddling, her cherubic face still bearing the delicate creases of a newborn. Though her skin was flushed, Yadis knew that in a few days, she would take on a fairer hue. Her dark hair, slick against her scalp, made her appear incredibly sweet and endearing. Yadis felt as if his heart might dissolve with joy. During Luo Mingxiu's pregnancy, he had diligently learned various methods to care for an infant, and now, before his daughter learned to walk, he was determined to embrace his responsibilities as a father. Just as he was lost in thoughts of how to create a beautiful home for his daughter, one of the doctors hesitantly interrupted his reverie. "Sir, you may want to take note of a striking blue birthmark on your daughter's left wrist. However, I cannot ascertain its nature, as during our examination, it displayed no magical fluctuations, appearing to be an ordinary birthmark. Yet, I have never seen a child's birthmark so vividly detailed." Upon hearing this, Yadis eagerly unwrapped his daughter's left wrist from the swaddling. The little girl remained blissfully unaware of her father's examination, her eyes still shut. Yadis easily discerned the plumpness of her wrist, where a lifelike blue butterfly adorned her skin. His eyes widened in astonishment. While he had seen children with birthmarks before, they were typically vague, mere outlines of shapes. Yet, his daughter's blue butterfly appeared as though it had been meticulously painted, vibrant, and alive. He quickly used magic to scan for any magical signatures associated with the mark, but the feedback confirmed its absence. Addis maintained a skeptical disposition. After all, he was an auror in the Ministry of Magic, and his wife held the esteemed position of an editor at the Daily Prophet. Both possessed considerable prowess. Yet Addis remained unconvinced and felt the need to peruse ancient texts at the ministry. After bidding farewell to the two physicians, Addis cradled their daughter beside his wife, gazing at her as she opened her eyes for the first time. "Look, my dear, how lovely our daughter is. Her hair is as silky black as yours," he remarked. Lu Mingxiu looked down at their newborn, her gaze softening as she gently caressed the delicate features of her daughter's face. Just then, the girl, who had been peacefully sleeping, suddenly awoke, her eyes widening as she beheld her parents for the first time. The couple was captivated by their daughter's blue eyes, an inheritance from Addis, and they found them to be breathtakingly beautiful. As she noticed her mother and father gazing at her with tender affection, she giggled joyfully, reaching out her tiny hand to touch their faces. Addis, charmed by her actions, lowered his head gently. In a delightful twist, the moment his cheek brushed against her palm, his hair was seized in her grasp, prompting her to laugh even more heartily. Addis allowed his daughter to play with his hair while he shared his concerns about the birthmark with his wife. Lu Mingxiu observed it thoughtfully and suggested, "Perhaps it is a sign that our daughter is destined to be a renowned witch. I just performed a scan and detected no magical fluctuations, but fret not. If there is any danger, I shall protect our daughter with all my strength." Hearing her words, Addis embraced his wife tightly and kissed her hair, vowing, "I too shall safeguard you both, I swear by Merlin's name." As if struck by a thought, Addis turned to his wife and inquired, "What shall we name our child?" Lu Mingxiu understood that her husband wished for her to bestow a name of Chinese origin upon their daughter. After a moment's contemplation, she gazed at her daughter's radiant smile, warmth flooding her heart. In that spring moment, she felt the rhythm of their daughter's heartbeat, and upon exiting the hospital, the world outside was vibrant and harmonious. Suddenly, she recalled a blue butterfly that had boldly fluttered around her, landing on her shoulder as she stepped out. This memory stirred within her as she observed the blue butterfly motif on her daughter's left wrist, reminiscent of that tranquil spring day when all creatures coexisted peacefully, without discord. Inspired by this imagery, Lu Mingxiu decided upon a name for her daughter, looking up with a smile to share it with her husband. In Chinese tradition, when a wife bears a daughter, it is a cause for great joy. I sensed her first movements in the autumn, the most harmonious day of all seasons. Let us name her Jinghe. Addis wholeheartedly supported his wife's choice, though he was somewhat puzzled by how she had conjured such a picturesque scene. Yet he felt an inexplicable thrill at the name, as if it were inherently destined for their daughter. Thus, the joyful girl between them was christened Jinghe Xiada, the pearl of the Xiada family. Neither Addis nor Lu Mingxiu belonged to a pure-blood lineage. Addis's father was of pure-blood descent. Yet he had fallen deeply in love with a Muggle, abandoning his former identity to settle in the Muggle world. Lu Mingxiu, undeterred by her husband's background as a wizard, embraced their life together, and they remained in the Muggle realm until their child was born, eventually returning to the wizarding world. However, once Addis reached adulthood and married, they relocated back to the Muggle world. In this realm devoid of magical wonders, Addis's father chose to remain with his wife, thriving in their modest existence. Despite being a small magical family, Addis and Lu Mingxiu felt content with their lives, both holding stable positions that alleviated concerns for the future. Yet, upon the arrival of their daughter, they found themselves compiling an extensive list of items to purchase, suddenly burdened with financial worries. It was not merely the expense that troubled them. They aspired to provide only the best for their daughter, striving for perfection. Consequently, their remaining funds were woefully inadequate. Lacking the means to acquire a house elf, they resolved to take their daughter to the Muggle world to stay with her grandparents when she turned 5, while they ventured out to forge a better life for their family. However, they would ultimately defer to their daughter's wishes. If she desired to remain with them, they would not insist on sending her away. In their small room, an abundance of warmth enveloped them. Chapter 121, Grandparents. Time flew, and soon their little girl turned 5. Her health flourishing without any serious illness throughout the years. Initially, the couple harbored fears that the birthmark might one day impose a heavy burden on their daughter. However, as time passed, the mark became a beautiful adornment on her wrist, remaining still and untroubled, allowing them to finally relax. While caring for their daughter, they gradually found solace in their work as well. Yet, it was inevitable that the demands of parenting would sometimes distract them from their professional responsibilities. Upon the conclusion of her maternity leave, Lu Mingxiu sought to return to her position, only to discover that her role had been filled by another witch whose sensational journalism garnered significant attention. This new writer prioritized sensationalism over accuracy, leading to a surge in sales for the Daily Prophet, as wizards were easily captivated by such explosive topics, indifferent to the truth. With no suitable employment available, Lu Mingxiu embraced the role of caregiver, while Addis dedicated himself to working even harder to provide for his wife and daughter. Lu Mingxiu had anticipated that raising a child would subject her to the same trials faced by other witches: endless noise, sleepless nights, and incessant crying. Yet, they were fortunate. Jinghe was remarkably well-behaved, rarely crying, only expressing her needs through simple gestures. Perhaps it was the butterfly on her wrist that enchanted her, for she was particularly fond of butterfly-themed toys. Thriving in health, she presented no issues. Thus, when Jinghe turned 5, she blossomed into an adorable little girl, with her black curls, blue eyes, and charming features creating an image of perfection. Jinghe was regarded as the most beautiful girl in the world, a sentiment echoed by her beloved neighbor, Mrs. Kinna. Ever since her husband's passing and her children embarking on their own paths, Mrs. Kinna had remained in her home. But the arrival of Jinghe breathed new life into her old abode. Due to their limited savings at the time of purchasing their home, Addis and Lu Mingxiu acquired a modest apartment hidden within the Muggle world, making Mrs. Kinna a Muggle herself. Before the age of 3, Jinghe became aware that she might be different from Mrs. Kona, her neighbor. Her mother could flick a peculiar wooden stick and clean water would appear in the kettle, or the dishes in the sink would wash themselves. Eager to learn, Jinghe began to inquire about magic after she had learned a few words at the age of 4. She had experienced a surge of magical power at just 1 year old, causing her toys to float around her. Thus, when she turned 4, Yadis shared tales of the entire magical world with her. Filled with curiosity, Jinghe could hardly contain her excitement to grow up to 11 and receive the owl that her father spoke of. Yet, she was only 5 years old. One day, as the family sat around the dinner table, Yadis hesitated for a long while before mustering the courage to ask his daughter, who was happily devouring her meal, "My dear, would you like to stay at your grandfather's house for a while?" Jinghe had never met her grandparents since her birth. For some unknown reason, Yadis had declined the visits from his own parents, believing that when his daughter turned 5, she would naturally be curious about those she had never met. Upon hearing his words, Jinghe immediately lifted her head from her bowl and exclaimed, "Grandpa and Grandma? Really?" Luo Mingxiu interjected, "Darling, you are now 5 years old and soon to become a big child. Your father and I have our own work to attend to, making it inconvenient for us to care for you at the moment. Therefore, we plan to send you to stay with your grandparents until things settle down. Don't worry, dear. It won't be for long." Although a tinge of disappointment washed over her, the 5-year-old understood that her parents could not always be by her side. She resolved to be brave, like the little prince in Mrs. Kona's stories. With newfound courage, she nodded and said, "I will go. You don't need to worry about me, Mom and Dad." The couple exchanged glances, realizing their daughter grasped their intentions. Looking at their obedient child, their hearts ached with affection, and they silently vowed to seize the best opportunities swiftly to provide their daughter with the finest life. Yadis's parents resided in the quaint town of Cockworth in France, where they had ample space to prepare a perfect room for Jinghe. Yadis's father, Rowett Sidley, and mother, Lady Anna CLO, had lived there for many years, having settled in Cockworth in their youth and remained until old age. Thanks to their warm hospitality, they quickly became the most beloved elderly couple in the neighborhood. Upon learning that their granddaughter would be staying with them for an extended period, they hurriedly began to tidy up the most beautiful room in their home. Each day, sunlight poured into this room as soon as the curtains were drawn. Following the letter from their grandchild, they decorated the space in a gentle shade of light blue, adorned with butterfly patterns. Lady Anna, having heard that her granddaughter's husband adored roses, even uprooted a patch of sunflowers to plant vibrant roses, which would bloom on the thorns the following year. She placed a vase on the bedside table, filled with fresh roses bought from a nearby flower shop. Rowett, desiring to facilitate their movements, even resorted to using long-forgotten magic, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his granddaughter. The moment Jinghe and her parents stepped down from the carriage, they were greeted by the sight of 2 elderly figures standing at the door. Though their hair had turned gray, they appeared remarkably healthy, their faces beaming with smiles as they gazed at their granddaughter. Jinghe, who had never been shy around strangers, especially not her grandparents, felt an immediate sense of warmth. Without hesitation, she dashed toward them, leaping into their embrace, exclaiming, "Grandpa and Grandma, I am your granddaughter Jinghe Sidley. I am so happy to meet you." Rowett and Lady Anna, both cheerful by nature, found their affection for their granddaughter deepening as they recognized her spirited personality mirrored their own. They hardly noticed their son, burdened with bags, as they swept Jinghe into the house. Only when Rowett turned around did he wave to his daughter-in-law, saying, "Chio, come in as well, dear." He had completely forgotten about his eldest son, who was laden with packages. Upon entering the house, they were greeted by a sumptuous lunch spread across the dining table. The couple had even taken into account that their daughter-in-law was from China, so they had sought the help of a local muggle who had spent considerable time mastering Chinese cuisine. Jinghe joyfully spun around the room, finding everything exhilarating. The close proximity of the small building meant she could make new friends and discover even more intriguing things. As a wizard, Rowett was aware of his granddaughter's magical outburst at the age of 1, and he intended to teach her how to better control her powers during her stay, especially since he had achieved top marks in his final exams at Hogwarts. After the meal, Lady Anna took Jinghe's hand and led her to see the room that would be hers. As Jinghe opened the door, sunlight flooded the room, illuminating the soft blue decor. The curtains billowed gently in the breeze, and a butterfly-shaped vase graced the bedside table, filled with vibrant roses. A bookshelf held various volumes, including those from the Muggle world and magical texts prepared by Rowett for his granddaughter. Everything was perfectly arranged, and Jinghe, filled with joy, leapt into Lady Anna's arms, showering her with kisses, which made Lady Anna beam with delight. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the couple to depart. Luo Mingxiu had an important interview the following day, one that could secure her a financial position within the Ministry of Magic, making it crucial. Though reluctant to leave their daughter, they bid her a heartfelt farewell. Jinghe rushed to embrace her parents, planting kisses on their cheeks, and said, "Don't worry about me. Mom and Dad, I shouldn't be a burden that holds you back. Goodbye, I love you." With that, she blew them each a kiss. And as the carriage disappeared from view, Jinghe's gaze lingered on the empty road ahead. Being just a 5-year-old girl, this was her first time leaving her parents for such an unfamiliar environment, and a hint of sadness crept in. Lady Anna noticed her granddaughter's slight melancholy and embraced her, saying, "Don't be sad, dear. Here, if you need anything, just let us know. You can also make many new friends." She pointed to a brightly lit room nearby, telling her granddaughter, "The Evans family lives in that building next door. They have 2 daughters. The older one, Penny Evans, is 2 years older than you. And there's another girl named Lily Evans, who happens to be your age. Both girls are exceptionally beautiful, with fiery red hair that shines like flames. The Evans family learned about your arrival 2 days ago, and their matriarch, Yana Evans, is eagerly anticipating your visit. Yana's apple pie is unparalleled, and her eldest daughter is equally skilled in making desserts." Upon hearing this, Jinghe's interest in the Evans family was piqued. Before turning 5, she had only encountered children 7 or 8 years her senior, and she had never met playmates so close in age. Thus, she promptly resolved to prepare rose-flavored lollipops to take to her father the next day for a delightful day of play with them. With such anticipation, Jinghe soon fell into a deep slumber on her soft little bed, which enveloped her like a gentle embrace of cotton, imbued with the fragrance of roses. The following morning, at 10 o'clock, Yana was busily making fresh meat pies for lunch, her hands dusted with flour. Her eldest daughter was assisting her in preparing the filling, while her youngest daughter was washing the utensils to be used. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from the door, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Yana glanced at the clock. It was still too early for her husband to be home. Who could it be? She recalled there were no relatives expected today and called out, "Lily, could you please open the door and see who has arrived?" Upon hearing her mother's request, Lily nodded, dried her hands, and hurried to the door. As she swung it open, she was greeted by a stunning girl with black hair and blue eyes, holding a small basket filled with exquisitely beautiful fruit candies, resembling an angel from a fairy tale. The angel was smiling warmly at her. And just as Lily stood there momentarily entranced, the angel spoke. "Hello, my name is Jinghe Syad, and I am your new neighbor. It's a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 122, Joy. Upon hearing the girl outside introduce herself, Lily realized this was the granddaughter of Grandpa Syad, whom her mother had mentioned to them the previous day. Her face lit up with a radiant smile as she replied, "Hello, Jinghe. I'm Lily Evans. You can call me Lily." She then eagerly reached out, taking Jinghe by the arm and ushering her inside, exclaiming, "My mother said you might come over today, so we prepared her famous apple pie just for you. It's wonderful that you're here." At that moment, Penny had also finished helping Yana with the filling and, hearing Lily's enthusiastic voice outside, washed her hands and stepped out. She was met with the sight of a remarkably beautiful little girl smiling at her. Penny was not accustomed to encountering such stunning girls, and her heart raced just like Lily's. Meanwhile, Jinghe observed the 2 sisters. The older Penny had striking crimson hair and brown eyes, and it seemed that as she grew, she had begun to take care of her appearance, maintaining a slender figure, although the baby fat still lingered on her 7-year-old face. Lily, the younger sister, had her long fiery hair cascading gently over her shoulders, with amber-green eyes and a sprinkle of cute freckles, enhancing her playful charm. Seeing Penny, Jinghe smiled and extended her hand, greeting her. "Hello, I'm your new neighbor from next door, Jinghe Syad." Penny quickly wiped her hands dry and shook Jinghe's hand, saying, "Hello, I'm Penny Evans. You can call me Penny." In the kitchen, amidst the chatter of the 3 children, Yana had placed the pie in the oven and, upon hearing their joyful laughter, realized it must be Grandpa Syed's granddaughter come to play. She quickly brought out the freshly baked apple pie, only to find a beautiful little girl with black hair and blue eyes sitting between her daughters, sharing the candies she had brought along. Yana smiled at Jinghe, saying, "So you are little Jinghe, the granddaughter of Grandpa Syed. You truly are lovely." Upon hearing this, Jinghe stood up from the sofa, bowed slightly to Yana, and said, "Hello, Mrs. Evans. I'm so happy to have such wonderful neighbors." After placing the apple pie on the table, Yana affectionately ruffled Jinghe's hair, smiling as she said, "From now on, we are neighbors, and you can come to play with my daughters every day. Feel free to treat this place as your own home. Just call me Aunt Yana." Jinghe nodded with a smile, replying, "Thank you, Aunt Yana." After a cheerful nod, she returned to the kitchen to help, while the three little girls began to share the apple pie that Yana had prepared, exchanging stories about the interesting happenings in their area. Jinghe, aware that magical matters should not be discussed with ordinary muggles, carefully selected from her experiences, sharing, "Because my mother is from Huaxiao, my name was given by her. My father is a police officer responsible for ensuring the safety of our area, and since they are quite busy with work, I'm staying at my grandfather's house." Among the Evans sisters, Lily was the more vivacious and talkative, while Penny was slightly shy. However, Jinghe's lively spirit quickly encouraged the bashful Penny, and the two girls eagerly exchanged amusing tales about their neighborhood. Mr. Waiterly can be quite fearsome. He shouts every day, but whenever he gets angry, Mrs. Waiterly chases him around with an extraordinarily long stick, and we can often see this lively chase unfold throughout the entire street. My dad is an editor at a newspaper. If you subscribe to that paper, you might find something written by him. It's called the Kexiverse Daily. I believe Grandpa Syed must subscribe to it, as it covers the daily happenings in our area and is quite popular. Jinghe immediately expressed her intent to read the newspaper upon returning home, showing great interest in the neighborhood events she had missed, which only further delighted the two little girls. They rarely encountered peers their age, and finally meeting someone so relatable brought them immense joy, as they couldn't wait to share tales from long ago that their mother had told them. Moreover, the candies Jinghe had brought were absolutely delicious, leaving their tongues a vibrant red. Jinghe also adored Yana's apple pie, proclaiming it the best she had ever tasted. She lavished compliments on Lily's sewing skills and praised the shy Penny for her impressive dessert-making techniques, and the three girls enjoyed their animated conversation thoroughly. It was not until their father returned that they finally paused their delightful discussions. Pettit Evans, the father of the two girls, was currently an editor for an important daily newspaper, ensuring that their family lived quite comfortably. As he entered and removed his shoes, he noticed an unfamiliar little girl among his daughters, who were engrossed in a conversation about topics of interest to girls. Jinghe was the first to notice the unfamiliar man entering, recognizing him as the father mentioned by the sisters, Pettit Evans. She stood up and bowed slightly, saying, "Hello, Mr. Evans. I'm the granddaughter of Grandpa Syed, your neighbor. I just arrived yesterday." Upon hearing this, Pettit understood that this was the beautiful granddaughter of Syed, whom he had heard about from their neighbor a few days prior. He smiled warmly and said, "Ah, so you are little Jinghe, the lovely granddaughter of Mr. Rowett. There's no need to be formal. Now that we are neighbors, you can come over to play often. Our two little girls are about your age as well. Just call me Uncle Pettit." Jinghe nodded and replied, "All right, Uncle Pettit. I'm so happy to have two good friends today, but it's already noon, and I must return home for lunch, or my grandfather will surely worry." Turning to the two girls, he exclaimed, "I am truly delighted to meet you today. Tomorrow, let us bask in the sun beneath that grand tree you mentioned." The sisters nodded in agreement and followed Jinghe to the entrance, reluctantly turning back only after escorting the girls outside. Soon, it was time for lunch. Lily animatedly recounted to her parents the amusing events that transpired with Jinghe, expressing her fondness for the girl. Even the typically reserved Penny joined in the conversation. The couple exchanged knowing glances, recognizing that this girl had captured the hearts of their two little angels, and it appeared they had found a wonderful friend. Upon returning home, Jinghe was greeted by the delightful aroma wafting through the air, indicating that Lashiana had prepared lunch. The elderly couple was already seated at the table, awaiting the return of their granddaughter from the neighbor's house before they could commence their meal. As Jinghe bounded in and spotted her grandparents gazing at her with kind eyes, her face lit up with a radiant smile, and she quickly settled beside them. She excitedly shared the joy she experienced while playing next door, and her grandparents did not impose silence at the table. Instead, they cherished the cheerful chatter of children, finding it quite melodious. As Jinghe savored her meal, she recounted the new and intriguing things she had encountered next door, revealing some details that the sisters were unaware of. Each time Rowett shared these captivating tales, his face would light up with excitement, radiating a rosy glow. He spoke of how he had adeptly resolved neighborhood disputes and how Lashiana's culinary skills garnered much praise from their neighbors. Jinghe, in turn, delighted in supporting her grandparents, making them exceedingly happy. After lunch, both grandparents indulged in their customary afternoon nap. Being just a 5-year-old girl, Jinghe, after a brief exercise session post-meal, returned to her room and drifted into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, she quietly sat at her bedroom desk, perusing the collection of Muggle classics and magical tomes that Rowett had brought for her. Almost every morning, Rowett would embark on a walk, stopping by a nearby bookstore to select 3 or 4 books for his granddaughter. The bookstore staff would always set aside books that were beneficial for children's growth. Knowing Rowett's routine, after dinner, Rowett would often visit his granddaughter's room to teach her how to better sense the fluctuations of magic in the air, aiding her in mastering this mystical force. As days turned into weeks, Jinghe successfully became the best friend of Lily and Penny, and under Rowett's guidance, she learned to control her magical abilities more adeptly. The first time Rowett witnessed his granddaughter skillfully levitating objects, his laughter echoed throughout the house. Ha! At such a tender age, she can control her magical fluctuations. It seems my granddaughter is destined to be an extraordinary wizard. Perhaps she may even become the chief Auror. Thus, as time flowed gently by, Jinghe reveled in her little sanctuary, surrounded by her loving grandparents and delightful playmates, while mastering her magical prowess. One evening at dinner, Lashiana suddenly brought up an intriguing topic. "My dear, would you like to meet an old friend of mine?" Jinghe, filled with enthusiasm, eagerly inquired, "Where are we going, Grandma?" Lashiana affectionately tousled her granddaughter's hair and replied, "A dear friend of mine resides in Spinner's End. She seldom ventures out, so you have yet to meet her. We were quite close during our school days. Spinner's End is nearby, and we can explore it together." Upon hearing the name Spinner's End, Jinghe's excitement surged. She found the name utterly fascinating. Filled with anticipation for the adventure that awaited her the following day, she nestled into bed early that night, dreaming of the new friends she might encounter. The following day arrived swiftly, bringing with it splendid weather, heralding the onset of summer with a gentle warmth enveloping the air. Jinghe had exchanged her previous cozy coat for a refreshing and comfortable dress that fluttered gracefully in the breeze, reminiscent of a butterfly dancing in the sky. Today, in preparation for her visit, she donned a lovely white gown crafted by Katiana, adorned with delicate butterflies scattered across the sheer fabric and a beautiful rose embroidered at the neckline. Jinghe's long black hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, and the sunlight graced her face, enhancing her beauty. After breakfast, Jinghe and Katiana set off towards her grandmother's old friend's house in Spinner's End, with Jinghe eagerly helping to carry the basket her grandmother held. Along the way, she chattered animatedly about various topics. Katiana, smiling, shared stories about her friend. "Her name is Susan. You can address her as Grandma Susan. She was once a stunning model, working until she retired at 45. After retiring, she chose not to marry or venture out, instead remaining in the old house left by her parents. She is quite shy and reserved. I often wonder how she overcame her challenges to pursue modeling. Perhaps it was her passion." As Katiana reminisced about her friend, a radiant smile illuminated her face, transporting her back to the days spent with Susan during their youth. Spinner's Inn was not far from their home, merely a 10-minute walk, and their conversation flowed effortlessly until they reached the alley's entrance. The environment within the alley was less than inviting, rife with intoxicated individuals and ruffians, often overlooked by the police. Upon entering, the sunlight seemed to dim, as tall buildings obstructed its rays, leaving only a small patch illuminated. Jinghe, perplexed, asked Katiana, "If Grandma Susan earned so much as a model, why didn't she move to a better place?" Katiana chuckled and gently stroked her granddaughter's head, responding, "I once wondered the same, but Susan told me, this is the only remnant of my parents. Everything I cherish is here." Jinghe nodded in a vague understanding, unaware that nostalgia could be a powerful tsunami, engulfing all in its wake. The alley was dim and oddly chilly, prompting Jinghe to rue her decision to forego a warmer coat. Soon, they arrived at a charming little house nestled within the alley, its exterior adorned with climbing ivy and delicate lilac flowers entwined around it. Unlike the other houses that were marred by unpleasant odors, it was clear that the owner of this home took great pride in cleanliness. Lashiana and Susan were well acquainted, so with no need for a formal greeting, they entered with cheerful smiles. Observing her grandmother's casual approach, Jinghe promptly followed suit, clutching the basket as she stepped inside. After going inside, Jinghe saw that the house had only 2 levels, upper and lower, but it was arranged extremely warmly. Downstairs was a small living room, with a table placed in the center. On the table was a statue of the Virgin Mary with tears on her face. Because of the lighting, all 3 windows in the living room were open, letting light stream in, making the room very bright. Beside it was a small kitchen, where an elderly grandmother wearing a light pink floral dress and an apron was busy working while humming a tune, looking very cheerful. Katiana immediately recognized her good friend Susan preparing lunch. She instructed her granddaughter to put the things on the table, then smiled and said, "Susan, look who I brought with me." Hearing this, Susan turned around with a smile and said, "Who else could it be? Of course my old friend, and the good granddaughter Jinghe you talked about long ago." Then Susan saw the little girl standing to the side in a pretty dress, looking obediently at her. A feeling of affection rose in her heart. She quickly washed the flour from her hands, walked over, and lifted the little girl up in her arms. "Oh, as expected of Katiana's granddaughter, so beautiful. You must come to visit this old woman often in the future." Jinghe hugged Susan's neck and said sweetly, "Okay, Grandma Susan. I'll come visit you often." After teasing the little girl for a while, Susan remembered that there were still things on her stove that hadn't been taken care of, so she hurried back into the kitchen. Katiana, who often helped her old friend in the kitchen in the past, lowered her head, patted her granddaughter's hair, and said with a smile, "When your Grandma Susan and I get together, we always have so much to talk about. It might get a bit boring for you. You can go out and play for a while. Just come back at lunchtime. During the day near Grandma Susan's place, it's very safe here." Hearing this, Jinghe cheered and ran out to look around for new and interesting things. Not far from Susan's house, inside a dilapidated wooden hut, the things that had once been neatly arranged were now scattered all over the room. The once fairly clean hut was now filled with the stench of cheap alcohol. At this moment, a woman lay on the floor, her arms and face covered in marks. Even though she was clearly in unbearable pain, her hair was still being tightly held by a drunken man. While pulling her hair, he was crazily kicking her in the stomach and muttering drunkenly, "It's all your fault. You're a freak. The child you gave birth to is also a freak. If it weren't for you, how could I be unable to find a job now?" Beside the woman, a little boy with black hair struggled to get up from the floor. It was obvious that the kick he had just received from his father had left him in pain for a long time. But when he saw his mother being abused, he still forced himself to endure the pain, crawled up, hugged his mother's waist, and said to his father, "You're not allowed to touch her." The man, reeking of alcohol, clearly wasn't he satisfied with just beating the woman. When he saw the little boy glaring at him, his brows furrowed even more. He suddenly released the woman's hair, and she collapsed onto the floor. Then he pulled off his belt and muttered, "Today I'm going to beat you to death. You freak. Both of you are jinxes, making me so unlucky." As he spoke, the belt lashed down on the little boy again and again. The boy was still too young to resist his father, so he could only endure it silently, clenching his teeth and swearing in his heart that one day he would definitely send this damned father to prison. The mother, lying nearby and barely conscious, suddenly seemed to explode with strength. She rushed over and hugged the boy who was curled up on the floor. When the drunken man saw that she dared to protect that freak, his alcohol-numbed brain became even more muddled, and he vented his anger by whipping the mother again and again. The boy wanted to move away from his mother, but the weakness from the beating made him unable to move. He could only lie helplessly on the floor, listening to the sound of the belt striking his mother, biting his lip until it bled without even realizing it. At this moment, the door that had been firmly shut suddenly flew open. A stone shot in and struck the man squarely on the head. Blood immediately gushed out, and he collapsed unconscious. The boy heard the sound of the door opening, then a loud crash hitting his father's head. The devilish belt finally stopped coming down. Who had helped him? The neighbors were already used to the sounds of beating, so it was impossible that someone had suddenly become kind enough to help today. So who was it? After going outside, Jinghe hopped around, trying to find someone her own age to play with, but it seemed there was no one. The neighbors were not as friendly as Grandma Susan, especially when facing a well-dressed and unfamiliar little girl. Only a few women stood at their doorways, loudly gossiping with other women nearby about their neighbors' scandals, not caring whether the people involved could hear them. Jinghe felt bored. Kicking stones, she absent-mindedly observed the small shops, taverns, and other buildings in the alley. Just as she was about to head back, she heard sounds of punching, kicking, and shouting coming from a wooden hut. Jinghe turned her head and noticed that the people outside seemed to hear it too, but they acted as if they were used to it and kept doing what they were doing. She ran over to listen carefully and discovered that a man was beating his poor wife and child. On the left side of the hut's door was a small window, through which she could clearly see a drunken man swinging a belt and whipping a badly injured woman, with an equally injured child beside her. Jinghe had never seen such a scene. She had only seen such things in illustrations when Roet told stories, but now this cruel scene was right before her eyes. Thinking of the heroes in books who stopped such violence, and thinking of the magic she could use, Jinghe's confidence flared up. Filled with disgust for the man and a desire to be a hero, she looked around. Seeing no one paying attention, she secretly used magic to move a large stone beside the hut. She pushed the door and found it easily opened due to years of disrepair. Taking advantage of no one noticing, she threw the stone inside, hitting the man squarely on the head. Blood immediately flowed from the man's head, and he collapsed. The woman being beaten seemed unable to endure any longer and fainted, clearly having protected her child purely by instinct. Only the child under her remained conscious. When the boy realized the man had passed out and felt his mother collapse on top of him, he slowly stood up. When he looked up to see who had helped him, he saw a girl in a white dress standing firmly at his doorway. The girl maintained a poised gesture, as if the cautious light had coalesced around her, reminiscent of the angelic figures beside the Virgin Mary in the illustrations of the remaining books left by that man. It was this girl who had come to his aid, and his heart raced with fervor, an overwhelming desire to converse with her bubbling within him. Yet, the pain coursing through his body and the ill-fitting clothes he wore served as a reminder that they seemed to inhabit different worlds. In the next moment, the angel he had beheld vanished without a trace, and he chuckled to himself, realizing how foolish it was to think that he could be saved by an angel. Gritting his teeth, he rose and delivered a sharp kick to his unconscious father. Then, with determination, he hoisted his mother onto a dilapidated sofa, rummaging through drawers until he found the last remnants of iodine, gently applying it to her arm. Just as he lamented that such a meager amount of iodine would hardly suffice, a sudden waft of rose fragrance enveloped him. He turned to see the angel he had just encountered, now holding a box and declaring, "I just brought some medicine from Grandma Susan. Let me help you." The boy was momentarily taken aback by her voice, which was as melodious as the sweetest song. He silently shifted aside, his pitiable pride unable to withstand the circumstances. The girl placed the medical kit beside them, extracting the iodine, some ointments for soothing wounds, and bandages, and began to tend to the injuries. Fortunately, having read a diverse array of books since childhood, she possessed a modicum of knowledge about basic first aid. Under her diligent care, the wounds on the unconscious woman were soon dressed. Turning her attention to the silent boy, she abruptly pulled up his sleeve and began to apply medicine to his injuries as well. Startled by her actions, he quickly regained his composure and silently raised his arm. Observing her intently, the fragrance of roses lingering in the air, a scent he had never encountered before. As she finished bandaging, she spoke, "Next time we face such adversity, even if we cannot retaliate in the moment, we must seize the opportunity to fight back. Luckily, I possess great strength. I threw a massive stone. By the way, my name is Jinghe. What's yours?" The boy was momentarily startled by her sudden inquiry. After a pause, he pressed his lips together, and when Jinghe did not hear an answer, she assumed he was reluctant to share. Just as she was about to reassure him that it was fine, he whispered a name so faintly that had she not been so close, she might not have caught it at all. "Severus, I'm Severus Snape." Had it not been for Jinghe's keen hearing, she might have missed the murmured Severus. Upon hearing it, she completed the dressing with a neat bow. Grateful for Grandma Katiana's teachings, Severus gazed at the impeccably bandaged arm before him, a swirl of emotions flooding his heart for the first time. Someone had not turned away from his greasy hair and ill-fitting clothes, and had offered him assistance in an unfamiliar situation, akin to a brave hero from the fairy tales he cherished. But did such people truly exist in the world? Severus was uncertain. Yet the sensation on his arm conveyed a tangible truth. This was indeed real. Once he regained his composure, he murmured a soft, "Thank you." Jinghe smiled in response. "It's nothing. It's what I ought to do. Moreover, this wound shouldn't come into contact with water for about a week. I have more medicine here. And I suspect you have some injuries on your back and elsewhere. It's inconvenient for me to help with those. So I'll leave the kit here for your mother to assist you." Severus nodded at her words, though he dismissed the notion of his mother applying medicine. Most likely, by the time she awoke, the medicine would be used to tend to that man's bleeding forehead. The wounds on his back would not heal quickly, and this time, the man's injuries would likely keep him bedridden for half a month. After all, it was just his mother who worked daily. The man was inconsequential. Living was sufficient. Dying was acceptable too. Just as Jinghe stood to speak, an untimely growl from her stomach broke the silence, reminding her that in her haste to reach Spider's Tail Alley that morning, she had hastily eaten just a few bites for breakfast. She realized she had barely settled after her first attempt at wielding such power over a large stone and using magic to harm another, while simultaneously harboring dreams of becoming a hero. Before she could catch her breath, she had dashed to Grandma Susan's house for the medical kit and hurried back. And now, after finishing the bandaging, her stomach protested. Jinghe glanced at the well-preserved clock hanging in the room, realizing it was nearly noon, time for a meal. Just as she was about to bid Severus farewell, she heard him, the usually silent boy, whose stomach also made an unexpected noise. Severus felt the growl from his belly and flushed a deep crimson, furrowing his brow in annoyance at his body for betraying him at such an inopportune moment. However, there was little he could do. Having eaten only a piece of bread that morning and having endured such a beating, it was no wonder he was hungry. Jinghe chuckled at the sound emanating from Severus' stomach, then grasped his hand, saying, "Perfect timing. Grandma Susan has prepared a delicious lunch. I'm sure she won't mind if I bring a friend along." He, initially intending to take hold of Severus's arm, she found both were wrapped in bandages, making it impossible to do so, so instead, she took his hand. When Jinghe rushed to fetch the medical kit from Grandma Susan, the latter had already sensed that the nearby household had resumed its maltreatment of the wife, and promptly provided Jinghe with a medicine kit to take back. For the first time, Severus experienced the sensation of being led by a stranger, and the flush on his face deepened. He felt the warmth of her hand, reminiscent of the sun's gentle embrace, soft and inviting, a feeling he had never known. He yearned for this sensation, yet upon glancing at his father lying on the ground, oblivious to life and death, and his mother, unconscious on the sofa, he shook his head, saying, "It's all right, I still have food at home. I can't leave my mother behind." Jinghe, noticing the two unconscious figures nearby, had a thought, and slapped her forehead, turning to Severus, "It's okay. I've already dressed your mother's wounds. She can rest here for a while. I can either ask Grandma Susan or prepare something myself to bring to your mother for some nourishment. As for your father, we need not concern ourselves with him." The last remark was whispered into Severus's ear, and the intoxicating scent of roses intensified as she drew closer, leaving him feeling dizzy while the warmth of her breath brushed against his ear, reddening it further. Severus felt as if he had consumed something intoxicating. Dazed yet compliant as he stood and allowed her to lead him outside. Together, they exited the dilapidated wooden house, with the girl politely closing the door behind them. Neighbors observed in astonishment as a beautiful stranger led Severus, the boy often subjected to abuse, out into the open. The idle women in the vicinity felt their curiosity ignited at the peculiar sight, igniting a fire of gossip within their hearts. The dress adorning the little girl and her chubby cheeks are telltale signs of the family's affluence and their fondness for her. Yet, one might wonder why this cherubic child is walking alongside Severus Snape, who endures daily beatings in a small cabin, starved and with a gaunt visage. Severus senses the nauseating glares from the surrounding women, causing him to lower his head even further. Jinghe, too, perceives those disapproving looks but continues to grasp the boy's hand tightly, as if to convey strength, while chattering away to divert his attention. "You can call me Jinghe. My name is quite a mouthful, I assent it. My mother chose it, you see, for she is of Chinese descent. Since I saved you, haven't we become friends? May I call you Severus?" Though merely 5 years old, Snape possesses the keen ability to discern the expressions of others and their disdainful attitudes towards him, branding him a freak due to his mother's peculiar abilities. The women around vigilantly guard their sons, as if he were some monstrous threat, forbidding them from playing together. As a result, Severus has grown up without any companions, spending his days tirelessly assisting his mother in household chores, only to retreat alone to his tiny room, gazing at the overcast sky. Yet, in this moment, he believes the girl has noticed the scrutinizing stares. She is far too astute not to. Remarkably, she shows no aversion to him because of their malice, instead tightening her grip on his hand. Feeling the warmth radiating from her clasped hand and hearing her voice, Snape lifts his previously bowed head slightly. Summoning courage, he turns to her and replies, "All right." The residence of Grandmother Susan is not far from Snape's home. A mere 3-minute walk brings them there. Throughout the journey, Jinghe's chatter is unceasing as she fervently attempts to shift focus onto topics of her interest, while Severus silently listens, nodding in agreement. By the time they reach Susan's home, a delectable aroma wafts through the air, causing both children's stomachs to rumble in unison, prompting them to exchange knowing smiles. This is the first genuine smile that has graced Severus's face today. A touch of trepidation lingers within him, for it is his inaugural visit to Grandmother Susan's abode. His ease in accepting the invitation stems from her occasional gestures of kindness towards his mother, always greeting them with a warm smile. Susan is among the few elderly individuals who do not disdain Severus's family. With a swift motion, Jinghe bounds up the stairs and pushes open the door, calling out to the two elderly figures in the kitchen, "Grandma, may my friend join us for a meal?" Without looking back, Grandmother Susan replies, "Of course, dear. You two hurry and find a spot at the table. We shall be ready shortly." Susan is well aware that the little boy Jinghe he has brought home is none other than young Severus Snape. She knows all too well that Severus's father, upon returning home intoxicated, often vents his frustrations on the two. Although Susan disapproves of such behavior, as an elder, she feels powerless to intervene. This is a matter even the police would overlook. Hence, she does her utmost to assist the unfortunate woman by sharing any excess provisions she can spare. Cardiana has long been informed by her old friend Susan about this pitiable boy, which is why the two have prepared an ample feast today, culminating in a delightful Italian-style pasta dish. Having participated in several fashion shows in Italy, Susan had requested the recipe from a chef after savoring this particular dish, and Cardiana, enamored by its flavors, insists on relishing it every time she visits her dear friend. The steaming, fragrant pasta is soon served, enticing the two children, who find themselves salivating in anticipation. Susan and Cardiana notice their eager movements and, after washing their hands, take their seats at the table, addressing the children. Eat up and savor your grandmother's cooking, dears. Jinghe exclaims in delight, immediately seizing her fork to dig in, while Severus quietly expresses his gratitude before taking a bite. Upon tasting the pasta, their eyes widen in astonishment as the flavors meld perfectly in their mouths, and they devour the dish with fervor. While Susan and Cardiana join hands in prayer before their meal, Severus finds himself unacquainted with such customs. Having a mother who is eccentric and a father who is a drunkard, no one has ever imparted to him the practice of saying grace. Meanwhile, Jinghe's parents, all wizards, do not adhere to these traditions either, so the little girl remains unaware of the ritual. Clearly, both children are ravenous, and the generous serving of pasta vanishes rapidly. Jinghe, being a girl, lets out a satisfied burp after finishing her plate and beams at Susan. Thank you, Grandma Susan. This is the best pasta I've ever had. Severus, being a boy and having endured prolonged hunger, has never tasted anything so exquisite. After polishing off his plate, he feels a lingering emptiness but notices that Jinghe has no intention of eating more, so he simply presses his lips together and says, "Thank you, Grandma Susan." Having lived for many years, Susan can easily discern that the boy before her is still hungry, so with a twinkle in her eye, she says, "Oh dear. Cardiana and I were so engrossed in our conversation that we inadvertently made too much. It would be a shame for the leftover pasta to go uneaten. Would you be a dear and help me finish it, Mr. Snape?" At her words, Severus's eyes light up, and he nods slightly. Susan then fills his plate with the remaining pasta. It is the most satisfying meal Severus has enjoyed in years. After their bellies are full, the two children rush to the kitchen with their plates to wash them. Susan and Cardiana, amused by their eagerness, do not intervene. The 5-year-olds, though barely reaching the sink, manage to stand on a stool, striving to scrub the dishes. Once the plates are cleaned, Severus suddenly remembers that he hasn't saved any pasta for his mother. However, as if reading his mind, Susan magically produces a basket and hands it to Severus, saying, "I believe your mother would enjoy my pasta as well." Severus appears momentarily stunned, and it is Jinghe who nudges him, prompting him to respond to Grandmother Susan with a grateful, "Thank you." Cardiana, observing the frail boy in ill-fitting clothing, whose baby fat has nearly vanished, compassionately says, "If you ever find yourself with free time, you're welcome to visit Jinghe and play. She seems quite fond of your company." At her words, Jinghe excitedly grabs Severus's hand, exclaiming, "If you have time, you can come and play with me. I have 2 other friends I can introduce you to. We often bask in the sun beneath a magnificent old tree." Severus, pursing his lips, contemplates the notion of friendship, a concept he has never fully engaged with before. However, upon hearing the cheerful chatter of the girl beside him, he felt an unprecedented warmth radiating through his entire being. "Let me be brave just this once," he thought. Thus, Snape mustered his courage and nodded at the girl. When Jinghe saw that her rescued friend was willing to play with her, her joy multiplied, and she eagerly pulled Snape onto a small sofa nearby, exclaiming, "I think Annie needs to rest a bit longer. I can share with you all the interesting things that have happened to me recently." Enchanted by this warmth he had never experienced before, Snape nodded slightly and nestled into the small sofa, listening as the girl recounted the wonders of the outside world. He listened intently, captivated by tales of places he had never been, while the girl spoke of the many novelties from her home, igniting a curiosity within him that was more vibrant than ever. His gaze transformed from a dull gray to one infused with color. Jinghe waved her left wrist, showcasing the blue butterfly she had carried since birth. The sight of the butterfly reminded Snape of the moment when the girl had saved him. Indeed, the Virgin Mary would not send angels to rescue him. Perhaps Merlin, as his mother had mentioned, would send a beautiful blue butterfly to save him. As Snape beheld the butterfly on the girl's hand, a profound thought began to form in his mind. Could she possess the same abilities as he? With such a unique birthmark, might she also be a witch, as his mother had spoken of? Yet, it seemed unwise to broach this topic now. And so Snape suppressed his curiosity, waiting for the day when answers would reveal themselves. The butterfly fluttered its wings, casting sunlight upon the face of the redeemed. After finishing their meal and chatting for a while longer, Snape glanced at the clock hanging on the wall and was startled to realize that 2 hours had passed without him noticing. Rising abruptly, he grasped the basket and bowed to the 2 elderly women, who were happily engaged in conversation. "Grandma Susan, Grandma Cardiana, I am truly delighted to have been your guest. But my mother should be waking soon, and I must take my leave." They nodded in acknowledgement, and as Snape was about to depart, Grandma Susan pressed a few extra fruits into his hands. Jinghe stood up from the sofa, took Snape's hand, and declared her intention to accompany him home. On their way, she smiled and said, Auntie Prince should be about ready to rest, but she still needs to stay in bed for a bit longer. Snape nodded, his resolve more fervent than ever. It seemed his mother would not be able to rise from bed for some time, and he would need to find suitable work to help with the household expenses. They soon arrived at the small cottage, only to find that the brown-haired woman who had been lounging on the sofa was no longer there. Instead, a black-haired man, bandaged and unconscious, occupied her place. The woman, disregarding her own injuries, was silently tending to the damaged furniture, oblivious to the two children standing at the door. She retrieved her wand and began to levitate the scattered items back into their rightful places. The scene was fully visible to Snape and Jinghe, who stood by the window, and Snape's anxiety surged. He feared that if the girl had never encountered such a situation, she might indeed see him as the freak that man had described. Perhaps those moments of warmth he'd experienced were indeed the last words of comfort he would ever hear. When he turned nervously to glance at the girl, he was taken aback to find her gazing at him with bright eyes, exclaiming, "So your mother is a witch too?" At her words, Snape realized that this extraordinary girl was indeed the witch his mother had spoken of. In the early days of his life, when everything seemed fine, his father had treated him kindly, carrying him on his shoulders and providing a stable life for the family. His father seldom drank, and his mother would smile as she prepared meals that, while not lavish, were certainly delicious. However, everything changed when Snape discovered, at the age of 2, that he could move objects with his thoughts. That night, he could not comprehend what transpired. He only knew that his father sat in silence at the table, drinking heavily, while his mother attempted to console him. Snape, sensing his father's discontent, stumbled over to demonstrate his newfound ability, hoping to bring a smile to his face. But this gesture unleashed a torrent of rage from the man who had been quietly drinking. He kicked the 2-year-old Snape to the ground and violently pulled at the woman's hair, shouting, "Look, your son is a freak too. He is indeed a freak. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have lost my job." The young Snape could not fathom the situation. He only saw the pain on his mother's face. When he tried to intervene, he was met with another kick that sent him into unconsciousness. Upon waking, he found his mother holding him, tears streaming down her face as she recounted things he had never known. But at just 2 years old, how could he grasp the meaning of her words? It wasn't until he reached for that he began to understand what witches and magic were. Yet, his father viewed his abilities as abnormal, and thus he was branded a freak. Yet here was this girl, brightly affirming that such abilities were the mark of a witch and a divine gift granted to a select few. She too was a witch, and the heavy burden in Snape's heart finally lifted. After exchanging glances for a moment, the two of them pushed the door open, startling Prince, who was directing objects to their places with her wand. A recently repaired ceramic pot shattered upon hitting the floor. Prince quickly concealed her wand behind her back and smiled at the two children, saying, "Welcome back. Is this your good friend, Severus? Why don't you take her out to play for a while? I have some things to attend to, but I'll be done shortly." Jinghe beamed at the witch before her, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Auntie Prince. We already saw everything." Just as Prince's heart raced with excitement, the little girl added with conviction, "Don't worry, I'm a witch too." Prince was taken aback, having heard no rumors of young witches in the vicinity. To her knowledge, there were no adult witches nearby, and this little girl's confident declaration suggested that her family must also be witches. However, Prince observed that neither Diagon Alley nor the nearby village had any adult witches. Jinghe seemed to read the unspoken words in Prince's expression and smiled. "My mom and dad are witches too, but they are quite busy with work, so I am temporarily staying with my grandparents. My grandfather is also a wizard." Upon hearing this, Prince was surprised to learn of an elderly wizard residing nearby. She felt relieved that they were not discovered by muggles. Tenderly, she ruffled Snape's hair, saying, "It's all my fault that my child has no friends. I am truly grateful to you, dear girl, for helping us. Our Severus will be a little wizard one day as well. If you have time, could you please spend more time with him?" Jinghe nodded enthusiastically, replying, "Of course. Auntie Prince, I'm Jinghe Syed, and I live in the nearby village. I also have 2 good friends who can play with Severus." Prince's smile radiated a newfound sincerity, as her child finally had a companion to play with. The girl before her appeared to be cherished by her family, and it seemed that, in the future, both children might forge a lasting friendship at Hogwarts, perhaps even sharing the same house and studying together. Just as Prince was about to speak, Jinghe looked at the woman before her and asked, "Aunt Prince, since you are a witch and I just saw you casting spells through the window with such mastery, why do you allow a powerless muggle to humiliate you?" This very question had once been posed by Severus to his mother, after they had both endured a beating. While the drunken man lay sprawled on the sofa, blissfully asleep, unable to contain his frustration, Severus lifted his gaze to meet his mother's eyes and implored, You possess such formidable power. Why must you indulge him? To his astonishment, Prince responded with a sharp slap. The blow did not inflict physical harm upon Severus's cheek, but her frenzied words plunged him into a deep despair. He is your father. You cannot speak of him in such a manner. No one truly understood the trials Prince had faced in her youth, which led an exceptional witch to willingly marry a muggle, to toil in the kitchen for him, and to endure ceaseless domestic violence. Jinghe, intrigued yet aware of the impropriety of her inquiry, felt compelled to press on. If the root of the problem was not swiftly addressed, she could not be there to save the day every time. Inevitably, that drunken man might cause a tragedy. Prince was taken aback by the questions posed by the 5-year-old girl. She wished to respond, but found herself at a loss for words. Instead, she crouched down, clutching her head tightly, and lamented, "What can be done? He is the child's father, my husband. I must acquiesce to him if my child's life is to be better." Jinghe, unsure of how to soothe this obstinate witch, bent slightly and gazed at Prince's cheek, softly stating, "Aunt Prince, I believe your greatest love is for Severus. Is it not?" Prince nodded numbly at this observation. Jinghe continued, "Magic is a unique gift bestowed upon us by Merlin. If we do not wield it, what purpose did our years of diligent study serve? Protecting your child should not be limited to mere physical resistance. I believe you, Aunt Prince. Understand the disparities between men and women. We must take up arms to retaliate. Have you considered what might happen if one day you are not there and Mr. Snape is intoxicated? You cannot shoulder this burden alone. Our bodies are not always resilient enough. In such moments, the magic hidden within us becomes our greatest weapon." As she spoke, she gently picked up the wand that had inadvertently fallen to the ground and reached out to grasp Prince's arm, which was covering her ears. She encouraged Prince to open her palm and place the wand in her hand, whispering soothingly, "Aunt Prince, for your own sake, and for Severus's, Merlin permits you to fight back. There is nothing left to cling to in Mr. Snape. You possess the ability and the talent to carve out your own path in the magical world. We should not be subjugated by this place. All suffering must be overcome. Only then will it cease to haunt you." Prince gazed at the wand in her hand, memories flooding back of the day she first entered the wand shop, where the shopkeeper had told her, "The wand chooses the wizard, my child. Made of apple wood and unicorn hair, 13 inches long." This was her first and only wand. As the old wizard had handed it to her, smiling, he had remarked, "This wand is suited for those who aspire to noble ideals. The unicorn's hair symbolizes strength. You will become an exceptional witch, my child." Now, the woman once prophesied to be a great witch sat on the floor, battered and bruised, staring at the wand imbued with such profound significance. Tears unexpectedly streamed down Prince's face. Jinghe recognized that perhaps this moment might spark a realization in Aunt Prince. Understanding that while her words might not entirely transform the long-held beliefs of the woman before her, they could initiate a shift in her perspective. She believed that the mother and son would face a less arduous future together. Severus silently observed the girl speaking words he scarcely understood, and then he witnessed his typically stoic mother, who seldom cried, even after a beating, suddenly shed tears. It felt as though the world was filled with wondrous mysteries. Jinghe glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing it was nearly time to return home. She stood up and addressed Prince, "Aunt Prince, your wounds need a few more days to heal. I will wait for Severus at the entrance of Spider Alley tomorrow. As for Mr. Snape, there was no need to concern herself with him. He was of no consequence this time." Prince merely nodded in silence from her seated position, aware that it was this very girl who had intervened to incapacitate Severus's father during one of his episodes. Yet, she felt indifferent, as long as her son was unharmed. She cared little for Tobias. His presence served a dual purpose. Not only did it stem from her love for him, but it also shielded her son from being labeled a freak or a child without a father. After receiving Prince's nod, Jinghe turned to Severus and said, "I'm off. I will be at the alley entrance at 10 o'clock tomorrow. I want you to meet my friends." Severus nodded in acknowledgement, and together they made their way to the door. Just as they were about to part ways, the girl suddenly turned to face Severus, extending her hand with her palm open. In that moment, Severus beheld a magical sight. A blue butterfly appeared, resting gently in the girl's palm. The butterfly did not take flight until she blew softly upon it, causing it to gracefully ascend and land upon Severus's shoulder. Jinghe smiled at him, saying, "This is a gift for you, Severus. It's a new magic I've been working on, and it will stay with you for a day. Consider it my way of being by your side." With that, she waved goodbye and skipped away towards Susan's home. Severus waved back, standing quietly at the doorstep as he watched the girl's figure recede. She wore a dress, fluttering like a beautiful butterfly amidst the grime and chaos of the alley. The dazzling blue butterfly radiated a bright light, weightless yet palpable on his shoulder, as if the girl's hand remained by his side. "My butterfly, my angel and rose." Chapter 126, Hidden Secrets. The following day, Jinghe arrived early at the entrance of Spider Alley, awaiting Severus's arrival as promised. The weather was splendid, and she held in her hands the small cookies that Cardiana had baked for her. It was Severus's first invitation to join others in a recreational outing. Last night, his father had awakened in a drunken stupor, hurling curses, but for once, his mother did not cower in silence. Instead, she cast a spell, and the foul-mouthed man collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to a deep sleep from which he had yet to rouse. Severus awoke at the break of dawn, diligently assisting his mother in arranging various household items before donning what he believed to be the most appropriate attire, albeit slightly oversized. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door and endeavored to steady his trembling hands as he sauntered slowly towards the alley's exit. As Severus emerged from the alley, the brilliant sunlight cascaded down upon him, enveloping him in warmth, momentarily dispelling the chill that resided within him. It was then that he spotted a girl at the alley's mouth, clutching a small basket, her eyes instantly sparkling with delight as she hastened towards him, offering nothing but a bashful smile. Jinghe, as she was called, grasped Severus's hand, just as she had done the previous day, exclaiming, "Come on. My friends are waiting for us at our favorite spot." Severus obediently nodded, remaining silent as she led him to an unknown destination. Meanwhile, beneath the sprawling branches of a grand tree, two little girls idly swung their feet, waiting for their friend's arrival. They were puzzled by the tardiness of their dear companions, especially with the looming prospect of school in just a few weeks. They wondered if Jinghe would also join them in this new venture. At that moment, Lily looked up and noticed her friend approaching, though she was holding the hand of a boy she did not recognize. Dressed entirely in dark hues, he resembled a little bat. Jinghe had not had the opportunity to share this news with her friends the day before, so today she hurriedly brought Severus along. Upon spotting the two girls under the tree, they stood up and ambled toward them, as if drawn together by an invisible thread. Lily, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Who is this?" "Jinghe, I don't believe I've seen him here before." Jinghe, her eyes twinkling with joy, introduced, "This is my new friend from Spinner's End. His name is Severus Snape. Severus, these are my two dear friends, Petunia Evans and Lily Evans. They are sisters." Hearing the introduction, Lily cheerfully extended her hand toward Severus, saying, "Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. You can call me Lily." Petunia, though refraining from a handshake, nodded in affirmation and added, "I'm also pleased to meet you. You can call me Petunia." Petunia, being slightly older than the other children, discerned that Severus seemed even more bashful than herself. As Petunia had observed, Severus merely gazed down at Lily's extended hand, hesitated for a fleeting moment before grasping it gently, then quickly releasing it, before stammering, "Hello, you may call me Severus." Severus quietly assessed the two girls before him. The one with the outstretched hand possessed a cascade of radiant, fiery red curls, sparkling green eyes, and a sprinkle of freckles adorning her cherubic face, exuding an exuberant charm. The other, slightly older and more composed, was clearly her sister. Severus reflected that indeed, Jinghe had befriended remarkable companions. They appeared so delightful. At that moment, the significance of having a jester among friends became apparent, especially with two such jovial spirits. Jinghe and Lily quickly dispelled Severus's shyness as they engaged in lively conversation, allowing him to muster the courage to join in, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Petunia occasionally chimed in, while a gentle breeze fluttered by, rendering the atmosphere all the more enchanting. As the sun ascended to its zenith, the four children sought refuge from its rays, lying side by side beneath the grand tree, gazing skyward and indulging in casual banter. Suddenly, Lily recalled something and turned to Jinghe, asking, "Have you decided which school you will attend, dear?" "School?" Jinghe knew that upon turning 11, she would embark on her journey to Hogwarts, yet she was uncertain whether she would be required to attend a Muggle primary school beforehand. It seemed that prior to her 11th birthday, children engaged in basic learning at home, awaiting their acceptance letters to Hogwarts. Severus, on the other hand, found his household in disarray, mere survival deemed a fortunate circumstance. The notion of attending school felt like a distant dream. However, he had gleaned some knowledge under Prince's tutelage. Jinghe shook her head, stating, "I don't plan to attend school just yet. My grandfather has instructed me to study at home until my parents arrive in a few years to take me to Hogwarts." "Hogwarts? What kind of school is that?" The two little girls had never heard of such an institution, assuming it was merely a place unique to Jinghe. Lily nodded before continuing, "I am 5 years old and will soon be attending a primary school in our town. My sister is already in elementary school, and classes will commence in a few days." Jinghe nodded in agreement, prompting Lily to turn to Severus and inquire, "Which school will you attend?" Severus was aware that Hogwarts was the magical school his mother had spoken of, and he anticipated attending there at the age of 11. Thus, he assumed he would not be enrolled in any school before then. He would likely spend his time acquiring knowledge and seeking light employment to contribute to his household. He pondered for a moment before responding. In a few years, I may attend another school, so my mother plans for me to study at home first. Perhaps working as a newspaper boy or engaging in some other light task to help with expenses. In the Muggle world, educational requirements for children were not strictly enforced, allowing many who could not afford schooling to take on jobs as newspaper deliverers, tavern waiters, or scrap collectors. Jinghe, aware that Severus would eventually join her at Hogwarts, suggested, "If you ever have time, you could come to my house. My grandfather left me many magical books, and studying together would be far more efficient." Upon hearing this, Severus understood that these were tomes about the magical world bequeathed by Jinghe's grandfather, an accomplished wizard. His curiosity about the workings of magic was piqued, and the allure was irresistible. He nodded in agreement with her proposal. Meanwhile, Lily observed her sister and friends lying nearby, caught in a moment of hesitation. She had just discovered that she could conjure a small flower with her will, previously believing her ability to manipulate objects was mere coincidence. Clutching the flower tightly, she remained unaware that this might not be a stroke of luck, as she had never witnessed such phenomena before. Petunia, on the other hand, recalled a time when she had peeked through a crack in the door, witnessing her sister perform feats akin to those of a magician, moving an object through the air. She knew her sister lacked such talents, and her emotions were tangled, unsure why her attitude towards Lily had soured recently. Thus, the four children, each harboring their own secrets at such a tender age, lay quietly beneath the tree, gazing upward and envisioning the futures that awaited them. Since that particular occasion, the four children had tacitly forged a unique bond, choosing not to congregate beneath the grand tree from Monday to Friday. Instead, they would reunite only on the weekends, where Jinghe and Snape would listen to the two girls chattering animatedly about tales from school. During the weekdays, Snape devoted his time to assisting his mother with household chores before heading to Jinghe's home to delve into the study of magic. As he explored the tomes of magical knowledge, Snape quickly developed a keen interest in potions. He found the concept of combining various enchanting ingredients into brews that could heal wounds, revive the departed, and even alter appearances to be utterly fascinating. His eyes ignited with fervor as he gazed upon the materials required for these concoctions. He could hardly contain his anticipation for attending Hogwarts, where he would undoubtedly showcase his unparalleled talent in potion making. Meanwhile, Lily had grown cautious ever since she discovered her possession of abilities that seemed beyond those of others. While she relished in her extraordinary powers, she was equally apprehensive about the potential impact they might have on those around her. For there were moments when she struggled to maintain control. Frequently, she would inadvertently drop objects to the ground. Being still quite young, Lily found it difficult to conceal many things, and her older sister, Petunia, soon became aware of her siblings' unusual capabilities. Watching her sister's remarkable talents, Petunia could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Often, when alone, she would extend her hand, attempting to mimic Lily's gestures to move a nearby cup of water. Yet the cup remained steadfast, unmoved, and unchanged. Gradually, discontent began to fester within her. As a 7-year-old child could hardly comprehend why her sister possessed such extraordinary abilities while she did not. Perhaps her sister was a freak? Startled by this unsettling thought, Petunia quickly dismissed it, but once such notions took root, they lingered in her mind, swirling incessantly around her consciousness. Yet some thoughts, once conceived, and certain actions, once taken, inevitably lead to irrevocable consequences.